Hello and welcome to Whilton Mill, where we are, of course, at the Freetech Endurance Championship 12-hour race. I'm joined today by the wonderful Braden. How are you doing?
Nice to join you, Tom. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm excited to get started. We've had the first qualifying session closed, and the second one's out on circuit now. So yeah, I'm excited. How are you feeling? It's going to be a long day, I think.
It's going to be a very long day. I'm sure we'll be saying the words good morning, good evening,
and
good afternoon and good night today. We're going to get through all of them as we are here from 9 o'clock this morning up until 9:30 when the race will finish this afternoon. It's going to be a long one. We're in for the long haul, but it's going to be a good one nonetheless, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Touching on the weather as well. I mean, we was anticipating a bit of the storm. I don't think that's kind of kicked in as such yet. The weather's looking pretty dry out there now, but that's going to be interesting. Surely from a 12-hour race, that's going to be pretty important. I'm guessing for some riders, a lot of wind, a lot of rain is due to come, so that's going to keep it interesting, I'm sure, Tom.
Absolutely, it will. And if we're looking out this way, it's because that is where the track is to us. But of course, you guys will have a better view of the track from our trackside cameras. So we're going to have some footage for you, hopefully soon enough, so you can see about what's happening on track. We're in the second qualifying round at the moment. We've had the first one already completed, and so we're going to be kind of setting the scene, letting you know what you can expect from this 12-hour race today as this goes on in the background, and then we'll let you know a few of the results and how that's going to be running down as the day goes on.
Yeah, exactly. And just to quickly touch on the classes out today, there's three individual separate classes. We have got the 50cc's and the two remaining classes are the 125. You've got the street stock and also the super stock, the Moto 4 class as it's called. So that's going to be interesting to see the differential of power on circuit, the different kind of riders, and that definitely does make it an interesting endurance race, having three different classes, I'm sure, doesn't it, Tom?
Absolutely, it does. And now you can see we've got some cars, some bikes even on track. Sorry about that. We've got some bikes on track and we've got some riders out there currently doing their second qualifying session. So this is, if I believe this is correct, 3 hot laps for each team to get round, do the best lap they can, and this will determine how they line up for the Le Mans style start. Oh, and we've got a rider over. It's already happened, and we're going to see a few of these today, I think. With the track, it's going to be quite cold. It's going to be, especially when it gets wet, exactly. The tyres aren't going to be sticking. They're going to be having a bit of a wobble here and there, and they will be going down. But he looks all right. He's getting the bike back up. He's picking it up. He's going to straighten those handlebars back out, and I'm sure he'll be getting back on and around once again. Yeah,
exactly. And that's just kind of finding the limits, especially on these early laps now. The riders are going to be, like you just said, you've alluded to the 3 out laps, but they're going to be trying to test the limits, see where the grip is, see where the grip obviously isn't, as that rider's just found out. But yeah, I was surprised. I've never actually been to this circuit before at Whilton Mill. It's actually a mega circuit, a mega setup, and it's a kart circuit, obviously, generically. So it's going to be interesting to see what lines the bikes are kind of taking. I know in the karting world it's prominently breaking off line when the track is greasy in these conditions and such. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how these boys are going to be getting on in the early laps when the track is probably not up to temperature and the boys are just getting their eyes in. So yeah, we've had the one fall already, but I'm sure hopefully there won't be too much more of that to come today.
Well, absolutely. And I mean, these guys, as you say, this is as much as a qualifying session. The way that this race starts with this Le Mans star running across the track, jumping on the bikes, they're going to be pretty much ready for anything. So qualifying, as much as important as it could be, isn't the most crucial aspect today. And I think a lot of these riders out there now will be using this as a session to get your eye in, like you say, learn the track, learn the line, find what is the fastest route around this, because they're going to be doing a good few laps of this circuit today, that is for sure. So they're going to be getting their eye in early, learning how it feels today, but the changing conditions are coming. We're not sure exactly. We're expecting rain at some point today, and we have now got a checkered flag out for this session, so that is the end of qualifying, which means, if I'm not mistaken, that up next is the race.
So straight into it.
We're getting straight into it. We're not messing around here today. We've had some quick qualifying sessions, which we don't have the results from just yet, but we will get them for you soon to tell you how this grid is going to be lining up. If I'm not mistaken, we've got 49 bikes here today, 49 riders out there who will be lining up in some form or another along the grid. As I mentioned before, it's a Le Mans style start, so if you don't know what that means, it means that the riders will be lining up on one side of the track, the bikes will be on the other, so they're going to have to run across the track.
So it's a bit of fitness
as well, and it's going to be held by the second rider, I believe.
Okay.
But it's very, very important. This has been classified in the rules that the rider holding the bike up is not allowed to push. He's not allowed to do anything towards helping that bike start. So it's all up to the
so the bike's actually not started when...
Bike's not started, so it's all up to the riders to get on, start it, and push off to start going. So it's going to be very important to get that right, because if they don't, then, this is it.
Could get messy.
It could get messy. Absolutely, it could. Absolutely, it could get a little bit messy.
Exactly. And like you just alluded to quickly then, Tom, when this session is approaching to finish, you've said about it, obviously not important to get the initial quick lap in straight away, especially when the track's like this and the temperature's like this. It's more important to just feeling the track, getting your eye in, and a 12-hour race like this, I'm sure the most important thing with the weather changing and all these different aspects of it, it's just being consistent, and it's just getting them laps in. It's no matter if you're a second, 3, 4, 5, whatever off the pace you are. I'm sure it's going to be just a team effort of being consistent and making sure there's no mishaps, or if there's less mishaps as possible, because surely mistakes can happen.
Absolutely, that is the case. And the thing with endurance, if you're not familiar with endurance racing, or if you're more familiar with a more sprint style or regular style race, which is just 20, 30 laps or whatever, the thing about an endurance race is that it is obviously over 12 hours. We're going to see gaps forming quite quickly with these bikes, because every half an hour a pit stop needs to be made. You need to switch rider, you need to refuel. So very quickly, they're going to be stopped stationary in those pit lanes for a good, I don't even know how long a pit stop could be here. That's something we're going to have to find out, especially in the changing conditions, but at least a good, couple of minutes per pit stop. So very quickly we're going to see laps clocking up. We're going to see gaps starting to form, but then that's where we're going to have to look across this 12 hours. How is that going to play out? What are these gaps going to turn into? Because we can learn quite quickly who needs to make a pit stop, when they need to make a pit stop, and if that's going to drop positions, where they're going to get. It's all very strategic in an endurance race. So that's what we need to try and tune ourselves into, work out, and see how that goes throughout the race. So if you're just joining us now, welcome very much to the Freetech Endurance Race. You've just missed the end of qualifying. We haven't got the results on that yet, but we'll try and get it to you soon. My name is Tom Lomas, and I'll be one of your commentators today, but joining alongside me is Braden.
Yeah, and I'm kind of really welcomed and really excited to be here, Tom. It's going to be, like you just alluded to, the 12-hour. It's a bit different to the races I've kind of been involved in the past, in watching and such. It's my first weekend here at the Freetech Endurance Race, so I'm really excited. But the endurance side of things, like you just touched on, it's not really like the sprint. It's about being quick and stuff, but the people just joining us, it is a strategic race. It is a case of being very consistent, managing gaps, managing tyres, managing this, and so yeah, that's going to be really interesting, definitely for the viewers at home to watch, with the changing conditions and track like the Whilton Mill, so technical and kind of so physical. It's going to be a really kind of strategic and kind of a little bit of a chess match out there, I guess, today. It's
Definitely will be. And I'll do a quick time check here. We're currently in 9:15, so we've got 15 minutes until the official start of the race. Let's have a little bit of a talk first about the circuit we're at today, Whilton Mill. This is a great circuit. It is absolutely brilliant. I'm blown away by it. I haven't been here before this weekend, and I'm absolutely... Have you been
here? Exactly the same as you, Tom.
Yeah.
And I alluded to it before, just the setup of the actual full place, the buildings, just got a really homely feel. We're we're in a bit of a lavish studio here.
We are, absolutely.
We've got the warmth, the heating, we've got the best view on the circuit, so...
And I've pulled out here my track map, so let's have a talk through some of these corners, because there are some absolutely brilliantly named corners here at Whilton Mill, which I've just had a wonderful time looking at and speculating on some of the names and how they've got them. One of the best corners on this circuit is the one that I can see out my commentary box window up there. It's right at the top of the track. It's called Christmas Corner, and it is looking like it's going to be a great place for potentially overtaking, but also just racing in general this weekend.
Exactly. Just looking there now, as you kind of point to it, it's actually quite banked, isn't it? It's almost like the kind of Shell Oils at Alton Park, or it's got a real kind of bit of camber towards it. So that is again, with changing conditions, with a lot of people going in there at the same time, that's going to definitely, like you say, it's going to make for some exciting racing and action, definitely.
And the very unique thing about Whilton Mill is because of how it is, and like you say, it is a bit banked across, as it's sort of built into the side of a hill. So as it starts raining, which we think it will, this track is going to get very wet in very unique ways. And actually, what we will see, I think, is the line move from a dry line to a wet line. It's going to be, a very different line because of how the water will flow down this track. They're going to have to find different areas as to where they can get traction. We've been told that we don't think there's going to be many red flags today. They've said, Hudson, the organisers, told us that he thinks it's going to primarily be full course yellows if it gets too heavy in terms of rain. So that's good in terms of racing. We're not going to see too many stoppages, and hopefully that does continue, because we want to see bikes on track. We want to see the riders going around consistently. I don't know though, because it can get very, very wet here. And there you go, having a look now at the corner. I think that is Christmas Corner, potentially right at the top there. And there you go. Look, you can see there that it's beautifully undulating. It's got some great curves to it, and it's going to be great to see them racing on nonetheless. But if there's a bit of rain in there, if that line starts changing, I think we can see some really good racing today. And across the whole endurance 12 hours that we're here today, we're going to be treated to some beautiful racing, I'm sure.
Exactly, I fully agree with you, Tom. And like you were kind of alluding to then, personally, I think what better race is there to do when the weather is changing, the track conditions are changing? The best race to be a part of is a 12-hour endurance race, because you've got the time then to see where his grip is, see where the grip is. It's not a 20-minute sprint where you have to try it and you lose the front, or you have a bit of a moment. If that does happen, hopefully not, but if that does happen, you have got the remaining hours to really kind of get your head down and try and be not as such, but a bit of a test rider. Say if a few riders in your team are maybe just got stronger pace as such, you can send riders out and basically go and say, look for grip, or you come back in and give us some information of where the grip is and what the circuit is like. Because with the amount of kind of bikes out on circuit today, and with the changing conditions, it's going to be hard for the riders. I'm glad I'm indoors watching from here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I feel bad. And a shout out to all of our camera operators that are out on the circuit today. I think they're going to get a bit wet today, but hopefully they are happy out there nonetheless.
Fresh air now, but soon they might be banging on the windows.
I'm definitely very happy in here in our nice warm studio, that is for sure. We've got, as I said before, 49 entries into today's race. But we've got 3 different classes, if I'm not mistaken.
There's three different classes. I'll run you quickly through.
Yeah, give us a quick rundown.
A few of the team names. I mean, me and you actually got emailed a spreadsheet this week with a few kind of funny stories. The riders got told to add some funny stories or ways they got into motorsport. So being introduced to the riders via that was quite amusing this week for myself, and I'm sure you, Tom.
Absolutely.
I kind of know a bit more about the riders now, but a bit more stuff kind of only family and friends know. But I feel kind of involved as such. But in the 50cc class, just touching on that, we've only got 2 entries here today. And that is the 76 bike and the 87. The 76 is a J&P Racing, and the 87 is a 10-foot special team. So that's going to be interesting to see how they fare against the other classes, the Moto 4 and the street stock class.
Absolutely. And then we've got, the more predominant areas of this is going to be into the Moto 4 and the street stock classes, where street stock is the biggest class by far. We've got 35 entries coming in from there, and there are some absolutely great names in this as well that we've got. We've got some wonderful teams that are taking part this weekend, some with just more, original professional names, but some that have just thought, you know what, we're here to do a bit of racing, we're here to have a bit of fun, and they've gone with some great names. So here's a couple of the ones that I've...
I don't like 53 already, the bike hospital. I mean,
it's alluding to something that hopefully we don't see happen today. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we go 12 hours without any major injuries. But there are some great ones in here. This is one that sticks out to me. Number 35, the Piston Broke team. It's a bit of a bike pun, and also just a general general lads pun. But there are some great teams and names in here.
Yeah, no idea. That's going to be an interesting, guys. That might be the Repsol Honda Leathers I've seen out there. I mean, I didn't know if it was Mark or Paul Spargo, but I did see the Repsols out there, so...
There's one out here as well, the 155 of Big Toe Racing, and the team name actually comes from one of the riders on that team has got a rather large foot, so they've had to extend the pedals on one side of the bike to facilitate for his foot. Yeah, I mean, I can't get you his exact name. I'm saying he's probably a Barry Bigfoot or something like that. But he's out there with his extra large foot, and so he's going to be. They've had to adapt the bike, and that's why they're called Big Toe Racing. And as you can see now in the paddock, we've got a bit of life coming together, bikes being pushed through, and that's what we're going to be seeing a lot this weekend. No bikes are allowed to be ridden in the pit lane. They've all got to be pushed. So as soon as you come into the pit lane, you have to dismount your bike and push it in. And I think we're going to see some great stuff because of that, because actually it can be a little bit comical from what I've been told, trying to run these big bikes down the pit lane as fast as they can, because they don't want to be losing time. And now you can see them preparing for their Le Mans style start. There you go, a lovely bike there with a sort of McLaren F1 Marlboro sponsorship there. That's a nice looking livery on that. But here we go then, lining up, and this is how it's going to be lined up for the race.
Tight as possible.
I haven't got you any times yet, but what we've got here then is them lining up. They're going to be getting in there as tight as they possibly can along that grid to maximise space. I wonder who's going to be the quickest. Do you reckon there's going to... From what I've seen in the past, there's always a few people who sort of are ready, braced, ready to sprint across the track. Yeah. And there's some that are kind of like, well, it's going to be 12 hours. Well, there's no point rushing at the start. Let's get to the bike, let's get on there ready, and let's get away. The other thing about a Le Mans start is they all start very close together. And usually they can get a bit tangled together. So we might see a little bit of contact off of the start, which could be interesting to say the least. We've got a great GoPro shot there of the starting grid as everyone lines up, gets their bikes ready, and that's going to be one that you want to have a look at as the race starts. But this is going to be what we're looking at. This is going to be the race start, and it's going to be phenomenal. I can't wait.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said there, Tom, about the different kind of techniques. I was watching a few of the rounds from this year, and I was kind of like, not shocked or surprised, but some, like you said, some kind of run to the bike and want to get that quick getaway.
Yeah.
Whereas some look a bit kind of just almost like just walk and a bit like today's. I'm kind of thinking, would you not want to be kind of get on your bike and go, try and get to the first corner? But like you said, a 12-hour race, it is such as, well, I don't really want to be involved in the mess as such. You might want to give it a few laps, let everyone make the mistakes, let everyone test the grip and feel it, and you just work your way through. So
this is it. I'm sure the bloke who will be starting at the back is probably a bit relieved to be starting there, because he's thinking, actually, I can watch, sit back, take my time getting to my bike, get on, and then let everything else happen and unfold in front of me, and just kind of weave my way through. And that's what he'll be hoping for, I'm sure. Hopefully we don't, like I say, see a massive tangle, because we don't want to see anyone getting hurt or ending up out of the race before it's even began. But this is what we're here to see, and look at this. It's already a busy pit lane. Everyone's getting ready. All of the teams are out there. 49 entries, like I say, each team having about 4 riders, so you can do the maths. That's more or less 200 drivers out there getting ready for their teams.
You can see the 1 or 2 there putting the tyre warmers on. That's interesting to see.
Absolutely is.
Trying to keep a bit of temp into the tyres before the start.
Pulled the generator up as well there by the looks of it.
Yeah, that is a proper little setup there.
See, now the tactics come out, aren't they? All the teams, what are they going to be doing? What are these riders going to be doing to get the advantage off the start? Warm tyres will be crucial, because I can tell you what, I'm glad I'm not out there, because I need my big coat, because it is not warm out there. It is absolutely Baltic out there. It's very, very cold. And I'm glad, like we said before, that I'm inside the nice warm commentary box, because I'm sure all of them there, just in their leathers, will probably be a little bit chilly. But more than a little bit chilly in their leathers will be the wheels on those bikes, which will be cooling down by the minute. And actually, there is a few teams with tyre warmers on them, but not many. So it'll be interesting to see how those teams do off the line and how they get around and move around, because if it doesn't work well, for the ones without tyre warmers, I should say, if it doesn't work well for them, the ones with the tyre warmers are going to be straight ahead into the lead. And you can see a bike coming down there with a headlight on, and that's going to be something we're going to have to keep an eye out for today, because I was here last night and it got dark at around 7 o'clock.
Wow. And where do you on after that, is it?
We're here till 9:30 tonight, so we will be seeing, sure, a little bit of dark nighttime racing this afternoon. So headlights are compulsory on all the bikes to be obviously safe, but also because I think it looks really good to have some nice lights going around the bike at night time. So
real Le Mans.
Exactly. If you're going to be tuning in for the long haul, then you've got that to look forward to tonight, because we've got lights on bikes, which is always a great thing to see.
And quickly, just touching on what you just said then about the start, Tom, it's a very fine line, I'm guessed, to get that balance and kind of pretty medium of getting your tyres warm and up to that time, because when you've got a circuit like this, no one really has touched the circuit. Again, it's been installed, there's a bit of damp areas, it's grey, so for the people without the tyre warmers, or even for the people with tyre warmers, if you want to generate that heat and be quite aggressive with the front and the rear on them opening laps, that opens the gap, opens the kind of doorway for them little mistakes, like I said before. So that's, again, is going to be a very kind of fine line between generating the heat, which is going to be good enough to make sure you can get away with the front pack, but then obviously not being too aggressive and too reckless as such in the opening laps.
We don't know that, I'm afraid, mate. We haven't got the information on qualifying yet, I'm afraid.
Just go wherever.
You have to speak to the people at race control, mate. This is I've just pulled up the weather app here. I've pulled up my Mount Office app to see what is happening out on the circuit right now. It's currently a 70% chance of precipitation, which is a fancy word for rain.
Yeah.
We've got a 70% chance of rain out there right now. It's not here. We haven't got the rain yet, but it is just increasing over and over and over and getting more. And by 11 o'clock, we've got a 90% chance that there'll be rain on this circuit.
Is that 11 o'clock this morning?
11 o'clock this morning, yeah. In a couple of hours, we've got a 90% chance. Now, don't get me wrong.
Wet.
My experience with racing is normally you can get quite lucky and the rain can just perfectly miss the circuit, and if that does happen, we will be lucky. These guys at the moment, though, I'm sure all going, oh, well, actually I'm not sure, maybe someone has made the decision to go out on wet tyres, maybe someone has made the decision to get the advantage, maybe start slower on the dry track, but when that rain comes they won't need to pit again. Whether it's in the first half an hour or so, that's going to be interesting to see as well, because if we drive for the first half hour before they need to make their first pit stop.
Do you want to use that then to try and get a bit of a gap? And it's going to be interesting as well to see, obviously, to see if there's any wet weather specialists out here. We don't know. The grid might be a few, there might be 4, 5, 6 riders who are praying for that downfall. They were saying, let's bring that downfall now. We want the wet because that's what's going to separate a few riders. So that's going to be interesting to see if there is any wet weather specialist out there who are just going to kind of make a bit of a gap and make a go for it when the rain does appear, if the rain does appear, that is.
Absolutely. Now, have a look at this picture in front of you, because is that not amazing?
That's
49 bikes lining up on that grid. They almost don't fit. If there was 5 more bikes and they'd be overlapping, they wouldn't be fitting on that grid. But look at the opposite side. You've got the 30-second sign up there at the end. I don't know if you can see that, but that means 30 seconds till the race starts. So all of these riders are getting ready. They're all getting poised in position to run across the track, get onto that bike, and there's even a late arriver there just wheeling himself onto the grid just in time. So this is going to be a phenomenal one to watch. You do not want to miss it. 30 seconds till the race start. Look at them, they're already getting poised, they're already taking up their position, they're getting ready. Another bike being wheeled across the track, they can't get themselves in there. What's happening over there?
Personally now, Tom, where would you want to be? Would you either be at the front or at the rear, like you were saying, where you kind of watch everything go, or banks centre in the middle? I mean, the middle looks pretty busy there. Just getting on your bike looks a difficult challenge. As you can see, they all start now
running across the track, they're on the bikes.
And a few of the rear guys.
There's been a few pushes there, which very much said was not allowed. It's fairly clean, to be fair, for the getaway. Someone's on the grass. Off they all go. One late starter, he can't quite get his bike side at the back there. He's pushing, he can't quite. There's already somebody down. That is the, I can't even tell what number that is. Can you ever see the number on that?
I can't see the number again, but that is just a case of pushing straight away and not feeling. It's a fine line. It's people want to be aggressive. People want to get out sort of with the front boys, get out in the good group, get out and see where the grip is on the track. However, things like that can be so easy, especially on a bike. The bikes are on there, a lot of power, but all it is a squeeze of that front brake a tiny bit too much, and that front just tucks under, and I think that's what you just saw there.
Absolutely, and look at this, they're all tucking in, they're all going around each other, trying to get behind each other, get a bit of a slipstream into the final corners. This is where overtaking is going to be most crucial at the start here. We've got riders flying off everywhere, making moves, because very quickly after a few laps, gaps are going to start to form. So this is where they're going to want to make up places and take an advantage whilst the pack is still close together and whilst they are still neck and neck with one another. And look at all these overtakes we're seeing here. People diving up the insides, and maybe the not so confident riders who are not quite getting the grip into the corners, aren't quite confident enough to pull the throttle out of the corners without losing the back end. And then there's the more confident drivers taking full advantage of that and sneaking up the inside. And this is great to see already.
Yeah, this is going to be a very exciting race here. I think we're being treated to a few manoeuvres, some great manoeuvres on the first opening lap here, but I think we're going to have a lot of this throughout the race. Like you said, there's going to be some people who are just kind of getting a ride, and you can see someone dropping wide. He's actually dropping a bit of grass off his bike there, so he's had a little excursion on the grass. And you can see him just cruising around. I think that was number 28. So this is going to be really interesting to just see what kind of what tactics people are going to use.
And that's so the 28 of Moni racing there, and he's gone off again. He looks like he's having a bit of a struggle. He's taking a shortcut there. Maybe he's just making his own track. I'm not even sure where he's going. He's having a lovely off-road. And if my rider information is correct, that should be Daniel Stamper, who is driving for Moni Racing as their first rider. And yeah, he's really taking a funny line there. I'm sure that's not the fastest fastest racing line across the grass like that.
Oh, unless he's a good motocrosser, but he may be just trying to get back to the pits. It might be a problem with the bike. I think that is
looks
what
like
he's doing.
He's coming straight to the pits there, but
and that's the good thing with these 12 hours. Your race is not done there. You can feel so deflating on that opening lap, and you can make a mistake. And especially in sprint races, where it's a really good thing, endurance racing, but the 12-hour one is you come into the pits, you find a solution, and you get back out with a clear head, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot more of that in the field for a lot of the other riders.
Absolutely, and like I said, this is where you make up your most positions at the start of the race like this, but at the same time, we're here for 12 hours, so even if you lose a few off the start, if you don't have a great start, you don't know what's going to happen across the next 12 hours of the day. It's a very long race. It's hard to kind of comprehend actually how long that is, but it's going to be a long one, and hopefully you guys at home watching are in for the long haul. If you have only just tuned in and you're here for the start of the race, you missed qualifying, you missed everything that happened beforehand, this is of course the Freetech Endurance Championship. Welcome, and I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing. Some great racing there as they're taking a very wide line out of that final corner, a few riders. My name is Tom, I'm joined here with Braden, and we'll be taking you through these 12 hours of racing here today, as we see a whole gaggle of bikes coming through now. It's all going on all over the shop. This is some great racing though, isn't it?
Yeah, this is exactly what was kind of expected on these opening laps. It's kind of weird, because looking outside the window just briefly now, it looks dry. There's no spots of wet rain. However, we watch the TV in the studio on the stream, and it really does look kind of dark, the tarmac, and especially offline looks really kind of scatty and a bit greasy. So I mean, from the naked eye just watching this, it might look kind of not simple, so we all know this definitely isn't simple, but I'm sure it's really challenging out there for the riders just to find that grip initially on the opening laps, and they didn't get, I think they only ran for five minutes or so in the quali session. So again, I think the first 2-3 hours of this race, it is just a case of track memory and muscle memory, getting it into your head. You've got hours to go and test out there. You don't really kind of have that privilege and luxury in a lot of different kind of racing. So if I'm a rider on the bike now, I've got half an hour, I've got however the first stint they're going to do, and this is just all track knowledge. You can see one rider there saying, come on, let's go. Absolutely. You get past me and I'll follow you. It's a 64, that, so struggling with a little slack problem early on.
Now let's have a talk about tactics here, because you might spot there's a few bikes going around with their headlights on already. Is there a tactic here? Is someone playing a game here saying, yeah, exactly, trying to get these in the mirrors of the bikes in front of them, distract them a little bit, make them make a mistake into a corner so they can sneak through? Because I don't know what you think here, but at 11 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the morning even, like we are right now, I don't think you need your headlights on. It's pretty bright out there.
That's a good point, and I can actually just see out the window now, the two tipping in. I think that was just a Christmas corner, but and I think, like you just said, it does add to the pressure, especially in car racing as well. When you see in the car racing, you look in your mirrors, or you see, especially if it drops a bit dark, and you see them lights behind you, it can fluff you. It can make you want to brake that 5 feet later, or make you want to turn in that, carry that bit more speed. And in cars, you can get away with that. In bikes, it's no room, no margin for error, especially in conditions like this. So exactly like you said, if that's going to implement a bit of pressure, then that's going to make a few mistakes. So again, it's all part of the strategic tactics, what teams will play, and it's just all part of the fun and games of a 12-hour Freetech endurance race, I guess.
Absolutely, and I mean, there is no rules against it as far as I'm aware, using your headlights to distract and be a bit tactical like that, but at the same time, it's not very sportsmanlike for the riders that aren't doing it. But if you want to get an advantage, it probably is one of the best ways. It could also be, of course, that there isn't actually a switch on the bike to turn those headlights on.
We might just be making some stories up in our head that these riders are evil out there trying to get each other out of the way, when really...
exactly. It could just be
that switch just can't come off, unfortunately.
yeah, exactly. It could just be a case that they haven't got a switch, so they've had to leave it on because they're not coming in again in the next 12 hours. Although there will be pit stops, as we say, every half an hour is what is in the rules. Pit stops every half an hour, obviously, to keep the drivers fit. They don't want to spend 2 hours on the bike, get a bit tired and have a big accident. So there are rules in place that say pit stops are pretty much, I think it's mandatory every half an hour to make sure that these riders stay fresh and come back in, have a drink, have a bit of water, and get ready to go back out again.
But you still think about that, even just thinking the half an hour for throughout 12 hours, you've got to be doing a lot of shift. You can, like you said, you can come in, you can refuel, you can rest and recover, but then bam, you again, it's between a team of 4 to 5 of you, there's not a lot of kind of giving away you can do. So again, it's really physical, and just for a lot of these riders, some might not even be used to the kind of physicality of a 12-hour endurance race. So is that going to play a part? Some riders got previous experiences in races like this, and again, they know the tactics. Not only does it help them physically and mentally where they've been here before, but they know not to push in the first hour, they know when to push in the 7th hour, they know. So again, all that, it's not, again, I can guarantee you about a lot of endurance races I've covered in the past, the fastest rider, the fastest driver never really wins.
No,
and
absolutely.
It's never kind of as kind of plain sailing as a sprint race. It is to win and to even get a good result, the podium, a top 5 in these kind of a big grid like this and these kind of races. It really does take a lot of ingredients to make the perfect recipe. Do you agree, Tom?
I absolutely do. You know, this is much more complicated than a sprint race because it's not just who's the fastest, who gets to the end first. This is a tactical sort of masterclass even from a lot of these riders. Working out, right, well, if we did this here and then went to this side here and did this fuel strategy here,
exactly.
Working out we could fuel the bike for 3 pit stops in this pit stop or however big, you know, the tanks can take, and then we don't need to fuel over the next few pit stops. We can jump all the other cars, we just need to split rider. So working out this tactic, working out what are the teams around us going to be doing, are we favourites to this race, and can we make a jump on the other riders? That's going to be a huge advantage for all the teams out there because that's what they're going to be doing. And you think there must be a strategy plan out there somewhere, and we've got a rider down there. He looks absolutely very annoyed as he punches the air there. It's the number 3 bike, I think, there. 33. Let's have a look who that is. That's 3D Racing there, and I believe we've got either Scott Brill or Judd Brindley on the right there, starting off on the first stint. He's got his headlight on, so maybe that's not been an advantage for him. We've just been talking about the tactical uses of that, but he looks like he's down. Can he get that bike doing? He's pushing it. I don't know quite where on the track he is.
The front number guard looks like it's maybe took a bit of a hit. Straight away when he did drop the bike, he was just hitting the front brake, and it looked like it really didn't have a lot of spring in there. So that's going to be interesting to see if they can get that bike back out. It does look a bit pretty beaten up again. And again, we didn't see the start of that crash, but I really just do. I think it is just attack the track temperature out there, just a hot line. You spend one little kind of, you go offline for a touch of a second and you just can easily lose the front.
The board behind him there as he gets into the pit entrance. That's he's going to bring that into the pit and go again. So let's have a quick chat about timings because we've not got timings here. We're waiting on them too. So if you're at home and you're thinking, where are the timings? We can't see what's happening here. Believe me, we're in the same boat. We're waiting for timings too. So stick with us because hopefully we will have them soon enough. But we're going to be waiting on those and hopefully we can get them as soon as we possibly can.
The race has started as well, so if anybody is just joining us now, like Thomas just alluded to, the timing unfortunately is not it's not quite on screen yet. We are working on that. However, this is the start of the race, so once the timing does come back to us, we'll be able to provide obviously where you are in class and the full results live on track.
Absolutely. So, frustratingly, we're not the ones in control of timing today. We've got external people who are doing and dealing with that. We've got people chasing it up, trying to find out where they are, but it's unfortunately completely out of our hands until we can get it to you. And when we can, we will get it straight to you, believe me.
Some lovely moves going on. I mean, this is the boot. I think this is the boot towards like the back straight of the circuit. But even going up to Christmas there, as you've alluded to at the start of the stream, Tom, I've just been looking out the window, and every lap there's always somebody on the inside. You can see now there's probably about 6 abreast up at the Christmas corner.
There's a huge gaggle up there,
And it's just some of the moves that people are making now, because the moves to be made now are kind of them difficult moves where you have to come offline, you have to go on the kind of slippy part of the circuit, you have to carry more speed. So to make a move in these conditions so early on when the kind of grids are so bunched together, it's got to be quite balanced, it's got to be on the limit. So some absolute class moves being pulled off here so far. And you can actually see then the shot we've got there going into the first corner, how the riders are positioning the bump just off the seat to get it turned in for that left-hander.
Absolutely.
That's really...
So, Braden, you've got experience as a racer, if I'm not mistaken. What would you be doing right now in the first, we've 10 minutes or so into this endurance race now. You're the first rider out there. What would you be thinking right now on that track, and where would you be positioning yourself?
Well, it's a difficult one because these races are so difficult, and until you're out on the circuit again and getting that feeling through the tyres and with the bike, and even just your competitors, you're looking around and you kind of seeing what everyone else is doing. It's really not good to kind of judge and just kind of keep yourself in your own race. But if you see other people kind of pushing but that can kind of put you in a bit of a false sense of security where you can push and you can gun with, and it's so easy to make that really simple mistake. And in endurance racing, it's just not really what you want to be doing so early on. You just want to get that data and the info of the track to give back to your teammates. So yeah, early on, I mean, I don't know if I'd be carrying the pace as much as these guys out here, but I'd be definitely just wanting to kind of stay on the bike, wanting to hand over the pit stop without no damage on the bike. I think that's quite an important one. We have seen 2-3 crashes so far, and the latter one has just maybe caused a bit of damage, I think, to the 33 bike, as we've just seen then. So unfortunately, maybe that's not a great start. However, like I did allude to before, these 12-hour endurance races, the fastest rider, the guy who's leading now, believe me, I don't want to break his arm. I don't know if he'll be winning come the end of the race, because again, it is, like we said, it is just such a kind of pot of different ingredients you need to make the perfect recipe.
Absolutely it is. Now, as you say, we've seen a couple of crashes so far, but I mean, crashes maybe is not the correct word. What would you say is down to these offs? Let's call them offs, because it seems like it's just a single bike ending up on the grass a little bit. Is this cold tyres? Is that what's causing this? What are the reasons that they're losing the bike like that? You see one in the pit lane there now being fixed up. That's the 180 bike. What's causing that?
Exactly, that's what I mean. It's not like you just said then a perfect description. It's not really crashes. It's again just little offs, and these are not massive mistakes. These could be split little second and just kind of little brain, just where you just lose a tiny bit of concentration and bam, you took the front. And I think that's what's been happening. The ones we've seen so far. It's so easy when the track's not up to temperature. Your tyres are not built all the way up to temperature. You're still figuring out where the dry line is, where the wet line is. If that's a bit, maybe one lap you feel it, you're a bit more kind of getting slicker, or you're feeling a bit more dry, you want to carry a bit more speed, and that's when the mistakes happen. So it'll just be a case of just tucking the front and maybe holding a bit too much of the front brake, tipping in, leaning in. But these riders, I'm sure they're all very well respected in their own craft. So.
Absolutely, and we've just seen the full 180, the bike there in the pit lane. That is the number 180. It's called the full 180, and it's led there by Daniel Miles. He's the team leader and was the 2009 Thundersport Stock 600 champion. So he's got racing experience, like you say. These guys are all well respected. A lot of them have got very serious bike racing experience. They're experienced riders. They've been around. They've done a lot. Unfortunately, that 180 bike is in the pit lane being fixed at the moment. That's not an amazing example of the experience these riders have got, but I'm sure the whole team there will be fixing and working to get that bike back out on track. And I think every single team is going to have some faults like that. Every single team here today, unless they have an absolutely flawless day, which is so rare, very unlikely, they're going to be sat in the pit lane doing repairs, just like the full 180 crew are there. You can see in the corner of your screen. We've got some bikes coming out now, wheeling the ways back down the pit lane. That's how they're getting around the pit lane. Every single bike, you've got to wheel it until you get to that Freetech arch at the end. You've got to wheel it all the way.
Is that the 33 we've just seen who had a slight off?
Could well have been the 33 coming back out. I can't quite see a number on it there. No, it's not the 33. There isn't a number on the front of it from what I can see from here.
It might, I don't know if it is or such. It might be because, like I alluded to...
Here we are, we've got a number, it's just not amazing displays. It's a fluorescent orange number on a fluorescent orange bike, so...
the 156, I think that's a team PPE.
The 156 we're thinking on it, okay.
So yeah, they needed a bit of PPE on the bike to keep it protected there as such, because...
Now, it's the 156, you say it's Team PPE, they haven't submitted anything in our spreadsheet of document full of information about these riders. They're one of the teams that haven't even put anything in, so I can't give you information about the riders or the people on that team. But yeah, we will try and find them in the pit lane maybe in a bit and have a chat with them, and they can tell us a little bit more about what's happened there, why they've gone off, why they've made that pit stop. It could just be they need a refueling, who knows?
Exactly, it's going to be interesting as well when we get this shot here of the pits, when the more kind of do start coming in and pitting and changing. That's going to be an interesting shot to just see what kind of tactics, if certain riders are following certain riders. So if you're in your class and you're only just kind of behind your competitor, your main competitor, just follow what he's doing, because then you can't really go wrong as such. But then do you want to take your own strategic tactics and maybe undercut him in the pits or overcut him in the pits when it starts getting all F1 and a bit... I'm sure, but the good thing about this race is also you've got the riders out there, but then 3 other riders as such in the pits, they can all be doing little jobs. Like I said, you can have a spotter out there on the circuits having a look at other competitors or having a look at certain parts of the track. You can have somebody who's planning when the fuel stops, or like you said, to refuel for a certain amount of stops. So again, these endurance, as you can see, we've got 11 hours left, but these are just team efforts. It is certainly not a team effort, but it's only caring about kind of the rider out on circuit. The other riders who are back in the pit lane, they've probably just got just an important job, just an important job as a rider.
Absolutely, they do, and we're hoping that very soon we'll be able to bring you a bit of a roaming camera from the circuit. So when these pit stops happen, and we're currently 2/3 through the first stint, you could probably say, so we're expecting it pretty soon. We'll get some roaming camera shots in there, seeing what is happening, put some pressure on those, because that is the most crucial bit. When they've got that fueling bucket, and they'll have fast fuelers, I believe, on them, so they can just quickly stick this massive tank in. I'm trying to describe it. It's a hard thing to describe. They've got a big tank of fuel. They whack it on top of the on top of the bike into the fuel hatch, and through the fuel goes. And to be honest, it is actually quite quick. They've mastered the art of it, and you know, they have been practicing it a few. You've seen in practice yesterday. Well, we weren't live yesterday, but I was watching practice as it was happening. There was a few teams practicing their pit stops because, like we've said, tactical mastery is what's going to win this race. If you can get good pit stops, if you can get good refueling, good rider switches. God, I couldn't find the word there. Good rider switches, then you're going to get a good pit stop, and that's going to give you a huge advantage on track.
You look at the 51 there, and that was class bit of riding from himself. That was just, he was just lining, as you can see, probably stay on the camera there. He's making his way through a few slower riders, but he was just teeing up. That pass he just made then, he was teeing that up 2-3 corners back and just waiting on the run. And I think it's very, especially around this circuit like Whilton Mill, what's so tight and technical, it's all about carrying your minimum speed and keeping that minimum speed up. You don't want to get your revs down low and have to fight the bike and work the bike way back up to its power. You want to really keep the minimum speed up and be flowing on the bike and have a really good feeling. You can see the 51 is really trying to cut his way through there like a hot knife through butter. He's actually being forced out nearly on the grass, taking the outside but going round a few riders on the wet line. So the 51 there looking very strong. I think it was the 51. We've not got on the entry list, have we, Tom? But
so the 51.
We actually have. It's the Garside Motorsport.
That's what I'm thinking. Yes, the Garside. I've got their number in wrong on my list. I thought it was there though. This is a really interesting thing about Garside. It's Garside Motorsport, but Gar 51 is how it's written.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And this bike had its engine was only fitted on Thursday by the team leader Ryan Garside's students. He's a college lecturer, I assume, in motorsport and that kind of stuff. And his students actually fitted the engine on
project
Thursday.
That is.
Exactly, after a big engine failure last time out when they were at the Three Sisters. It took them a while to find a replacement engine for the bike, but what I've been told is it's been built in college with the classes of level 2 and 3 motorcycle maintenance students at Myesclo College.
Myesclo, that's class. That's really that's a really good project. That, I guess the kind of students are maybe watching on now, and whoever's been fitting the front end of that bike has done a good job, because he was managing to put it on the inside of a few different riders there.
It looks like it's on wheels.
It's on wheels and rails.
It's on a couple of them. And they are flying, and they're trying to make up some ground here. But fingers crossed the bike does hold out, because if the engine was only fitted on Thursday, if it's had a lot of repairs done to it across 12 hours, that could be some reliability issues down the line. But students of Ryan, if you're listening, if you're watching, I trust your handiwork. I'm sure it's been very well done. Have we got a bit of a wide line
people
there?
Kind of going in for that inside move. I forget what kind of corner that is. That looks like the Ashby corner, so it's like 2 corners after the Christmas corner, but it's almost, people get a bit of a run. You want to go for the inside, but the apex just kind of appears really quickly. So if you're already banked over and you're turning in, if someone is on your inside there, it's got to take quick reflexes to pull the bike back up. And as you can see, them late lunges, and you've got the people who are still trying to find kind of the grip of this circuit and where the grip is. So I think a few riders here out on circuit now are kind of up to the race pace and feeling comfortable, whereas a few maybe who are just jumping on the bike for the first time in their stint now are just getting their eye in. So again, that's another element you've got to think of it. You've got riders now who have had half an hour on the bike still coming to the end of their stint, opposed to a rider who's only just hitting the stint for the first time. So
absolutely,
that's going to be interesting to see, because obviously a one warm-up lap or a quali lap is just not going to be like a full half an hour stint of trying to get out of people's way, get into people's way, stay offline, stay online. It's definitely got all the elements in.
Do you know, I will say this, I'm surprised how many sort of gaggles, I don't know what the correct word to be using here, groups of riders we still have out there. I thought within a few laps, you see here, look at this side-by-side racing here as they come down the back straight into the boot to finish the lap. There's some great racing out there, and I'm surprised because, you know, with an endurance race you normally don't see this kind of stuff sticking around. You see it usually
the start
slowly start to pull out, but look at this, there's 5, 6, 7 riders there, all within a second of each other at least. I mean, we don't have the exact timings, but my prediction there, you could throw a blanket over all of them.
Exactly.
They're going well, they're still racing hard, and that's great to see. You don't want, well, you do, maybe you do in tactically, you don't want to sit back and just let the racing happen in front of you and do the pit stops like we've been saying, because this is what you want to see. Riders properly going at it, racing for the whole 12 hours and fighting for the positions that they want.
Yeah, exactly, and a great move there into Christmas Corner. And that's number 12 there as such. Again, like you just said, there's a big pack of them there, and you've got a blue bike. I don't know what number exactly we can see that, but he's making his way through a bit of traffic there, and it's going to be interesting to see once eventually we do get the timing up. We apologise for that. We're working on it. Again, we've alluded to it's kind of a bit of a problem we've got on the side, but once we get the timing up, it's going to be really interesting to see what different classes and how people are running in the classes. Because these battles, for all we know what we're watching, this could be for the lead or for the podium and for important positions.
There's a good eight bikes there riding next to each other.
28 there just tucking in.
Absolutely, this is brilliant to see, and you know, I can't get over it. There's still good racing here. There's still good stuff going. So make sure you don't go anywhere and you keep glued to this live stream, because there is going to be racing like this all day long. As I said, we're here till 9:30 tonight. I've got my energy drinks in because it's going to be a long haul.
Well, you've got your energy drinks. I've got my levers in the car. So if any teams are even listening now and if somebody drops it or gets a poorly leg or something, I've got my levers in the car and I'm ready to kill some hours.
We've got a bike there that I can see out the commentary box window. He's riding along the grass. He's going a bit slowly. He's just coming up to the boot now. I'm not sure quite what's happening there. There's actually a couple of them going a bit slow. I can see another one as well. Maybe making their way back to the pit lane. Hopefully everything's okay there. They look like
Chapman now. We've got a big group of bikes.
This is it. This is the main bit of racing here. Is these big group of bikes properly going at it. And I mean, I wish I could tell you which positions they were fighting for, because we've actually got 3 bikes coming into the pit lane now. And if I check my watch, it does come to we are starting to come to the end of this first stint here now. So maybe these are our first driver changes, making a bit of an early pit stop to try and undercut or overcut.
Exactly. This is going to be the really interesting point now, because like we've alluded to, do you follow your competitors? Do you do your own tactic? Now you're having the riders who have been on circuit against the riders who are only just hitting the circuit and just on time. The oil and the wet weather flag as such in racing goes out.
Track flag. It is being displayed on our digi flag on the start finish straight.
We can see on the window here, Talon, I think it's not 11 o'clock yet, is it?
It's not quite. It's only coming up to 10 o'clock, but we've got a bit of rain spitting onto our window, that's for sure. People running around in the paddock in front of us here, getting their umbrellas up, because I think the rain's here and it should be here to stay from now on. As I said, yes, there is the slippery track flag, which is that beautiful red and yellow striped flag is being displayed on the digi flag and on the start finish line. There's a couple of yellow flags being flagged around the track as well. I'm not entirely sure what's happening out there, but from what I can see, I think people might be coming in for wet tyres perhaps.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as well. I'm going to maybe try in this next stint now to try and find a few riders who are just floating about, who have maybe just been on circuit, and try and catch up with them just regarding the track conditions and if this weather does change as much, because again with these, this is kind of it's the worst weather for it. It's when the track, it's almost like the track's been like this all morning anyway. It looked greasy, it's been kind of quite greasy, but now when you get this slight rain on it,
see it on your screens now.
Exactly, you get that kind of like spitting rain. It's almost like the rain what just gets you really wet, and it's just the one what kind of glazes the track, and it just makes it so difficult for riders, because one corner you can go in all guns blazing and be really hard on the front. The next corner you can just squeeze at the front brake and you can just easily have a moment. So this is really tricky conditions for the riders, so I definitely respect what they're doing out there. Just to keep it up straight is definitely a hard task in itself.
So what do we think we're going to see here then? Do you reckon everyone's going to come in at the same time? There's going to be a bit of staggering? Who's going to be the first person to properly pull that trigger and make it right?
Go, exactly.
And you know, as a leader of this race, if you were leading this race as a former racer yourself, if you're leading this race, do you want to give that up? Do you want to make a tactical stop, or do you want to say, I'm at the front, I want to keep going?
Yeah, exactly. The racing in probably, obviously the racer in some people, if you know if you've got out the gate straight away and you're feeling good, you want to kind of, you've got that flow, you've got the feeling, you're feeling good on the bike. You're probably the racer instinct in you is like, no, I can push for a bit longer, I can create more of a gap. However, in this 12-hour endurance, it's so important. You can probably make them decisions maybe later on, hold your stint on when you're feeling good towards the initial. This is, for me personally, it'd be about getting everybody on the bike and getting track time. It's about saying, come on, right, you go and get your info, you go and get your data, you go and feel the track, you go and feel the bike. And it's about everyone getting kind of more familiarised with the bike, with the tyre temps, with the track temp, and then you can kind of differentiate and determine, listen, you're looking good, you're feeling good, your pace is good, and then you can work out who's going to do the stints from there. But yeah, personally, I'm sure the riders out there and the teams are probably already onto this, but there'll just be a case of wanting to get everybody out on track initially, especially the rain's coming down now. You want to get everyone to get warmed up as such, because these two riders coming back out there.
It's getting busy down in that pit lane. You can see riders from a lot of the teams ready there with their helmets on, so maybe this is going to be happening now as we approach the half-an-hour mark. A lot of moves will be happening.
That Repsol Honda level's looking good, isn't he?
Absolutely, ready. Yes, yeah, he is.
He's looking really, looks pretty young lad that, but looks really ready to kind of get on the bike and get going. And as you can see now, Tom's just said, we wasn't really expecting if they're going to come in staggered, if they're going to come in all at once, but that looks pretty busy to me, if you ask me.
Look pretty busy. Is there someone out here that if it starts raining, and I don't know exactly what tyres they're on, but I'm assuming there must be some that have started on the dry tyre.
Do you make that change?
Exactly. Do you make the changes to wet tyres in this pit stop? Do you make this kind of move? Because it's going to look at this now. They've got to get off at the start of the pit lane there. Oh, and he's actually getting pushed a little bit further, but you've got to come off as per the rules and push it like the 77 is behind.
You've actually got to be fit for this racing as well. It's not a case of getting on and just pressing, pulling the throttle cable and going. It's a case of doing what that gentleman's doing there, the 135. He's getting off your bike and pushing it, and being a small lad myself, I do that quite a lot with my bike, and believe me, it's quite tiring. So
it looks like we might have a couple of different layers of riders here. We've got a whole gaggle of them at the front here, but it also looked there from where they were switching before that we've got some on actually the pit entry. So I think we've got pretty much the whole 49 drivers that will be taking over. You can see
another rider there waving him in.
Out my window here, I can see a pit board being shown. 87 in. That said, let's have a look. Which team is number 87? That is the 10-foot special team, who have just put a pit board over the wall down the start-finish straight, saying it's time to switch, it's time to come in. This is where it's going to be happening then. Someone's just walked past in their waterproofs, past that window as well. We're going to see some great racing unfolding here now, because like we've said, like we've alluded, the first stint is where you make up your places. The first stint is your start line, where you go from the start and how many places you can gain.
It sets the tone, I guess, doesn't it?
Exactly, it does. But then this first switch, if you can do it flawlessly, if you don't need to come in, make repairs, change tyres, all that kind of stuff, if you can come in very quickly, very easily, switch driver, get back out, get back on it, that's going to give you a huge advantage, because there's going to be some teams that are going to come in, have problems with fueling, have problems doing this and that, and they're going to be dropping seconds. And in an endurance race, a few seconds actually does mean quite a lot. And it doesn't, 12 hours is how long we're racing here today, but actually 5 seconds here and there can make a position up, can change a lot as the race goes on. And there we go, we've got another person leaving the pit lane there. And like we've said, if you're wondering why aren't they just driving through the pit lane, well, how come they're pushing it to the front and then getting back on and restarting it? That is what the rules say. You cannot drive your bike in the pit lane, because there's so many people there getting ready to get on the bike. Is actually quite dangerous if you were to be running a bike actually through there. So there we go, we've got the
and that's the 109 of the JP Racing.
There you go.
And it looked like that might be Harry Hinchcliffe. It looked like one of the younger guys on that. Harry's got a great little style there. He looked really comfortable on the bike straight away when he got out. So hopefully Harry, the JP Racing team, will be hoping Harry maybe gets a bit of time in. And just when you were saying about getting out and losing them seconds, is massively important, because like you said, it's not necessarily as well a time, it's also track position. Say if you can get out behind a gaggle of quick riders and and they can pull you along as such. You lose a second or you lose a few seconds in a pace, then you get back out on your own, or then you get back out with a rider maybe you've never battled with, and you two are slowing each other up. It's a lot of this is kind of under track position. If you can kind of follow a quick lad, or especially when the conditions are like this, it's so kind of different riding styles kind of excel in this. So if you can get behind someone who's maybe taking the odd different line and it's pulling up and it's doing well for them, then that's going to be massively important. Unfortunately, we've got the 955 there in the pits, and it looks like he's maybe got a problem with the rear. Unless they're swapping the tyres, but they are putting a new wheel on. It might be something to do with
Is that going to be a wet
chain.
wheel, perhaps? That's Team Daytona. They're making those changes there. So that could be a pretty interesting change. If they are... I can't quite see what they are doing there. I think that's a tyre change by the looks of it. I think it is definitely a tyre change there, which we can see from our roaming cameraman out there in the pit lane. We've got the roaming camera up there now, and he's having a proper good look there. This is, like we've said, precious time that they've got to be making here. They've got to make the time up. Wet change is probably a good shout, in my opinion, because it looks like we're not going to be seeing dry weather again, at least until late into this evening, this afternoon. So the faster you can get wet tyres on, the more time you're going to be gaining in the later stages of this race. Unless, of course, and I think there might be a few teams that have done this, I can't say for certain, you've started on a wetter tyre from the beginning, but that looks to me like those are fresh wet tyres on that bike.
And exactly, he's ready to kind of go now and make up maybe a bit of time of the people on maybe the slicks or the tyres. I'm not too exactly sure on the tyre regs exactly for these classes, but yeah, there is it's definitely going to be an advantage if you're jumping on the wets or the pre-warmed tyres there ready to kind of hit the circuit, especially in the opening laps. You want to make that time up straight away. You can see him there getting a push, and he's just ready to get on the circuit. Oh well, must be like a big
stoppage
one.
going the wrong way as well by the looks of that. He has
he's had a
must
big
have come
one
off there a little bit. I'm trying to work out where exactly on track that is. I think that might be just after the boot onto the final corner, potentially out of the pit. No,
I think it's just after it's on the back straight.
Right,
it's just coming out of Chapman.
It's just out of Ashby, is it there?
Or Ashby, yeah. He's maybe lost the front going in there.
That's where we've seen a lot of drivers taking a very wide, take a very wide line out of there, taking it wide. Maybe he's just gone a bit too wide there and lost it a little bit on the grass, because these are getting to be slick conditions, and as wet as the track's going to become, so is the grass around it, and he's going to be pushing it now.
The front end looks like it's maybe took a bit of only probably like cosmetic damage is maybe the word for that, so hopefully he can maybe get that into the pits.
484. That's the Black Savage Racing team there, 484. So that's pretty interesting there. That might be Josh Crisp, Lara Small, any of them that have come off the bike there for Black Savage Racing, who are in the Moto 4 class, of course. They had a few offs yesterday in practice, actually, which was one to pick up on. Hopefully they're okay today. Hopefully they're all right, and we'll see exactly what's happening as it goes on. It looked like it was a bit of a nasty off, but it looks like they've recovered. They're going to wheel that back to the pit lane, maybe make a switch, and there they are, getting into the pit entrance, as you can see the sign behind them, wheeling it all the way back, and that lovely pink-rimmed bike there can make a lovely change, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to quickly fire out get into the pits, Tom, because I'm going to try and maybe grab a few words of the riders. I've seen a few pit stops happening now, so I'm going to go and brave the weather, get a mic in my hand. I'm going to go and try and maybe get... I've got a coat, so I might wrap up warm. Get me a hot chocolate prepared or a cup of tea for when I get back in. But yeah, I'm going to go and have a few words. So I'll catch you soon, and hopefully with a few riders.
Brilliant. Well, as Brendan leaves the commentary box here, puts his coat on, gets nice and warm, he's going to go and get out to the roaming camera in the pit lane, try and catch a few drivers for a little bit of an interview. We're going to be switching between each other. He's going to take the first in here and have a look around that, then it'll switch back to me perhaps, and we can all get around the pit lane and have a bit of a look about. So out they go now. They're all trying to find each other. Our roaming cameraman is out there somewhere, as is Braden, and you might see him in the bottom right of your camera there, and it's going to be very good to see here. So racing is commencing. We've got, as you can see, the pit lane in front of you here with a lot of changes happening on the front left of the pit lane. You can see there a lot of teams on the floor making changes, and again I think I can see wheels. Yes, a wheel coming off that bike there. This is another wet tyre change. You must think a lot of people are doing this. Now you can see getting ready in the pit lane there is Braden with his cameraman, and let's have a look what Braden has to say and if he can have a chat with anyone down there.
here in the pit lane. As you can see, it's kind of died down a bit. As such, it's not as busy, but I'm going to try and get a few words with the riders. Hey mate, how you doing? Are you prepared to go out now? What bike are you on?
I'm on Team RTB.
Okay.
I'm out next to that.
Have you been out yet today or this morning or anything yet?
I've been out.
And what's the track like out there? Kind of what are you preparing for out there?
I've not been doing rain with that, mate.
Well, a few riders here are hoping kind of stays dry. You can actually see a few repairs over there on the 135. That's what we alluded to before, I think, in the commentary. That made the addy off, but these now are probably putting on the slick tyres. Are you prepared to go out now?
Well, just waiting. My eight's just gone out, so what about 20 minutes I'll be out.
And what team are you riding for today?
Team Miniskirt.
Alright, okay. And what class is that?
It's just the standard stock class, I think.
Alright, okay.
I'm just drafted in for this race, so.
Yeah, I know. Well, we've seen the weather reports. The weather's kind of not meant to be here for another hour or so, but is that going to bother you too much if you get out there?
I've never raced on wet, so it's got to be interesting no matter what happens. So,
is it different in tyres? You put wet tyres on, obviously, when you
well, we got a wet front on at the minute, just because we thought it might rain. While it's still dry, we've got the dry on. But as soon as it starts raining, I think we're going to come in and change the wet.
What would that be like now? Would that be getting kind of chewed up if it's not as wet?
It's not too bad here, to be honest with you. I think some people have been running wets for the full race, even though it's been sort of like on-off dry conditions. But because you're not really pushing it that much.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not anyway. The top teams.
Well, it's 12 hours, so I guess we've got a long way to go. Yeah, exactly. Like the riders just alluded to, then it probably is going to be wet for most of this race, which is it's going to be interesting, but it's going to probably add some more excitement to the racing. You can see the 63 there. It looks like Anderson is actually helping in and making a little change, helping out a fellow team. So in this endurance race as well, that's what you can see a lot of, is other teams helping out other riders when the other riders are having certain problems. So we'll quickly grab a last chat, see what these boys are doing here. We got some tyre warmers and he's just preparing his helmet. And I get a quick word, who are you racing for today? What team is it?
We're the full 180.
Okay, and what class is that? Is that in the street stock or the super?
Street stock we are.
Okay. Have you been out on circuit already yet?
Nah, there's a handlebar on the floor there.
Alright, okay.
He was riding it, snapped off when he was going round.
Alright, he's had a little off, has he had a moment?
He stayed on.
Alright, okay.
So when he come in, we fixed the handlebar and decided to go to wets as well.
Yeah, I was just speaking to another rider now. What do you think with the track conditions? Does wet change much around here, or?
When it's wet, it's slippery. But at the moment, it's so cold, and we're lapping as quick as people on the dryers, so...
It's hard to judge, isn't it, when it's like this?
We don't want to kill the wets either.
Yeah, exactly.
So, a bit sketchy.
Good luck, and I'll catch you soon. So as you can hear then, it's really getting kind of sketchy now, where it's in that fine line between, it's dry, the track's pretty dry, however you're having spots of rain, and that is going to be, maybe the rain doesn't affect the track so much, it's the temperature and not being able to build the temp in the tyres, so that's going to be a bit of a problem. You can see the bike then just trying to get out. We've got riders preparing just to get out. The pit lane's got a bit pretty quiet from here, so I'll maybe throw back up to Tom. He'll give us some more action on track, and I'll maybe see if we can get a few more interviews with a few other riders.
Thank you very much, Braden. Some great insight there from the pit lane, as you always love to see. Now, let me tell you a little bit about timing, because we have had some unfortunate issues. We haven't got it. We want it. You want it at home. We don't have any issues on our end. It's external. We can't get it to you. We'd love to, but unfortunately, it's out of our hands. There's nothing we can do to bring it to you any sooner. We're working on it, and as soon as we can get it to you, we hopefully will. But nevertheless, the racing is still going out on track. As you can see, down the start-finish straight, they're still going. They're still having a great run out there, and my co-commentator Braden is still out there. I don't know if we'll be going back to him again soon. He's still looking for a couple more drivers to have a chat to, so hopefully you can find some good things out there to have a talk about. Now, nonetheless, this is great racing. I've said it at the start, I'll say it again. We've got some great gaggles of riders out there, some great bikes having proper good runs, and I thought around the first stint we might start to see proper gaps appearing, lapped cars starting to come about, but that's not the case. We keep going, and that is a nasty crash there. I can't tell what bike that is, but we've got a lot of the bike hanging off there off the front of it. Hopefully that is something that might be repairable, but that looks like they've had a pretty nasty off. The whole front of that bike there has taking a toll, and unfortunately I think that's where the number is on that bike, so I can't tell you exactly which team that is, but they're pushing it back, they're getting it back to the pit lane, which is just at the top of that hill, which is where he's going to now. You can see there should be a little board behind him pretty soon that says pit entrance, as you get also a nice look at the buggies, the quad bikes that the stewards are racing around on the track today to be able to, it's a big track, so they've got to get around quickly, and there you can see pit entrance behind him. He's following that quad bike into the pit lane, and hopefully that can get repaired and they can get back out, because the beauty of a 12-hour event like this is no matter how long you spend in that pit lane, he's had a stop there. Can he get an extra bit? Has he left the handbrake on? Who knows? Anyway, this is the thing about an endurance race like this. Even if you take half an hour to repair a bike, you've got another 11 and a half to make a difference on the track. So if you can do it, if you can make it work, then that is all the best. And he's handed over to his mate now to run it down. There you can get a number. That's the 718, I believe that says. Let me just have a type in. Let's have a look. So that's OMCC Riffraff Racing. And that should be, I think, either Colin Carey or John Blackman, who was unfortunately had a little off on that bike there, the OMCC Riffraff Racing team. They're in the street stock, they've got the Honda engine in that, and hopefully they can have a little bit of a thing to get back from that. Now, Dean Pike, who's the team leader of that team, in fact, has a nice little funny story for us, because we've also got a team here called Little Chopper Racing, and Dean Pike is the arch enemy of Nigel Bowler from that. Apparently these guys are absolute rivals, they always go hard against each other on the track, they are arch enemies. Hopefully, though, that wasn't Dean that's just come off there, because I think Nigel might be laughing at him a little bit if that is the case. But they're back in the pit lane. Hopefully they'll be able to get back out and running, because the riffraffs, we like to see them on the track, so hopefully they can get it going. But now, look at this on your screen right now. Look at all these bikes. This is, wow, they keep coming through the corner. There's about 11 bikes there, probably more, all next to each other, all going at it. In a 12-hour endurance race, they're actually racing. They're coming together, they're getting slipstreams off one another, and they're trying to make an advantage on each other. Like I said, timings are out of our control. We can't bring it to you, so I'm not exactly sure what these riders even, I keep making a mistake, I'm sorry, what these riders are doing as they come through the boot now onto the final corner and back down the start finish straight into the first corner. Oblivion, it's a great name for a corner, one of my favourites. There's some great names actually all around this circuit. In fact, let me pull up a track map here and I'll talk to you a little bit about some of these corners, because they are absolutely amazing. We've got another stoppage there. It's a blue bike trying to get a number. It's a 6 something, I think, on there. Is it the 63? Let's have a quick look. 43 even, I think. They're looking at that now. 63, 43, one of those? I can't quite tell. I haven't quite got... Let's have a look. They're zooming in. They're zooming in. They're having a look. 43. Right, I think that definitely says 43, which is Cled's Shed Racing. I haven't got any information about them. Another team that haven't filled out the spreadsheet, so nothing I can bring you there. So unfortunately, they haven't done their homework. They haven't got ready over there. We've had apparently a bit of an off. Oh, and he's right across the start-finish straight. He must have come off on that final corner, which probably is going to be becoming a little bit slicker as the race goes on. Those curbs, those big curbs you can see at the side there, they will absorb water. They'll become like ice if they're not careful. If they're taking that wide line with cold tyres as well, they could be having a nice little, well, not a nice little tumble there, a pretty unfortunate little tumble. They're trying to get it going again. I can't get you a number on it because they're facing the wrong way, which is very inconsiderate of them. I'm sure that's not at the front of their forethoughts right now, as he's bending the exhaust by the looks of it and the pedals back in together. And that's 43. He looks like he's got the bike moving again. He's not up to top speed though, so I think there could be a few issues on that bike. He's going to have to pull that probably into the pit lane, you think, to be looked over by the team, try and work out exactly what's gone wrong, whether maybe it's just his throttle's bent, he can't quite get the gear selector to work under his foot there. He does make his way back all the way around the circuit. He comes back into the pit lane, and hopefully he's not coming back into the pit lane yet, he's just going through Ashby, I believe that is at the moment. He's got a few more corners, the pit lane at the end of the back straight as they come up into the boot, as I'm sure you've already seen. And by the looks of it, is that the same rider at the end of the pit lane there that's just had his off, who's keeping going? Green flags are back out there, they're being waved, so they're back up to racing conditions. They're going full whack, and as you can see right there, side by side as they came through your shot there, some great racing. nonetheless. And this is something, I was saying yesterday, we were talking about what do we expect to see from this race, and I was quite sceptical. I sort of said, I think we'll see gaps forming. There'll be people in their own races. They're not going to be, paying attention to what's around them. They're going to be looking at the broader side of things. But look at this right now. Number two bike at the front there, which is ridden by Hudson. The event organizer is even cutting through the pack quite well there. We've got full 180. We've got a lot of teams now going at it, and look at that, into every corner. There's bikes on the inside, there's bikes around the outside. They're all going for it, and that is absolutely wonderful to see. It makes my job a hell of a lot easier, because it means I've actually got something to talk about happening on track as they come through now round Chapman into the final back straight and then up into the boot. These load of bikes here are really having a great run of it here. They've got the 180 there, 180 number on the full 180 bike. It's a great name because the number is in the name of the team, so it's easy for me to remember pretty much. I'm not going to make any mistakes on who they are, but they were the team that we saw in the pit lane a little while ago, right at the start of the race. I think they must have had enough. They must have had a problem. They were doing some major repairs to that bike in the pit lane, but it looks like they are back out on track now. They're ready to go, and they're getting back into it. And I'll stress this again because I can't say it enough. 12-hour racing means that you get stuff like this. Absolutely phenomenal racing across the board. Even if you have an issue, in a sprint race, in a 20-30 lap race, you have an issue, that's it, you're out. You may as well pull up, go and have a cuppa, because you won't be able to get back into that racing time. But we're here until 9:30 tonight, so these guys have got just as much chance of getting back out there, and 20 cars in front of them having the same, I said 100, there's not 100 riders, 49 though, almost. 20 riders in front of them having a similar issue, and they get right back up there again. And look, they are pushing now, the full 180 bike there. They're pushing their way back through, the one with a Pepsi style logo on the side. I'm sure there's a bit of inspiration there from the Pepsi brand, but it does actually say full 180, not Pepsi. They're not sponsored, as far as I'm aware, by Pepsi, but they are pushing their way back through, and that will be one to watch towards the end of the race, because these sort of things are so interesting to look at. If it works, it works. If you have a problem, it's not game over. Obviously, if you have a flawless day, if you don't have any problems, if you don't have any fueling issues, don't have any problems with your rider switches, then you keep going and you have a flawless day. That's so rare, and I don't think we're going to see it today. To be honest, 12 hours is such an awful long time to get these bikes round a track for, and if you struggle, and that's fine, because you can keep going. Now we've got some more riders here going wheel to wheel with one another, properly up the inside, and I don't know, maybe this is a lapping situation, maybe they're kind of getting their way through, because we're seeing a lot of this on the circuit. And as far as I'm aware, it's about a 1 minute lap round this circuit for most of these bikes. So, they're doing their best to get round, they're doing everything they can, and hopefully they can keep going. So we're still working flawlessly to try and get you this timing. We've got our director now heading up to race control. He's absolutely having their ears off, trying to find out exactly where this timing is, because we'd love to tell you what positions we're in right now, but I'm hearing Braden is ready again for a bit more of a chat, so okay, Braden's not quite ready yet. So Braden is in the pit lane though. He's going to be handed back over to him soon enough, but looking back at the track now, we've got some more bikes properly leaning into these corners, making the most of it, doing a lot. They're going every single lap full whack. None of these riders look like they're reserving fuel. None of them look like they're trying to save tyres, because look at that now. That's the 42 or something they're flying through, absolutely going for it. All of these riders want to win this race, and I don't see a reason that all of them couldn't. They're all looking fast. They've all got the performance and the drive that they need to do it. It's just very much, it comes down to reliability. In a 12-hour race, it's all tactical and reliability. The fastest rider is by no means going to be the one that crosses the line in first place. There's so much that can go wrong. There's so much that can happen, and if it goes right, like I said, very rare. If it goes right, then it'll be absolutely brilliant. Now, whilst I still wait for Braden, I think he's somewhere about this drop, and in fact here he is right now. He's ready in the pit lane. We're going to be switching over to him very soon, and hopefully he's ready for us. Braden, how are you doing?
It's getting pretty chilly out here now. The rain is starting to come down. I'm waiting for Tom. He's going to come out as commentary and come and join me down here on pit lane. You can see now as the camera just pans round, it's now starting to get pretty busy now, and this is where the endurance race really does start. This is when the riders start coming in. I've been down here for now 5 minutes. I've seen numerous amounts of bikes coming with problems, and the kind of weird thing about this, like Tom alluded to, you have to kind of wheel the bikes in. if there is a problem, it is kind of mayhem, because you're coming in from bikes everywhere. You don't know if that's kind of your bike or what problem has gone in. There's no communication between the riders as much, so it's really kind of difficult, and especially when it's kind of pretty busy around there. As you can see, the riders are queuing up. It only takes 2, 3, 4 bikes to come in at the same time, and that's when it starts getting a bit crazy. So hopefully, as the race progresses throughout the 12-hour endurance race, we'll see this kind of start to spread around and get a bit more staggered as such. But just looking about, that's the first time I've come to the circuit and kind of come to corners kind of quite close. And wow, I'm just saying about the speed of these guys out here.
Isn't it?
To actually see it kind of in person and not on the screen, wow, it's kind of pretty daunting.
It's absolutely amazing to see. We love to see it. I can't even hear myself speaking. It's very loud out here with these bikes going, but it's great. I mean, I've just come out the commentary box and I've had to put the coat on because it's absolutely freezing out here. These tyres are going to be struggling a little bit, but man, it's great to see them actually on track. Look at these bikes up close. You've got one just got past us there. They're going for it, aren't they?
Well, that's what I've just been saying. I've seen a lot of bikes come in with a bit of damage, but it can get so kind of flustered when your riders are waiting and they don't know what's going on. Obviously, there's no kind of communication. So they come in and they're like, what needs it? It's broke. We'll do what? So it's getting a bit flustered. But this is when the endurance race really does start coming to life now. You see everyone waiting, more anticipation. The racing, look at this, Tom. I mean, we've been going for an hour now, and the racing is just getting more exciting as the day goes on. You've got riders walking about. We'll hopefully try and catch a few riders, but what have I missed in the commentary, Tom? Have I missed much racing?
You've missed not much. It's just been the same thing you're seeing out here. Bikes, I keep calling them cars, I'm sorry. The bikes probably going fully at it. And I was just saying, we were saying yesterday, what do we think we're going to see from this race? What can we expect to unfold? But they're fully going for it. I thought we'd see gaps forming, falling away, not being next to each other, but they're not. We're seeing full racing out here. Everyone's going for it, and I was just saying, I think anyone can still win this race. They're all going for it, aren't they?
Literally exactly the point. I was just saying to a few riders as well, the more difficult, I asked about the weather and what does this change. He said really what it is now, it's not necessarily the rain what's causing the issue, it's not knowing the temps and trying to build the temps, it's more the temperatures. So it's the rain, it can put you in again a false sense of security. You think it's raining, you don't want to build enough temp, or then you don't really think it's bad, you build enough temp and you lose it. So now is the fine line, and I'm sure the next few hours are going to be like this, just continuously trying to find a happy medium on the bike from yourself and everything.
Absolutely, that will be it, and it's going to be very nip and tuck. It's going to be up to the driver, up to the riders, I've done it again, up to the riders to make a difference here, make a decision, make a call from the lads in the pits here. What do we need to do? What can we get? The tyre's cold enough. What can we do? Because actually, it's spitting a little bit. There's a little bit of rain in the air, but it's not lots. I thought there'd be more at this stage in the race. So, it's going to be interesting to see. It's cold, and that's going to be the thing. They can't get the heat into the tyres, but it's not wet. So there's got to be a happy balance there they've got to find.
And the good thing about, our job as well, especially today, Tom, the minute it does start getting a bit wet and drizzly and cold, we can say, well, anyway, we're back in Coventry now, so we can go in a nice warm studio. So unfortunately, the riders have not got that luxury. However, a few riders have got a few little minivans, and there's a cafe here on site, so there's a few opportunities for riders to get a hot drink and a bit of a rest. I'm going to quickly grab a rider anyway. I think I'm supposed to see team behind, but we'll go and see what these guys are saying and how these guys are preparing. So we'll have a little wander over to Fingers. Could I grab a quick word just regarding the racing?
Yeah.
Will you like
breathe in?
Oh yeah, camera ready. What team are you racing for today?
The full 180.
Okay, and then what class is that? Is that the street stock?
It's street stock, yeah.
Have you already been out circuit today?
Yeah, we had a good start, but we had an issue with a handlebar. It snapped. We had a crash late last night, courtesy of the guys out on it right now. We thought we fixed the bike, but the handlebar was still a little bit loose, cracked. We thought we bodged it, didn't work, so we had to come in and replace it. And now we're out there on the wets. We need it to rain a little bit more, to be honest.
So what have you done to replace it? Put a full new handlebar kind of in?
Yeah, we had to slot a new handlebar in. It cost us a bit of time, but hopefully we can go a bit better now.
Your fingers crossed, ready for a bit of rain now?
Yeah, we just got to try and keep it smooth. And if it was rain, because we're on wets, we don't want to be out there for 12 hours on wets, really. But buzzing for this is great fun.
Have you done any of these races before, the Freetech?
Yeah, we've done most of them. We've not finished all that well. We've had some bad luck, but we like to try hard. Yeah. But we're having fun doing it, though, so that's the most.
We're here again, 2021, for a bit of new look.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'll come back to you, see you on the podium maybe later on. And there we have it, the full 180 team. And I spoke to a few of the riders before. They were saying they had a problem last night in practice. They dropped the bike a bit. They had a handlebar problem. Thought overnight, let's just bodge it up. Let's try to get a quick fix. Unfortunately, that quick fix has alluded to kind of not ruining their race, but not getting off to the great start. They've had to now come in and put a new one in. So,
well, whilst you were out here a minute ago, I was looking at the full 180 bike on track, and I was saying it was the one that we saw at the start within the first few minutes, back in the pit lane, having its fixes made to it. But they were absolutely flying out there. They were making up positions. They were, you know, passing the bikes that they needed to be passing. They were making it up time. So I think this is actually coming as fast as now. It's the Pepsi style bike. They've got a weird Pepsi logo on there.
Good, I like it.
Yeah. I'm not sure if there's a sponsorship there. I'm not going to dwell on it too much. But you know, they are looking good. And this is what I was saying. With a 12-hour endurance race, even if you fall at the first hurdle, you've got a lot more time to bring back, and you can do that.
And exactly, and he was just saying then he almost had his fingers crossed for the wet weather. So he might have been a wet weather specialist. He might have been a rider who is hoping maybe the clouds do come over, cause a bit of a scene on track, and that is really going to separate again. I don't like to call it this, but that separates the boys and the men to an extent, I guess, and the girls. There's a few girls out on circuit doing a mega job, but that is when really kind of the feeling of the bike, of the brakes, of the tyres really does come in, and you've got to maybe build confidence in a way. I guess that's all it's really about, is confidence and feel.
Absolutely it is. It's just confidence, and like you said, he said there, they're on the wet tyres, but they need it to rain more.
Yeah.
I think everyone was predicting a lot more rain than we're getting here. It feels as if
It kind of came and then went.
Yeah, it's perfectly kind of going round the circuit. We aren't getting it as much as we thought we were going to. So the teams that have made the call to switch the wet tyres, and we saw a few of them probably out there thinking, was that the right call now? Have we made the right strategic decision? And like we were saying in the commentary box before, strategy, tactics, this is what this race is going to come down to. This Stats is going to win this race. He makes the right calls.
Exactly. Well, it's getting pretty busy down here now. I think we might be getting in the way of a few changes. So the rain's coming down, so it's alluded at a perfect time. We'll probably get back in the commentary box now, get nice and warm, watch a bit more action, and maybe come back down into the grid in a few more hours, because we've got all day, I guess. So yeah, we'll see you guys back on stream in the commentary box. Go back as well, Leslie.
And we're back in the commentary box. Nice and warm in here, isn't it? Whoa.
Feels boiling.
Well, I need to have a drink because my throat's going there. I'm having to shout over all the bikes out there. It's absolutely freezing. He's still got his coat on. He's only just run back in, but we are back now, and good news, we've got some timings,
Yes.
which we can bring you, and I can tell you the leader of this race right now
What we should have done is maybe estimated ourselves beforehand. We should have guessed. we should have said, right, who do you reckon was leading now?
Bids in. It is the number 2 bike, though, that I have mentioned is going at a whack around there. They've made some great passes already, and that is the bike of, and there it is on screen now, that is the bike of our group organiser, Hudson Kenner, and that is the RST bike. I'm not sure if that's him on the bike right now. I can have a quick look at his helmet colour, and I can tell you if that's the right one. Is that white, red and yellow, would you call that? I think you would, wouldn't you? So that is potentially Hudson, and here he comes now. He's coming past the number 2. He's absolutely flying. How far ahead is he of the bike behind him? Do you have any information? I think he's almost a lap ahead of him already.
Yeah, he's got a pretty big enough gap, and obviously we all know Hudson's previous experience, so he's filled with the experience, Hudson, but it's also a case of it's a case of just maybe him knowing the kind of that is, in these conditions you have got to have the experience and the confidence.
You do, absolutely.
Of pressing certain situations, pressing different corners, and really carrying that speed in. And I think that's what's happening there in Hudson's case. He's just probably got a bit more experience, and now we've got the Repsol Honda levers, and he was going really good before. I think that was Harry. I can't remember what bike exactly that was.
Is that the 43 that had an issue before?
Yeah,
I'm trying to have a look at the number. I can't quite catch it, but there he is again. The number 2. He's flying around. This is our race leader by over a lap. He's absolutely cruising out there, but by no means. You might hear, he's a lap ahead. That's it. He's going to run away with this. But
I made a big call before. What did I say? The guys who will be leading won't win it. So.
No, absolutely. And I'm not sure. Have we got any pit stop information about them? Is there a reason they're a lap ahead because they haven't even come into the pits yet? It could be the case.
True, that could be the case.
The people behind them are a lap down, so it might be that they've had a really good pit stop. I think they must have had a pit stop by now, because we did say half an hour was the limit, and we're an hour into this now, so we're coming up on the second stint actually now. So perhaps that is the case. Maybe this is still going really well for them. Maybe they've had 2 flawless pit stops. And I mentioned, actually, I said this before, it's very rare that we're going to see a team having an absolutely flawless run.
Exactly.
Great pit stops, and there you go, another issue there for another bike. I can't see quite a number on that, but this is how it's going. If you have a flawless run, great pit stops, great fueling, great rider switches, then you're going to be fine. And there he goes again, the number 2. He's with a gaggle of other riders there.
I think now it's getting to the point, Tom, where the rain is just having that slight effect now. Initially it was the kind of rain, it scares you on your visor. You see it and you think, when really the track is still dry. However, now I think it's kind of coming quite prominent that the rain is having quite some effect, and that's what's going back on the 53, and the 53 is the bike hospital team, and they're kind of going really well. I think they're in the top 10. So that kind of just shows you again the pace Hudson is carrying on that number 2 bike.
Absolutely, it is. And we've got, I think, the 88 there.
Another handlebar problem.
That's a handlebar completely falling off on that bike. He's not going anywhere soon. But we were just talking to the full 180 team, and they've had a similar issue. And that is not a race ender. It's not a race ender. You can put a new handlebar on these bikes and make a replacement. It's a lengthy fix, as they just said to us, but, and I'll stress it again, in a 12-hour race,
we've got 11 hours left.
Exactly. You can fall at the first hurdle all you like, but you can keep it going. And this man here on the number 2 bike for Team RST have not had an issue yet.
This is the experience of just kind of keeping it up straight as well. I'm sure he's going far from his potential ability. Do you understand? So I'm sure he's kind of just reeling it in and just making sure he keeps it up straight. He makes the passes clean. It's track knowledge again, probably for other riders in his team. It's to relay the data and info back to the team riders and say, listen, this is what it's like. For example, Christmas, take the outside. It's really wet, or in Ashby, you got to roll in a lot more speed there. So he can probably go and get the data and the info for his team, which is the team RST. I also seen, I think it was Towers in that team. They said there was a guy with a levers that walked past me before with Towers on the back.
Right.
So he looks like he was kind of preparing to maybe get back out on the circuit soon.
That could well be Johnny Towers. He's listed as rider number 1. I'm not sure if he started the race or not, but he's got a blue, white and red helmet.
Yeah,
he's actually the founder of RST.
Okay.
And which, I thought would have been Hudson, but according to my document in front of me, it was Johnny Towers that founded RST. And he goes by the nickname Sweet Johnny.
And RST is kind of a big leather company. So Johnny's looking. I don't know if you've seen Johnny out on track yet today, but he was definitely looking up for it. And I'm sure if he can just get on a bike and do a kind of consistent flawless job.
What's we seeing here in the pit lane?
RST will be looking strong.
Trying to find out who these guys are. It's the 484 bike. I'll have a look at who is piloting that. It's Black Savage Racing again there, who we have seen them have a couple of issues, or haven't we, at Black Savage Racing? It looks like they've struggled to get it going as they've got into the pit lane there. They're pushing it down. As per the rules state, they aren't riding it down.
Oh, we've got a flawless there, literally coming into the camera shot.
I'm trying to see who that is. He's straight back up.
It's the All Black, which is very good sign.
He's not letting him get that down, and he's got RST on his overalls. Like you say, they do make overalls. So I don't know if he's part of RST. That's definitely not the RST bike. It's a 76, I think that says.
I think he lost that kind of going in. Yes. And again, Tom, this is just the weather. It really is. There's yellow flags everywhere now, kind of on circuit, where I think this is just the weather coming down. And
so this is the 76 bike of the JNPR race. I've got the information of the team leader. It's the only one I've got here. That could be Jake Poole, who is the team leader. I'm sure part of the JNP of the team name, who actually, interesting, started in karting.
Oh wow! So he'll probably have a bit of experience
karting
of this track.
Classes, but Discover Motorcycles and racing Thundersport. But now he keeps going. We've got our live pit lane cam now, having a look in the pit lane. This is the 213 bike he's having a look at, which is the bike of BJ Racing. So it looks like they're making some changes. Those are like wheels coming off by the looks of it, which means potentially that's a switch onto wet tyres, which could be a very substantial switch. We've already spoken to a few riders who made that call on the first stop.
Well, if you ask me, that is kind of exactly, and I think that's kind of this team now. We've probably got it just in that sweet spot. They didn't panic when they seen them first few spots of rain. They kind of stayed consistent and stayed relaxed. And I think now, once you kind of see the few tip-offs, you see a few other riders making the mistakes. You see a lot of rain lights on. You see a lot of the spots of rain on the visor. I think this is now the time you say, right, we now need to make kind of time for the wets.
And if I have a quick look at the window on our commentary box, I can see drops of rain are starting to appear on it. So maybe the right call is on second stint stop, which is what we're expecting now. Most of the team, or all of the teams, will have to do it around this point. Wet tyres, as you can see, happening right in front of you, coming out the tyre warmers. This is probably the better time to switch, but it's so up in the air. It's so hard to call, because this morning we thought that rain would be here straight away.
Exactly.
But we're an hour and a bit into this race now, and we're only just starting to see proper splotches of rain come down. And you spoke to was it Full 180 in the pit lane, and they were telling you that they think they've made the call too early to switch the wets. They need a bit more rain to probably get some more traction in those tyres, and hopefully we do see that soon. So we're in the pit lane at the moment. Let's come back here to us perhaps, and we can have a quick chat about live timing. So here we are. Live timing is hopefully coming to you on your screens in a graphic pretty soon.
We've got it up in
We've got it down here on a screen for ourselves. So you can also find it online for viewers with a track map, so you can actually know about what's happening out on the circuit. If you go over to Alpha Timing, is it alphatimings.co.uk?
Yes, Alpha Timing.
You can find it under the 24-hour of, what was it, the 24 hours?
It was the Wilton Mill Corporate.
Okay, Wilton Mill Corporate. It's not? 24, I'm getting fed the information in my ear. The 24-hour kart series holds the information for the Whilton 12-hour. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? But this is that's where you can find it if you want to know who's leading this race, who's doing what. We've got it up on our laptop down here, the same website you'll be looking at home, so you'll be getting the exact same information. We are here in the commentary box,
shot of the
and you can see a bit of rain actually falling on the lens there. It's a lovely shot.
The Christmas corner, we've had another off.
There is one off at the Christmas corner. That looks like it could be the same bike that we saw go off before. It's a completely black bike, which does look familiar to that. But look at this GoPro right in front of us right now. Bottom left of your screen, if I'm not mistaken, that's a raindrop, isn't it?
Well, exactly. And this is where now, and this is what brings the kind of the rumble strips and the apexes into question, because the minute they start having a bit of, we've got another
31.
one in the RST 11s, but it's the 31.
Let's have a look who is on the 31. That's Team Alpha Project in the Moto 4 class there, that have had a bit of an off there, quite unfortunately. I'm trying to have a look at helmet colour to perhaps work out who that might be.
And again, I think I've just suspected some handlebar damage on that bike again, so it's quite prone today. The minute you drop the bike, it just seems maybe it digs into the grass, or it's very easily to do on a motorcycle, but the minute you drop the front, them bars can, if they're protruding, they can just easily snap or damage. So that's going to be another.
It's pretty tough. It's a nice looking bike though.
Yeah,
it's a lovely bike actually. I very much like the look at that. And actually now on the pit start finish straight, so probably the longest way I could have mentioned that, the main straight, we've got someone wheeling the wrong way down the pit lane, but also now a red and yellow flag once again. We saw that when we had a little bit of rain earlier, and I think it could be a similar thing, or that bike that's been wheeled back may have lost a bit of oil. It's one or the other, but we've got, there you go, you can see it on your screens now, the red, yellow and red, yellow flag, which specifically means it's a slippery surface, so that's one to keep a lookout for. I'm trying to see if I've got an actual bit of writing about specifically what that is, but that is what we're currently looking at. I don't know if we've got someone down. We have got someone down. That's the 73, I believe. Let's have a quick look.
And that's at turn 1, and it's well, I think it's just before actually, last corner maybe, that is coming out of the pit bend. But with this circuit Wilton Mill, with a turn 1, it's a fast left-hander.
Team Hawk, I believe that is. Team Hawk.
Which is the Oblivion.
There. Oh, and another one's gone down in the same spot. Oh. This could be a thing now. Maybe the people running the dry tyres still are losing it there. That's the 87. So we've lost Team Hawk, and we've also lost 10-foot special there. So we've got a couple of people now losing it into what I believe is that turn 1 we're seeing that come down in. So there's 2 of them there, completely unrelated accidents, but they've come down together at the same point, I think.
The second one we just seen who came down was the 87, what you said, the 10-foot special. But also, I don't know if you remember, a few minutes ago, we actually seen the, because there's only 2 entries in the 50cc class.
Yes.
We've seen the 76 of the JP racing bike, their bike went down. So, look, exactly, 5 minutes ago, J&P probably would have thought, wow, this is probably in our class, it's done. Well, yes. Look, 5 minutes later, your competitor just goes and does exactly the same. So this is just all part of endurance racing, and I think we're now seeing kind of the manic stuff, the pit stops, the strategies, as you can see there, going into the bend at the final corner, we've got people running over the grass. So a lot of bikes are going off, and I think you hit the nail on the head there where you just said, Tom, it's probably the people on the dry tyres, the people who have stayed out. It's now getting to the point where, listen, touch them brakes and you're going to be losing.
I'm looking out my window right now and I can see 1, 2, 3, 4 riders pushing their bikes along the grass. So there's a lot of people here that obviously do not have faith in their bike to get the traction route to even get to the pit lane. Look, another one there.
They're appearing out of nowhere.
They're coming all over the shop. People are losing it. These track conditions have changed. This is a wet track now, pretty much, I would say, and that's the full 180 bike that's being pushed. We've had a couple of chats to them today, and it looks like they've come off again. Is that another issue about to the handlebars? I'm not sure. They weren't too confident in the pit lane before.
33 as well.
There's been a few bikes that have had a couple of issues here today. Full 180 according to our timing screens, currently in 26th place, and that is a good. They were right down at the bottom, I believe, from the start.
It's nice to see the 135. When I went into the pit lane, they were struggling with a few problems, so it's good to see them back out. Looks like they may be coming back into the pit stop with a problem. There's the full 180.
There's the full 180. That's the one we're talking about. One of my favourite teams, I think, because the number is in the name, so it's easy for me to remember.
It's easier for us.
But we were speaking to them in the pit lane, and they had that obviously horrible issue with the handlebar after a crash last night.
The rider was seeming so happy, was seeming so pumped.
Absolutely. Well, because to be fair to them, they were right at the bottom. After the first couple of laps, they were in the pit lane for an extended amount of time. They've pulled it back, by the looks of it, to about 26th, or they had done before they've had that unfortunate off there. He's just getting back to the pit lane now. If I look out the window, I can see him just getting to the entrance to the pit lane. There will be some broken hearts there, absolutely, for sure.
And for people who just
look at those slick tyres on that bike. They've got to come off. They will do nothing for the riders on this circuit. 97 people flying off everywhere here, and I'm looking out the window and I can see the rain coming down. This is a changing circuit now, and I think we can classify this as a wet race at this point. This is a very damp circuit, and I think slick tyres are not going to give you much grip out there at all.
No, definitely not. And this is going to get really kind of, and this is where, for the sakes of staying out a few times, this is where you can, I know it's a long race, but you can kind of ruin your race now a bit. A few little mistakes and a bit of eagerness to stay out and not pit, or whatever decision's being made. This is where just a few little mistakes now, especially causing damage to a bike, that's where it's almost like. And when you've got the likes of your Team RSTs, your TF motorcycle racing teams, your Garside Motorsport, they're up into 5th position now. When you've got people who have been quite kind of consistent like that, you can't afford to make no mistakes.
You do sort of feel like the whole pace of the field has slowed down a little bit. No one is pushing as hard because they're seeing left, right, and everywhere a rider pushing their bike, someone walking along the track with their bike, because this is a tough condition. You feel like everyone's lifted off the throttle just a little bit, just so that they don't end up in a similar position. And maybe this is what we'll see now as this transition starts, because they need to relearn this track now.
Exactly, it's a different track.
A wet track is completely different to what you'd be doing and what they've already been doing on the dry track. Different line, you've got to brake earlier into corners, you've got to go deeper into them to take a better line through them. So this is going to be a learning experience now. Everyone out there pretty much is redoing practice now. They're redoing qualifying. They're relearning everything they've already got because they don't know how this track drives in the wet, and that's going to keep going because the more the rain comes, the wetter the track gets, the harder it is to drive it.
Exactly, and they've been putting rubber down, and we can imagine how rubbery this circuit is with the karting racing, and it's forever being used.
97 running across the pit lane here the wrong way. It's a bit dodgy to come across that way, but he's come back into the pit lane from the pit entry. I don't know if that's allowed. I'm not sure if there'll be handed out penalties for things like that.
Turn a blind eye to it early on. But as you alluded to as well, like the actual the state of the track, it's for confidence as well. See if you're feeling good, you're getting into your flow, you're getting into a good rhythm, and you make that one little mistake, it can just, I know these are all experienced and probably fast riders, but it can really, it can hamper your confidence and your kind of progression throughout the race there, and all it can take is just a little mistake, and then you get back on the bike in half an hour's time, and you're a bit more tentative round the corners as such. So we're seeing now a bike fitting tyres. That's the 35 of Piston Broke. We mentioned them as one of the names of the race at the start, as another bike is off there. The marshals come over, maybe you kind of get that started now. This is going to be, we're seeing this so often now, people going off. We've got another one at Christmas Corner I can see out the window as well. Yellow flags are being waved all over the shop. So this is going to be what we expect to see from this race. It's very slippery out there. Another one there, that's the 2555 I think there, I'm not quite sure, the 455. Either way, they're not in my book, so let me have a look at my better details over here, see if I can get you a name on that bike. I haven't got a 455, I've got a 2555. I haven't got a 2555, so I don't know who they are. You can see out on circuit as well, a few riders with the yellow high vis, and if I'm correct in saying this, the yellow high vis, it specifically identified a rider who is a novice or new to the championship.
Yes.
So you see a few riders with the yellow high vis, and they're novices, but in their own right, they're no way kind of a marker to get out the way as such. They're definitely in their own race, and they're racing for kind of every position. And there's actually a novice out on the circuit who looks like he's going very well, and actually maybe making his way past a few of the non-novice riders. So we've got the 56 in the pit lane now. This is a lot of bikes in there making changes, making adjustments to how they're running here, because it's proving to be tricky out there, and I don't know how many bikes are currently in the pit lane. I've not got that statistic for you, but it must be a fair amount, because look at that. Changes being made, new tyres being put on, and this is going to be tricky conditions now for all of them. Well, look at this. This is all part of an endurance race.
Look how muddy this guy is. He's been in the grass, surely. He's covered in mud.
But yeah, you don't even have to make the change in the pit lane. You go back to the awning, you put your feet up, you put the kettle on, because you know you've got another 10 hours left. So.
Stop for lunch in a minute,
yeah, exactly. You can make a bit of you can have a full repair, which is good. That Suzuki looks really good.
2 shots there, 2 bikes stopped. This is... it's happening all over the shop. I can't catch up enough. There's bikes off everywhere. I'm struggling to get a good view on all the ones that are currently happening. If you've currently joined us and you're thinking, what is going on? What is this mess of a race? Yeah, this is the 12 hours of Whilton Mill, the Freetech Endurance Championship. This is the longest round I believe we've done so far. This is 12 hours of racing. So, we're going to be going off and on all over the shop. And this is us. Hello, welcome to the studio cam. So yeah, we're here at the Freetech Endurance, as you can see written behind us. My name is Tom, this is Braden.
Nice to be with you guys. Yeah, it's I think we're starting to get into the endurance race, aren't we now? It started off initially, it was a bit of a sprint race. We was amazed by how kind of close the bikes were initially off the get-go. They were still goggles together, as we've been calling it, and battling, but even now it's just real. This is a real 12-hour endurance race. This is people coming back and this is making definitely some exciting viewing for you guys who are watching on the stream at home, I'm sure. And the good thing about this, I'm looking outside, we have 11 hours left, 10.5 hours left.
Oh, perfect. We've got ages there, so don't go anywhere. Don't worry. If you want
to go anywhere,
you've got plenty of time to go off to work or whatever and come back. And we'll still be here. We'll still be doing it, but don't. Stick around. You've got a Saturday. What else have you got to do better than watching? Oh, that's the one. Look, all the grass on the handlebar. That's going to be an absolute nightmare.
And these handlebars are becoming definitely problems for every bike.
It's completely bent. He's going to have to really whack that back into place. I'll tell you what, something else that the rain brings in, which we haven't mentioned yet, when that grass and that mud gets wet, if you take your bike off sideways into that, they're going to pick up cakes of mud, cakes of grass, which is going to have to take back to the bits to get properly washed off, because you can't keep going like that. It will, muck up all the chains and the wheels and everything, and it will really hurt the bike's performance. So
exactly.
I can't see the side of that bike. I'm not sure what it looks like. If I'd asked nicely, I'm sure he wouldn't mind just turning it around to the camera, but that's probably least of his worries right now.
156, it looks like it maybe needs Marshall help so he can get that
look at that bent. You can see how bent that handlebar is. The thing coming down is meant to be straight, and he looks like he's even just walking away from it. He's saying, no, that's it, I'm walking home. What's he doing? Pick your bike up, mate. Come on, it's a 12-hour endurance, Rev. Has he not been listening to us? Come on, mate. It's not game over just yet. He's got his waterproofs on as well. He's not having a great time by the looks of it, is he? He's got his waterproof jacket on. He's gone to the marshal to say, mate, can you show me this blooming handlebar? It's completely bent. And he said, no, mate, sorry about that. I can't help you. I'm a marshal. I have to be impartial. An impartial marshal. Anyway, we're back to the racing. He's going to be wandering around the circuit for the next half hour by the looks of it, because it's a long walk back to the pit lane from there. But we've got bikes on circuit. You can still see him there as the shot goes past him. His bike left in the middle of the track with no one with it. It's a bizarre thing to see.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we've seen a lot of the last few minutes, we've seen a lot of bikes on the infield, and as you just touched on the grass as well, what's important about that, you touch on it kind of collecting the dirt and the grass and the mud. But what it is as well, you make a little mistake where you don't necessarily drop the bike, but you have to go onto the grass to take avoiding action.
Yes.
Then that's like black ice then, and any movement of the bike, the tyre, anything, you'll drop it instantly. So again, on these bikes in this circuit, and initially at the start of the race, you couldn't make a mistake. No, now you cannot make a mistake. You make a mistake, and it is, I hate to say it, but now I know we're still so kind of early on the race, but these mistakes start having a hampering effect down the line now. This is where you're doing handlebar, you waste half an hour or 20 minutes doing this, you feel like the race is done, and before you know it, your teams like your RSTs, your Garside, shout out to them again, they kind of get away. They're in third position now, the Garside Motorsport, 51.
This in the pit lane here, you can see shouting, someone there getting very angry because the bike's gone and he's not put something on it. By the looks of it, he's got something else to put on. He's got, what is that? He's not tightened the wheel enough, I think, by the looks of that. That looks like a bit of a wheel nut there, so he can retighten that wheel up, shouting down the pit lane, come back, it's not good to go. Because the last thing you want is to have a wheel badly fitted going out on the track and coming off, because that could be a very nasty accident. So he's just making sure that, and in fact it's not the wheel he's looking at, is that
the sprocket, or is he changing the gear? Maybe they're changing the gearing of the bike. You see maybe his
wife and kid,
his family watching,
having a look on.
But again, like I said before as well, Tom, it's not, this is a team effort, but you've got your rider out on circuit. But when your rider's out on circuit, the rider isn't the only one who's busy. Then the 4 riders who are waiting in pit lane, they've got a job themselves. They've got to make a strategic plan. They've got to be prepared to make the mechanical changes.
Well, this is the other thing you've got to think about, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure probably most of these drivers out on the track will have no communication with their team in the pit lane apart from pit boards. We've seen a few pit boards around being shown, and he's got going now. Apparently that bloke that's gone down is he's got it going. If we can see him on the camera, I'm not sure where he's gone. I think he's just run out of shot, but he's
fast,
coming back round to the pit lane.
His son is giving his son a little fist bump there. Yeah, he's ready to go.
Good luck.
Pack of hula hoops, and he's sending his dad on his way.
Oh, I'd love a pack of hula hoops right now. If anyone's listening, bring some snacks down to the commentary box, because I am starving. If we go in the pit lane, it's coming across very well. We've got the people going. What is happening then right now? We've got to assume there's no more slick tyres out there, right? Because
I hope to think not.
We saw a lot of people going off. It looks like they're back on track, sticking to the ground now a little bit more. You might be looking in this pit lane camera thinking, it doesn't even look like it's raining. I can't even see any rain on the camera. You've got actually, top left of that camera, there you go, there's a little raindrop. And it's not crazy heavy. There is room to be heavier. It can get worse, this rain. Let's just specify that. But it's definitely wet enough to be putting a nice sheet of water on the track.
A glass of black ice. So it's getting it's not definitely wet enough, but like you said before, the forecast is going to show, it's going to become wet and windy. But just quickly, as I interrupted you there, the TF, that's a 636 of the TF motorcycle racing. They were actually up in like third position when I last looked.
Stop, have they?
And they've now just done that stop, had a bit of a problem with that rear tyre or the gear, the ratio, whatever it was. They've now dropped to 6th. I mean, that's not the end of the world. When you can make a little mistake in pit lane like that and you can drop to 6th, that shows the kind of hard work and the pushing you did from the start has had a kind of good effect. So hopefully they can keep it upright, and they'll be definitely looking into contention for an overall win here.
So yes, as we approach the 11 o'clock hour in this race, we're almost an hour and a half into it. In fact, more than that? No, it is an hour and a half up to 11 o'clock. We started at 9:30. I'm already disorientated. It's been but we can give you a quick rundown of what's happening. It is still Team RST, that number 2 bike, who is leading this race by less than a lap now. They were previously a lap ahead of second place, which is now Fianna Engineering, but they've caught up. They're on the same lap now. They're all on lap 74.
And two's actually coming into the pits
a 13-second gap, and there it is. Our race leader actually stopping. So this could be their third stint stop now as we come to the hour and a half mark. It's half an hour stints. We've said it already. And
he's looking for his rider, but he can't find his rider.
Wait a minute. Where's my team gone? Where is everybody?
Is this my opportunity to go and get my levers on the car?
Run. But this is our race leader now coming in for their stop. And as I said, Fianna Engineering was on the same lap as this team was, I don't know if they've come in. So this could be a change in lead here now. If they come across the line, if they take this lead, I'm not quite sure. They haven't come across it yet by the looks of it. I'm not entirely sure whereabouts they are on
Johnny
the circuit.
Towers preparing to get on.
It could well be. He's pushing it all the way to the line, so they're not making any changes to this bike. He's saying, hang on mate, you going out again?
So is Hudson going out again? Also he is.
How bizarre. His teammate doesn't even look like he knows quite what's happened there.
I mean, Johnny's ready to go there. Gloves, boot, he's all up. He's having a laugh now. But
was there anything done to that bike? Or was he just taking a huge deficit in time?
Comes in. Does Hudson then come in and say, listen, I'll do the next stint. I'm having a good feeling. And
bizarre strategy choice there, because they were on the same lap as second place. They just dropped a lot of time having to run through the pit lane like that. From what our time screen is currently saying, they're still leading the race, so I'm not entirely sure what's happened there. They're on the same lap as Fianna Racing still as they come across. Maybe just want to do another stint, but
I'm curious to say there might be a rule to determine you have to pit. Do you understand?
I think there definitely is every half an hour, that's very interesting. Braden, do you want to give us a quick rundown of exactly what's happening out on track from what we've got on our screens right now?
Yeah, so we've got, we're following the number 2 right there. He's making a move on the 155, and again, it's number 2. He's just going to be making his way through kind of lap traffic as such. As we said, he's making his way. But yeah, it's number 2's leading, and that's the Team RST. And then quickly going down from there in the overall category, it's the Fianna Engineering is 22. The 51 of the Garside Motorsport, they've made some great progression early on. They were looking good on the bike, and you've got the 122 of the Team Metclan and the 53 of the Bike Hospital. That's your top 5 overall. And then you have the likes of the 636 TF Motorcycles Racing, they're in 6th position. The Frank Snaps, they've made some good progression there on the 80 bike in 9th position. And I think it was you who mentioned before the Little Chopper Racing, Tom.
Yes.
I think you had an eye on them. They're in a 140 bike, and they've made up a position, and they're now in 12th position. So there's not been massively, from the qualifying times here, we have arrows indicating how many positions they've gained or lost. I mean, let me take you down to the people who have maybe lost a few positions, and that is the 180 of the full 180 racing.
They've really dropped, haven't they?
We have had a chat with them in the pit, so we do kind of know what went wrong with them, but I'm sure they'll be able to.
Well, we saw that first issue. They recovered to about 26th.
Yeah,
I think
I'm sure
it was.
they'll be recovering.
But they've dropped again because we saw them pushing the bike back in. I don't know if that's because they were on slicks in the wet conditions, or I don't know. It was a weird thing. We saw them running back down. Hopefully, it's not an issue. I'm trying to spot them out on track again now, but I'm not.
How do you reckon the guys at the students at the Myerscough College are feeling now? I think it was the Garside Motorsport, wasn't it?
It's up into 3rd place, and we can see here actually handlebars training is I think what we're seeing there by 44. I don't know if that's the team number or just what he's got written on his overalls. Let's have a quick look. If we've got a 44, I've not got one on my list, so I'm going to have a quick check in the book, see if there's something around here with a 44.
145.
No, it's the 145. Okay, that sounds a bit better. I've not got them on my list. Maybe I have. It's Team Skid Marks, another one we shouted out at the start. They're going for it, and that is Searle, I believe, who is Mitch Searle, who's straightening out the handlebars there. He's going for his run. Only 18 years old, this guy. He's one of our youngest riders we've got here today by the way. So he's getting back out there, and that's an interesting way to pick up the bike a little bit there. He's leaning into it, pulling it up.
I mean, Tom, I think turn one, Christmas corner you said at the start of the programme, but I really think turn 1, turn 2 now is becoming quite the issue, isn't it?
Tricky, it definitely has. And I think a lot of the issue is that you can see on your screens right now, this is turn 1. Look how much curb is on the outside of that.
Yeah,
when a curb gets wet, we know it becomes ice. It becomes so tricky to keep your bike straight on the on the wet curbs. And but we've seen a few people come into that, take it a bit wide, and just have the bike slide out from underneath them.
Yeah, and turn 1 it is kind of, you've got the crook and then you have the fine lady. That's what the corner's. That's what the corner is called, and that kind of gives you a straight all the way up to the Christmas corner. But once you've got them corners where you are kind of already banked in and the bike is at an angle, that is in these conditions, they're the kind of worst corners, because the minute you implement, even if it's a bit of brake or a bit of throttle, the slightest of touches, you can just really squirt the bike up. So when you've got the bike banked and you are introducing the throttle, that's when kind of things can kind of easily go wrong. And I think that's just what we're seeing a lot of it now. It's just down to the weather, getting the bike at an angle and just maybe being a bit too aggressive with a throttle or brake. So
absolutely. Well, I'm hoping the marshals have done their stretching and got their arm muscles going, because there's been a lot of yellow flags out there at the moment. We're seeing them quite regularly being waved. And it's good to see the marshals actually still getting into it. Sometimes you see a marshal who's with a lot of yellow flags, just decides he kind of wants to slowly swing it, not put much effort into it. But from the first marshal post here we can see in front of us, he's just had a yellow flag and he was still going for it. He's still waving flags like it's the checkered flag, like he's very triumphantly at the end of the race, but it's not quite there yet. We've got another 10 hours or so, I believe, to go. Can you give me a quick, you can see the clock round there, can't you, Braden? How long we got left?
The clock, let me just have a quick little look.
It's just out of view from our commentary box. He has to stretch his neck right round the window to have a proper look. Oh, there we go. Wow. They've put it on the camera for us. Great. We've just been stretching our necks, and there it is. 10 and a half hours left.
I've never said that in a race where we've kind of got into a race and I'm like, that is 10 hours left now. But
so the checkered flag is far from being waved, as I'm sure a lot of you will be probably aware. This is our number 2 then. Still, from what I believe, is our race leader. I'm not sure exactly where the number 22 of Fianna Engineering is, but they were the ones that were following them up. They were the ones that were chasing them down for the lead. I don't know if we've got any fresh timings on that. In fact, have our timings updated in a while? I'm not sure.
I'll give it a little refresh.
Do a little refresh on that to see what we can get.
To the 958 as well of the Team Fire Spade. They look like they're making a good amount of progression.
If we can get some updates on the times there to see exactly what is happening. It was Fianna Engineering who were chasing them down. They were about 13 seconds behind before that pit stop, but I'm not entirely sure we've had an update on that. Here we go, we're loading, and Fianna Racing are now they're over a minute behind now. They're still on the same lap. They're on the 86th lap. In fact, Fianna Engineering is just crossing them to get onto the 86th lap as we speak. So Team RST haven't quite lapped them, but they are a lap ahead. So a minute or so now is the difference between Fianna Engineering and RST. Maybe this is the tactical decision RST made. Not making a change of the pit lane, just walking straight through. Fianna might have come through and put fuel in. They've made changes, so we still could see a lot of stuff up in the air here. A lot of stuff could be changing.
It's the full 180 again.
Is that the full 180 again? Oh, I feel like we've jinxed them. We've talked about them a lot. We've got a lot of faith in them.
The handlebar.
Is it the handlebar again? Oh, that's an old bike, isn't it? What's that? That's a nice little one. That's the number. It's the number 80. Let's have a quick look if I can get some information. That's the Frank Snap, I believe.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Franks, they're doing well. They're in 9th position overall.
They're in 9th position and they're pulling down. Wow, that's a nightmare for 180.
And that was actually the rider I last spoke to in the blue overalls.
Third time they're pushing this bike back to the pit lane. That is absolutely
it's just not the start they wanted,
stuff. That's not what they want. And they've got a friend pushing alongside them. I'm not quite sure who that is, but these guys they're pushing the bikes back. They've had an absolute nightmare of the race, but they are optimistic. We were talking to the pit lane after the first stop, so maybe not now, but when we were speaking to them before, they still sounded optimistic. They were still pretty happy about their chances. And there's Frank Snap. He can't get it going. He's struggling to get that Moto 4 bike, I believe that is, moving again. He's going to try though. He's going to try and do everything he can. He's on a Honda C90. C90 Blop is the name of that bike. So he's going for it again. Hopefully he can get it running. It looks like he has. It looks like it's a bit of an older model than one of the other bikes we've got running here.
It looks pretty cool. It looks like an antique, but I like it.
Absolutely it does. But this is the rules of the Moto 4 is it just needs to have the Moto 4 engine. And the frame and the chassis around it can be whatever you want it to be. So,
well, again, it's all kind of a rider preference as well, because you see some riders, they'll probably want a bit more of a smaller. The sizing of the bike differentiates a lot, innit? You can get kind of small and bigger ones. So if you're a rider who prefers kind of the smaller one, that's what you like.
Is that the 192 now that's stopped there? Is it 182, 192? One of those.
I think that's at the top of Christmas Corner as well.
Looks like it's pretty far up there. It's the 102, I think, actually, that. Which, again, they haven't done the homework. They're not on my list, so let me have a quick check on the book. See if I can find out who they are and what they're doing. 102. It's also not on my list in my book. 102. They're not listed on any of my entries, so I've got no idea who these people are. Apparently they've just rocked up today and they've not written themselves on the entry list.
Well, 102 is the Mara I've got here. Mara racing team. So
okay. They're on the timing screens, not on the entry list.
They're quite far down, but they were making steady progress, it seems, so they're pretty disappointed with what's just occurred. And just quickly touching upon the full 180 race team as well. Literally one of the riders I last spoke to, I remember I said, have you competed in any of these kind of Freetech races and the endurance ones of late? He said, I've been doing them for the past few years, but we've just never had any luck. He said, there's been one thing we've been missing,
they're going to lose their Pepsi sponsorship if they're not careful.
But yeah, for some Iron Brew.
You know, these guys, they look great, and I love. It's one of my favourite liveries, I think, by far. That Pepsi inspired logo. It does look really good on the bike. It really does. But unfortunately, you know, that's the thing about racing. It can be unforgiving. There is, it doesn't hold any. I can't remember. I don't know what the word I'm looking for here is, but
loyalties.
It doesn't hold any loyalties.
Well, you make your own look, I guess, as well.
Absolutely.
So unfortunately, maybe they've been pushing when the conditions have maybe not just been up to it. But again, it's a 12-hour race. So these are the kind of the races you can afford to not have the best of luck and still have a decent result.
Where are we looking for them at the moment in the standings? Where are 180?
They really dropped down
right
to
down
37th.
37th. They've been as high as 26 at one point. They started from the opening lap in the pit lane after the first few laps due to a handlebar issue, which was caused, I believe they said, from last night. They had an issue, a bit of a crash, and just hadn't come back from it.
A quick little fix. But I'm sure, again, like I've been saying, a lot of these crashes, I don't know if it's the style of bikes or even with the style of handlebars, if they're kind of a lot more protruding than as such, or if it just happens in a lot of this kind of bike racing. But the minute it seems that riders have an off here or have a slight drop of the bike, the handlebars can just seem to dig into the grass or dig into the ground, or before you know it, a small off can result in not having an handlebar or having a half an hour pit stop. So that's pretty annoying.
It's frustrating, I'm sure, for a lot of these riders, I'm sure. They must have anticipated it, though. They have spare handlebars. That's what Formula 8 were telling us. It's just a bit of a lengthy process to get those replaced, to get those changed. So, you know, it's a bit of one. Half a dozen of one, six of the other, isn't it? Is it a good thing that they've got the spares? Absolutely. Is it the end of the world?
Oh,
that's a big off there.
Just as we're watching there. So again,
I haven't got a number on that one.
That was kind of late into the corner. That it wasn't early on the brakes. It was almost kind of mid to exit the corner. Looks like he's just picked up the throttle. It's the 455. I think we just had a look at that.
We were just talking about them not too long ago.
But it looks like he just picks up the throttle, maybe transferred a bit of the weight, and the front just picked up ever so slightly. And it was pretty high speed. Well, off, I'll say that. Just losing the front, so hopefully, well, he was. Gratefully, he's kind of.
That was Christmas corner, I believe he was going through there when he
walked away.
So, you know, he looks like he's getting it back. He's getting the bike running again. Maybe that's not a handlebar. We've been speaking about the handlebar issues. He looks like he's okay handlebar-wise.
Yeah.
And in many ways, I think going out on the track is probably better than going out on the grass because it is a smoother surface. It's not
exactly.
as much damage. And like we said before, you're going off on the grass, you're filling it with mud and turf, and it's not a nice thing to be able to do. So maybe just a little bit on the track is a better place to lose it, because you can come back more or less better from that. And look at this, we've got another gangway cars, and that's the number 2, I think, coming through it. The race leader, who has just crossed the line again. He's done one of his best laps yet, actually. His fastest lap is a 56.4.
Is that Hudson or is that Johnny Towers now who's up to
That's still Hudson, I think, judged by the helmets. I think he's been doing every stint so far. He's been on the bike absolutely flawlessly. He's not looking to hand over anytime soon. He's come through the pit lane.
He's feeling the rhythm, isn't he? He's feeling his flow.
I'm back out again, I'm going again. Hopefully he's all right though, because everyone spends too much time on the bike and end up, draining themselves. Maybe this is their strategy though. Maybe they're fueling for 3 hours and just taking these half-an-hour walkthroughs, and then the next person comes on, they go for 3 hours. And that's how they're going to get through this race.
And just touching on the lap times as well, that you then alluded to the RST being the quickest of the lap times, but as we just see of the actual timing screens, I'll give you a quick. So we have got the RST with the number 2 bike, who is leading.
He's into the pit lane.
Has come straight into the pit lane now, and he's on a 56.4.
Are we due another pit stop anytime soon? What time are we on? We're on.
He's probably overran the first one, and he's now prepared to then give up.
Yeah, this looks like that's the end of Hudson's run on the bike. Then he does get off.
He knows what he's doing, I'm guessing, Hudson, doesn't he? He's probably had
takes it running down the pit lane. So this is another stop 10 minutes after their lap. I think they only stopped at about 11 o'clock last time.
And there's Johnny now ready to jump on.
Yeah, any changes to the bike, any fuels, any tyres? Nope. Doesn't look like it. He's straight back out. So I don't know what they're doing fuel-wise in that bike, but they've not, from what I know, stopped for any more fuel. It's a very good stop. They've not dropped much time, and if we look at the screens again, it looks like they've crossed the line ahead of Fianna again still. So they've got a minute 32 gap now to Fianna Racing. They've absolutely pulled out a great lead at the front with a very interesting strategy decision.
It is interesting to see, because as well, looking at the timing here, Fianna are only on best lap times, they're 2 tenths back. So if you have the Fianna, the 22 and the 2 on circuit at the same time, I don't think there'll be a lot to really separate them two. So
absolutely not.
It's kind of risky when you have got, other than the Fiannas, the first 2, you've got the Fianna Engineering and the Team RST, they're both doing 56s, but other than that, you've got the Team Mechlam doing the 58s, you've got DW Racing 59s, you've got the Bear and Rolls Racing doing 58. So other than that, you've probably only got to say 10 up, not even that, up to 5 teams doing the sub 1 minutes. And then kind of after that, people then start getting into the 1 minute. So if you have the top 5 on circuit in like a bit of a gaggle, I don't think the RST team will be getting away in a hurry as such. I think it'd be kind of pretty close. So it's not given that this number 2 RST team are going to have this race in the bag, I don't think.
No, far from it. 10 hours to go, and they're only separated by a minute, so anything can happen in those 10 hours. We are hoping that soon we might be able to have a quick chat with Hudson. He's promised us he would this morning, so hopefully we can have a chat with him. Obviously, as the race leader, that is going to be a very interesting thing to talk about. We can discuss this strategy, we can talk about these tactics, and what exactly is going through the minds. We can talk about that weird pit stop where it looked like Johnny thought he was taking over. He wasn't, and Hudson went
again. He might let us know some secret ingredient. Exactly, he might say, listen guys, they're doing it all wrong out there. This is how you need to do it.
Yeah, so they've got a huge lead at the moment, and hopefully soon, I'm not going to tell you when because I don't actually know. He's a busy guy. He runs the whole event, like we say, and he's also the race leader, so I'm sure he's got a lot of other things to think about than coming and having a chat.
I'm interested to see Johnny on the bike now, because Hudson were looking so good, but Johnny looks really kind of smooth and just into he's got into his flow straight away. So I'm interested to see how he kind of does, and if he kind of extends the lead, does he keep on to the lead, does he lose it? Yes. But he's looking really good, and
we're interesting to keep an eye on the times. By the looks of it, he's having a bit of time taking over. It's actually second place now. Team Mechlam have overtaken Fianna with,
and they have been making a charge.
So they're taking 1.4 seconds a lap out of Team RST, who has now got Johnny at the wheel. There could be a change in lead here, because they are absolutely flying, and you're right. Maybe Johnny isn't entirely confident, or as confident on that bike, on that circuit, as Hudson was. Obviously, he's not had the same experience.
Exactly, he's getting the wet weather kind of thrown at him now. And these are kind of the worst kind of points. When you're coming out, everyone is, as I like to describe, everyone's warmed up. You're not. You've been sat in the pit lane. Well, in Johnny's case, he's been stood in the pit lane ready to get on the bike, and Hudson went straight past him. So
he's been there for half an hour.
He's been kind of raring to go, but then that's giving everyone else more experience on track. So these first few laps, listen, you can be more of a villain than a hero. I like to say in these first few laps. So Johnny could be a bit of a villain here, throwing it away, and I don't really think he could be a hero where he can win the race in these first few laps of his stint. So I'm sure he's aware of that. I'm sure he's vastly experienced. So it's just a case of staying up on two wheels. And to be fair now, it looks like everybody's got accustomed to the weather, hasn't it, Tom? I feel like the offs and the little crashes we did see come down in the last half an hour, I say, they've quietened down, and it seems like everybody seems to be a bit more familiar with the track conditions out there.
Absolutely. Now, so we've just said that Team Clam have overtaken Fianna for second place, and they are still absolutely flying. On that last lap, another second taken out of Team RST. Now, Team RST are about a minute ahead of them, so there's a lot of seconds to be taken out, but that is very good that they are coming through. They're going to be sliding through the pack and hopefully making some advantage on RST, whilst their new rider isn't as confident.
Yeah, and I think as the weather gets down there now, we have a few pit stops. It might be good to maybe go out, have a go out, Tom, and maybe try and get a few words with a few riders, the ones we've had our eyes on out there, and try and see if we can catch up with a few riders. But yeah, the podium spots now, as Team Meclam are coming up, and they're kind of putting Fianna Engineering down a spot or two. The Bike Hospital, the 53, that team has dropped down, and so's the 51 of the Gar side. Well, they've not dropped down, they're in 5th position and in good position. However, they just lost a bit of ground on the leaders, so that's going to be interesting to see how they retaliate as it to this time in drops. We're seeing now again a few more gaggle of battles of bikes coming down, so it's going to be looking very treacherous out there, though. You can still see the kind of riders, they're not wanting to bank the bike fully over. Again, we're having riders who are just starting their first session on the bike now, so it's a case of just relaying that info, that data, and the feeling throughout the bike and the tyres, with the track. Got the 46, the 73, the 455. I think they've had a few off so far, but it's good to see them still making their way around in one piece. And it looks like they've got the bike sorted. The bike looks well there, a few little battles. Looking back onto the timing screens now, Frank snapped the 80. We've seen them make a little track excursion. They've dropped a few positions. They were in 9th last time I looked. Now they've dropped down to 15. They've dropped down to 14. Sorry, that is. And again, touch upon the 636 of the TF motorcycle racing. They were up in 2nd position near the start of this race. They're down in 12th now. So that's going to be interesting. And there's kind of a big off now. And again, that looks like the exit of turn 1 and turn 2, and it looks like to be a lot of damage on that bike there. I can't exactly make what it looks like. It's a Milwaukee, but yeah, he's lost a number badge on the front, so I can't exactly make out what kind of bike that is, what number it is. However, that looks like a bit of a big off, and I think the first thing in his mind now is to get that bike in gear, get it running, and get it straight to the pits. But as you can see now, the conditions are having a massive effect. It kind of quietened down. It quietened down for a few moments there, a few laps, but that just shows these riders have got to be switched on 24/7. They've got to be switched on, so I think we're going to hand over to Tom down in the pit lane, and he's going to talk us through what's going out down there in the rain.
And we've just made our way out to the pit lane. It is raining in the air now. It's getting heavy. We've talked about it in the commentary box. This track is getting wetter. As you can see, bikes are coming out of the pit lane now. Some driver switches are getting ready to happen, but it is very, very fast. So we're going to try and have a talk with some people and see what they're thinking about what's going on out here. So let's just try and grab someone. A quick chat, lads, for the TV. Hi, mate. So what team are you guys? Who are you?
We're Premium Parts. Premium Parts, yeah.
And how's the race going so far for you guys?
Well, we've already come off to it. No, 3 times. We've all had it off so far, but you know it's going all right. Otherwise, we're still running. So.
And what do you make of these changing conditions? How are you guys adapted to this? You got the change to the wet tyres, or have you started the wet tyres? What's going on there?
We've been on wet tyres since the start, so we thought it was only going to be one stint until it actually starts raining. So we're just, I don't know, try and calm down a bit now and try and just keep running. I think that's pretty much it.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, lads. Thank you very much. So Premium Parts there, give us a bit of insight into how they've run. They've started on the wet tyres. They were expecting the rain a bit sooner than it has actually come, which is, I think, a lot of teams have made that decision. And some of our leaders here, I think, have made the decision to go longer on the dries, 2 stints, which seems like the right decision. But everyone now has made the switch to the wet tyres. They're going fast, they're going hard, and they are racing well out here. Let's see if we can have another chat as some more bikes coming past us here. We've got the 16, we've got the 188 there coming past us. Excuse me, can we just collect you here for a quick chat with for the broadcast?
Yeah, sure.
What team are you with?
The Riff Raff team.
Riff Raff team. How's it going out there?
We've had a few crashes, but it's not too bad. Not too bad.
And how are you finding these changing conditions? Are you struggling with it? Is it all right?
It's not ideal. It'd be much nicer if it was dry, but with the weather, you've got to just take it as it comes, haven't you? So.
And what's your sort of plan with these driver changes, fueling? How are you doing all that? How long can you go on one tank of fuel, for example?
Well, we can get round all our riders. We've got 5 riders. We're getting round all of them and refueling. So
right.
we're not sort of doing it exactly to the limit, but we're not going to win. We know that. We're not the fastest. We just want to get round safe, have a good time, and do the best we can.
Absolutely. Well, 10 hours to go. Anything can happen. Who knows? Who knows? Thank you very much. Cheers, mate. So some great insight there again for some more riders. It is changing out there. Conditions are hard. He's saying there they can go 5 drivers without needing to refuel. So when we get to that stage, into the 5th, 6th stint, we're going to have to be looking at fueling. How are they going to do it? They've got fast fuelers. I'm trying to see if we've got one on the floor next to me here. There's some fuel cans down here, you can see. And these are going to be how they're going to refuel these bikes. They're going to want to make it as fast as they can and do it as well as they can. But who knows how this is going to go. I'm not entirely sure. It's going to be a very interesting one to see. But I'm going to get ready now and send it back to Braden in the studio, who can do. So let's just do a bit more, walk up this way a little bit more. Let's have a look what we're looking at. We've got some riders coming in now. We've got some bikes coming down. The 155 taking a very interesting route into the pit lane. He's coming down now. A few bikes coming that way. We've got change conditions. He's having a look at the camera there. This is phenomenal. We've got stuff all over the place. Umbrellas, fueling stuff, bikes coming through. The 28 coming through now. I'll move out his way. I'll let him through. He's being chased down with some fuel by the looks of it. So it is manic out here in the pit lane. Let's have a walk properly up into where it looks like a lot of stuff is happening over here. This is where the motorhomes and the cars are being fixed, repaired, where all the spare bits are. Down there at the front of the pit lane is where we're seeing primarily most of the driver swaps, but this is where it's all happening by the looks of it, in the dry. A lot of people trying to get themselves in the dry, keeping themselves nice and wet. And sorry, I was just grabbing, how was that going? Was that your first? You've done a few stints there. What was the idea there?
Yeah, we've done a few stints. So basically, I got black flag for passing under the yellow, so I had to do a stop go. So it looked like we did one extra pit stop, but that was for an infringement. But there's so many yellows, you think they've ended. So obviously, I apologise to the officials for that. But yeah, it's going right. I mean, obviously it's wet now. It's not properly wet, so it's really slippery. Yeah, it's tough out there. Obviously, when you're leading, you feel a bit more weight on your shoulders. But yeah, my teammate's done a good job. Johnny's on the bike now. I was worried that it was just me that felt sketchy, but you can see the bikes are moving around. The only problem for us is Mecklem Engineering have been our nemesis all year, and in these conditions they're absolutely stellar. They're old enduro boys from the Lake District, and they're in second place now, chipping away, and they're going to be there all day.
Absolutely. So, I mean, you guys are leading quite a nice distance at the moment, about a minute ahead of second place. What do you guys think is your sort of long-term strategy here? Because, you know, a minute is a good lead to have, but across 10 hours, a lot of stuff can change there, can't it?
Absolutely. I mean, we had a really good pit stop. You know, they've obviously had a good one as well, changed over. So I just think we have to monitor it. I think it's the first man that blinks, or first team that blinks is going to lose it. So, and it's so long to go. And we know the rain's going to get harder. It's going to eventually get dark. So there's a lot to come, and that's very, very early days. I mean, there's a lot of guys that are crashing in front of you. You might cause the accident. So, and then we've got our other teammates, Warren Gontario and Shane Norval, to come later on. when we go for a bit of a cup of tea. But when we get our tea break, they'll be on. So hopefully they adapt, because we've gone from dry to wet. They're going to just go out for the first time on wet, and hopefully it works for them. But like I say, Beckley Engineering, the funny thing is the bike, third place bike, is still on slicks.
Yeah,
so,
really?
They're on slicks and have not changed.
Wow.
So they're hanging it out there. They are going to change. I spoke to them, I said, you guys are mad. And they said, no, we were hoping it'll just be a bit drier, but obviously eventually they'll have to change. But it's not rained that hard yet. So yeah, there are loads of different strategies going on. And fueling's going to come into it shortly as well.
Absolutely, yeah. We've seen a few different people who have made decisions on the rain. I think it's been hard to call it, hasn't it? Because we thought it'd be coming around 9-10 o'clock. It's now looking like it's raining a bit now, but it's getting heavier a bit later in the day. How are those calls being made? When did you guys switch to the wets?
Yeah, I mean, we just said the rider makes the call. Going our team, so our strategy is pretty simple. The rider that's on the track, whatever he says, we do. We don't second guess that. And we just hope that the guys make the call correctly. Beginning of the year, it started to snow when we were here. I was on track, came in, changed tyres. 5 minutes later, it stopped snowing. But we rode the rest of the race on wet, and we're okay because it was so cold. Today it's not that cold, it's fresh, but it's not cold, so it's going to be interesting. I mean, that's the fun of the Freetech racing. The bike's generally men, so the guys will all come back into the race, so no one's ever out really, and they're reliable, and you can push them quite hard. So all of those factors together are going to make for a great race. They're not sort of out and out GP bikes, and when you've crashed, they're out the race. So you could have a crash and still come back.
Brilliant, thank you very much. I said, great to talk to you. Cheers. Another great insight there onto the change conditions, but also from the leaders there, talking about how exactly this is going to all go, what's going to change, and how they think this whole stint's going to go. Like we said, they've got a minute advantage already, but that could very close down over 10 hours more. That can go. There's no advantage there. They're saying they think their main rivals there are currently down in 6th place, so a lot can still change. So in here then, this is where we've got all of the main teams. This is the I guess a bit of a cow shed. This is where everyone is. This is the main part of the pit lane, undercover, getting away from the rain because it is getting heavy out there. We can see repairs. The full 180 bike is in here still. So much unluck for these guys. Let's see if I can get a chat. They might be a bit busy. Let's see if one of them might be able to talk to me. They've had so much unluck, this team. They've had problems from a handle problem at the start of the weekend to now. I don't even know what the issues are. I'm going to try and grab one of them, but they might not be interested. I'm not gonna. They look busy. They're focused on that bike. I can't get in there. I don't want to put the pressure on them. They've got a race they're concentrating on, and I tried to make eye contact. I tried to have a quick tack them. They ignore me completely. So this is what it's looking like at the head end of the pit lane. A lot of stuff going on here. Bikes coming in. This is where they'll come down. They've got to run them down this bit of the pit lane and down to the driver switch area just over there. But you can see wheels, you can see dry tyres, wet tyres. It's all here. This is where bikes get repaired. This is where everything's going to happen. Will it work well? Who knows how things will go. In fact, look just behind you here, the full 180 bike is going back out. So actually, I'm going to try and go chat now with them. Excuse me, mate. Have a quick chat about that. What's going wrong?
We've had a couple of crashes. One, we got taken out. The guy went down in front of Lee, and one of our riders went down as well. So it's not gone well.
Still
got a smile though.
Yeah, that's the best thing, isn't it? So luck's not really been on your side today, is that right?
Sorry, say that again?
Luck's not really been on your side today?
Oh no, luck's never on our side. It's the full 180 way. That's what it is.
So you guys, you said you had that handlebar issue.
Yeah.
Has that come back to haunt you, or is that gone?
No, we had to replace that handlebar from a crash last night.
Yeah,
so we've had 2 new handlebars that are on there since then. So yeah, we're going well now. Hopefully we can see this race out. We're running out of spares fast.
And I mean, you guys, you had that issue right at the start. You fell right down. You climbed back up. You've fallen back down again. But you've got 10 hours left. Anything can happen, can't it?
It can, yeah. We're going to try our best. Providing we don't go down anymore, we might do top 40 maybe, I don't know.
Well, best of luck. I hope you do, guys. Come back. We're rooting for you in the commentary box. We love the livery. It's beautiful with that Pepsi-esque full 180 logo. It looks great.
It's a great story how we got it, but it's like an urban myth, so we can't tell you exactly how we got that just yet. We'll release that in due course.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, guys. Best of luck out there. I really hope you have a great one. Well done, guys. So that is a 4180 team. They're going hard. They have got so much passion. As he said, they're keeping the smiles on their faces, and hopefully they can be all right out there. I'm hoping Braden's okay back in the commentary box, where I'm going to throw back to you now. I'm going to walk back and get back into the wall because it's absolutely freezing cold out here. Luckily dry under this part of the paddock, but yeah, hopefully Braden's back there in the commentary box and he can pick up from there.
Camera live. Go.
Cheers for that, Tom. Well, that has been such a great insight, that, just to listen to Hudson and the team, well, the full 180 team there, just to get a bit more of an insight to where their kind of day has not started on the best of foot. But like kind of Tom just alluded to then, it's a 12-hour race, so we can keep going. The 53 there. Oh no, that's the bike hospital team, and they've been going so well. I was literally just about to kind of describe how kind of well they've been doing. They're now up to 3rd position. They was in the lap before we just handed over to Tom. They were in like 6th position. They made some great ground, just really kind of finding the way and finding the feet, being so consistent. And there, just one mistake has kind of not threw away a bit of the hard work. I wouldn't say all, because they haven't had any bike damage, it doesn't seem there. So hopefully they can just get on and get to grips, maybe get them a train of a few, but maybe stopping there, it does look like there might be a bit of bike damage. Maybe it doesn't look like the bike's picking up enough power to get them back to the pit. So they have actually just stopped there. We can see on the back shot of the camera. So that is really kind of really disappointing for them, because a team who was making great progress, the 53 at the bike hospital, their fastest time was banged on just over a minute. But the consistency of the team, they were really, really making some good strides. So yeah, that was great to speak to Tom there in the pit lane. Definitely the chat with Hudson. I think we've, especially me and Tom, we've both been informed there. Hudson, it wasn't a strategic pit, come in and don't change anything to the bike or ride or go straight out. It was actually a stop and go, where Hudson just said then. So I think what it was is doing a bit of undertaking or overtaking under the yellow flag. So Hudson just described then to Tom what it was, and it was actually he's apologised to the marshal, but it was actually a stop and go. So that's why we've seen Hudson come into the pits and go straight back out with Johnny. Johnny probably thought he's waiting to get on the bike, and Hudson's like, listen, I've still got a few more laps in me left to give. So what was it like out there, Tom? Cold?
Oh, freezing cold, yeah. Let me just get my jacket off. Blimey, it's blowing freezing out there, yeah. But a great insight. I got to get right up into the paddock there and have a look around what's going on. And the 4180 bike was there. I had a chat with the lads, and I've been saying we've been rooting for them in the commentary box. We've been talking about them all day, and they've still got smiles on their faces. They've fallen right down the order, but they're keeping going. And he's just said, hopefully now, no more issues, no more. Then we're off.
They've had all their issues,
and they can keep going. Exactly, yeah. So it's great to see him still with a smile on their face and still going. You were just talking about Hudson there as well. Great to talk to him. Yeah. Obviously, organiser and stuff of this whole event, given us a bit of insight of that team. Black flag, like you're just saying. Very unfortunate for them. I didn't realise that had happened when we didn't have the time. We couldn't have seen any of that, so it was a stop go. So that's why they came in.
Well, luckily they had the gap. If they don't have the gap, then like you said about the Fianna Engineering, they're obviously a team they've said who are kind of making a bit of progress. So, but then you've missed quite a lot, should I say? So the Fianna Engineering, we're just looking on my laptop here on the timing screens. The Fianna Engineering have dropped down to 6th position. The bike hospital got up to 3rd on the 53 bike, and literally have just dropped it here on the first corner. A lot of their hard work has kind of gone a bit undone. We are looking for the 122 bike of the team. Matt Clam, they're on overall 2nd position on track, so they're going well. But the kind of timing and the positions have really took a bit of a flip. You've got the TF Motorcycles Racing, who we went to early on the 636. They've moved up a position from where they was, but they're now in 13th position. That's probably not where they want to be. So yeah, it's looking kind of really getting into the nitty-gritty stuff now. So well, if this is the nitty-gritty stuff at 10 hours left, I'm excited to see what 1 hour left is going to be like. That's going to be nitty-gritty.
And I think this is kind of what we expected to see at this sort of stage in the race. We said at the start in the first stint, I was a bit surprised by how racing it was and how close together all these gangs of bikes are. But we've had offs now, we've had people having issues, being stopped in the pit lane. 43, a perfect example of it there. Almost looking like he's got a bit of grass, I think, in his gear selector there. So, this is where it's going to come through. This is the endurance part of the endurance race. In fact, it's going to be very much crucial to see how this goes from this stage in the race, because anything can happen. 10 hours left. I'm still back in 180, full 180. I still got the faith in them.
Well, if they pull it off and you've backed some from where they're at, I'll tell you what, you need to go and do a lottery ticket tonight.
I didn't want to mention any commentators' curses or anything when I was out there with them. I didn't want to get blamed for that, but they're pushing for it, and there we go. I think that there, the white bike coming through the picture is the 122 of Team Melchum, something like that. They are the people chasing down our leaders here. These are in second place at the moment. They're going after Team RST. They're currently second on the track, third in the pack. From what I can see
on the white bike there, they've got a lovely livery. It almost looks like the old World Superbike Hands-Free Honda.
Yes, with the red accents on it. Absolutely beautiful. So they've got the waterproofs on that bike. You can see that's a little insight into how wet it is out there, but they are pushing through. They're going for it full throttle. We've got actually someone off on the start finish straight there. I'm sure he's going to push it just round the end of the pit lane there and back in the wrong direction.
We've seen a lot of that today, haven't we? The wrong direction.
I'm wondering how the people in the timings room are feeling about that, going the wrong way on the track. It's going to really mess it up for them. But the 122 then, they are, can we get a gap? Well, what's their gap to RST? They're actually over a lap down, so they've got a long way to go to catch up to Team RST, who has now probably got them in. It's Johnny Towers on that bike who is leading the race. And if you want to have a look at the timings and see what we've literally got on our laptop right in front of us here, head over to alphatiming.co.uk and you need to go to the 24-hour karting series to get the 12-hour Wilton Mill bike series. It makes perfect sense. Just go with it. But this is nonetheless how it's all going out there, and it's RST who are leading currently.
Yeah, and exactly. Once you guys at home do manage that, if you can get the stream up and then literally on a tablet or a laptop right next to, we've done exactly the same and had the live in timing up, and that's it's working perfectly because it's kind of showing us the exact kind of, like you said, the different lap times, the gaps behind, what certain laps and certain positions certain teams are. So it is a great help. And yeah, we can see the 51 there of the Garside Motorsport. They were making some great, I love the hand guards made just straight away. That just looks motocrossy.
It does.
To it.
It looks great. And this is the bike here that we've been talking about, built by students in a college. Let me just quickly pull up their information so I can get it again. This was built, it was the engine was only fitted on Thursday.
Wow.
The students of Ryan Garside, who the team is named after, he's the team leader here today, and he's a college tutor who teaches motorcycle maintenance. He's pulled in his students for a bit of help because he had an engine failure at the last race. He needed to get the bike reworking, so he's got his students who study level 2 and 3. And he said,
listen students, I need it right because exactly. I don't put around at the back. I'm in P3 at the moment, so I need it right.
Yeah, so he rebuilt it in college classes with his level 2 and 3 motorcycle maintenance students at Myers Clough College. So if any of the students are at home listening today, well done, because you've got your bike up to third place, and they're on for a good podium currently. 10 hours to go, so I'm not going to predict any final results because anything can happen in endurance racing. We know that very much, but they're currently sat in third place. They're closing in on Mecklem Racing, Team Mecklem. I have to read that word every time I say it because I'm sure I'm going to pronounce it wrong. But our race leaders still are RST, but it's Mecklem, then it's Garside or Gar 51 DE.
You have the 56 there, and that's the Marvel HLC Motorsport team. But if I'm probably him now, I'm just thinking, listen, this Garside, I don't know if he knows exactly where he is in position, but he's looking good on the bike. You want to probably just get a bit of track position. Oh, they've had a big crash there in the background. Just sounds saying that. And again, where position, what corners that is? Turn 1, turn 2?
That's turn 1, that's through Crook, I think, coming out of Crook into Fine Lady.
And that's looking like a real problem, and it seems like a real problem once this water comes down in the rain, because in the dry it probably wasn't as difficult round there. Just a minute we've had this kind of weather just come down. I think it's what you alluded to earlier on, Tom. It's the asphalt and the kind of all that greasy stuff, the paint. The minute that gets a bit of water and residue on it or whatever,
it cause problems. Because the tarmac of the track is designed to be grippy, sticky, work with these tyres, but the curbs, quite the opposite. They don't want riders on the curbs because you can always gain an advantage from it. So it's there to sort of dissuade riders going out there a little bit. It's much harder to get grip on that part of the track. So they're going to want to try and take it as narrow as they can through that corner. But if you run wide, if you get onto that, we've seen it a few times, a lot of riders going off there because of that.
And we see the number 2 then just came back past shot. That's number 2 of the team RST. I think that was Johnny Towers, who is on the bike currently, and they've done 117 laps so far.
Wow, blimey, 117 already, and that's what, 2 hours in? So we're going to see a good few hundred laps put in across the board today. These guys are going very hard out there, and we can now see 2-2 and 2-8. These guys are almost 2-8. I tell you what, almost ran me over in the
wow, and these are fighting for position. If I'm actually correct now, these have just changed position on my live stream. So you've got the 22 and the 23 there, both black bikes. Sorry, I can't get my words out there. And it's a 22 who've actually made up the position, and the 22 is a Fianna Engineering. So like Hudson was alluding to with your interview before, they're the endurance specialists apparently. They're the ones who have got the experience, and they're the ones who he quite actually said they're going to be there at the end. So if they've just made a position up on the 23 of the Red Rocket Racing, if Fianna, they dropped a few positions, but now they're back in fourth, they'll be looking to make another position and get back in that podium contention.
They absolutely will. And then, like you say, alluding to my chat with Hudson a minute ago in the ever wetter pit lane, he was saying that these guys are their arch rivals. These are the guys that throughout the entire championship so far they've been battling hammer and tongue with, and they're going at it. They're still going hard. And so what position was that for? Though they've got up to fifth place. Well, yeah, fifth or fourth place.
Fourth position that was for. So yeah, the Red Rockets are back now and in fifth position now.
And it does say very well, and this is the action really. This is where you've got to look at Fianna now making this charge through the pack, trying to catch up to Team RST, who haven't been knocked off a top spot this entire race so far. They've even taken a penalty pit stop, and they're still up there. Well, a drive-through penalty, not a full pit stop. They didn't have to stop, but they've driven through. They've taken a penalty, and they're still winning this race by.
And this is where I think we've already seen a bit of a mistake from Fianna Engineering, because I don't know if that was a pit stop or a mistake, because they did drop a few positions. But this is where now, look, as you can see, he's made his way cleanly through that gaggle of bikes. But this is where, coming through the order, you have to be. Look at the bikes he has to get through now. So this is where he needs to be switched on, and he really needs to kind of make sure it's clean. It's clean coming through there, because any slight mistake, again, that can just undo a lot of the hard work the guys have made. So it's going to be really interesting. And just look at the bikes on track there. It's really seeming to heat up now. And it's almost like once the pit stops make, they kind of create a bit of space on track, but then bam, once they're back out, it seems to get really busy.
And there we are. There's Fianna again. And what this rider is looking for now, what he's looking for in his visor is a fluorescent yellow bike in front of him. He's 17 seconds down the road, and that is the bike of Garside Motorsport.
That's his marker.
In third place. That's his next position. That's what he's gunning for, and he's taking a green lap every single time here. He is getting faster and faster and faster. He's getting caught in a bit of traffic, but he's not letting that stop him. He's closing that gap to Garside. I'm trying to see exactly how close that gap is. I think when we cross the line one more time, we'll hear it here, but they are closing the gap into third place. And when these next round of pit stops come through, if they don't come in, if they don't make their stop straight away, and they try and over and undercut, that gap could completely disappear.
Well, you alluded to that gap it could be up to about 17 seconds, Tom, but as I've just noticed now, Garside's last lap time was a 1:26. Fianna Engineering was a 1:03.
See, so 1:26 sounds like he's made a mistake.
Exactly. There's 23 seconds just in that one lap. So if they push on, and then, like I said, if the Fianna Engineering, the number 22 that we're looking at now on circuit, keeps consistent, keeps it upright. We're looking at now on circuit, keeps it upright, they can take third position in this lap, in this stint. So again, a lot of ground being made up, and as you can just see there, the rider, I don't know exactly now, I'm trying to find that information out, but looking very good. And
that's not Garside, is it? It's the
38
fluorescent orange, not fluorescent yellow. So I thought for a second there, actually Garside, they're losing about 5 seconds now to Fianna Engineering. They're closing that gap right down now. It is coming down very quickly, and it's a 14-second gap now. But another mistake, like we heard from Garside before, doing a 1:26 on a lap, that is gone. Yeah. And that's the thing about endurance racing, it keeps going, and then very quickly we could see a new podium contender here.
Exactly, and as you can see, the 22 there, it's... I don't want to... I was just about to say, I don't want a jinx, I don't want to say anything, but he's right.
We've commentated cursed two teams now.
He's riding perfectly there.
Full 180, we're saying about everything they've been doing, and they've had an absolute nightmare.
We caught that just in time as well.
And now Fianna Racing coming off there, that's absolutely
and he will be gutted, because that is a pure example of all your work just being undone there. And it was not even on the entry, it was almost like mid-corner.
Look, the handlebars are bent, they're having to rebend those out. This is tough. So this is 23 of Red Rocket Racing, who is closing in and is the one behind the 22, and they've just passed them. I think that was what I've just seen there. They've just passed Vienna Engineering, so they've dropped a position already. How many more are they going to drop as they come through? They're coming along the back straight now, coming through. I can't see if Vienna have got it going again. I can't see him on track currently. That's the 23 now coming through your screens. There he is. He's going to come through. We're going to get an update on the timing screens, and you might think he's got past Vienna for 4th place after that off. Very unfortunate for them, very unfortunate indeed, and they have.
And we can just see that is happening. And to be fair, shout out to the 23 Red Rocket, because initially we wasn't screaming and shouting too much about them. We didn't see a lot of progression from there, but just slowly, what happens in endurance racing, when you're slow, when you're quiet, when you make them positions up and you keep it on 2 wheels, and positions just come all the way back to you, and that's what we've seen. It's actually the Vienna Engineering who've got the 2nd fastest lap time, but the Red Rocket have just been keeping consistent, and again, is that another team who was in podium contention?
I think, this is going to be so much, and I said, Garside were on for 3rd place, and I said, well, we can't predict it yet, we've got 10 hours to go. And what's happening just behind them is perfect evidence of that. Vienna were pushing very hard to try and close that gap. We saw them tumbling down the times, trying to catch up to 3rd place, and that ultimately led to a mistake. Red Rocket are now in the position to close that gap. It's a much bigger gap now because of that off, but they're going to be looking at 3rd place. I mean, they might even not know that they're in 4th place. You don't know when you're on that circuit. It's,
you probably don't want to know, because I think also what's maybe happened with the Vienna Engineering team is you've made a mistake, you chase, and you chase, which is good, which brings the lap times down, and it makes you do what you've just been able to do, is grab so many positions. But then you chase, and you've had in your back of your head that you've already had enough, you've got time to gain, and just again, in conditions like this, I mean, I said it before at the start of the show, it's hard to roll around here and to keep it up straight. So just the speeds and the lap times these boys are doing out there, and girls, it's just it's impossible to keep it upright, to be quite honest with you.
You're not wrong there, you are not wrong. It's Red Rocket currently have a 48-second gap now to Garside. So previously it was Vienna who has managed to recover to 5th. They've not fallen that far down the table, and you can see them on your screen now. They were within 20 seconds. I think it was about 17 seconds at one point to 3rd place. So Garside will be breathing a slight sigh of relief, I think, now, as they've pulled off and they've lost that time due to that little incident. But 4th, 3rd, 5th, all of those cars are vying for that position, and they're all going hard for it. Bikes, my bad. They're all going hard for that position, and they're going to want to get something here.
And we see 2 more there, just as you finished up outside of Christmas Corner on the Inkermans. We see 2 off, and it's up there, which, as we're just looking at now on the stream, doing exactly what you said before, getting the kind of the rubble and the grass and the turf out of the bikes, out of the chains.
Is that coming together, do you think, there, or
I
is
don't
that
know.
one's lost it around the corner and the others followed?
Maybe it's quite it's closer than we've seen all day, hasn't it? To the bikes to be there together. So
and now
if you look at the 22 there, what's he done within 1 lap? He's gained all the ground back, and this is where now though. He's gone on the inside.
There's a back mark between them, and he's done it straight through the corner. He's got it straight into Ashby there. He's pulled through. He's got 23, and I don't think 23 even knows what's just happened to him.
No, I think he probably expected him to be a lot further back, and he was probably cruising a bit.
Absolutely. So that was what Vienna Motorsport there, the people that we've heard are the endurance experts. We've got one off at the final corner there by the looks of it. They've taken a tumble, but they've not let that hit them. They've kept going, and they've done well to recover from that, to come straight back up. Now they will take 4th place. It is still a big gap now to Garside, but they're going to want to close that as soon as they possibly can.
And I'm sure his team will want to be hanging over the pit wall with probably a sign saying "calm now," just to let him know you've got the position now. Calm. You've got the pace as well. I've seen. I don't know, I don't want to quote myself on this, but we've not had a look at the number 2 of the RST, but other than that, I can probably say confidently that 22 of the Vienna Engineering, they're the fastest bike out on circuit right now, definitely.
Absolutely they are, yeah.
And as you can just see there, the kind of flow and the smoothness he has on the bike, that rider. So he's definitely looking like the endurance experienced vets that Hudson called them before. So keep it up on 2 wheels and they'll be in contention.
So we've got 22 now. He's coming straight back through. They're not messing around over there. They have got 4th place, but they are, look at this, flying through the rest of the pack. All the back markers in front of them, they're closing past, and they know they've got, oh sorry, just knocked my microphone. They know they've got a big gap ahead of them into third place, but they are not hanging about. They're going for it, they're wanting to close it, and wanting to deal with it. I don't even think 23 even quite knew they were fighting with 22.
No, I think he thought he was a lot more further back.
I think he did, and then suddenly he came to that corner, and 22's ahead of me again. I'm sure he was just in the grass 10 minutes ago. How's he done that?
What?
So,
am I a lap ahead or what?
Yeah, so I mean, this is the thing though, on these bikes, these riders, and you've got experience in racing, so you can sort of test this. When you're on that bike, when you're in the zone, do you even think about what position you've got, or is it just head down, make it work?
Yeah, exactly, especially for the first few hours now of a 12-hour race. If anything, in a 20-minute sprint race, the first 5-10 minutes, you're not bothered too much about position. Again, you want to get into your flow, especially on a bike, and then a long race like this, you just want to feel good, and you want to get it where you're kind of not even thinking about it. Do you know what I mean? You're not thinking, you're just in that automatic computer flow.
In that rhythm, yeah.
Exactly, in that rhythm. So in the first few hours, no. Positions, like you said to the 4180 team, listen, you've had 2, 3, 4 crashes, handlebar problems. They could still get on the podium.
Absolutely.
It's a 12-hour race. So if anything now, I'd be thinking about positions in the last half an hour. For now, I just want to get into a flow, get the track. The track's ever changing, in my opinion. This track, the amount of rubber it already has, as we see another one down every lap, we see in bikes left, right, and centre. So it's just getting used to this track and gathering that data and info for your other riders who may be struggling.
Absolutely, that's exactly what they'll be thinking out there right now. We're seeing the 360 bike there as well, parked up at the side of the road. A lot of these bikes now will be parking up and doing this, because what are they changing? They've got to make sure they can keep the grip, keep it going, because otherwise they end up like that. So what can they change to reflect that? What can they do to make sure that they can keep it in a straight line? They can get around the corners when they need to. Like we see the 22 now, they've had that off, but look at them now, they're keeping going for it. They're really concentrating. What's he changing there to make sure he can stay in the zone?
Yeah, exactly. He's probably thinking to himself, and I know it sounds bad, but a little mistake like that, it can hamper you so much and not your confidence, like I said, but then it can also kind of show you, okay, this is what I now need to do. I need to make my positions, but not get too ahead, and it can kind of not humble yourself, but you can have a little off like that, like the probably 22 has done, and said, right, I was going at 90% now, I need to just reel it in a few more percent, I need to keep my pace strong. But again, we can't stress enough the length of this race, but also the 22 got away with it slightly there, but it's a risk of damages and just little niggly problems like that, where you drop one little mistake, like I said, on a bike, it can be so costly, and then that can have a detrimental effect just on your next rider not having the amount of time he wanted for his stint, and then he don't feel just as much confident. Before you know it, to win or to do well in an endurance race like this, you need all riders firing on all cylinders. You want them all. You don't want to, as we get a very close bit of racing there. The 155.
They've had troubles all day, haven't they?
Yeah, they've not been.
We've seen them down a couple of times.
I mean, they've had a great pace, actually. I was having a look at their times before, and in class, the pace was pretty strong. It was, again, just...
And that is the case. It's the 155 of Big Toe Racing now.
Yeah, it was a Big Toe gang.
You know, we've said before, the thing about them is that they've got adapted pedals for one of their riders who's got a big toe, and maybe that's disadvantaging the other riders who haven't got big toes, that need a good slip on a pedal, and it's too big, they can't quite get their foot on it. So who knows what's happening there, but we've seen them down a couple of times, which is a little bit sad for them to be struggling as much as they are. I don't exactly know where they are in the timings right now, but we've seen them down a couple of times, which is unfortunate for them. They're having a bit of a tough day, and they've got a hand up there from the 76.
That's a 50cc. I think that is the JMP Racing.
It looks to me.
Oh no, Tom.
Oh, it's happened again.
We've missed it on camera.
Fianna have gone off again.
Number 20, and it's the same rider.
Pursuit for third place.
It's the same rider, and they literally just had Garside for third. So Garside had made a mistake or come into the pits, dropped down a few positions. Fianna have made their way up into third position.
Wow, listen.
I mean, you can't. It's not about making mistakes. This is what happens in conditions like this, in bikes like this.
And they've completely broken the front of that.
Yeah,
they've had a tough hit with that.
But as we can see, the pace them guys were carrying, especially that rider, he was looking so good, and that's just a risk you take.
He's not happy with that bike, is he? He's really not. I'm not entirely sure where the 23, which is chasing him down, of Red Rocket, and there they are. I think they've passed them already. I think they've already got past So that is going to be third place then for Red Rocket now as they go up. We say Garside, I think, must have taken a pit stop or something there, because they've dropped down to 5th on our screens, which means Fianna, who were 3rd, have made another mistake. They've fallen off, and here comes 3rd. And if I'm not wrong, yes, that is Red Rocket in 3rd place now. Very, very, very disappointing for them. That'll be very gutting for Fianna, who have now also fallen behind Garside. They're tumbling down the tables, and I think they're going to have to take a pit stop by the looks of it, because he was not happy with that bike as he was pushing it around. But we've seen him come back from a mistake before. As you say, we've got a good 9.5 hours left to go, probably less than that. But, 9 hours is a long time. You can recover from anything. We're only...
the pace them guys have got, they'll be recovered a few positions in a lap. But it's just...
only about 3 hours, not even 3 hours into this race, and so much has happened already. So we've got, 4 more of what we've already done to go through. And actually, just looking out my window now, I can see that Big Toe Racing 155 being pushed a long way back round the circuit, along the grass. He's going to try and nip across in a gap and get back into the pit lane, because that's Big Toe Racing. We were talking about them having a bit of a disadvantage before. Maybe he can't even get it moving now. He's had to wheel it all the way back.
And there's the 51 and the Garside Motorsport we're looking at now. So I'll be interested to see if they pit. I think they have pitted, because I can tell the difference with the levers of the rider.
Yes.
So I think it was a pit stop what hampered them, but...
if I'm not mistaken, that'll be probably Paul Bowen or Neil Porter that's coming to that bike now.
And I'm being informed that the Garside, the 51 of Garside, they're actually only a few seconds behind the Red Rocket Racing for podium
they're
contention.
Pushing back for 3rd. So they've dropped 3rd with the pit stop. Red Rocket went ahead.
Exactly.
Fianna went ahead. Fianna messed up. Red Rocket took 3rd, and now they're going to be hunting back that 3rd position. And he might well know he's in contention for 3rd place. He's just taken a pit stop.
Yeah,
someone on that pit wall who's got the timing screens open can just say to him, "Look, mate, we can get a podium here. Get back in that position. Work what you've lost." And I mean, I assume Red Rocket soon will be taking a stop as well. So it may even be that as things play out, as the time goes on, they're going to just get track position back that way.
Exactly, and shout out to Red Rocket, because to be fair, so looking at them, they've not had electrifying pace. I mean, they've been, the fastest lap is basically bang on a minute, so it's one of the quickest lap times out there. But look at the difference between the pace they had compared to the 22. Maybe they were a few seconds down a lap, but if you ask me, that 23 of the Red Rocket Racing so far in this race, they've just kind of summarised what endurance racing's about. Basically, they've not panicked. They even got overtaken after 22 having a crash, but they've just kept their head down, kept on 2 wheels, and they're now in 3rd position. So shout out to them. We've had a faller here. I don't know what number that is.
Looking back at that Garside Red Rocket battle, there is only a 3-second gap separating the two of them. So they are, they're
That's
going
really dicey now.
That's going to come down very quickly as the race goes on. But maybe this is what happened with Fianna. I think if they push a bit too hard to close these gaps to make the difference, they're going to make mistakes.
Who's that making a move on the Garside? It looks like the white bike there was trying to make a move on the 51 of Garside.
I think that might just be traffic coming through, because as far as I'm aware, Garside, it is...
it'd be good to get a shot of the white bike to see what number that is.
100 there behind Garside currently, so I think it might have just been traffic making their way back through past Garside.
What number is that? It's the 122. It's the one I said looks like the Hands Pre before, so it's actually Team Metclam.
It is Team Metclam, you're right. So that's 2nd place, lapping 4th place, I think.
Okay,
is
so
what we're seeing there. So, yeah, in that side, Garside are the back market, which means if they do get 3rd place, they've now got a lap to catch up to 2nd place. So, maybe that's not at the top of their thinking at the moment. They need to get 3rd place first, and then they can...
but isn't it crazy how Hudson said before that he maybe thought Fianna Racing was the arch rivals? Well, if you ask me, that Metclam, the Team Metclam, they look like they're kind of pushing on now, and they could spoil the party.
And for any Fianna Engineering fans at home who might be thinking, after we saw them have that off and they had to take a pit stop, where are they? What's happening? They've fallen all the way down to 9th place. So, they've lost a bit of the advantage that they did have. But we've said it before, we'll say it again, we'll say it a million times again, I'm sure. We've got a good 9 hours left on this event today. Anything can happen. It's far from over just yet. So they can come back from 9th, and I'm sure they will.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll get a few more positions. Exactly. They're dropped down to 10th now, but they've got the pace, definitely. Look, they're on the 56s. There's only a few. I think there's only 4 or 5 teams who are actually sub 1 minute. I mean, shout out again to the bike hospital, but it shows that they're actually leading their class as well on the 53, so they're making a mega effort. I mean, I don't know if we've seen any mishaps from them today, but they've seemed to just keep it consistent. You see the Garside there, the 51, trying to make a squeeze on the inside of turn 1. They didn't quite get the move done there.
Garside,
has a nice
is
run.
on third. That's for third place.
This is
the battle for third place.
Wow.
This is 51 versus 23.
Well,
this
that's
is the
why
battle.
the 23 wasn't giving in the position as much.
This is the battle for third place. So they crossed the line. They were separated by only a tenth,
just in
and
front.
that's a big off in front of them.
That's
so there will
66.
be yellow flags in that area. They won't be pushing too hard there. But yeah, this is the battle for third place now as they come down into Ashby. I can see it out the window. It's going hard. They are racing side by side for third place. This is the 23 versus the 51 of Garside, who took that pit stop. We think it might have been a pit stop, it might have been a mistake. We're not quite sure, but they've caught right back up to them now as they're coming back down the back straight.
And this is going to be a great battle now to stay on with the cameras.
Chapman into the back straight. They're going to be going heavy on them now. It's actually a bit of traffic ahead of them as well, which I'm sure won't be appreciated by Red Rocket. He looked a little bit down into that corner. He decided not to do it there, and he's pitted.
The 23 has pitted.
Red Rocket have come in.
A sign to say he was coming in the pits, and that gives Garside now the trap position to maybe just get his head down, because that maybe could have emptied a mistake from Garside, that maybe, or from either of them. So
a little bit inconsiderate though from Red Rocket there. You know, there's going to be a good bit of track action there.
Yeah, I would have stayed out and blocked something.
Just come into the pit. Yeah, you know. There you go. He stopped on the line. He's dismounted the bike. That's the rules. We know them all. I've said it before. They've got to walk down this pit line, and this is where we were when if you saw me in the paddock a little minute ago. In the cow shed. Yeah, that's just where they are now. So they've wheeled the bike off into there. How are we doing on track with where have they gone? Fiano Engineering. They're down to 11th now. They are still dropping, but I think they might have still been in the pits for a little bit longer than they would have wanted to be, but as far as I'm aware, they are back out on track now. They are still going, so hopefully we do see them come back, and then I think Red Rocket leaving again the pit lane though.
It's going to be interesting to see how Red Rocket do now, if they can maybe get a few positions back straight away, or if they kind of sit in there in a comfortable pace now and just kind of hang around a top 10 or so, or top 5. I mean, it's still in 4th position on our timing screens, but I'm sure they've lost a few more positions than that by being in the pits.
I think they'll hold on to 4th. Well, they want to at least. This will be probably with Fiano looking at them here, but I think we've already seen them. I think it was just a simple driver change. I don't think they've changed anything more than that. I think we will start around I think they said the 5th stint, I think, is when fueling is going to start being an issue. And there is our race leader.
Is that Hudson back on the...
it might actually be Hudson back on the bike there. I can't get a great shot of his head. It's definitely not Johnny Towers who was on it before, because his was blue and red. It is, I think, that judged by that helmet, that looks like it might be Hudson back on, which is a very interesting decision. It could be though Warren.
Yeah, because Johnny Towers has just walked past
Johnny
me.
Towers has walked past the window. So Hudson said, you know what? I want to go again. I want to get back on that bike.
I feel good.
Maybe they've seen these mistakes that Fiano have made and thought, we need to capitalise on this. They've got one of their faster races on the bike now. I mean, I can't speak for the rest of them, but he is definitely one of the quickest ones. He started the stint. He did excellent at the start. And we'll do a bit of a top of the hour rundown here as we approach 12 o'clock. We are a quarter of the way now into this event. What's the rundown you can give us, Brady?
Well, yeah, it's looking again. It's the top 2 or so look like they've kind of plateaued now and found a position, but it's getting really dicey now from probably 15th onwards. So again, run you quick through the top 5 quickly, and then I'll give you a bit more of the nitty gritty in the mid pack. We've got the team RST, which is leading on the 2 bike there. We can just see on camera there, and I think that's Hudson who's back in the saddle. And then you've got the 122 of the team Meklam in 2nd position. The 51 of Garside Motorsport we've been following for a bit on track. They're making some good progression. And then it goes down to the 23 of the Red Rocket, who they also have just made a pit stop, but I think they've managed to hold on to 4th position, so that's a great effort by them. And they have been a team who've stood out to me by just being consistent and not making a lot of mistakes like maybe a few of the others in the top 5 have. So they've had a really good start to this endurance race, and I'm sure they'll be hoping to more of the same. In 5th position, you've got the 100 of DERT, spell dirt. And then and they're in 5th position, and again their lap times are very competitive still. I mean, there are a few seconds actually between them and Red Rocket, so it's going to be interesting to see the 100 and the 23 out on track battling. But the 100 of the Dirt team, they round out the top 5, and then you have the Bike Hospital, Bear and Rolls Racing, No Arse Racing, mind my language, the DW Racing, and the 140 of the Little Chopper Racing. They round out the top 10. And then you've got the 22 of Fiano Engineering, the 955, we've seen that maybe touch the ground a few times if I remember correct. That's Team Daytona. They're in 13th position, so to say they've had a few little mistakes, that's not a bad position to be in, 13th, just on the brink of the top 10. So they'll be looking for a few more positions, maybe to climb into that. And yeah, anything you can see here, Tom? What notice your eye? I mean, the TF Motorcycle Racing, they were. I remember at the start of the race, they were literally second, and they were the only ones in like the 56 and 7s as well. So TF Motorcycle Racing, they've got bags amount of pace. However, they're just struggling at the moment in 19th. I mean, I don't know if it's been mistakes or has it just been a bit of bad luck.
It could be either, but as we say, this is how endurance racing is. They actually just dropped down to 19th there as well.
It's the bike hospital as well.
It's the 53, is it? The bike hospital there that have now stopped on track.
And a bit of damage on there, as you can see now. It looks like the fairing, the front fairing has disconnected.
Taking a bit of a hit there,
and also maybe the clutch, it looks like he's struggling with there. So
looks like that bike might need to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
God, it's all falling off. That's not ideal for them.
But front wheel there.
We keep coming through, and here is our race leader, Team RST. They have been absolutely flawless.
Yeah,
they haven't put a foot wrong.
They've not missed a marker, should I say? They've hit every single one of the markers.
Yeah, and hopefully that's not a commentator's curse. Hopefully we're not ruining it for them. But it seems that it's only who was it? Fianna that we've hit with the commentator's curse.
Unfortunately,
and full 180, but we won't talk about them anymore. I feel like I've already hit them too hard. But they're miles ahead at the front now. They've got over a lap gap. They've lapped Team Macklem in second place, and they've got a very comfortable spot at the top. But that could change so quickly, as we keep saying, in this endurance championship. We're only a quarter of the way into this race, and there is still so much more to go on to happen.
And what you just quickly allude on as well, the lap times, Tom, regarding, if you can just see, I don't know if you guys at home are watching the stream, we're watching the live timing also, but as you can see early on, the Team RST, they were on a 56, so their best lap times are 56, but obviously the track conditions have got a lot worse since the start of the race. So now we're kind of, if you look at the last lap times, I mean, really, they're not the fastest bike out on track. You've got Team Meclam who are kind of doing the 105s. The average looks like it's kind of 107s, 108s. You've got Bear and Rose Racing doing 104, so they're 2 seconds faster now than Hudson out on track. So as you actually kind of just look through a few of the lap times, you've got a lot of competitive lap times here, and this is where I think it brings suit to that wet weather specialist riding talk I was on about before, where a few of the riders now, I mean, we spoke to a few guys in pit lane, and they were praying for a downfall, not only for the kind of tyres they picked, but just also for their kind of rider preferences. They wanted it to rain to maybe split the grid up a bit more. So I think this is going to be interesting. I mean, as I just say, that the Team RST just put a 1 minute in, a 1:02. And that's pretty much the fastest we've had for the last half an hour or so. Like I said, the track conditions have got pretty bad now, so we're looking at about 10 seconds.
You're talking about these track conditions being bad.
Is it drying up out there?
It's not drying up, no. It's far from drying up. But honestly, at this point we were looking at the weather radar before the race got on today.
I was expecting worse.
I was having a look at what would be happening, and if you look on the cameras, to be honest, apart from the people wearing, you can see on your camera there, he's got his wet weather gear on. He's got a big poncho over his
it's like he's been on Valhalla.
His leathers, yeah. But apart from that, you can't really see much spray coming off the bikes. You can see a bit of raindrops on the lens, but it's not that heavy, and it is definitely wet tyres, there's no debating it, but there's room for it to get much worse.
Oh, and as we see a big slide off there.
I think I've jinxed it again. That's what I've done there.
Oh wow, that
is a tough spin, tough little slide there for him.
It seems to lose that. I don't know what exact number it is as of yet, but it seems again it's
Fine Lady, isn't it? We've had a few go off.
Exactly, it's the Fine Lady. It's a turn 2, and that seemed on entry. And again, I think it's a change of direction. You go from a left corner to a bank over to your right, and like I said before, the minute you're on that angle, it's the minute you just bring in enough power or even a bit of brake, you can just go offline ever so slightly by inches in this game.
And it can absolutely throw you off.
That happens, exactly.
Absolutely does. We've seen a few teams making that mistake, and there you go. Oh, that is that's Garside.
Oh, it's the 51
Garside.
Garside.
Place Garside Racing being chased down by Red Rocket.
Oh wow!
I'm not exactly sure where they are.
Red Rocket have just gone past as well.
Yeah, Red Rocket were not that far behind them. Let me just have a look on the screens here. They were a lap down to them, but they're going to come back, and now he's stopped there on track. Is that bike even running anymore? I can't tell.
No, I don't think so. He's trying to get into gear there, but
it might be a case of bringing it back to the pit. Look at the handlebar under his hand. Look at all the turf and mud. There he is, getting all that off. he's going to have to take that back to the pit lane, I think, if he can't get it started here, which is going to be a huge loss for this team.
22 goes past there in the background, as you can see. Fianna
22 is Fianna coming up as well. They were a lap down still. Can he get it going again? That's the question here. That's what he's going to have to do now. He's wheeling that back to the pit lane, isn't he? That's
so annoying for the Garside Motorsport team because they've been so consistent and
he's getting it back onto the circuit. He's got it on the track, on the black stuff. He's got it running by the looks of it.
He's back running.
He's done it. He looks like he's... No. He's not got it going.
That's teasing.
Oh, he's not quite got it running. It's that's disappointing for Garside. In fact, I think we should try and have a look and see if we can catch anyone else from that Garside crew. A bike built by college students on Thursday, so they've had their work cut out for them. Why don't we take a little walk into the paddock.
Let's go and see what the weather's like.
We can find anything else out there.
And we'll go and try and maybe catch a few of the riders out on circuit, because I think we need to be a bit more informed by these riders to let us know what the actual track conditions are really like down there, because like you said, it's not looking as bad as we anticipated, but we're seeing a lot of riders just making a few little easily done mistakes, which are proving kind of costly to a few teams. So it's going to be interesting to speak to a few riders and see, is it quite kind of bad track conditions which are causing all these offs we are seeing, but hopefully it won't be detrimental to the final result. So me and Tom will go out in the pit lane to try and catch a few of the riders whilst we leave you guys here with the action on stream. Red Rocket have now made progression as well, also just touching on there, still in third, but they've actually made a position on the Garside Motorsport team we just seen down on the grass there. So again, shout out to Red Rocket. I'm very impressed with the consistency of that team. They've done exactly what an endurance race really needs, and that's just keeping it upright and keeping the times down. Not been the quickest on track, but they've sure not been the slowest as well. So in races like this, I keep saying, but definitely consistency wins the prizes, and you can see now we are nearly hitting the 9-hour mark. So 3 hours have gone past, and 3 hours seems to have gone past pretty quick. I don't know about you guys at home, but the action has been pretty exciting, and the times seem to have flown by. So we have got 9 hours left, so I'm sure the action is going to get a lot more frantic as we get closer to the death.
All right, so Tom,
Team Metclam and a mate Dunstan 106.
Tom now. So you talk to Tom, say put it over there, come to Oscar, and then basically you're just going to do Tom, you're just going to do a walk and talk with
the little chopper racing at a 140. They're looking that they're making a few good positions there. They're on the 140 bike, the little chopper racing. So I think Tom is in the pit lane anyway now, I'm being told, and he's going to manage to get a few chats with a few of the team personnel down in pit lane. So hopefully he's got his jacket on and he's ready for the coldness, but I'll pass you over to Tom.
Yeah, I'm exiting the commentary box now. It's nice and warm in there. It's not out here, so I've left Braden. He hopefully will be joining me soon enough, but he's going to have a little bit of a breather now after commentating for so long. So we're going to have a walk down the pit lane, see what we can see what's going on out there right now. This is we've got good race happening on track, but also we've got a lot of tactical stuff happening here in the pit lane, which we're going to have a good look at now. So as we come in, it's actually quite quiet. I thought I'd be a few more bikes here. I thought I'd see a bit more happening, but as we walk down, I'm going to try and see if there's not someone I can pull from Garside. Third place, they're having a bit of a tough time, but let's have a look what we can do. In fact, see what? Excuse me, mate. Sorry, excuse me, mate. You have a quick chat. Sorry? You have a quick chat?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So are you with a team here this weekend?
Yeah, 97. We've literally just gone back onto the circuit just now. This is Lewis. He's knackered. I don't think he wants to talk to anyone. So yeah, all good. There's a war of attrition out there. It's just slippy. There's slippy patches everywhere and bikes turning around on them. Yeah, it's going to be a long day.
And how's it going so far? You find it all right for the first, about a quarter of the way in now?
Yeah, it's fixing things as you go. I mean, this bike's been up the track 3 times now on its side, and we've not run out of bits to fix it with yet. So yeah, it's just be a case of keeping the thing rolling and keeping the rubber side down, really.
And how are you guys dealing with these conditions? Obviously, we started dry. We've now transitioned into wetter conditions.
From Yorkshire.
Huh?
From Yorkshire.
What? You're used to it then?
This is normal.
This is nice.
This is a summer's days, this. Oh, no.
This is what you're used to,
We were risking the snow here a few months ago.
So you've just come off the bike, have you?
Yeah.
And how was that stint? Was that all right?
Slippy. Very slippy. I came off. No, just the once.
And so what are these? It's tough conditions then, is it? It's hard to find the grip on it.
Because it's not heavy rain, it feels like grease. So every corner you go into, everyone's going steady.
I'm not sure what's going on here. We've got a bike come in. In fact, it's the is that Team RSC, the race leaders, coming in. They weren't ready by the looks of it. I'm not sure what's happened there. They're back out now. Everyone's running around, bumping into each other. It's crazy hectic in the pit lane here. Thanks, mate. Cheers, guys. We'll try and work out what's happening now. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have a bit of a wonder about, have a look around, see if we can't. I don't want to get in too many people's ways, because that's what happens. We'll have a walk back down to the cow shed, as I named it earlier. We'll have a look about what's going over here. Got a bit of patch of oil on the floor there now. And we'll have a look in here and see if we can't find someone to talk to. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to be having a look at here. We're going to have a look at where we're going. Let's see what we've got here. So going into the shed now. This is the main pit area where we were earlier on. It's very loud in this bit. I can't hear much. So if I'm shouting, I apologise, because I can't even hear myself speaking. Let's find someone to have a talk to. Here we go. These guys here. Excuse me, mate. You have a quick word? Yeah. So what team are you with?
BJ Racing 213.
BJ Racing. And how's it going for you guys out there?
First stint we had a gear lever fall off, so we were sort of running all right and dropped right down to the back and then worked our way through, and then one of the riders crashed a little while ago, caused a bit of damage. So I don't know where we are in a minute, but yeah, just trying to stay upright.
Spirits are still high though?
Oh yeah, always. Yeah. Racing bikes. What more could you want? In the rain.
Excellent. And talking about the rain, how are you dealing with it out there? Is it tricky conditions?
Yeah, it's really, this track's always bad in the rain. It's like one of the worst tracks we go to for rain. It's just the grip there's nothing really, but it's not too bad. Everyone's in the same boat, so just keep going.
We just had someone say, because it's not really heavy rain, there's not proper puddles out there, it just kind of feels like you're on grease. It's just no.
It'd be better if it rained more and you had a bit of sand, like not so much sand in water, but a full wet surface. That you tend to get a bit more grip then, but yeah, it's not ideal conditions.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, mate. Cheers. Right, let's have a walk up here. Let's have a look at what we can see next. I was told Brady would be coming out here to meet with me eventually. I'm not sure where he is. I'm not sure what he's doing. Apparently he's on his way, so we'll listen to that. Who's looking not busy that I can pull aside for a word? We've got a guy here looking at a box of celebrations. Let's have a look what he's up to. Excuse me, mate. Are you getting ready for a run out there right now?
Yep, going out now.
You're going out now. Best of luck then. How are you doing at the moment, do you know?
I think we're about 17 a minute ago.
17?
Something like that.
That's alright then, you're not up there. You've got a long time to go, so best of luck, mate. Have fun out there. Couldn't hold him for too long. He's actually going out on circuit as we speak. So we've got the main pit then here. I was talking a bit before about where we see him come in when they push their bike in. Just over there is where they actually stop. They get off the bike and they push it down here, make repairs if they have to in this bit, and make it into the actual pit lane over there where they make the changes. Let's have a quick chat with somebody else here now. Here you go, let's pull this guy over here. Excuse me, mate. What's your name, sorry?
Mikey.
Do you want to have a quick chat to the broadcast, yeah? Which team are you with?
JP Racing.
JP.
Just about still going.
Yeah. So spirits still high in the team?
We've crashed 4 times. Bike's in pieces, but we're still going, yeah?
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. You can keep going.
Carnage, isn't it?
Yeah. Track conditions is what everyone's talking about that we've spoken to, saying it's like a layer of grease on the circuit out there. You just can't find the grip. You'd have to lift off earlier, make different changes because of that.
Yeah, there's just no grip at all. It's just completely greasy. when we did Knock Hill and Teesside, there were loads of grip, but there's no warning, it's just gone.
And would you prefer it if it was a bit wetter out there? You had a bit more traction from the wet tyres?
Yeah, that's why. We're on wets, but it's not raining, and track's greasy. It's madness.
But it's a bit hard to call those conditions because it could be on the way. It looks like it's perfectly missing the circuit at the moment. So
isn't it? It's good. We've only got 9 hours left. We've only got 2 handlebars left.
Well, best of luck then. Hopefully you make it all the way to the end. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. And then here he is, finally. What time are you calling this?
I'm freezing. I was like that, trying to make the most of the warm. I was like that. I'm going.
Yeah, we've just been having a chat with some of the people here from JP. They're saying they've only got 2 handlebars left. So a few more mistakes, they might not be making it into this race. So fingers crossed they do make it through.
Why the issue is occurring with the handlebars, or is it just a case of just dropping it?
Off, I think, from what he's saying. A lot of people telling me though, they want it to rain more. At the moment, it's like a layer of greases out there. They can't get traction no matter what. And they want a layer of grease to form, a bit more rain will help that because it will sort of be wetter conditions, so the wet tyres will stick more.
Exactly. This is an annoying thing, even with car racing. It's that fine in between of these are the worst conditions. It's that slippy slick. You either want it bone dry or you want it wet through, because you have no feeling in these. If you put slicks on, it's too greasy. You put wets on, you've got no feeling. They don't dig in. So I fully understand what the riders are saying. It is the worst conditions possible. And literally as I was walking up here, I just seen, as you can see on the wet kind of paint there, a lot of riders, if they're just taking a wide line and they're getting on the power a bit too aggressive or a bit too early, and it can really unsettle the rear. So I think that a lot of moments, I was thinking maybe early on a lot of the crashes was a lot of the front and the people stuck in the front, but I think a lot of it now, as I said, kind of like you said before, the paint and the apexes get wet. I think that's going to cause a lot of issues going towards later in the race as the weather gets worse.
Well, that is, very much the case, and they've got to work out these conditions. Like I was saying, I think the rain can still get worse. I think there is more on the way. Whether we'll be seeing that in the next hour, in the next 3 hours, it's impossible to tell. You see bikes coming through everywhere now. This is another stint change, I believe, so people are getting ready to go on. I just spoke to a guy, literally was running to the grid to get on this bike right now. So these are the crucial points of this race where they've got to make it stick, they've got to make it work in these pit stops. What can you insight can you give us as a racer yourself about that?
Yeah, I guess as well, like what you said, the weather can get worse, so then the tactic comes, do you want to kind of make your gaps now when the weather's not as bad, because in a few hours the weather's going to be bad and it's going to be frantic, so it's kind of, do you push now when you feel you kind of need to, but then these are the worst conditions for it. You don't want to push because then one little mistake, your handlebars are gone off. So it's that fine balance, and these guys have got experience, they've done these races before, they know probably what, but I don't know, it's anyone's game. And I think for me personally, I'd just be kind of going off what other people are doing and kind of battling against my rivals, I guess.
We've got a few bikes coming into the pits now. We've got one coming down the pit lane. You'll be able to see here what I'm talking about when they have to push it all the way down the pits to where the driver switch is happening. Here it comes here now. Let's have a look what they're doing. If they get a chat with the bike guy coming off the bike. I don't know if he's going to be stopping. I'm going to try and have a chat with him here now if he does come off. We've had a change there and he's coming off. See him and speak. Excuse me, mate. Excuse me, mate. Let's get a quick chat about that stint for me or not?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah? How was it then? Is it tricky out there?
Yeah, very slippy. I think there's oil or petrol on the track. But yeah, it's alright, it's quite gripping.
And what team is it you're with?
Anxiety at 40.
Right, okay.
477.
Okay, yeah, and how's it going so far for you today? Got the tricky conditions, how are you dealing with it?
Plenty of celebrations, Mars bars, Snickers, water, 2 crashes. Ready for a beer, but we've got 2 hours left.
Keeping the spirits high though, yeah? Keeping them high?
Yes, thank you.
Keeping the spirits high?
Yep, yeah.
Brilliant. Alright, I'll leave you to it. Thanks very much, mate. This is what you're seeing then. So change conditions, like all these drivers coming off and saying the same thing. It's hard out there. They are struggling, and they're struggling to find the grip. They're struggling to get the greasy surface to work for them, as they said there. A great interview there. Saying again, similar thing. He's struggling. He can't get it to work.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of riders are going to be saying this. It's interesting to see about the track conditions, the camber, and And these kind of things now, and as well, you've got to think of setup changes. These guys have not had a lot of testing or practice, so they might go out and they make me thinking, well, actually, in this wet condition, not only is the tyres I want to change, I want to change a bit of the forks, I want to change I don't know exactly how much you can kind of change with these bikes, but as a rider, you want different feelings in different conditions. So again, it's not just a case of sticking on tyres and be like, oh, well, now it's a wet bike. It's a bit more difficult than that. So the riders have got to adapt. They've got to adapt with wet tyres, but maybe a dry setup. So
I'm not mistaken here. This is the bike hospital that just come in right in front of it. Just turn the camera around. This is the team we saw the front hanging off of a minute ago. It looks like they got it fixed. It's coming again though. They've shut it off now, and they're having a bit of trouble getting that bike working. I want to go in and ask for an interview, but they all look a little bit busy at the moment with that. You can see how the front of that bike is taking a hit. It's very flexible out there.
Today we've seen them on the grass a few times, and they've been another one who've been really kind of consistent as well at the start. But
try and run it straight past us here. You can see all the grass on there. It's not gone well. Oh, that's tough bit. They're pulling it into the garage by their van by the looks of it to have a bit of a chat with it there.
Not exactly the start of the race day project. We've got a lot of hours left, and we've got a lot of kind of room to make improvements. So I'm sure the 53 will.
Absolutely do. Right. Should we go have a chat with someone else? Let's see if we can get someone we can't have a quick chat with. Who's standing around? Oh yes, look at that. We've just had at turn 1, someone comes straight off into the barrier there. That's right at the final corner there, straight into the barrier. That's far from ideal. A few oohs in the paddock there as we heard that happen.
No, it's probably just a case of, like I've been saying, you're hitting the paint, you're hitting the wet stuff, and the painted white asphalt, and a bit of power on that, a bit of a change of direction with a bike, and any slight movement, and that's when it can just snap you, and that's exactly what's happened. You got to prepare for the high sides.
Right, let's have a chat then with some people. I'll tell you what, this lady over here, let's just go and ask if she's willing to have a chat. Excuse me, would you be willing to have a quick chat with us? No worries. What's your name and who are you racing with today?
I'm Gemma Hannaford and I'm racing with Team Skidmarks.
And how's it going for you today?
Well, not particularly well. We qualified 18th and then our gear rod broke. So we had to come in, fix that 30 minutes. Decided to put the wets on because obviously it was starting to spit. Got back out, got up to 45th. The last session I got us up to 31st, 8th in class, and then I went and binned it on the first right-hander. So we had to bring it back in, fix it all up, and it's out again. I think we're around about 46th at the moment. So
there's been a few people who have struggled with that. I think it's called Fine Lady, that turn out of turn 1, going up that hill.
Yeah.
What's the conditions like there? Is it just hard to get a good line out there?
I think what it is there's so many lines you can take on it, and there's that one line where you go. I tested a couple of weeks back here and actually went down at the same place because there was oil there, and I think because you just get more you go round, you end up just getting too confident and then just taking that one line that just spins you off, and that's what happens.
Well, you got a good 9 hours left to go, so anything can still happen. Best of luck out there. Yeah, hope you see you guys are all right. So I did insight there into turn 1, and what we've seen with problems at turn 1, we've seen a few people go off there just saying there's actually a bit of oil on that track as well at turn 1, which is why the people are losing it.
So the slippery flag also might have been for the oil as well.
Yeah, I think it definitely was. So that turn 1 proved to be pretty tricky for everyone out there.
Yeah, I think it is. It's a change of direction, as we can see now. The weather's getting a lot worse, but it's a change of direction. It's that feeling you've got to have the confidence, and if you haven't got it, and a slight mistake like that, luckily in a sprint race, races like that, crashes like that make you race over, but luckily now we have got the hours left, so a little slight mistake like that you can rebuild. It's a learning curve, isn't it, really, in races like this. You get away with it, you realise next corner, next lap, you don't need to push as hard there. So
absolutely, and that's what everyone here is doing. Change of conditions mean you're constantly relearning this track.
Yeah.
If it's wet in some areas and drier in others, you've got to learn how you're going to take that corner different, and then by the time you get around to that corner again, it might be
completely different. Exactly. Yeah.
She's just saying to me as well. So many different lines through that first corner. So many people taking different lines through there. That it's hard to know what the best line is.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. There's so many variations, especially bike racing. A lot of people like to run in deep and then maybe compromise the exit a bit. Sometimes you want to go in a bit more compromise and get a good run on the exit. And that's what I was mentioning before about the minimum speed of these bikes. It's always good to keep your minimum speed up. You don't want to be going maybe in too deep and then really low and then having to work the way back up, because the straights are not massive here. So you want to really be on high revs as possible. You want to, and that's again, the riders know all that, but that's again just keeping you flowing. So yeah, the lines throughout all the parts of the circuit, everyone can kind of be very unique in this kind of racing.
Absolutely can. And actually, when we just came before, we saw a Team RTS making a change. They were swapping pilots.
I've seen Hudson just come in.
Hudson, yeah, it's just what passes it. I think it's back to Powers who's out there now. So you know, these are our race leaders, but it looked a bit shoddy, if I'm honest with you. They weren't ready for it. My gun was pushed over by somebody trying to run out of the way. It's crazy stuff out there. Even for the leaders, they're not 100% confident.
Well, exactly. We were kind of, we didn't say it, but we're thinking in the commentary box, RST have probably gone our way with it. All it takes is one of them mistakes like that. A mistake like that, no one knows when you're meant to be in or anything. But you know what, you've got teams like Red Rocket, like Fianna Engineering, like, I don't know, the Bike Hospital, people who had little mistakes in the past, full 180, them boys can make a little recovery and get back up. So again, it's focusing on these few hours now. We've got nine hours left. It's focusing on your own race, and then the later stages, then you get the timing sheets out, you see where you are, and then you can work from there. But for now, you need to stay up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we've got bikes, and you've just seen it on your screens, pouring into the pit lane now, making changes and making these tactical pit stops. We're probably getting to the point in the race now where fuel is going to be the thing they're going to be looking at. How can they fuel it well? What fuel do they take? And you know, do you go long on fuel? Do you go short on fuel? Because the longer you're sat there, getting the fuel pumped into your car, the more time you lose on track.
Exactly, yeah, and that's what I mean. Do you fuel up then to do a big stint? But then it starts raining, and then you don't want to be out on the wet. You know what I mean? You want to be out really wet. If it dries up in an hour, people are wanting to kind of do the big stints when it's dry. So again, it's all strategic, and that's how you can get the times. The only little things like that, they maybe don't sound as much, but that's the only way you're going to claw them little seconds back. You know what I mean? Because you see the likes of the RSTs and people like that, it seems like they've got the pace on everyone. So to beat them in the long run is maybe tactics what you've got to beat them with. So that gets interesting there.
Right, I think it's about time we have a chat with someone else and bother someone else. I'll tell you what, I've done a few of them now, so I'll hand you the mic and I'll let you have a chat.
I'll go and have a little walk around and see who I can grab. So yeah, we'll go and have a little walk around. I'm sure Tom has maybe had a word with a few of these riders so far, so I don't really want to grab anyone. Tom already has. We'll have a walk down there. I've not you see the 455 coming in here, maybe in his way a bit, little we'll grab a quick word with this gentleman here. Excuse me, are you okay, Sam? Grab a quick word?
Yeah, sure.
Have you just been out on circuit there?
Yeah.
How was it? What was it like?
It's good, yeah. It's grippy still.
Okay.
Tyres are holding up still.
What is the track conditions like this? Because I was just kind of saying in commentary, it's not raining, but it's not dry. It's that really weird in between.
Yeah, it's turn 2's a bit slippery at the moment, but the rest of the track's constant, you know, so you
get a good gauge where it is. So what is turn 2 like? So you've got turn 1, which is left-handed, and turn 2 like a sweeping right.
Yeah. With the left's you don't really brake to the left, but the sweeping right's where you have to stop it, and then.
So that's where it's hard on the brakes.
Yeah.
And what team are you racing for today? What team?
Daytona.
Oh, Team Daytona?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we'll be keeping an eye on, see how you get up on the order. So I appreciate that anyway, thank you. So you heard there, so that is interesting to see. So turn 1's actually kind of flat out. You actually don't brake a lot for turn 1. But that's probably where a lot of the issues have been occurring in turn 2, where you're harder on the brakes and you're going in with a lot more force. And obviously that's when the conditions can kind of catch you out a bit and get a bit more difficult. So that was interesting to see now. Maybe try and catch up with a few more riders. Have a quick word. Hey mate, Dan, can we have a quick word for the stream?
Can do, yeah.
Have you been out on circuit yet?
We have, yeah.
What's it like out there? What are the conditions?
I don't know, we haven't been out for an hour, just swapped an engine.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
What bike is it?
RS50.
Alright, okay. So what's happened with the engine? Is it
seized up, just top end failure, so stuck another 50 in, another engine in, and away we go. So
is that going to put you down kind of the order a bit?
Yeah, we're still first in class, so
yeah.
we're happy at that. We'll keep got wets on now, so we'll see what we go for the rest of the race.
And then what do you want, obviously with the conditions, do you want it to get drier, or would you not mind a bit more wet?
Well, all we want is just to finish today. It's our fast event, so if we can finish, we'll be happy if it stops raining. It doesn't matter to us.
Well, you heard it there, first event and they're kind of doing well, so you've not had the best of luck, but hopefully you'll have a bit more.
We'll keep going and we'll be back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You heard it there, good mentality. And you heard it there, literally, so not the best of luck is I think that's the Pearson, Dan Pearson, and he's been saying they've had to do an engine change, so wow, if you think there's some big problems with handlebars and fairings coming off, an engine change can get pretty difficult to do, so that's kind of interesting to know. So an engine change has been done on the bike there, but they're still first in class and they'll be looking to maybe end the day without any problems now. So maybe go back into commentary now. I'll hand you back over maybe to the live stream, and I'll go get my seat in the commentary house so I can see more action on track and I can get a little gauge for what positions the riders are fighting for out there.
Well, thank you very much, Braden. It is getting very wet out there. We were both just under the cowshed, as I've named it, the covered bit of the pit lane out there, where we had no idea how much it was raining. But as I walked back to the commentary box just then, I very much realised that it is absolutely starting to hammer it down. The rain is getting heavier out there, and that is a change of fourth place, I believe. I think that is it Garside making their way through now, who they've just overtaken Red Rocket Racing, so they are coming through the pack a bit now. They did make a pit stop, I believe, whilst I was in the pit lane just then, so they are making their way back up after another, obviously every half an hour they have to make a stop, so another good stop by them, and they're making their way back. Garside, one of the teams we are definitely watching today, because they are on a good course for a top three, but we've got a few teams competing up there. I'm not going to make any calls just yet, because it is impossible to say exactly who is going to finish where just yet, but they're coming through. They're working hard, and you can actually see a few puddles forming on track there as you take that angle there, and you can tell that very quickly that circuit is becoming very slick, which, as I just spoke to a few of the people in the pit lane, means they can actually get a bit more pace in these bikes. They wanted more rain, that's what they were wishing for. They wanted more rain rather than the greasy, slick conditions we had before. But it is starting to come down out there quite quick, quite fast now. And as Braden walks back into the commentary box, he's made his way back. It's getting a bit wet out there, isn't it? I'll wait for him to put his headset on so you can hear it. But, I look at the window, I can hardly see out of it now because it is covered in raindrops. Here he is. Wow. Braden, what is up? It's raining hard out there now, isn't it?
I tell you what, I know it sounds silly. Well, we can just see a crash there on screen, but cliche, but it's that rain what gets you wet, and I'm definitely wet.
It's the 23 of Red Rocket Racing who...
No, it's the 30. I think that's the 38, maybe.
38. Oh, okay, 31. Maybe it's not Red Rocket then. That's not the end of the world for them.
I just caught up with a few of the... I think I caught up with the Bike Hospital team. It was the 53, and they were saying, I think you alluded to, about a bit bad luck, but they're looking to maybe just get going now. Big crash here with seeing two riders. That one does look like it's got pretty physical.
There's two down. If we can we just get a refresh on the time screen, have a look where everyone is and what's happening out there, and we'll know exactly what's happening, because...
And there's also been an engine changed out there. I was just speaking to a rider. He's just let me know that he's been in. I said, have you been out on circuit? He said, well, I've not been out for the last 20 minutes. We've just done an engine change.
Right.
I said, well, so I thought the handlebar issue and stuff were getting worse for people, but an engine change sounds pretty bad. But that's not ruined his races. They're back out now, so they'll be looking to...
So we've got 22.
22, is that Fianna Engineering again? It is. I mean...
That's such a great start to the day today. But they've sort of had a few offs now. It's all come down. And we're seeing different people taking up to fifth. Fianna Engineering were running in seventh before that, but Bike 100 now, the Dirt team, D-E-R-T, have made it up to fifth position now. They've got Garside Motorsport ahead of them. I'm not entirely sure how I'm pronouncing the name of Dirt, D-E-R-T, perhaps, but it's not Dirt spelled in the traditional way, so perhaps using the initials of it is the easiest way to go around doing that.
And I've also just been doing a bit of kind of secret kind of service, at Facebooking as well. I've had a little Facebook to see what kind of is going on inside the paddock, and then there's kind of a little group chat. Well, it's like a Facebook with a Freetech Endurance group, so I've gone on that and realised there's a few comments saying apparently a few riders are actually putting in there now saying there's a fuel leak on circuit, and I remember it made sense because you alluded to it. You spoke to a rider and they've actually said that turn 1, turn 2 is maybe a bit of oil down, and somebody's put it in the on kind of the Facebook group to let people know that suspecting somebody's got a really kind of bad fuel oil leak because they're saying it's kind of fuel all around the circuit. So that can get really kind of it can prove to be an issue, and definitely when the conditions are like this, the last thing you want is a bit of grease on track, but then once you've got a bit of oil or fuel on top of that, it is just really going to be like an ice rink out there. So that might be a reason as to we've had so many kind of slide offs in the early part of this race.
Got one running down there, and that is our cameraman in the pit lane who we were just with over there doing some interviews, getting some great shots of all the bikes running through, and it's almost quite comical to see this. It's great to see them, absolutely. They stop, and you get one coming in now here. Let's have a look at this. He stops at that red flag. He's got to dismount the bike, and then he's got to run it all the way down the pit lane to where he's going to be changing. This might be a situation of not just a driver change, but something more. We might see him come into this part of the paddock now. You can see the lens on that camera getting very wet because it is raining hard out there. I was just saying before, when we were stood in what I've now named the cow shed here at Whilton Mill, under that cover, it was hard to tell how much it was raining because we were under cover. But as soon as you took your interviews and I took the walk back to the commentary box, I got absolutely pelted by the rain, and I think very shortly we're going to be running on a very, very wet track, which, as some of the riders just said, is what they want to see. It's, they want a racetrack that is wet, because these wet tyres don't perform well on a sort of in-between circuit, as you were alluding to when we were out there a second ago. Yeah, exactly. And I feel looks like the kind of riders now, everyone's getting into the kind of flow. I think, like you just said, the weather's got a bit more worse as such. So I think the riders now are kind of, they're not in that kind of panic state or the middle state where it's, is it dry, is it wet? I think everyone knows now it's wet. This is what you need to do. Wow, that was an elegant jump from the 73 there. Pretty, he's not messing around. That was a nice quick move. Let's have a look. 73 what team exactly are they? Let's have a look at my notes. They're Team Hawk. I haven't done their homework though, so they're not in my spreadsheet, but they are on my entry list. Team Hawk there, who've done a nice clean driver switch there, I believe. Elegant jump off, rider switch there. As an elegant jump off of the bike down the pit lane, and we've got a new rider now taking it out into the new the start-finish pit area. I'm not sure, it's weird having two different pit lanes like that. I'm not quite sure what the best way to talk about it is, because it's not like it's just one long pit lane, because there's like a little weird way to come through. It's weird. It's a weird one to see, but I suppose if it works, doesn't it? Exactly, and it's great to see everyone as well adhering to the little walking rules and the stuff, because obviously you've even seen some people like really slowing it down and making sure, because obviously we've been up there in the pit lane ourselves. It's pretty small, it's pretty crowded, so it's quite easy for an accident to happen there, and that's the last thing you want that's happening. So fair play to everybody, because when you're in the kind of competitive nature, you're in a race, you've maybe got the guy just ahead of you, you want to come in and push it in, but everyone's adhering to the rules and being very safe out there. So yeah, so welcome back to the live stream here in studio. Live. We're on camera now. We're on the screen. Hello, boys and girls watching. Welcome to Freetech Endurance. My name is Tom, and if you've only just tuned in, you're thinking, what is going on? What's in this race? And what race is this? This is the race. We're here for 12 hours. It's not a sprint. It's not a normal motorcycle event where you've got a few different races here, there, and everywhere. This is the one that's going for all day. From 9:30 this morning it started. We're going to be here until 9:30 this afternoon. So it's going to be a long day, and I hope you're strapped in ready for the ride, because it is going to be a good one, that's for sure. Well, it is going to be a good one, and so far it has been a good one. I mean, quickly run you through the order. This is the scene now from the pit lane. I mean, it looks pretty quiet from what it has been, doesn't it, Tom? But I mean, we were down there when a few rider changes were happening, and damn, it was busy, it was kind of panic, but as you can see, the weather has really kind of started to take a turn for the worse. Now, we've actually forecasted a bit of wind, and I don't know if that's going to affect the riders too much, but if it does get strong winds out here, I mean, that'll probably visibility issues. I mean, that wasn't an issue at the start, but I suppose it maybe could be. I think there's a few riders that's had their beans for their breakfast then. Yeah. Forecasting a bit of wind. Anyway, there we go. A bit of refuelling happening in the pit lane there, and that's more of a traditional fuelling method. We're speaking about fast fuelers. That's not a fast fueler. That's just a jerry can and a pipe into the engine, which is perhaps maybe not the most efficient way of doing it. There was a few fast fuelers down in the pit lane when I was there a moment ago, but maybe there's no rush. Maybe they're not. We've got a long way to go in this. It's full 180 again. I mean, if you're going to put money on someone to stop on track at the moment, it's unfortunately full 180. We spoke to them in the pit lane a little bit a minute ago, and they were saying that they've hopefully fixed the issues. They've gotten back out on track and hopefully they have to stop again, but they've stopped again there. And look, that is a proper fuel can. That's what we're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah, and exactly. And there you can see on shot of the stream, I think that's the young lad of the Searle, I think that is, on the
18-year-old Searle, yes.
Yeah, I mean, so I think he's our youngest competitor here this weekend and in the race today, and he was looking really kind of smooth and good on the bike, so he'll be looking to maybe make some progression as he gets back into the saddle. But quickly as well, I'll run you through the results. Shout out to Bear and Rose Racing on that number 8 bike. I mean, they were, like I said before, once the lap times started showing wet lap times, they were the ones who were kind of setting the pace in the wet weather times. And to be fair to them, I think they've kept it upright. The best time is a 58 seconds, so it's only 2 seconds off the fastest time, which is a 56 from the team RST, which are currently leading. But the number 8 at the Bear and Rose Racing, that's a great effort so far to make up the positions into the podium contention, because they've actually overtook Garside Motorsport, Red Rocket, Fianna Engineering. So there's a few competitive bikes they've managed to overtake. And then we've just realised that Team Daytona, I spoke to one of their riders down in the pits, and he had a few problems, but he was looking to make some ground up, and they've just got past Fianna Engineering on the 22, so that's a good sign for them. Team Daytona are definitely making some good ground there. And they were saying I was also speaking to a rider who was telling me after turn 1, he said turn 1's pretty much flat, so you're not braking after turn 1, but then you're so hard on your brakes for turn 2, so that's where a lot of the kind of, on the entry, they can lose it's so easy to lose the front or overload the front going into the corner, but then you kind of banked over, it's a kind of floating right-hander, so then you're always kind of, there's danger everywhere in the corner, what I'm trying to say. There's danger going in, there's danger middle, and there's danger coming out. So I think that's why there's been a lot of kind of accidents down at turn 2 heading up to Christmas Corner, because of just the variety of the corner was mixed with these conditions.
Absolutely, it is very sort of tough out there, especially like you say in these conditions when the rain's coming down. Normally that turn 2 is a bit tricky from what we've heard, but with it being a bit slick and a bit wet today, we're hearing even more. And here we have our team leaders. This is Team BST who have come in. I think that's Johnny Powers, is it? That's just Johnny off the bike there.
He's coming off the bike there.
Johnny Towers, sorry. And who's up next?
Well, like you said, we had a bit of a kerfuffle before, didn't they? I think he was down in pit lane and there was a kerfuffle, and I said to you, this is all it takes. I mean, they had luck. He's looking at luck.
Back. He's jumping back on. Hang on. So this happened similarly when I was in the pit lane a minute ago, like you're saying. Yeah. Then they've ended up looking like they're wrenching something back onto the bike.
So that's a full stand.
This is not good for the leaders. And what is their gap to Mechlem behind them? And this is, I think, now going to be. I'm not sure who's jumping on the bike now. I've not got rider with red on my list, so they must have a new rider that's come on there that hasn't been listed for me.
It could be Warren Guantarari.
Yeah, well, I've got him down as having black leathers with a South African helmet, which they race with hats on now, which doesn't quite look like that's it. So I'm not sure who our new rider is here.
Well, he's just actually gone in front of Garside Motorsport, but just about Garside, literally just before we got to the pit lane of the shot we did of the team RST, Garside was just literally coming through the back of the pack, but just going on the outside, the inside, just taking some great lines. As you can see,
just having a chat,
having a little look across down to the number 2 of the RST.
The Kenny Straight, just having a chat to each other, and they go round into Chapman here now, and they go back out onto the back straight.
And he puts it on the inside. He puts it back on the inside. So.
Yeah, he looks like he's a bit tenterous. The lead rider who's jumped back onto the bike here.
Yeah, again, and this is probably a case, like you said, we've not really seen. I don't think we've seen this rider out on circuit today. No. So again, you're jumping on, and you've got to find the grip. You need to find where everything is. You need to find how you feel, how the bike feels, comfortable if you're comfortable. So these first few laps, no matter if you're on a winning team, if you're on a fast team, if you've not been on a bike before in these conditions today, you need to definitely get your eye in, because
and it's better to go slower and learn the track than go fast, make a mistake and lose the lead, because they've done so much work. All his teammates
done the hard work now, so
to get him to the front. All he has to do is hold it there and keep him going. So let's have a look at some gaps then. What is RST currently looking like? They've still got a lap up on Mechlam at this front, but Mechlam have just pulled in a minute up.
Yeah, and what's going to be interesting, as I can just see in the timing now, so you're 51 of Garside Motorsport. They're actually just 4 seconds back from Bear and Rose Racing.
That's closing down
for the podium. And if you look there, literally right on stream, right on cue, and the move has just been made for Garside. They've gone on the outside and then managed to take the inside of the coming up to the penultimate corner. Now taking round to the final corner. That's the Garside of 51. So he gets his way back into third position, if I'm correct. Yep, I'm correct. And he takes it literally by not a lot, because as you'll just see coming into shot now, the rear of the shot is number 8 of Bear and Rolls Racing. So Garside looks on it, the motorsport. I don't know what rider exactly that is on the 51 Garside.
51 at the moment. It's probably let me see, let's get them up here. It could be, what's the helmet looking like? He's got a white and yellow helmet, is that from what I can see?
Yeah, it looks like it. So
well, I've got helmet colour white and yellow. That's Ryan Garside, team leader.
Well, Ryan looks on it there, and to be honest with you, I remember half an hour or so ago, they actually had a bit of a moment themselves. They had a little off, and look now, they're back into third position. So that just shows you that the exact reasoning of these endurance races. You can make mistakes, you can have offs, but if you've got the pace and consistency and tactics behind it, you can work your way up within minutes.
You absolutely can, and everyone is making stops throughout this race. Everyone is being stopped in that pit lane to some extent, whether it's just a gyro swap, or if it's a refuel, or if it's a tyre change, whatever. And I don't think we'll see too many more tyre changes, especially not condition changing tyres. But you can make up the gaps and the timings you make from your mistakes. And you can have a look there. See how tight he's tucking himself into that bike. He is absolutely flying. He's tucking himself in on the straights, making himself as aerodynamic as possible to absolutely slice through the air. And
and if you actually look at the lap times now, Tom, he's really, the Garside Motorsport, he's the fastest man on track, and by quite a while. Probably the next one to him is 2-3 seconds down the road, and the leaders are about 5 seconds off. So this is when it gets interesting now, but then this is just fine in between, isn't it? The word commentator's curse, I don't want to say put on him, but this is a fine in between now. I'm sure he's got it covered because he looks very comfortable, Ryan is on the bike.
It's a beautiful bike as well. I love the livery. I love it.
The livery in the handguard looks mint, and how small it just looks really kind of comfy on the bike, and just visor up, spray in his face.
Well, you can see his overalls he's got on there, and I'll tell you what I've got written down for suit colour for Ryan Garside. Just as funky, and I think that's the best way to describe. They're pretty funky overalls.
They're one of the best overalls I've seen, and they are funky.
They are absolutely flying. But I will say the gap to Team Mechlam ahead of them, who are in second place, is 7 laps. So they've been they're quite far down to second place. But like you've just said, and like we've been saying all stream long, 9 hours still. I think 8 or 9 hours. I don't know what exactly how long we've got left now, but they're gonna keep going, and they're gonna keep trying to close that gap. Maybe Mechlam make a mistake, maybe they make a pit stop, and
all it takes is a little drop it down, then your handlebars is gone, and before you know it, that's 2, 3, 4 laps is gone. So
precisely, yeah.
Oh, definitely for the viewers at home as well. If you're sat there watching, listen, this race has not even got started yet. There's the last half an hour of this race. I'm pretty sure from the racing we've already seen, it's going to get quite hectic and frantic, and
not to say go away and come back at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, don't come away and come back at 9.
There's going to be some great racing for the rest of the day. And there you go, pit boards, Garside's pit board there. It's come up. There is nothing on that though. It's pretty blank, but they're trying to signal something to the team around them, and that is something I really want to touch on. Pit boards. This is how they're communicating with the drivers. There's no other way. Yeah. So the riders, when they're out there, the only way they can talk to the rider is via this pit board. That's the only communication they've got. And he might be trying to call him into the pit.
I've actually seen a few times when I was in the pit lane myself. I've seen a few other riders kind of not even pit boarding. They're almost waving over the pit wall to say, "Come in." And it's almost like the rider's like, "No, I'm having too much fun. I'm feeling too good out here."
Well, we'll see if he does come in.
And this is what Ryan might be doing.
Signalled as he comes into the. It's back straight now, I think. Is this what this is? Is he coming in, or are they just holding up the sign for fun? We'll see it slowly as he comes into the boot now. What's he gonna do? Does he pit? No, he doesn't. He continues around the boot. He ignores the pit board, and he keeps going. It's interesting then. I wonder what that pit board was saying. It's actually, you can see it now. It's on the final corner they're holding up. They're going home with it now though.
I might just give him a little warning to come in this next lap now.
Yeah. He's got the kid with him. Maybe it was just, do you want to get the kid involved? If there's nothing written, maybe they said beforehand, if there's nothing written on the side, don't worry too much about it.
You're just getting him involved.
So what are we looking at on track then, race-wise? What have we got?
So yeah, looking back down the order, I mean, shout out again to Red Rocket, the 23. They've stayed consistent and they're in the top 10 still. But then even down the order to teams we've not really mentioned now in the past, let's get and cover a few of them. I mean, you've got the track days, the 77. I've been watching them specifically on track. They're looking comfortable on track again, but consistent. So they'll be hoping for a top 20 finish. The Bike Hospital, the 53, I mean, we've spoke to them and we've covered them a few times, but they've seemed to drop back quite a few times now, quite a few positions, sorry. They've struggled with a bit of...
Well, we saw Bike Hospital when we were in the pit lane, weren't they? They were actually wheeling their bike through into the hospital, into the paddock. And this is Garside. He has come in, he's listened to the pit board this time. In he comes, he's got the red flags, he's got a dismount, he's got to run, and it's a driver change? No, he's not got a helmet on, it is a rider change. Here we are. So we've got new overalls, new helmet, black and red. Let's have a look who this might be. Red and white, it's called Paul Bowen.
A little bump start there and they're off.
Doing that. Red and white helmet, Paul Bowen. Off he goes. He's from Chorley originally.
Chorley FM.
So off he goes. He tries to get something. He's been pushed down the pit lane as he gets the bike running, and off he goes. Walking back down the pit lane, his teammate going, "Whoa, that was a tough run."
I know it'll be done now. It'll be like, listen, I'm back in the awning now for half an hour. That's my stint done.
Have Garside lost position to Bear and Rose because of that pit stop, or are they still ahead?
I guess we'll refresh his time once they come over the start-finish line. But and that's just a case of being consistent from the number 8 of the Bear and Rose Racing.
Absolutely.
Okay, Garside went past a bit faster and got the pace on them, but if you know they're going to be pitting soon and you can keep consistent, then... Again, also, just quickly, it might be as well when that checkered flag finishes, it's probably going to interrupt pit stops, if you understand. You know what I mean? Teams might be due a pit stop and maybe you've got it a bit wrong and be like, oh no, the pit stop falls 5 minutes after the race. So, because we can see here, like, kind of, you might be in for example, say somebody's in third position, but theoretically they might be 4th on the road or 5th on the road, but because of how the pit stops have worked, they've got positions up, so that's going to be interesting to see in the last half an hour. If people might just come into the pits, just get one done.
Absolutely, and you can see now on your screens there, Mr. Funky Suit himself. That is Ryan Garside, who's just got off the bike. He's got Garside written on his helmet. It's very nice. This is his team, and he is, I will say, the college lecturer that made his students rebuild the bike for him. So again, students, if you're watching at home, if you're
watching at home, you've got the next few days off because you've done a good job. So I'll be staying at home. You've earned your reward.
Definitely get on Ryan's, to give you a bit of time off for that, because you've done a good job rebuilding that bike. We did say at the start, with the engine only being fitted on Thursday, could there be some reliability issues? Could there be something wrong with that bike? But look at it, there it is. It's chugging along nicely. It's doing everything it needs to do. It's successfully made it through the first quarter of this race, and it's looking like it's on for at least a good top finish somewhere amongst the top few cars. I'm not going to call it yet. I'm not going to tell him exactly where it's going to finish.
Just 8 hours left.
We've got a few hours left, but no, he's definitely chugging along nicely. He's doing exactly what he needs to be doing out there.
And this is obviously where it gets interesting now, because, like I keep alluding to, the lap traffic of coming out, and you can also, as well, speaking to a few riders just off camera before, they were saying about you get caught up in the battle, what you shouldn't really, not even a battle as such, but you come out the pits and then before you know it, you're battling with a few riders you've just joined the track with, and they're not even anywhere near you in the standings, or they're not, and it can mess you up and you can mess your rhythm up a bit. So it is a fine medium between kind of getting behind a quick rider or getting behind somebody who can maybe pull you along, but not getting in kind of people's, do you know what I mean, not getting in the way as such, not in the way where it's going to hamper them, but hamper you if anything. Absolutely. You don't want to be in traffic as you're kind of trying to make your positions up, and you people like you kind of Bear Rolls Racing, you Rocket Racing, again going back down and touching upon teams we've not really spoke a lot about. I mean, I like the 42 with the older gear, the no idea. I mean, in quality this morning, they look pretty good on the bike. I think we've got a follow there, the 102.
102, which is the not on my list, so let's have a quick look.
The 102 is the Mara again. That's the second time we've seen them on the floor, and they're, to be fair, they were kind of down the order in 45th position, so it's not ruined the race as of yet. Still probably have positions to make up, but yeah, I think we've seen them on the deck already today, so not one of the best starts towards the race they wanted, but
that's going to be frustrating for them. They won't be happy with that result, but they're still going, they're still making it work.
And again, where's that crash? It's turn 2. It's honestly becoming so prominent, that corner. I think now, Tom, once everyone's kind of got their eye in for the circuit, I think the only crashes we are seeing around that sector, aren't they?
Literally, that is one of the trickiest parts of the track for sure. That a lot of people struggling there. You know, we spoke to people in the pit lane. Someone actually had a fall there, and she said, you know, that she was just going to the corner, took the line, but everyone's taking a slightly different line there. And if you get the wrong one, you get the wrong one, and you're going off, and you're taking a hit. You're on that curb, and you know we've said it a million times. Once you're on that curb, it's so hard to get traction back, especially when it's a bit greasy and oily like it is there.
It's almost as well. You go through that. I don't know if you've ever. You almost hit a curb sometimes. I don't know if you know at home, but sometimes on a bike, or even if you hit the ground, you kind of you want to get off, but you can't have your body kind of just freezes. Not freeze as such, but you don't want to put. It's almost kind of you don't want to put too much of the steering input in because you know that'll kind of. So then you almost just ride on what you don't want to be riding on. So it is so difficult, like you just said. An inch off line can just be barrel roll before you know it, you're on the deck, and it was just going in half an inch too deep. So
absolutely. Now I've been telling fibs all day, I'll tell you that right now, because I've just realised I've been saying all day there's 49 entrances in this race, there's 49 people competing, but every now and then I find the number and I'm thinking I can't find it in my books anywhere. I've just had a look at the timing screen, there's 54 of them out there, not 49. There's 5 extra bikes that I haven't
even been informed wrong, or is that us?
Well, the official entry list is what I'm basing my knowledge off of, and apparently there's 5 people that aren't on the entry list. Maybe they just rocked up and decided to join the pack.
Well, they've done my thing. Like I said, I've got my levers in car, so a few people might have rocked up, seen the conditions and thought, right, I'll have a bit of this.
Well, I'm not sure I'd want to get out in those conditions, really. I think I'd much rather
I'd rather be in here.
Summer's day. And you can see on that GoPro actually there, we've got away from it now, but you can see there was a lot of raindrops on there, and that is indeed what is happening across the whole circuit here. Everywhere is soaking wet now. We've got beads of water coming down our windows here in the commentary box, and it is getting absolutely soaking wet. We've got the 97 who was taking a tumble there, 97 of on the list. Let me find them. 97 are probably one of these 5 that aren't on my list. No, they're not. Fubar are the 97. They've just taken a little bit of a tumble there, which is a shame.
The number 12 as well, just quickly, the number 12 was looking good. I remember seeing them in qualifying. They're looking pretty quick. I mean, they're down in 11th position. It's a number 12 of the mini skirts. I want to say secret, but it's a bit of a tongue twister that. But it's a mini skirt team, and they look like, if you're looking at lap times now, just on a 1:10, quite a lot faster than a lot of the riders in front. So again, we're coming to the part of the stage of the race now where you're probably 10 to 20, you're 10 to 30. You've got quick riders there, so it's going to be it's just a case now as the start of the race is ruining a few people, like your TF motorcycles, as their starts, as their kind of little mistakes ruin the rest of their race now, because we're probably hitting what's going to be the halfway mark. That's 6 hours going to be the halfway mark.
Yeah, we'll be seeing that at 3:30 will be our halfway mark, I believe. We're currently, do a quick time check, coming up on 1 o'clock, so we've come a solid way into this race now. We've started at 9:30 this morning, and we're just over a quarter way of the way through in this race. We've had a lot of changes, a lot of pit stops happening in this race today, and we've got a time for your top 20 as we come into the new hour. What's that top 20 looking like then? We're on screen.
Again, the top 3 is looking pretty plateaued now, so it looks like definitely of the number 2 of the team RST, they found the kind of speed and the pace, and they're looking comfortable. They've actually completed 189 laps.
Wow.
To oppose the second position is a 122 of the team Meclan. They've completed 187, so 187. So there's only 2 laps in it or so not a massive kind of change. But then obviously then from third position, which is Garside Motorsport on a 51, they've only done 180. So from third to first, there's a difference of what Tom said before, about 7 to 9 laps. So sounds a lot in a sprint race kind of format, but believe me, in a 12-hour endurance race, this is not even started yet. You've got the Bear and Rose on the number 8, they're back in 4th position, so I'm just reading from the timing screen here, and the number 23 is in 5th position of Red Rocket Racing, and we've been mentioning them quite a bit throughout the stream. They've been seen
decent. They've been trying to make
consistent
positions, definitely.
So yeah, just and then back down the order again, touching upon Fianna Engineering. They've got up into 9th position now. I think you last said they were in like 14th or so they're making decent progress, and they've just clocked in a 1:06 in their last lap time. I'll talk you through the fastest people on track right now, and we're no surprise it probably is a 22 of Fianna Engineering. They have had a few offs, but you're looking now, to be fair, the last off they had, Tom, it looked like they had a bit of bike damage.
Well, we've got a bit of running together in the pit lane there. Two bikes almost coming together. We've got a lot of people pouring into the pit lane now. We've got some changes being made. We've got a bike off, I believe that's just after Christmas corner and the Inkermans. He's on that verge there, just between the Inkermans and is that the Ashby turn, is it, coming down that way? I think it might be just there that he's had an off there. He's just in front of Zulu 1. If you are just tuning in today and you've just found that stream, you thought, what's going on here? Let's see a bit of motor racing. Welcome on board. My name is Tom, and I'm joined alongside by the wonderful Braden here today, and we're going to be talking you through the 12 hours of Whilton Mill here at the Freetech Endurance Championship. It is absolutely pouring it down outside, as you can see on that camera there. A lot of raindrops on the screen, and you've got the 87 bike there who look like they might have had a bit of a handlebar issue there, trying to get the turning back into that bike. We've got people coming off here, there and everywhere. It's been a pretty frantic start, hasn't it, Tom? It has indeed.
Oh, Garside has just rejoined the circuit, it seems.
That looks like we came back onto him there as he was just refixing his handlebar. What are they called? Handlebar covers? What would you call them?
Hand guards, I think.
Hand guards, that's the one. Yeah, which is designed to be there, so if he does come off, he doesn't hurt his hands.
Exactly.
Looks like they're a bit skew whiff there. He needs to push that down a little bit more to fix it. But
I really like the look of them hand guards on certain bikes.
So I think it makes especially that Garside one from the front. It looks almost like a motocross. It really does. Sort of looking thing. But here we go then. A lot of people coming through the pit lane. That's the 455. We've seen quite a lot at the moment, but not for the right reasons. The 455. I've seen him a lot in the pit lane.
Yeah, so, unfortunately, that's been like been the same with a few like the 4180 guys. I think the 636 was it? I mentioned before the TF Motorcycles Racing. Absolutely. So we've seen a few bikes who have not got off to the cleanest of starts, but showed pace and potential, as we see Garside there. Camera panning towards him. He's looking like he's got himself going now, and he's trying to get back into his rhythm, but he's just finding the bike on his inside there.
Garside is on the same lap as Bear and Rose Racing, the number 8, and after that tumble he lost quite a bit of time to him. Okay. So there is a 30-second gap, but that gap could be closing rather quickly.
He just doesn't look very comfortable right now on the bike, the rider of the Garside.
No, he doesn't. I don't know if that's someone that's recently come on, is still learning the track conditions or something, but as they cross the line then, they've dropped another 5 seconds on that lap. We'll wait for Bear and Rose to cross so we can tell you a more accurate delta between them. With Bear and Rose on that last lap made up 19 seconds, so they're pushing hard to try and catch up to Garside, because they've probably heard them had enough and thought, hang on, this could be quite nice for us.
I think he's getting back into the stride of things, the rider now, but I think he might have had a little off skirt on the grass, which was kind of
I can tell you the gap has come down to 24 seconds now to Bear and Rose Racing, who's just triggered the timing beam across the line, so he is closing the gap onto third place, and within a couple of laps, if he doesn't quite get back up to pace, that 51, we could be seeing another battle for third place.
Well, the Garsides have looked strong all day on that, but yeah, like you just said, I think he's now looking, he's having a look behind a few times now just to kind of make sure exactly where he is on track position. He may be knowing he's made that mistake there, so he might know he's got a bit of company behind him soon on the number 8 of the Bear and Rose Racing, but I'm sure the 51 of Garside Motorsport, they'll figure this out, because they've been absolutely on it and mega all day, and the rider now on that is looking more comfortable and looking like he's pressing the gas a bit more to try and make up some ground. But yeah, as we just look at these riders going into that turn 2, it just really does look sketchy, and especially with the rumours around the paddock of certain oils or fuels being out on the circuit, that's just another dimension you've got to worry about, isn't it, Tom?
Absolutely it is. Now, Garside Racing, for anyone that's just tuned in, is of course a team that we have been following and I think a little bit rooting for today, and I'll actually say this, I didn't realise this, their number at the front of their bike lights up. If you see them at the front of their number, they've got a bright yellow light up number on the front, so you can always spot the 51 at the front. But this bike was built on Thursday by a bunch of college students at Myers Clough College. If you haven't already heard that, we've said it a few times, but if you're new to the stream, that is the incredible thing. It's built on Thursday by Ryan Garside, who is the team leader. His students, he's just pulled them in. They all study motorcycle maintenance level 2 and 3 at Myers Clough College, and he's just dragged them all in to help come together.
Listen,
and
you're not having dinner
together
today. I've got some. I'm busy this weekend.
Absolutely,
I need your help.
yes. And so far, I mean, obviously they've had a bit of an off there, which has been unfortunate for them. They've been, like you say, absolutely solid, and they've gone flying through the pack. They've been fighting. They've fallen down. They've fought back up to third place. And,
just another one about solid teams out there. The Black Savage Racing there again. Clocking up a 1:10, and that's probably like 5 seconds faster than some of your riders in your top 10. So again, I'll quickly run you through kind of a few of the riders and the teams.
Sorry, just to catch you up there, I said on the before it was 24 seconds to Garside and Bear Rose Racing. They've now closed that to 16 seconds. They've halved the 30-second deficit to Garside Racing within a couple of laps. So very soon, if they keep this pace and Garside don't pick up their pace, we will be seeing about for third place. So definitely stick around for that, because that will be a wonderful fight to see. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. And exactly like you said, Tom. Exactly like, and you've kind of just pointed out that maybe the 51 of Garside has just not hit their flow as such now after a little small off. And I think it's a case of the number 8 hitting their flow at the right time. And once you get that, you get a rider who's maybe not feeling the most comfortable to opposed to a rider who's feeling very comfortable. Them times can just come down massively. And even again, look, if you have a look at the first two there were 2 laps in it. Now there's only 1 lap in it. So just little slight increments like that where you can feel a bit more comfortable and a bit more confident than your kind of competitor. You can just reel in times. But yeah, touching about down the order of the grid, I just want to give a shout out to a few riders we've not maybe covered. The 233 of Premium Parts, again, they've just notched up on their last lap of a 1:13. I don't know what specific rider is out there, but
it's the one. Is that the 145 that's just gone down there in front of us? Is that one?
And that's after Christmas Corner. It looks like
just after Christmas Corner into the Incomans there. He's had a little bit of a tumble. We've seen it. That's another spot. We've seen a few riders.
It's a change of direction, I think. It's exactly like turn 1 and 2.
Spoke about 1 and 2, and it's the same with the Incomans there. A few people having a tumble there, which is very unfortunate.
You're right, but it is exactly the same spot. It's almost like the crashes we're seeing so far. The bikes are ending up in the exact same position. I don't know if he's got his steering turned or not, but his wheel looks a bit out, if you ask me. It's slightly
right, actually. It's slightly to the right there. He's got to get that going. It's a little bit wonky.
So
he needs to get it running again. He's getting back onto the circuit, and he's come back off the circuit. He's going to be going around to the pits, you think, there potentially, and that looks like his steering isn't quite aligned as he might want it to be.
No, and that's going to put you off massively, so that's something you need to get changed as soon as possible. But yeah, again, track days on the number 77. They've just had a kind of a bit of a poor, I'm guessing it's been a rider change, because they've just notched up a 2:38 on their last lap. So
and we've had a change of the lead. Team RST have dropped down to second spot. Team Mechlem have taken the lead of this race. According to my timing screen, I'm not entirely sure what's happened there for Team RST, but
wow, you caught me off guard.
They've taken a 2-minute drop on that lap. I don't know if they've pitted or what. That's a 3-minute lap they've just done. Something might have gone wrong.
That's surely a problem. It's a slow pit stop or a problem.
But that's a big drop for them, and that's the first time I think we've seen RST drop off of the lead, and that is the bike. That's 122 in front of us there now. That is our new race leader, white with its red accents, our new race leader, and they've taken over Team RST, who have been flawless in this race so far. I'd love to know what happened in that pit stop there.
And again, speaking of flawless, though, you've got to hand the credit to the 122. We've mentioned them a few hours ago on the stream, but I don't think there's been a lap where kind of they've not been applying the pressure. I mean, just looking at the kind of lap times they've been doing, they've just notched up a 1:10 there, and that's a kind of good. It's a good indication of a good wet lap time.
We've got a bike off there. I can't. Oh, he hit the leader.
Oh,
so
wow.
we've got the 122 off.
Oh, and the leader's off.
Also,
on the grass. Wow.
So, it's all kicking off at the top of the race here. Some big drama,
and that's
RST will be looking to sort of bring that back.
I'd love to know who it collided with. It obviously was a back marker, and it was probably the 122 trying to just work his way through traffic. But that's exactly what I was alluding to before, Tom. You're coming through people with a bit of a higher speed, you're carrying more speed into corners, boom, before you know it, people can just appear, and
you need to be careful.
And I don't think the other rider was actually quite too happy there, so it might have been a bit of an aggressive move, but that's what's going to have to, that's what wins your races, and you're going to have to, when you've got back markers and traffic in front of you, you have to just be what I like to call militant.
And he's quite lucky actually that you know, RSC did struggle a little bit to get back around on that last few laps, because now we've had a complete change, and they've managed to withhold that lead. I still don't know what happened to RST, whether it was a pit stop, a rider change, a wheel change, fueling, I don't know. They did tell us at the start when we spoke to Hudson, they fueled for the first 5 riders and then they were going to switch. So I don't know if maybe they've come in for a new rider and they've had to refuel for another 5 to go on. But that is our leader who had a little bit of a tumble there. He's crossed the line again though, and he still is in first place. Let's find out what the gap is to RST behind though, as we wait for them to cross the line. I'm not entirely sure where on track they are, but Garside, interestingly, haven't actually made that much of an impact into RST, which you think they might have done. They're 15 seconds behind Matchlem. So, is it Matchlem? I keep misreading that name. It's a very complicated name, but 15 seconds between the leaders. This could be a little bit of a battle here. We were talking before about Bear and Rose Racing Garside. That's only down to 4 seconds now, so there could be a lot of drama, and there we are. There are our leaders in that lovely South African style green helmet, and that I think must be quickly get up the name of him there. We've got Warren Guantiara, I believe that is the rider now on the leading bike on the Team RST. Just had to go through and find that, in my list, but there he is. He's got the South African flag on his helmet. He's going to be catching the leader, though, of Matchlem very quickly. But we've also got Bear and Rose Racing and Garside catching up to each other. 1.3 seconds now. Only 1.3 seconds between 3rd and 4th place again. We've seen so many switches before between these two positions, and we could be on course to see another one here. We did say that the rider riding for Garside currently didn't look overly confident on that bike, and it looks like that confidence hasn't really picked up, and as opposed to Bear and Rose Racing, who have stayed with it, they've kept their heads down, and now they have caught right up to
and that's the thing now, that's what can even, unfortunately, can maybe get a bit worse for Garside, because if the number 8 of the Bear and Rose sees that in front of them and sees Garside coming towards them, unfortunately, that can only boost your confidence, and that can only just bring them closer and closer to you.
It definitely is, and the training bikes here in these two battles for 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th are closing the gap. Team RST closing in on Matchlem now, 2 seconds in that last lap they've closed in, and it's the same behind with Garside and Bear and Rose. We're waiting for them to come across the line just to trigger it one more time so we can see what that gap has fallen down to, and as soon as they do I will let you know. But this is very interesting. Bear and Rose have got them. Bear and Rose are up to 3rd. They've passed Garside already, and they're already ahead by 1.9 seconds. We've missed it. It's happened somewhere in that last lap, but Bear and Rose are now our new 3rd place leaders, with Matchlem obviously leading still, and RST are going to want to close that deficit and make the pass similar to what Bear and Rose have just done on Garside.
Exactly. And if you guys, it was just on a fall there going into turn 1. Wow, that was a big one. That was a big one.
Crash there, just going through turn 1. I think they're through Oblivion, as it's called, turn 1 there, down. He's taking it into Crook.
He's taking Olympia. It was 636. That is a TF Motorcycles Racing, and them guys were, again, they've been on the deck a few times today, but they've got strong pace, and it must be infuriating for them boys. They've got the 2nd fastest lap time out there today, and they've just had this, again, you make your own luck, but they've just not had the best of luck, especially in that first sector. I think that's where they had the first initial fall, but then as you can just see there, going into turn 1, he's just seen and lost the front on the entry, and it was quite a high speed crash that, so hopefully there's not too much damage on that bike and they can get back out.
As the laps come down now, we are 1 lap away from 200, and it's our leaders that we need to keep an eye on here. RST and Matchlem, they've swapped after RST have led every single lap so far, but RST are not going to be wanting to hang around for too much. 200, the lap 200 starts from Matchlem. RST come along now, not too far behind. The gap now down to only 9.9 seconds. They are closing it within about 1.5 seconds every lap. They're closing that gap down. These guys are, I think, pretty frustrated they've lost the lead. They wanted to do a bit of a clean sweep here today, and it's not going to happen anymore. They have not led every single lap. But on the 200th lap here today, and we're going to see many more than that, I'm sure, we do see a new leader take it away. Well, not a new leader a few laps ago from RSD, who's behind from 9 seconds. He wants to be the new leader. He wants to take it back again, and he's
what do you reckon? Is he going to press hard now? Do you reckon to try and take that lead?
He's going to have to. He's going to have the confidence in the bike though, because what he doesn't want to do is push too hard, lose it, and lose even more time because of that. So he's going to keep pushing. He's going to keep coming, and hopefully he can close that gap and he can catch up to Team Mechlem, who now are kind of just cruising at the front. I think they're quite happy up there on lap 200. Amazing amount of laps they've done there.
Exactly, and if you actually look at the kind of pace now, it is a team of RST. They're clocking at the 1.6s. They're
5 seconds. They've taken 4.8 seconds out on that lap. Sorry to interrupt you, but that was an absolute flying lap from RST. I think Mechlem have got caught in a load of traffic there, as you can see, which is what RST is now approaching. The gap now only 5 seconds, as RST does need to negotiate this traffic. He needs to get through it pretty smoothly and pretty cleanly. Hopefully they will more or less move out the way and let him through, because he is on the fight for
this is a difficult predicament he's in though now, really, because he's being pushed out onto the greasy part. Everyone, all this traffic are on the line where they want to be.
Much slower than he'll want to. Yeah, he's got to push through this traffic. He's got to get through. Mechlem now, they were held up by it. Now they're ahead of it. They've got a bit of clean running ahead of them. He's going to reopen this gap. You might think if RST still continue to close it, I'll be very impressed, because they've been going a bit slow through a lot of these corners, slower than they'll want to be going due to the traffic that's ahead of them. As we approach the kind of final few turns of this lap, we come into the boot now off the back straight, which is where the lap begins and ends. As I'm looking out my window for Mechlem to see where they are, see what kind of lap times they're doing. They've just come across the line with a 108.9. RST are coming through now. There they go, and they've dropped a little bit of time there. 1.8 seconds less though than Mechlem dropped behind. Mechlem dropped 4.8, so they'll probably take that. 1.8 seconds isn't ideal, but they're through the traffic now. They've got to get their head down and catch back up to Mechlem.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a kind of part of the race now where, again, we've got so much time left, but this is so important. This is so important for track position. This is so important not to, because unfortunately as well, these are the predicaments where you make the mistakes, ain't they? We've seen the RSTs of the team has been so consistent and so smooth all day. But when you're riding around with people you're not used to riding around, you're being forced to take parts of the circuit where you haven't taken before, or what is greasy. So these are unfortunately the kind of the margin for error just becomes a lot more wider now for even the Team Mechlem, because if you think about him, he might be knowing about the pressure he's facing now. He's in the lead, so he's obviously going to be wanting to push, wanting to build a temperature in the tyres and the brakes. So again, it's a double-edged sword. Do you push or do you stay consistent, but then the gap just comes down and down? So I think the traffic's going to have a lot to play in this battle.
As they finish that lap, they've got back the deficit they had from being behind those cars. They've got it back to 5 seconds. So, they are picking up the pace again. It is clear right now that the fastest bike on track right now is this Team RST, because they are pushing to get this lead back. I don't even know, I'm sure Mechlem probably know, they have a good inkling that they're in the lead, but that rider out there right now, do you think he's aware of the pace he's being caught by? Do you think he can see him in some of the corners?
Maybe not the exact pace he's being caught by, but I'm assuming he probably knows he's in the lead. He knows he's passing a lot of bikes. He knows obviously you can have a turn around and you look behind you, but
it's got a bit more traffic now. That was Garside he just got past, who are
he's going to be wary of the traffic as well. He's going to be wary of that. He's going to have to get through the traffic as well as the guy RST behind him. So if really you want to kind of get past the traffic and then just kind of chill out and don't risk too much. Again, even if RST goes past you, you've got the pace. For the last 3-4 laps we've seen Team Mechlem put in the same kind of times as RST, so nothing stopping RST, even if they do go past, just getting on the back of them and just following them for a few laps.
Visually that gap looked much lower, and it is 2.9 seconds now for that gap between Mechlem and RST. I think within the next couple of laps these guys are going to be on each other. That is our leader Mechlem, and that there is RST not that far behind them. The gap as they crossed the line was visually small, and now they're in the same camera shot. This is going to be happening very soon. An overtake for the lead of this race, as we're just over 4 hours the way through. 4 hours in to this 12-hour race, so I'm sure it won't be the last time we see a change in the lead, but here they come now, coming down and round. This is the 1-2-2 of Mechlem. I don't even know. He's not even looking over his shoulder.
No,
Maybe
he might even not be aware.
Behind him.
He's behind the 53 of the bike.
There you
hospital.
go. A little peek over the shoulder. I think he does know. Maybe the pit board's being put up saying, watch out, he's right behind you. We've got the RST, which is piloted by Warren Guantiaro, or was Box,
he's just put his arm on,
and he's coming through. This traffic's holding him up. He's getting frustrated. He's got the bike hospital now, the bike ahead of him, so he's trying to push through. He's trying to get through all this traffic. They cross the line, and the gap comes out at a 2.7, so it's been closed by 0.2. He is picking up the pace a little bit now because it's going absolutely thrown down by RST, and he's picked up the pace a little bit. Maybe the traffic's helped him as well a little bit there, but this is going to be very soon. It's 2.7 seconds. It's still coming down, not as drastically as it was, but maybe he's spotted him in his mirror and thought, oh, I need to get the throttle down a little bit more, because this is Team RST now dealing with the traffic that Mechlab have just got through. So now he's got the bike doctor ahead of him, or the bike hospital, that he needs to get past to close this gap and to get ahead. And what he doesn't want to do here is get tangled, like Mechlab actually did just after they took the lead, get tangled with these back markers and end up in the grass and giving the position away. And
exactly,
that is close. Look at that, they're right next to each other. And that team is right on his. Is that RST?
He's going into the pits.
He's coming into the pits. Is he coming into the... He is. Every time. It was happening a minute ago. They were right next to each other and one of them pitted. It's absolutely... The suspense, the excitement was there, and they've just said, okay, right, we'll take a pit. We'll try and over and undercut into the next round as they come across the line. Team RST now are leading this race from Mechlab, but will Mechlab come back out in second place? I'm not sure, because Garside... Oh, no, they definitely will. Garside is 7 laps down to them, so I think Mechlab will still hold on to second place after a pit stop here unless something drastically goes wrong. I think the bike looked okay, though. I think it was just a rider change or a pit stop. Oh, actually, is that RST? They've stopped there.
No, I think that's a different team.
Is that a different team? That is RST, so they are refueling. That's why they've stopped, by the looks of it, which is going to give a bit of an advantage to RST. They're going to be able to get ahead here. I don't know how long they're going to be stationary for, but that is our leader. They're now back in the lead. They've led the first 180 laps of this race, and it looks like they're going to keep going in a similar fashion now. Mechlab had a little stint at the front, but it's maybe now time they hand over to RST again. A nice little bit of excitement racing there, which is what you love to see in endurance. You don't get much on-track racing. That's another fuel canister. Maybe they've run out. Maybe he's pushed so hard they've run out of fuel there. Maybe that's why RST were able to catch them so easily. They were reserving on fuel a little bit, and we know there's a fuel shortage at the moment, so I'm sure they're trying to get every scrap they can.
Exactly, and even though there's 8 hours left, I feel like I feel there's a bit of strategy in that kind of pit manoeuvre by Team Mechlab, because I don't know if you noticed, a lap prior, just before RST was catching, the rider of Team Mechlab actually signalled his hand just after the pits to say, like, oh, I'll come in next. I don't know, it was almost like he was waiting just for him to get right behind him.
Must have been a pit board or something up there for him to say, yes, I've recognised it, or something along those lines. Something we have missed in all the excitement that was happening there, Garside have got back past Bear and Rose Racing for third place, so we've got another switch for third place. Everything's changing up there. It could be a pit stop, it could have been tactical, but the gap is 45 seconds between them, so I mean that 45 seconds probably could just be a rider switch.
Yeah, and
to be honest, but yeah, it's it is closing down. They've got back up to third place now. They've got to make that count. They've got track position. How can they hold on to that?
And yeah, quickly, just a quick shout out to the Lynx Racing, the number 7. They're the quickest bike on track at the moment by 3 seconds.
Wow.
And that's number 7, and they're down in 16th position. So that's what I keep saying along during the stream. Like, there's 8 hours left of this race. You've got to understand that, and you've got to understand the teams like your Lynx Racing, even... I'm just looking at my timing sheet now. Even your likes of your Oliver's Mount Racing, they've just done a 1.7. It's 2 seconds faster than the leader, or a second faster than the leader. So they've got the pace down there. These teams and these riders down in the middle of the grid. It's just a case of just being so consistent and trying to work your way up. So as we can see on the stream there, the 12 was passed, and then there's the Garside Motorsport. So it's interesting to see what battles they're actually getting on in track. Again, you can get kind of sucked into your own different battles with people when really Garside's really racing against himself, really, in predicaments like this.
I will just quickly say out there, anyone that is a Team Mechlin fan at home who has been excited to see them in the lead, unfortunately that pit stop has actually cost them quite a bit, because they're now a lap down to RST. So RST there put out obviously a very good outlap, whilst Mechlin were stationary, putting a lot of fuel in that we saw, have managed to build a lap advantage on there. But there was a lot of fuel going into that bike. I wonder how much further do you think they'll be able to do on that, because that could be the advantage later on. If RST needs to stop for a few more fuel stops, Mechlin could be okay, because they've got loads on board now. We know that for sure.
But then as well, does that add different, I don't know too much, but does that add different kind of things with the weight as well, with the weight of the bike and the feeling of the bike of how it's going to handle and stuff. So as we can just see there, the bike's 7, there's bike 7, so that's Lynx Racing, who I've just said.
What was the fastest bike on track?
Yeah, it was just
this lap.
The last 2 laps were the fastest bike on track, and you can see him handing over to the other rider there for him to get back out on circuit. So yeah, even for riders and teams like that, the race is far from over. I mean, a top 10 in this race would be an absolute mega achievement, wouldn't it, overall?
Definitely.
From the amount already on the grid. So your riders in like the 20th position, you got your Keep It wheel, I love that name, the 669, premium parts of the 233. Again, you've got the Fire Spade on the 958. Them boys are looking good, and them boys are matching some great times actually. 116 recently they've just done, but from around the people they're kind of competing against, they're really kind of charging through the pack. And if you just look again on that number 7, the lap prior to where he came into the pits, he did a 104. That's 2 seconds faster than the RSC boy out there, so that's our race leader. So definitely the number 7 in Lynx Racing are looking like they've got some pace, what they've just been holding in the back pocket, ready to unload halfway through this race. So that's going to be interesting to see towards the end, because Tom, I think the battles for the podium, I think we're going to be treated to some mega battles for the win and for the podium. But even going down the order, I think for the last half hour, the battle for the top 10s and the battle for the top 20s, I think we're going to be treated to even some kind of exciting racing back down the grid.
Absolutely right. We're going to see some great racing all over the shop. You know, they are kind of splitting off into packs now a little bit. You know, you've got the front 2, then you've got 3rd and 4th who are on, you know, similar 9 laps down. You've got the top 2 pretty close. Mechlin now 1 lap down on that, but that can all change in the pit stop, we know that. There obviously also are the bikes that are all a bit further down the order that have had really unfortunate issues that they've had to, you know, come around and fix, and that is certainly the case. As we've seen now another bike, I can't quite get a number on that bike to see who they are, but being pushed along. We've seen so many teams in this situation and falling now as a result of that 30, 40 laps down some bikes, which is very unfortunate, but they're still racing across the board. You know, I think there's a lot of people here that are just here for the fun of it, and they're having a great time nonetheless. All the spirits are high, even if you're not racing for the win here today. You're racing for, you know, a lot of good fun and some.
Well, exactly. We spoke to 418 prior, didn't we? And after all the misdemeanors they've had, I think every single rider's just saying how much fun he's having, and that's the essence of just this championship and this kind of racing, and especially today's format, the 12-hour. It's about coming out, having fun. It's being with good people. And it's just doing something you love. I think you even spoke to someone before. I like that guy in the army gear, and the Yorkshire guy. He made me laugh, and he was just saying it's the rain. It's nothing he's not used to, but they're just here for a bit of fun. So
16, 17, 18.
So we've got a bit of close racing on track, a few bikes on a similar lap. We've got, I think it is Lynx Racing, Marvel, HRC Motorsports and Frank Snap. They're all within the lap of each other, and they're all pushing pretty hard to catch them. That's for 16th position at the moment. We did highlight Lynx Racing not that long ago, talking about how they came for a pit stop, I think, but they were also before that the fastest bike on track. So maybe doing those good few in laps to get into their pit stop, they managed to build up a bit of time that has brought them out in a good spot, but they are not that far ahead of Marvel and Frank's shop behind them, who are going to look to close that gap.
Exactly, and that's why it's not even the riding. It's like you said before as well, Tom, it's not the riding what will win you. The pit stop could win you this race. We've had a big one there, and that looks like 2.
That's again, fine lady. We've highlighted it a few times.
How many times have we seen crashes go down today there?
It is a tough corner, and you know it's challenging. And we've done 212 laps of this circuit now. The leader has, and you know, every time
it changes. Like you've got to be more right,
every time. So you know you've got to get the right line, and if you don't, you're paying the consequences as a result of that. And we've just seen it there, like, once again.
Yeah, it's such a shame to see, because again, a little mistake like that, and as well, it's not a lot of kind of grass runoff. It's almost just like it's full time. You drop the bike there, you're going to be struggling for a bit of damage, or it's going to have a little impact throughout the rest of the race, I'm sure.
We were talking about third and fourth space, and now they've been battling back and forth. It's now Bear and Rose Racing again who've taken third spot. I think Garside must have taken a pit stop at some point, because they've now fallen back a little bit behind Bear and Rose, who are now one lap ahead of them. So I think Garside must have taken another pit stop there, which has handed Bear and Rose Racing back to third place, which is interesting to see. We've got these battles at the front. We've been highlighting them all race long, and now it seems like Garside are kind of taking it back a bit. Like we've just passed the 8-hour mark. There we go. You can see on the clock in the top left of your screens. We've just passed the 8-hour mark, so we're 4 hours into this race. There's no need to push straight away now, because getting a position here doesn't necessarily mean anything later on in the race, because like we said, anything can still happen.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to become like that. Just if anything, it's going to get worse for I'm sure for the riders, and because obviously once everyone starts bunching it up together for the next few hours, it's going to become very frantic out there on circuit. And again, another thing as well. I mean, the rain looks like it's coming down even heavier now, Tom. So I don't know. I know the circuit is probably full wet as it is, but is this rain going to have even more of an issue?
I think it might well do. We've got a bit of racing going on, like I said before, between 16, 17 and 18. It's Lynx Racing and Marvel Motorsport, who are having a good little tussle out on track at the moment. I'm not entirely sure if our time screens are quite up to date on it yet, because according to this, they're actually a lap down on them. But now I think Marvel must have pit or something, because Marvel have dropped now down behind Frank Snap as well. So they're competing hard. They're all going very pushing hard up there. We saw Lynx Racing pit already, and it now looks like the rest of them are going to follow on that form.
Yeah, and shout out to Marvel as well on the 56, because they've been another one I've been keeping my eye on the live timing screens, and just consistency of just hitting them sub 110s. I mean, I'm trying to work out what probably a good lap time around here in a wet kind of today is, and we've seen Lynx get down to a 104, which is interesting. So that surely is probably one of the best we're going to see, because you've got your leaders now just circulating at around about 108 or 107, but your likes of people who are down in the order, like down to 25th, you've got 113, 111s, so
I have just been handed a weather radar to have a look at here, and judging by this, it looks like we've got a bit heavier rain on its way. It's already quite heavy, but it's definitely passing in this direction over the circuit to a bit of a darker green area coming over us. So this might not even be the worst part of the rain that we're dealing with today.
Exactly. I don't think we've seen the worst of it. And
66. A little off there. That's what 66 have we got on the time screen? They're quite far down. I think there they are. RD Racing currently in 37th spot. We've got another little off there, and they'll be gutted with that. That's again just after or approaching the Inkerman sort of section of the track.
And you know what? It's the worst place to go down at, because if you've got to wheel it back, I think you alluded to it before, you've got to wheel it kind of a far way.
It's the furthest point I think you can be.
If you want to drop it, you want to drop it at the boot, don't you?
Absolutely, you do. Yeah, the boot, or actually turn one's quite nice, because we've seen a few people drop it at turn one and run backwards down the track, and a few people have done that indeed. So I think up at Christmas Corner into the Inkerman, some great names at corners here. That is one of the worst places to drop the bike, because and we've seen a lot of people do it. It's a long way back to the pit lane from there. That's kind of the furthest point of the track from the pit lane.
Yeah, you're seeing them two bikes just in shot then. I think that was the ride. I don't know what bike's numbers it was, but it was almost like a kind of a nod to the head to say, you kind of get in front and I'll follow you in. So there's a bit of kind of sportsmanship out there on circuit today, and guys maybe working together who are not in the same team, but you can work together. Like I was saying before, if you're battling in kind of traffic and groups, that's just going to slow you down and hamper you, especially when you've got 8 hours left. You might as well get your head down and kind of just try and push on together and work together, and then battle it out in the last hour. So I guess that is what that rider just then was trying to get the other rider to adhere to.
And we've got someone down, I can just see there out of my commentary box, just coming out of Chapman, I think it is. They've had a little bit of an off there, picking the bike up, and as these conditions get heavier,
is it 53
by the looks of it is getting it might be the 53 Bike Hospital. It looks orange, which I think theirs was, so it could be them, but it's getting heavier rain out there. I can see it already. This is getting pretty serious downpour here, and we were talking to some people in the paddock before that said Wilton Mill is not a great circuit for rain because it just builds up on the track. There's not much drainage for it to run away into. And it is the hustle there, bike up, so we can see them getting away there, the 53, having a little bit of an off. They've bit themselves off though, they look like they're okay. And we've got another one in the track now. That's pretty tough. He can't quite get it back. Is that the 182, the 102? There, we can see the rain is really getting heavy out there, and we saw it at the start.
That's the Mara bike, and I think that's the third time we've now seen them down.
Look, the headlights dangling off. That's taken a tough hit, that, and it's going to have to come back into the pit lane to be rearranged, I think, there, because that is not ideal for them. But the rain is getting seriously heavy out there now, and it's suddenly taking a turn for the worse. We saw, as it transitioned into wet from the dry this morning, we saw that change happen, and a lot of people were going off then. I think we're going to be in a similar situation now. As the conditions change even further, they've got to refine those new lines now, because it is going to be constantly changing.
Yeah, I totally agree with you now, Tom, because I think, like you said, we've seen a massive change from the dry-ish to the greasy kind of conditions. We didn't see a massive change from the greasy conditions to the wet, but I think now, like, it's now wet. It's visibility issues, it's standing water issues, it's curbs what do come into play now. So
let me ask you, you yourself, you love a bit of racing, you've been racing before. What can you tell me about these conditions? Before we had it wasn't quite raining, it was a bit, greasy on track because the wet tyres couldn't quite get the grip. Then we had a stint which you could probably say was perfect for those wet tyres. Are we now going beyond that? Have we started before what the wet tyres need, and now we're going a bit beyond what the wet tyres need? Is that right, or is this okay still?
Exactly. I guess a few people as well. I think what we noticed a few times before, there was a few kind of early calls for the wet tyres, weren't there? So now with the wet tyres kind of coming towards the end of their life, I don't know how much they can take, but I suppose probably not. But again, like I said outside as well when we was in the pits, no, it's not probably the case. When you kind of look at the difference between the track now from it was in the morning, it's night and day difference. And all the changes the guys are really making are tyres, and that doesn't probably cure the full. Putting wet tyres on your bike doesn't make it a wet bike.
No, that's
it makes it a dry bike with wet tyres on. So there's different increments as well, and kind of different self changes people will be struggling with. So this wet weather kind of thing, not only does it kind of it loosens your grip and it mobilises you, but it also makes it kind of very difficult to, again, for visibility and the suspension and the feeling throughout the tyres. So yeah, I think this weather now, I think we're definitely, you're right when you say we're going to see a lot more. I don't like the word carnage, but we're going to see a bit more frantic action on and off track, I think.
That is the 455. We've mentioned them a couple of times in this race and said that the reason we've been seeing them so much is because they've not been running as well as they wanted. They've had a good stint, to be fair, but that's another little off from there by the looks of it. But I think they'll be okay. The bikes like this that are getting involved and are getting out there are struggling a little bit, but it's similar to the full 180. They are having a bit of trouble out there, especially in these changing conditions. And like you say, it's not like in other motorsports where you've got intermediate and full wet tyres. This is just one wet tyre, one dry tyre, so they've got to make the most of it no matter what. Here we've got Usually Green Racing, the 135, who are taking it round. This is potentially, let me have a look at that helmet. It's black and white. What do you call that? Black and white red?
Yeah, black and white.
Let's see what I've got down for that. So that could be indeed George Anderson there, 25 from Badsea, who is going to be giving that as much of a go as he can. They what position they're currently in, the 135? Let's have a look on 12, the time.
So they've actually made a position on the last lap.
So they're doing quite well. They've got past the 455 there, they're the people that we saw having a bit of trouble with the 455, so they are getting past that. They're climbing up the order.
I'm sure
a little
they won't be asked.
And they're going to try and get what they can out of that bike. They're pushing it hard, and look at that. They're coming through, and it's usually green. I don't know why they've had to change it, or is it not? I'd say that still is green.
I know.
It's green with an orange stripe. Maybe they've had to put an orange stripe, so it's not full green. Who knows?
If you have a look at the timings as well now, I mean, it's the front boys of the team Metlam and the RSC, them boys are maybe sub 110s, but now with the weather coming down like this, I think the timing, as you can see, we're into kind of 1 minute and a double digit. It was the good times were like 1 minute sub 1 minute 10s, whereas now it's a case of the timings going up to like 1 minute 15s, 1 minute 20s some. So I think the pace has definitely dropped out there on circuit.
Usually Green Racing, then let's have a talk about it. They've got a few different riders in that team with a lot of history across the board. Sean Gosling, I don't know if he's related to Ryan, but Sean Gosling is the team leader there at Usually Green, alongside Simon Churchley, Michael Tustin and George Anderson, who we think is the one on the bike at the moment. They've actually just climbed to 11th place and 12th place as the Bike Hustle have taken a pit stop, so they're very close to the top 10, which I'm sure they'll be happy with as a good finish if they can keep that performance going. A little bit about George Anderson then, who's on the bike at the moment. He is an electrician by trade, and there's some great trades and occupations across the grid here today. We've got driving instructors, we've got mechanics, we've got builders, a lot of tradespeople and a lot of great things across the board. George Anderson's nickname, what he goes by quite creatively, Ando. So he's just making the most of the surname that's there. Interesting though with Anderson, he's one of the probably, I'd say, few least experienced riders on the grid. He hasn't ridden for a few years according to this, but he's excited to finally try and get his knees down to the ground, riding 12 hours, not years, but not for 12 years, promise. 12 hours round the same circuit should give him the best opportunity to get back to riding that bike. This is his first time on a bike.
He's looking comfortable. He's looking like he's got that.
Definitely does.
Come off the seat and get knees down. So he's just had it on the inside there of him by two riders maybe.
But I think that's what he's got behind it, the 4.55, which I can't see what's the gap between him and the 4.55. 38 seconds. They're on the same lap, but he's got a good gap to the 4.55 behind. But they've been running well. They're doing quite well, and like I say, they're on the edge of the top 10. So if he can make that stick, and if he can, pull a performance out from what's been I think a fairly tricky race, they've recovered well, then hopefully we can see some good results.
Who's he riding for the number 77? Have you got the information there, Tom? It's the track days. Just looking at their times there, they're doing 1 minute 12s. I mean,
don't have any info for the 77, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's unfortunate, because their times are they're clocking up well. They're in the 23rd. They're in 23rd position, but again, the lap times in comparison to people around them, they're 5 seconds quicker than anyone around them. So they'll probably be on the hunt for a few more positions to maybe work their way up the field. Obviously, now speaking about the back up to the top 5, top 4, Garside Motorsport, they're looking at maybe a podium. I'm sure I'm sure that's in their mind. They're hoping to. They're on 4th position at the moment, just behind Bear and Rose Racing. But again, you look at their lap times; they're clocking up 107s in comparison to Bear and Rose, which are 114.
The thing with Bear and Rose Racing and Garside is they're both very much racing hard. They go in for a result here if they had to cross the line, and we'll get a time and exactly what that gap is between them. It's currently listed as a lap, but it could be less than that. I think it was just before. It's only 28 seconds, the gap between Bear and Rose Racing and Garside. So they're closing that gap, but it's a little bit confusing between these two as what their sort of pit strategy is. I think they've taken a few different pit stops at different points, and the way that they've been jumping each other, because they have been stopping position for the last few laps, is due to pit stops. So I think there is some sort of fluctuation between how those two are performing. But like I say, 28-second gap is coming down quite quickly. In fact, they've actually taken on that last lap 8 seconds out of Bear and Rose Racing, so they're closing that gap. They're working on it, and they're going to want to sort it out.
And we've just seen the 4.77 there, put it on the inside at a 7.7. So that was the track days who I was just alluding to. I mean, he's just lost the position now. I don't know if that is on track position or if that's just kind of backmarking position. But also going through was the 1.22 of the hands-free Honda, I'm going to call that. I don't even know if it's a Honda or not, but the 1.22, that's the Team Metch lamp. They're looking quick, and they're looking very consistent. They're notching up on times now quite a lot faster than the guys on them.
Team Metch are actually right next to the leaders, Team RST, the people in front of them, but they're a lap down on them. So if they do get past them here, this will be them unlapping themselves on Team RST. They both came onto our timing screens at the same time, so I think they're pretty close to each other on track, looking to unlap them and looking to close that deficit to Team RST. They're 6 seconds faster on that last lap. These guys have been fighting at the top all day. We've seen it from across the board. If Mechlin can bring it back to RST for the next couple of hours, that's really going to be great to see.
Exactly. We just seen when the camera was on the 77 of track days, we've seen the 4.77 go up on the inside of Anxiety at 40. So I'll be interested to know who's in that team. I think we've seen a bit of info on the 4.77, but again, their laps are looking, they're notching up a 1 minute 12, and to comparison to the riders around them, again, very competitive. So they're in 39th position, but I'd say anything up towards top 25 would be kind of doable for them.
So we've got bike 455 here. These were the guys that were competing up at the top with the likes of Usually Green Racing before. We saw them going at each other before. They're now separated by not too much. There's still a bit of a lap between them as they come across the line. We'll have a look at what's happening there. They're called No Arse Racing, which is a fun name for them to have. I don't have any information on them directly on my spreadsheet, so I can't tell you too much about them.
No arse and no info.
Apparently that's the case, yeah. But they are pushing hard for it. They're going. They're not bothered about this entire event, so they're going for it. They're hoping to get some results out of it, and it is Usually Green Racing. They're catching 33 seconds is the gap to the bike in front of them, but a similar situation. They're on the same lap, so
and they're on the same pace as well. They're actually 2 seconds quicker than Usually Green. So again, if you actually look throughout the field now, you see a lot. There's not a lot of disparity between lap times at all. Even from the front guys, you see the 636 of TF Motorcycle Racings. They're making their way back up the field. They've just done a 1:10, and the closest guy in terms of speed round them is Frank Snaps. He's on the 80 bike in position 16. So TF again are looking to make some ground up, but it's been pretty plateau at the front of the field, hasn't it?
Been for a couple of laps, but they keep closing it up. Can I just have a quick look? What are Mechlem doing to RST? They have now closed it 2 within a lap. So they've unlapped themselves from Team RST. They've just got a minute now to whip them down. But on the current pace they're doing it, they will be close again soon.
It must be annoying for them because knowing kind of that mistake, a little slight error they made, and having to unlap RST and like. You're not going to, because to be quite honest, you're not going to go past RST, the form them boys are in today a few times. So when you go past them and it's not even for position, it's true. For a lap, it's like, oh.
You're not wrong, yeah.
You're a bit gutted there.
They'll want more from it, but they're going to keep on keeping on. And we haven't spoken about Fianna Engineering for a while. Now, these guys were at one point fighting for a top 3 spot.
Well, they were the team to watch.
They were who Team RST's team leader Hudson identified to us as their biggest rivals. They kind of fell away a bit. They had a few offs, they made some mistakes, and they fell down the order, but they pulled themselves back. They're now back up to 6th place. They're currently 16 laps down from RST, so it was a big job for them to catch back up. But they're looking to catch up to Red Rocket. They're 5 laps down from them as well. They're in a bit of no man's land, I think, at the moment. They haven't got anyone really that close behind, apart from Little Chopper, who is on the same lap as them. But they're a good margin ahead of them. They're going to want to come back from this to sort of have a good recovery. They'll be disappointed, won't they?
Yeah, exactly. And that's like you just said, it's kind of no man's land. You kind of want to be in that stage sometimes, the part of this race where you're on your own, you've not got things to worry about, you just focus on yourself and hit your markers every lap and just focus. But then also it's a bit kind of draining and a bit kind of like demoralising. Do you understand? It's almost like you're putting in these good laps, but no one's catching you. You're not gaining on anyone. You're in no man's land. So I think it's just a case of Fianna. We know they've got the pace. They're notching up some great lap times. Stay consistent. Stay on the bikes. Keep it on 2 wheels. And look at Bear and Rose. Look at your Red Rocket Racing. Them boys have just been kind of staying so consistent and playing a long game. And I'm interested to know. I bet they've probably got a bit of vast experience of races like this, and they know how it works. They know the circuits, they know the bikes, and they know the strategy towards a race like this.
Well, we're just over a third of the way into this race now. We're just 20 minutes past the 8-hour mark. We're an hour and 42 away from the halfway mark, so we've still got a long way to go. We're not even halfway through this race yet. We've got a long way to go, but it is RST who are leading at the top with Mechlem close behind. Garside now falling back behind Baron Rose Racing. These guys have been swapping position all race long. I think they're on sort of opposing pit strategies, so we're going to see them coming back and forth between each other. But nonetheless, this is how the racing is going so far.
And Red Rocket have just made a move.
Red Rocket have got past Garside. Was that on track or is that in the pit stop? Garside's in the pits, I think. So Garside, I've just spoken about them, are on this kind of differing pit strategy to Baron Rose. They've taken another pit stop before Baron Rose, so I wonder if this is an undercut decision, an overcut. What can they do here that could help them out?
And there's the RST just trying to make their way past the Baron Rose Racing. So this is interesting when you've got two kind of the last laps they've both done, these two. It was only really a second and a half in it, so pretty similar speed. And yeah, quickly, if you are only just joining us on this stream, we are nearly halfway. Well, we're just an hour and a half away from the halfway mark of this Freetech Endurance race, the 12hr race. And also for the live timing, if you are watching the stream now and realising you have not got really any live timing, or you don't know exactly who is where on the position wise, you can go onto alphatiming.co.uk. If you go on alphatiming.co.uk and you'll manage to find a link for the live timing, it is under, what is it, Tom? Is it
it's under the 24-hour karting championship for the 12-hour bike championship. That's how you want to find it. It makes perfect sense.
You have to go on Alpha Timing and have to find the Whilton Mill link. So yeah, there's been some technical difficulties what have been out of our control, unfortunately. So that's why the live timing cannot be shown on stream. However, don't be worried. The live timing is perfectly working. Just have to you have to maybe get it up and figure it out. Alpha timing, it's pretty easy.
It's unfortunately completely out of our hands. We don't have the correct gizmos and all this kind of stuff to be able to display. It's nothing we can do about it. We haven't been given the links or whatever you need to do it. So go online, find it there, and you can follow along at home.
But in the meantime, we will.
The coverage of it if you want to follow it elsewhere.
Yeah, in the meantime, we will do our best we can to run you through the results of the action out on track. So you can obviously get an understanding of who's where and what's happening.
So if you are here at the track and you're watching along, maybe you're tucked up in your van, in your caravan, out of the rain, out of the cold, and you're watching the racing on the stream, if you fancy an interview, come on down to the commentary box. We've got a spare headset, but it's willing to talk to anyone that wants to chat. Get out of the rain, come into the commentary box and have a chat with us. Tell us what you think about the racing today. Who are you here supporting or following? If you're one of the riders, tell us about your experiences that you've had so far, and we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I'll make you a cup of tea. We've got a few sausage rolls here. Tom's got a few cans of Monster, so we'll make it feel homely if you want to come in for a chinwag.
I can tell you, it's nice and warm in here. The few we've been out into the pit lane a couple of times. We've spoken to a few people,
and we've come straight back in. We've been out and we've come straight back in. Without our coats.
Nice and dry. I'd love to say I'd be out there more, but fortunately, it's pretty. Not nice out there. It's pretty grey and rainy. But that is what's making good racing for us nonetheless. Look at the spray. You can see it kicking up off the bikes now on your screen. It is getting seriously wet out there. There's a lot of standing water and puddles forming, as you can see, on the pit straights. And once we were out on our journeys in the pit lane, as we were just alluding to, we were told by a couple of people that this circuit is really tough to drive when it's in the rain, and we've got a stoppage there. Someone just having a fiddle with their pedals by the looks of it, but yeah, this is it's a very tough circuit, and that's a perfect example of it there. When it's in the rain, it's so easy to lose it. There's a lot of standing water, and that's not what you want, because you lose one wheel on one of these bikes, you lose all of them. It's not like driving in a car where if one of your wheels slips, you can maybe save it. In this case, if one of them goes, you've only got one, so you're a bit,
we've had a crash there.
That's
just
another
right
one down
there,
right next to where the previous one was there. So this is the Inkermans Corners, which perhaps is starting to fill up with water, as we've just said. Inkermans have caused a lot of these things happening today. People just coming round. It's a very fast undulating corner, left, right, left. That is very tricky to do, and if you don't take just quite the right line, you lose your handling. You're going to end up in the grass just on the other side. And we spoke about it before. In these conditions, if you get grass on your bike, you're going to get it absolutely caked up full of turf, mud, and anything else that might be in that grass that you don't want on your bike, because that's just going to absolutely clog it up.
Yeah, we've seen the 33 a few times on the grass today, haven't we? They don't really had the best of starts. It seems like they've maybe got a problem now where they're going to have to make a quick exit.
Hello. Welcome, lads. This is where we're staying. He's giving us a tour of the paddock now.
Yeah, and you can see the visibility actually of the guy's visor. It was actually all steaming up, and this is another thing with the rain now. It's not only does it hamper and make the conditions a lot worse on track, but visibility.
There's another one, the 669, nothing there. That's just after the Inkermans. He's just got over the Zulu 1 turn as he comes, which is another alternative route you can do here, and you can actually see the grass up in the chain at the back of his wheel there, all shoved up there. Trying to pick a good word there. Shoved up there. All the turf, all the mud. It's going to stop that rear wheel from spinning. In fact, you can see the front wheel spinning. The rear wheel is completely stuck. So that's not ideal. He's got a bit of traction on it. I think he needs to pull that mud out. He might make it much easier for you, mate.
And when you're wheeling a bike like that and the back wheel's locked, it feels like the bike's 15 ton now. His arms will be absolutely killing him.
There we go. He's got the mud. It's not fixed.
Still
it though.
locked.
That's going to be an absolute job to get that back to the pit lane and get that fixed. Hopefully they can get it going again. It might be that actually the whole rear sprocket and all that kind of stuff has come undone, perhaps, and that's stopping it all from spinning. But I don't know. It's not ideal for him, and those Inkermans are going to be one that is going to keep causing these issues by the look of it. People going off there, and we've also seen a few happening at turn 1, turn 2, turn 3 through Oblivion, Crook and Fine Lady. Another tricky left part of the circuit, which is catching a lot of these people out. We've said it, there's a few different lines you can take around this circuit. If it's not the right line, you're in the grass.
Exactly, yeah, and I'm just having a quick little scan now over the live timing to try and see the fastest man on circuit is currently, and wow, it's have a little guess, Tom. They've not had the best of luck so far, but it's the full 180. They've just clocked a 1 minute 5, and our leaders have just done a 1 minute 10. So that gives you a bit of information about just how different these conditions are. And like I keep saying, it's okay kind of maybe being at the front and having the track position, but the guys in the middle part of the grids, and especially for a team like Full 180, they've not had the best of starts, they've not had the best of luck initially, but now they're just showing to us they've got the serious pace to just get through the field and show their kind of talents as such. So that's going to be interesting to see if the Full 180 boys can make a bit of a recovery from there, because like I just said, they've just done a 1 minute 5. It's 5 seconds. Our leaders have just done 1:10. Third place have done a 1:14. So yeah, it's a ample amount of covering anyone else on circuit. And also the Garside Motorsport, they just did a 1 minute 8. I think prior to that they did a 1 minute 4. So
Braden, I hate to ruin your flow there, but we've got a guest with us in the commentary box.
How you doing?
His dad is racing for Full 180, and he's here now. Introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about you. Welcome to the commentary box.
I don't know.
What's your name? Start with that.
Dylan.
Dylan, welcome to the commentary box, Dylan. You've been watching the racing today? You've got your dad's taking part in it. What are you making of it so far?
Don't really know.
You don't really know? What are you? So I'm guessing you're supporting Full 180 today.
Yeah.
They've had a couple of issues, haven't they, out on the track? They've come off a few times. What have you made of that so far? Of the issues and things? Is there still good spirits in the camp?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Still keeping spirits high, keeping along. That's always good to hear.
Do you ride yourself, or is it just your dad? Do you let your dad ride, or do you do it yourself?
I can't reach the floor.
All right, when you're on the bike. So a few more years of growing, then you're going to be out on here.
And you'll be there. That's absolutely. So, welcome to the commentary box. It's always good to have someone in here. If you actually, let's try and get you around here. You can get you on camera a little bit and see if we can get you on here. If you want to come, I think the cable will reach. Just come around this side, climb over, Braden. Round you come.
Go over me.
So let's see what do you think is sort of what position? Can we get what position of Full 180 in at the moment? Can you have just quick
position them? I've just been mentioning just before you actually came on. There, I just said the Full 180. They're actually the fastest guys on track.
Fastest guys on track at the moment. So do you know who's on the bike at the moment?
Ricky.
Ricky.
So
okay,
Ricky's on the bike at the moment, and Ricky seems like he's got a bit of pace now, because we were saying they've had a few crashes at the start, whereas the last few laps they seem to be the fastest one on track. So who's the best? Do you know Ricky's not your dad, is it? No.
No.
So who's the best rider in that Full 180 team? Would you say who's the quickest and who can win it for you?
Daniel.
Daniel, is he the one to watch? And do you watch much bike racing yourself? Are you into the MotoGP or anything?
No, not really.
Oh no, but you just come and support your dad when you're here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, we've got. If you're just joining us here in the studio, we have a little supporter here from the Full 180. You can see yourself on camera now.
Don't get shy, it's all right. Come on in.
And he's just been letting us know that they've not had the kind of best of starts. I've this on to the racing this morning and today. Even to start this afternoon, and I think we've even seen them have a tumble straight after dinner, but they've just been clocking up now like the fastest times on circuits. I think they've just done 3 laps of some serious pace. Who is it? Ricky? Is it Ricky who's out now?
Yeah.
Ricky's out on circuit. We've been told to keep an eye on Dan in that team. We can just see a bit of a crash there. It's number 46. I
running
think that
to pick it up. Yeah, that's an unfortunate little tumble they've had there. talking about the 4180 team, then you're in that camp, you're immersed in it. Our spirit is still high. People are still happy. They're still, keeping racing, even if the win isn't on the cards for them now. Yeah, they're keeping going. What do you make of it so far in terms of? I think you had a handlebar issue in that team. We've been speaking to you a little bit in the paddock. What's all that kind of stuff happening?
So when they're riding, one handlebar just keeps going, drops off.
Oh dear.
And then the other one stays.
Yeah, I think they said they had an issue yesterday, wasn't it?
Hard to steer a bike with only one arm.
Have you not been helping on the mechanics? Is that not your job, the mechanic? No, you just watch.
Yeah.
And just give him some tips. He's got my ideal job, to be honest, the chilling out job and just watching.
Right, well that's brilliant then. So is that the same bike that came off before now?
Yeah, I think that's a 46. It's the RTB Racing, that is. And it's quite unfortunate again because 7 and that's 7.
That's the one you were highlighting before.
It's a Lynx Racing.
Lynx Racing, yeah.
And again, look, 23.
Everywhere now.
Is that 23 or 63?
What can you tell us about the rain out there? Is it pretty heavy?
I think that's a 23.
Yeah, it's not. That's why you've come in here, I'm guessing, is to get out the rain. So, how uncomfortable are you? Would the riders be? Put yourself in your dad's position. Would you want to be out there right now in those conditions?
No.
What would if you were out there, how would you be dealing with it? What do you think he's doing or would be doing or Ricky's doing now to sort of combat those issues? Is he, taking different lines? Is he braking later? What would you, what have you overheard the tactic? You must have heard the tactic talk and all that kind of stuff. What have you overheard them speaking about to fix all this kind of stuff? Have you got any little tidbits you can tell us?
I feel like you'd brake earlier.
Yeah.
Because you would slide and stuff, so you don't really want to go off track.
Well, that's good insight to have. What are your future aspirations then? Do you want to be in this in a few years' time when you can reach the ground?
Yeah.
So you want to get on the bikes when you're tall enough and big enough?
Yeah.
Have you ever go on any sort of mini motos, anything like that?
I've been on a mini moto once.
Yeah.
What was that like? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah.
And what sort of your heroes? You like watching the MotoGP and all those kind of things, and watching all the people on the racing. Who's your hero in that?
Valentino Rossi.
Classic.
You're a Rossi fan.
The classic line to say.
The doctor.
Well, thank you very much for coming and joining us in the commentary box today. We really appreciate you coming down, and we love everyone that can come in and have a chat with us. So
it's been good to see you, and hopefully if the full 180 crew have a good result later on, we can maybe see you on the podium or something.
Maybe so.
That'd be good.
Thanks very much.
Appreciate that, mate. And there you have it, our full 180 mascot. So it is getting busy in the pits, I've heard, but if any other teams who are listening on stream now have got little mascots or little helpers or any people who can come and kind of give us some info about what's going on, feel free to come and make your way down to the commentary box. We're just situated near turn 1, just at the end of the pit lane. So yeah, come and have a chat, even riders, anybody who can come for a chat and yeah, keep us entertained and keep us on our feet, because Tom, we're nearly in the halfway mark, but we're an hour and a half away from it. Yeah,
hour and a half away. Yeah. We're keeping going. We're keeping chugging through. It will fly by. We were told this morning. Yeah, so far.
To be fair, I can't believe I keep looking at how much racing we've had. We've had like 4 hours racing in summer, and
absolutely.
It does not feel like that whatsoever. I feel like I've just watched a few laps.
Well, how many laps have we had? 240 laps around this circuit. We've seen these bikes doing. They're going round and round and round.
Dizzy.
And round. So they're keeping going. They keep doing it. What 240 laps in about 4.5 hours. What do you reckon we can see by the end of the day? I think we could almost be getting up to the 4-digit mark.
Yeah, I was just about to say, would it be thousands?
But this is it. We've got some bikes with headlights on already, because it is getting a bit more grey out there, a bit darker. It is only midday. What time are we on? I don't even know what time it is. 2 o'clock. It's only 2 o'clock. But there's already a few bikes out there that have whacked their headlights on, because it's starting to get a bit grim and a bit dark. A lot of cloud out there. But we are expecting full dark conditions before the end of this race, isn't that right?
Well, I feel like I'm doing breakfast and late night radio. You know what I mean? It's almost like you go on air when it's dark, and you come off air when it's dark.
Absolutely. Well, I opened it this morning saying good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, because we're going to be saying all of those today.
Exactly.
12 hours of racing in front of us today, where we've already gone through a good 4.5, approaching the final 7.5. This is endurance breakfast, as some people you might say on motorsport radio. But no, we've got an actual race we're talking about today. We're not just doing a charity stream of 12 hours. This is an actual racing.
Oh yeah, and it's a very intense race as well, and that's what I mean. Even for the riders now, I know you can probably. I was speaking to a few riders before, and he was saying obviously every lap's not a hot lap. You come off the pace a bit, and you can not coast round, but even that, conditions like this when it's dry, it's almost like you get a bit of a break. You can bring 3-4 seconds off your pace and be a bit more tentative everywhere. Well, when it's wet, yeah, you can bring 3-4-5 seconds off your pace, but if anything, you've got to be double switched on for everything. So just think of not even the physicality, but the mental aspect to this. And 12 hours is a long, even just to be at the circuit. Do you know what I mean? So full credit to these guys and girls who are just out there, just even in whatever position, in whatever lap times they're doing, just being out there and staying out of trouble is an achievement in itself, in my eyes.
Most definitely is. We've got a couple of riders off there. One of them's just stopped at the side of the road to have a chat with his mates in the paddock. It's the 155, though. I think we've seen them have a few issues already. Maybe they haven't even got it going again. They're going to wheel it into the pit lane, have a look over it and see what they can do about it. So hopefully it's all okay. They're climbing over the wall. The bike's gone into the pit lane, and he looks a little bit dismayed. They've had a pretty tough time of it. The 155 is not my spreadsheet, as I've been using for all my stats today, so I'm going to try and find them in my book. It's the Big Toe Racing. We highlighted them at the start of the show for the bike with the big toe. They've got an extended thing for it, but they keep going. Right, anyway, we've just gone past 2 o'clock, so I'll give you a quick rundown of the order so you know, if you're listening at home, who's where, who's doing what and what's happening. It's Team RST that are leading from Team Michelin. Now, we've seen these guys battling on track a little bit today, and the gap is now down to a lap, so they're closing that gap. A pit stop could change that absolutely. It's Bear and Rose Racing that are taking 3rd spot from Garside Motorsport, who are now 2 laps down on 3rd position, so they're going to want to come back from that, but we think Bear and Rose still need to pit again. Red Rocket Racing hold 5th from Fianna Engineering in 6th. Fianna struggling a little bit down in 6th place now. They were looking at a podium spot, but that's come away from them. Little Chopper Racing take 7th. DW Racing take 8th with Team Daytona in 9th. And Mini Skirt, S-C-E-R-T, interesting spelling.
Yeah, I thought it was secret before
take up 10th spot, and that's your top 10 rounded out there.
Yeah, so it is looking very, as you can just say, and the lap times are really amazing me because of the people who are notching up these quick lap times, but who are mid-pack, and it's almost not annoying as such, but that's when it almost gets a bit, like even you said before, Tom, it's almost like it's them few mistakes at the start of the race that you make, they can really... It's an endurance race, and you want to say, oh, it's a 12-hour race, it's get your head down, get back on and work your way up, but just the tiny little kind of increments and the little mistakes that are made at the start of the race, they can just have such a massive effect throughout the race. And your teams like your kind of full 180s, your TF motorcycles, them kind of teams who have really showed they've got serious pace, they've just slid down the order and managed to maybe not recover as many positions straight away as they would like. But like we said, we have 7 hours and 23 minutes left, so it's anybody's game, and it definitely still isn't RST's. They have got the lead. I think they've got the lead by 1 lap, maybe just over 1 lap now, but definitely is not their race all wrapped up already. Definitely not.
Watch 18.
We can see the camera now is just panning onto, I think that is the 80, and that's the vintage one, like the old school looking one. I think that's a Frank Snap. They're actually in 14th position before, and they've just now clocked up over the finish line at 1:07, Tom. So that number 80, a Frank Snap, but you've been saying all day. I think it was Graham Eastwood you were speaking to maybe before, but they definitely look like they've kind of got some serious pace, and they're battling for the top 10 then.
They do indeed. Sorry, I've just nipped out there to run to the toilet. That's absolutely bursting. And to get to the toilet from the commentary box, you need to go outside, and those are not nice conditions out there, I will say. We've I think taken it for granted a little bit being in the commentary box because the weather out there is absolutely
no more pit walks for a few hours.
I'll take a little bit of a break from that. I don't know if our director will be happy with that, but that's how we're going today, because it's absolutely tipping it down there. It's the heaviest rain that I think we've had all day by far. and you know, these riders are having to adapt to it. We've seen Frank Snap there again coming through on that beautiful Honda.
It's really a nice bike, and it just looks like they've got, it's almost like a scooter, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and I'm sure when it was built in, I'm just trying to work out what year do you think that was built in? Probably what, the 80s, 90s? Very, definitely, maybe in 50s, maybe even before the 80s. And that is Garside having a bit of an off. We've been following them all race long. They're now currently in 4th place. They've been chasing down 3rd for a couple of laps, but unfortunately that is going to be a fall from grace for them a little bit there as they fall away from the top. They've had a little bit of an off there, but anyway, let's go back to Frank Staff. You can see him on your screen now on that beautiful vintage Honda. I'm sure when it was built all those years ago, it was not intended to have a Moto Team 4 engine in it, but that's exactly what it's got, and it's a lot more power than I'm sure it originally had. As they look going past Red Rocket Racing there, unlapping himself, I'm sure, from Red Rocket Racing, who currently find themselves in 5th place, number 23. They'll be looking at Garside now, actually, because they've had a little bit of running before on this as well. There's 33 seconds Garside lost on that lap due to that off, and Red Rocket closed that gap quite a bit to them. So it's going to be certainly interesting to see how this keeps falling and how we keep going here, because this is going to be some good racing between them. Oh, you're right, Braden. He's just hit himself in the face with his headset. You're right there, mate.
Yeah, I am. If I was on my own, I'd probably be crying. But in front of you, I've got to pretend I'm okay. It's interesting. Did Garside Motorsport lose a lot of positions then, or did they manage to maybe save that?
As far as I'm aware, they've managed to hold on to it. In fact, we were just talking about Red Rocket. They've now been passed by Vienna Engineering, and it looks like this is a pass on track. There's 2.5 seconds between them, and it's a very impressive pass out there. And Vienna Engineering, who have had a very unfortunate race.
I know, they've been up and down, but they've managed to save it here.
They're coming back up, and it looks like they have done a genuine pass on Red Rocket.
Well, I've just noticed that sorry to interrupt you, Tom. The Repsol Honda rider is actually on a bike number 46, so he's Marc Marquez in the leathers, but and a Valentino Rossi, and I'm aware them two don't really get on, so that's a bit of a contradiction. But he's looking very good on circuit. I don't know how the 46 exactly is getting on. It's the RTB Racing. They have actually had quite a big crash. I don't know if you remember a few minutes ago, but that rider in specific is looking very smooth and looking good.
There on your screens now is the 22 bike of Fianna Racing, that beautiful matte black livery. I think it looks great there with the Fianna logo on it. Fianna Engineering, I should call them either. They're going hard. They're going to try and catch up. They've got past Red Rocket in the 23. 22 and 23, this isn't their first time they've
I was just about to say, how many times have these had the
These
duels?
guys have been fighting together a little bit already, but it looks like they've got the lead on them now. They've already pulled out 8 seconds to Red Rocket Racing, who perhaps are maybe lifting off a little bit, running low on the fuel. I've just whacked the cable. Maybe they are running a bit low on the fuel, so they've lifted off a bit, and they're not really trying to fight Fianna back for that position. So they're happy. They're keeping going. They're comfortably now back up into 5th place, and Garside Motorsport will be their next target. It's a 5-lap deficit to 4th place at Garside, but they're going to want it nonetheless. I'm sure they're going to keep pushing. Look at all the mud on the side of his suit. You can see there. He's definitely had an off. We saw him having a couple of offs at the start, and he is absolutely caked in mud. So he's keeping going nonetheless, and he's unlapping himself from the leader and things here now. This is a problem for bike 122, which is Team Mechelon. They're in 2nd place. They've been trying to pull off some. They've been trying to catch up to RSC, and this will be a nightmare for them if they've got to pull off. This is not what they'll want to be doing. I think they're going straight to the pit lane. Yep, they've cut out the boot, they've cut out the back straight, and they've gone straight from Ashby to the pit lane. So they've knocked out half the track there making that move, but hopefully that will help them out a little bit. They've got a deficit of pace there. They've got a nice gap between them and Bear and Rose Racing there, who are currently in 3rd place. It's 9 laps. So unless this is a really terminal problem, you hope they'll come back out still in 2nd place unless it goes very, very wrong and they're in the pit lane for a while. We don't know exactly what that issue was. It just looked like they didn't have much
like a loss of power
much pace on it. Yeah, it looks like the engine was slightly slower, and there it is in the pit lane. They've got a lot of people looking at it. Is it the handlebars have gone? What are they doing there? They're trying to straighten something. Throttle's not going. Interesting. Well, hopefully that is, and it has been fully wheeled off into the pit lane.
Oh, is that a big one there? And again,
down there.
turn 2.
Oh, he can't pick it up. That's our 18-year-old, one of the younger riders out there today. You can tell he's
there's a bit of damage as well.
Yeah, he's not happy with that. The exhaust is pointing in the wrong direction, so he's pretty annoyed out there. But I think he's got high spirits. He's one of our youngest riders out there today, so he's going to want to make a comeback. He was helping out in the pit stops.
Yeah,
he was getting
I've just
involved.
seen him before. He was looking cool and ready to go on. So I'm pretty gutted that's happened for him.
I think that might be turn one. I think that is again. Well, not turn one. Turn.
It's a yellow flag.
2, 3. Yeah, through Oblivion into Crook and up to Fine Lady. And this is our leader's team RST. I think that is. Is
that Warren getting?
That's
on?
Warrington. Warring. Yeah, something like that. Getting back on the bike.
Bit of a tough last name to pronounce.
Yeah. It's Warren Guantiario that's come on there. He's jumped back on the bike. He's gone into the lead, and maybe this is actually quite a tactical decision because they've just seen second place behind them.
Exactly.
Have had an issue, and they thought, we can get a free pit stop in here. We can make a change. We can put a new rider out there, and that is exactly what they've done. Looking at my timing screen right now, Mechelum's not. I don't think come back up yet, but they're still currently in second place. Bear and Rose Racing are gunning to catch up though. They've got 6 laps currently to Team Mechelum. It was 8 when they came in, so they are currently being unlapped at a rate of knots, but they've got a nice little gap to them. Team RST have now built the gap to 3 laps, but hopefully they can get this fixed before Bear and Rose, who are gunning it. They've got a second up on themselves on that last lap. They're trying to close that deficit, and they want to as soon as they possibly can.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely interesting to see just exactly how these especially the front kind of top 5 now. As we can see, Fianna Engineering, they've made their way past Red Rocket Racing on the 23, and they've managed to get back into the top 5 now. So your teams like your Fianna, your Garsides, these are now kind of establishing themselves as the top runners. So that's going to be interesting to see further down the line. But
sorry, Braden, we've just had someone pop into the studio there, have a word with me. Ian Denny there, who's been telling me that those C90s we were talking about, those 2 classic Honda bikes, pizza delivery bikes. That's what they were used for.
Is that what you just said?
He told me they're pizza delivery bikes that have been tuned up and fitted with new engines to go at the rate of knots they're going out there.
So if you order a Domino's from round here, you're going to get it in 4 minutes.
Well, I think you would have done 20, 30 years ago. So yeah, that's the number 7, I think, is that, as well as the other.
Oh yeah, it was at the Lynx Racing.
Yes, it was. The 7 and someone else are on that, so it's rain is there. You can see it on the track.
But yeah, it's hammering down now.
There's just puddles all over.
And again, this is standing water. This is grip. This is paint, as you said on the apexes. This is visibility. This is everything now. It all comes down to.
You can see as the riders go through that corner, they leave a line behind where they move the water. Yeah. Very quickly, that water will come back in. But the amount of spray, the amount of everything coming off the back of those bikes, the amount of spray coming off the back of those bikes does indicate how wet that circuit is right now. Look at that, a spray off the back of that wheel. Yeah, they're picking that's a very wet circuit now. Definitely wet conditions.
And this is where kind of the ones with again, like I've alluded to before in the stream, the wet weather specialists as such, the Brad Binders, the people who have got that really good bike control and feel comfortable in these weathers. This is kind of where you make up a bit of ground. Say if you're sat in 15th, 16th, 20th position and the weather is becoming like this now, and you may be seeing the people in front of you backing off a little or taking it easy where you feel you've got the speed. This is kind of, if anything, this is going to open people's eyes and say, right, this is a chance now to make up your positions. And when you were just out, I was saying on the stream about your bikes, like your 636, your TF motorcycles racing, they were in second position. They now win 21st. So, and again, I think it was, you got your Lynx Racing, you have the, I can't remember exactly who I referred to. But yeah, you've got 3-4 teams now who are doing just as quick as the leaders lap time wise. So these are going to be definitely kind of interested to just make up this ground, like I said, straight away and use this weather, which is going to split the grid up massively.
And you can see on your screen there a bike coming the wrong way down the grass. That's what we've been talking about.
That's not the first
time. A couple of times. No, this is what people are doing. If they're losing on turn 1, instead of wheeling themselves all the way around the track, all the way around the top, taking the long way back, they're taking the short way back, the wrong way down the track into the pit lane. And so far, I haven't seen anyone saying it's not allowed or it's illegal. So I'd assume it's perfectly fine. And they said that's okay. So
turn a blind eye to it. The best way. Turn a blind eye. As long as it's safe and it adheres to the safety rules, then and get them in. It makes some more action on circuit.
What is happening with Team Mechlam? Have we got any updates on them? What's that gap come down? It's now come down to 3 laps to Bear and Rose Racing.
And
they're not back out on the circuit on 8 laps when they had their issue.
Okay.
So from what I can assume, it looks like they might still be in the pit lane making changes to that bike. It's
it
very
didn't look like a quick
for them.
fix, did it?
It didn't. It looked like they had some performance issues, and it's meaning this guy right at the top, the Team RST, are now 6 laps clear of any other bike on the circuit right now. They are absolutely flying at the front, and you know, we've been saying all day, don't count any of this race out. We've got 7 hours left, but you know, we're going to see more and more reliability issues like that.
Exactly.
We've got, you know, Team Mechlam have had a massive issue there that they're going to be absolutely fuming with. That's cost them a great position in this race.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've got the full 180 there back on the circuit. That's great to see. They keep going. We had one of their sons of the riders in the commentary box with us not that long ago, talking about the troubles that they've had, and they are struggling a little bit out there, but they're still on the circuit, and it's good to see them still moving. This here then is your number 8. This is your 3rd place. This is who is closing the gap to 2nd place, who is currently with mechanical issues in the pit lane. The gap has now come down to 2 laps. It's now 7 laps from RST to Mechlam, 2 laps from Bear and Rose Racing to Mechlam as well, and they are gunning hard to try and close this gap. 2 seconds on the last lap out of themselves, and they are really going to have to try and close this gap to Mechlam, who I hope it's not terminal. Hopefully we do see him back out on the track. I don't know how far down they're going to fall, because after Bear and Rose, which is 2 laps out, they've got another 2 laps until Garside come along. So they've got 4 laps before they're falling out of the podium positions. Hopefully they can get it fixed and get it back on the circuit as soon as they possibly can. That's really what you're going to want to see from them. Exactly. 1 lap now. Bear and Rose only 1 lap behind 2nd place.
And look at that. Look at it summarises and just epitomises what endurance racing is.
Absolutely.
We honestly thought, me personally, I thought that Mechlam, like, they were winning contention then. I thought they looked really strong, and even shout out to Bear and Rose, because they're not making like a lot of mistakes, and they're seeming really consistent and just feeding the way through, and that's coming to their kind of
to Bear and Rose, to give them the credit they deserve. At the start, when we were looking at the people like Garside, we were looking at the people like Mechlam, Red Rocket, Bear and Rose weren't anywhere in our thoughts, but they've kept it consistent. They've kept it on the black stuff. They've kept it going. They've kept it on the tarmac, and they've pulled themselves up to 3rd place, nearly 2nd place now. As they will finish this lap, I believe they will completely unlap themselves. They'll be on the same lap that Team Mechlam are on, which is lap 247 of this event today. Nearly a
bit of a back mark. Well, I think it is a back mark. I think
it definitely is.
It's the 43 on one of them delivery pizza bikes, and they're looking quick.
So here he comes then onto this lap. Bear and Rose Racing now 10 minutes on the gap behind Team Mechlam. I'm not sure it will be that as they come around to the end of this lap. I'm sure that is going to fall.
Fair play to that 43 to have a little battle as well, knowing kind of he's getting stuck in, and
they're not just letting him through. They're not letting him through for fun. Through comes in the number 8. He's going to finish this lap, and as far as we're aware, Mechlam's still sat in the pit lane. 9 laps down now on the leaders. The leaders are absolutely running away with it. This is great for Team RST. They must be absolutely buzzing. They made a pit stop, they made their changes, they went out again, and they're still 9 laps clear. They're having a great run of form at the front, but this is now their biggest competition. The number 8, you're seeing it on your screens right now, the all-black team of Bear and Rose, nearly can say it, Bear and Rose Racing, who are coming through and giving it their all. There they are again, we picked them up there as they come into the boot now. You think this is where the overtake will happen. The pit lane is to their left, to your right, as they come down through the final corner onto the main straight. They come down, and I think the pass has already happened on Mechlam. As they cross the line, it's confirmed to us they are indeed Bear and Rose Racing now taking 2nd place off of Team Mechlam. Garside, though, are now only 2 laps behind Team Mechlam, so they're going to be closing that gap. They're going to be shortening that gap, and after another lap, Garside Motorsport, who are now actually 1 lap behind Team Mechlam, they're going to be bringing it right down and passing them as well. So they're going to be falling down the order if they don't get out that garage as soon as they can.
Exactly. Your teams like your Garside Motorsports, your Fianna Engineering, they're going to be kind of not laughing because they've struggled a bit, but they're going to be like kind of rubbing their hands together thinking, wow, we thought we're through, especially Garside Motorsport have had a few little offs, 3-4, I think we've seen.
I'm sure Garside will very happily take third spot.
They'll be thinking, how have we managed this? But
even if it's not overtaking Bear and Rose, I'm sure they'll be okay with it. And I've just seen, coming out there, I've just caught out the corner of my eyes, Mechlem are back out on track.
Oh, wow.
They've got back out before Garside have passed them. I think Garside are 1 lap down on them now, so they might have just saved their bacon. They might be okay, and they might...
that's not bad then, is it?
Might just hold on to third place, so it looks like they might have fixed the issue. I'm pretty sure it was Mechlem. It was definitely white with red accents.
I think you're right, because there it is.
Yeah, there it is on track. 1-2-2. They fixed the issue. Fingers crossed they fixed the issue at least. And they are back out on track. They've dropped second place. They've dropped down to third. Garside now have not made the deficit up. They made 10 minutes to them. Their last lap was a 11-minute 58. Wow. So 11 minutes in the pit lane they've spent there, but they've come back out.
Have we got any rider info on the team Mechlem? What rider it'll be out on circuit now? It's a white helmet rider. I'm interested.
What number are we looking at? 122. Let's have a look if I've got anything. No, they haven't done their homework. Not even in the book.
Because it'd be interesting to see how this rider. Because I'm pretty sure he had the pace early on, if I'm not mistaken. So if they can kind of get their head down, I'm pretty sure the number 8 won't be too far in front.
No, hopefully not. And I was seeing the full 180 team there. The people that we've featured probably most heavily
we've had
in our commentary
a connection
today,
with.
They're probably not too happy that we have, because they are struggling a little bit out there. We've spoken to them in the pit lane. We've had one of the sons in here talking to us, and they're trying to make the most of a poor situation. But spirits are still high in that camp from what we're hearing. We spoke to a couple of the different members earlier on who they're all telling us that they're still confident. They still want to go and hopefully get something out of this race that they could be happy with. So that's important. Here then is Team Mechlem. Now in third place, I believe. They're going to have the 51 bike of Garside Motorsport closing in on them, and they're going to want to close that up. They're now 1 lap behind Bear and Rose Racing. They've unfortunately been lapped themselves after unlapping. They were 6 laps ahead or something like that. They've now been lapped themselves by Mechlem, but Bear and Rose are going to be their target. They're not going to be thinking about Garside behind them. They've left them in the dust. They've managed to get out the pit lane, so now they're going to be going, and they're going to want to get second place back. I feel they've been robbed of that, you think?
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing now. But then this is where the slight kind of the very in-between comes of, you feel you've been robbed, you want to get that position back, but you've got 7 hours left, so don't go and chase it, don't go and rush for it, because then things can just get worse, and the snowball can just get bigger and bigger and bigger, and before you know it, we've got evidence of it here with a few riders, a few teams who have been in that exact same predicament. So yeah, definitely not chase too much, because we know exactly the top 5, the top 6, I think they've all got. RST seem like the kind of the guys to beat, but other than that, the top 6, the top 7, they've all got pace to win it. But quickly, I want to allude to as well, I think we've just seen Team PBR. We can see there they've actually been in the pits, as you can see, for 2 hours and 3 minutes, so it looks like something's gone wrong, unfortunately, for the 108 of the Team PBR, which again,
35 laps.
Yeah, you never want to see that out of an endurance race. I mean, you can have time in the pits, but I think now, I don't want to say anything too prematurely, but that looks like the day's pretty much done.
Well, you probably could say that. That is the unfortunate thing of racing. In fact, you've also got down and right at the bottom now, J and PR, who are one of the bikes that we sort of said at the start they had a good start, but they got unfortunate and got knocked down. They're now 155 laps down on the leader. So, bikes at the bottom of the field will probably be thinking, maybe they could have got more out of today, but they won't be too disheartened. They'll think
there's plenty more racing as well to do.
Happen.
Exactly. There's plenty more racing to do. Big shout out to the 155 of the Big Tour Racing as well. I know we mentioned them a few times, but wow, if you look at their lap times, they're doing the 115s, and they're not hanging around there. The top 20s are doing 120s, 114s. So
sorry to interrupt you. I hate to blow the full 180 whistle again, but we're going to. They've just jumped up a spot. They've jumped up to 36th place, because I think Full Circle have just pitted behind them, but they were, when we last picked up on them, in 42nd place. So they're gaining back spots,
and they've got pace. They've got pace as well.
They've got pace, and like you're saying, when one of their sons came in, they were some of the fastest bikes on track at that point. So they're keeping that pace together. They know they can do good. They know they can make something out of this race. And you know, they were saying maybe we can get into the 20s, maybe we can get up above, you know, top 20, which is 7 hours to go. Anything can happen.
Yeah,
not even halfway into this endurance race yet. You know, with 5 hours in, a lot still can happen. We've just seen the 122 take a huge hit, and actually 122 back up to second place. We've missed that. Bear and Rose Racing have dropped back down to third. So I'm assuming they must have taken
a pit because the last one was
it was a 3 minute lap last time. So they've taken a pit stop and unfortunately dropped that position back to Team Mechelen, who after spending 10 minutes in the pit stop, are back up to second place. So that's kind of damage limitation for them, you think there? It's 10 laps now is the gap between RST and Mechelen, and 8. Bear and Rose coming to the pit lane. They've given the spot back to Mechelen in second place. And Garside will be thinking, what can we do here? What can we close in on? Can we get that podium position? They almost thought, I think they had it with Mechelen, but Mechelen managed to, I think, fix that issue faster than I certainly thought they would. And they're back out on circuit now in second position. But 10 laps is a long way to close to RST. But if RST end up with a similar, you know, issue, after 4 hours we've already seen some engine issues, so with another 7 to go, engine issues could be what we see towards this end of this race, and leaders that have led from the start could fall away.
Exactly. It seems like we have kind of got into a bit of a, as we see, a bike being wheeled back to the pits there, but as we can see, like the top, I don't want to say anything, the top 8 have not really changed massively as of late. So it feels like everyone's kind of found a flow and found a rhythm, but it is going to be, like you said, it's going to be really interesting. My eyes are all over the 10 to 20 positions at the moment, because that's where it looks like it's really heating up. I mean, again, shout out to the 455. They're kind of putting in lap times now, which is competitive towards the leaders. So again, we've got bikes here. The crazy thing about this racing, especially this race in particular today, the Freetech Enduro 12hr at Whilton Mill, you've got bikes. Like when you was away, Tom, I was just alluding to, I know we said at the start of the commentary, with the mistakes you make in a 12-hour endurance, they're not going to ruin your race. You've got 12 hours, but unfortunately they don't ruin your race. But for the likes of your TF motorcycle racing and the bike hospital, the people who have had the pace, they have ruined your race, and they've kind of they're going to struggle from here now, because we can see they've got the time and the pace, but just not got the track position.
Fianna Motorsport once again now having a little battle with the number 23 of Red Rocket Racing. These guys, number 22 and 23, completely coincidentally are sequential next to each other, but they have been going all race long, trying to make overtakes, trying to catch on each other. The gap to them at the end of the last lap was 8 seconds, but they are taking time out of them. 5 seconds they took out of them in the last lap, so they're going to be closing that gap. They're going to be closing it down, and we could see a change very, very shortly there between the number 22 and the 23. We've just had walk into the commentary box. Hudson, welcome very much. Let me give him a headset so he can have a chat with us. So Hudson, welcome. There you are. Do you want to put a headset on? We'll have a bit of a chat. So if you just come here, Hudson, we'll get the studio
Dirty feedback.
on.
Sorry, guys.
So if we just get the studio camera onto us, you can have a look at what's going on over here. So we'll just move to this way a little bit. There we go. Let's get in frame. Hudson, how is it going out there? You are now 10 laps clear at the top in your Team RST after Mechelen had a little bit of an issue there in the pit lane. How is everything going with RST?
Yeah, well, me and Glenn have just done a bit of a recce, a bit of a team boost with the guys in pit lane. Obviously, they're suffering as much as the riders out there. We've got 2 spotters. We've got one at the back of the circuit, one at the front. So we're watching everything. But obviously, Mechelen have had their accident. But as we can see, they're really, really fast. So, 10 laps. It seems a lot, but there's a lot of racing still to go.
What actually happened with the Mechelen? If he came in with a problem?
Yeah, he's fell off and he twisted the throttle, so the throttle was stuck wide open. So they had to take it back up to their garage. So yeah, that's was a shame for them. Like I said, they've been faultless the whole year. We've managed to fall off a few times. Touch wood today, not yet. But as you can see, the whole thing's pretty crazy. You can see on screen now, you got a Marc Marquez replica. That's one of our riders, Jordan. He's quite a character. He's back for this weekend with RTB. Just talking about a couple of other guys that I know, and he's literally had Marc Marquez's
helmet guy paint a helmet for him before.
Wow.
So that's like, you know.
I've been giving him a lot of shouts. I've been saying he's looking mint in his leathers,
and he looks good, and he's holding back a bit because I know he's had a crash today already, but he's holding back because it's not his bike, but he's a very, very fast young lad.
His
and
style looks good.
Yeah, exactly, and he literally loves it. So nothing. You know, you want guys like that, young lads that are coming through. You know, he's got a normal day job, and he can come here and enjoy himself and living the passion to be such a fan of people like Mark. You know, that's and to bring that show is amazing for us. You know?
Absolutely, it is. Yeah, absolutely. We've just seen Fianna Racing there, who've come into the pit lane. They've been having a great little battle with Red Rocket. Pretty much all race long, they've been in fighting with one another.
Literally all race.
Yeah, they have, and I don't know why they've come into the pit stop there, but it wasn't just a rider switch. It looks like they've stopped for some sort of issue, which is unfortunate, but they're keeping going nonetheless. I'm sure the spirits are still high for them.
Fiona, they've got a few riders. One of the stalwarts is Paul Young, and he actually passed me in one of my sessions earlier today. He was a bit braver than me, and me and Youngie used to race back in the BSB Super Sport days, so we're a bit of payback. I mean, we were close then, so I don't know who won more races than who, but he definitely had one over me on me today. But I said to me, boys are crazy, and then they stayed on slicks way longer than everyone else, which is probably a bad strategy call, but I think the lap times were still good, which is impressive. But you know, they're a fast team, as you can see, so the bike is smoking a little bit, and they've got form for rebuilding engines. They've rebuilt an whole engine in the 24-hour, which was pretty interesting.
Yeah, that is very impressive.
On the circuit, what's it like? Just quickly touching, I know you've had a few stints now, but where is it? I mean, we've been seeing a lot of turn 1, turn 2 crashes. That's where everyone's just been seeing the loser front, but where is it on the circuit where you feel is kind of worse?
Yeah, I think the problem you got, there's lots of things happening obviously with the standing water now, but it's temperature. So when you change riders, because you're in pits for nearly a minute, you have a temperature drop, then you take a lap or two slow, and you see it in all sorts of racing, Formula 1, all the rest. The tyre temperatures are crucial, and it sounds ridiculous on these bikes, but if your tyre temperature is not where it needs to be, you're going to potentially fall off, and it's the high-speed corners where you've got no reaction time. It just happens straight away.
You just lose it quick.
Yeah, so it's not throttle control, it's not trailing a brake, and that's why turn 1 and 2 are so crucial. Once you're up to speed, but then it's a bit like scale electric, you get faster and faster, and then the inevitable happens. So you've got these limiting factors which are carrying on, but to be fair to the guys, have not crashed. There's been lots of crashes, but they've been quite soft and gentle, which is what we all want to see, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. It's a similar situation. Is it up right at the top few corners at Christmas corner down to Inkermans?
Those sketchy.
Left, right.
Yeah, there's something going on with the left. So after Christmas, that next left follow through on these bikes is normally wide open, easy, and you can see the guys are just flipping out when they go through there. And I think the go-kart rubber is always an issue because we see that crossover, but that'll be gone now with all the rain. But there's something in that corner that just loads. It's cambered, and it loads the tire up, and then if it doesn't have the grip, it just lets go, and it doesn't high side you because it can't. It just spits the bike out from underneath you, and that's what you've been seeing happening. The guy's suddenly on the deck, and you'll be telling his crew he's done nothing wrong. You know, the rest of the team will be like, "What did you do?" You'll be like, "Honest, they did the same." Yeah. Max Gar's side crashed in front of me, and he literally was the same speed as me winning, and he just went down, and it was just bad luck.
The way it is, this track's cambered.
Yeah, and obviously with us, we got a lot to lose at the moment, and we know that time's ticking. There is a bit of a lottery element to it. You can just cover your bases, but there's corners like that where you wouldn't know that it's going to happen. Yeah. I mean, the puddles, they're a bit of an issue. The guys are reporting back that now it's rained more. There's actually a little bit more traction than there was when it was in between.
That's what I was saying. I said them initial starting conditions are the worst ones you want, because you either want it bone dry or you want it wet through. You don't want it like where you don't know what to do. One lap you think, there's more to give there, and then you do it the next lap and it's...
Absolutely. I mean, when Warren's racing now, that's RTB in front of them. They've changed rider. That's one of the other standard riders. I don't know that chap's name. It's not one of the Todd boys. Obviously, it's a father and son team normally, with Reese and his dad Ian.
Warren looks like he's going out. He's doing well when he's out there. He's looking good.
Yeah, both really, really good. They're all from the lake, so they. I'm not saying they ride illegally on the roads, but let's just say they're used to a few corners in boys. They're quite far away from any motorways. So it's really good. I mean, Warren's a sort of Cape Town champion in his own right. So he's understated in the UK, but he's a handy fella. But the funny story about him is in Cape Town it only rains in the winter, so he had ridden in the rain, but certainly not rain like this. So not just today, but in this series he's done a bit of rain riding, and you can see he's someone called him a duck earlier, but that was probably, I wouldn't say it to his face.
And then about Johnny as well, he's the founder of RST.
Yeah. So Johnny Towers, long-time friend of mine. We met just by chance socially way back when I was a youngster and racing in South Africa, and I didn't know the brand or anything about it, just knew about it, and he said, well, would you sort of ride my suit? We're trying to get a few into this country, and I was, you think you're Billy Big Chips in that stage, and I was more than happy, and we got on really well, and sort of has grown from there. We've done loads and loads of racing together as friends, and in a professional career, he's had a successful career. Now RST is with Pot of Beer, so that's a big distribution company in Europe. They've taken over that, and it's he's given him more time to come racing, so he's dedicated himself to this series. I mean, I think he's 56 years old, so not bad for a 56-year-old chap to be turning lap times as quick as me.
Absolutely. It's amazing. There's some great racing out there, but one bike that's really stood out to me as just being sort of phenomenal just for being in its own right is the Honda C90s. I think they are those classic Hondas.
We've been like kind of
There's
amazed
a couple of them
by the
out
speed
there
of them.
that are just absolutely flying for what you wouldn't expect them to be able to do. What's kind of the story behind that? Do you know any more details about those bikes?
Yeah, I mean, basically there's two types here. So they start off life as a C90 plop. There's a plop Enduro that does that, but we sort of don't allow. The standard ones are too slow for our series. They're sort of 7 horsepower. So the ones you're seeing here today are one's called Frankenstein Plop, and the other one's is Lynx Racing, and they're completely different. They started life as a C90, but they're now 125 cc's. Everything that sort of sucks and blows has been put onto them, and no expense spared. They still suffer a little bit with tracks like this with a bit of chassis flex. Lynx Racing have actually put a huge cross section into their frame to lengthen it to make it more comfortable, whereas the other one you've seen, Frank Snap, they've just got a normal chassis still, but with all the upgrades possible. And they actually, around Whilton Mill before, they've managed to pull a wheel out of line from the force they put through their wheels. So they're doing crazy stuff, and they're making horsepower like our bikes do, which are, these are on a right track. Mallory Park will get 100 miles an hour, so they're not slow once you get going. I mean, at Knockhill we were getting mega top speeds because we went the wrong way around, so we were going downhill and absolutely flying into the hairpin. So the fact that you've seen on TV that they're doing that is amazing. And our Moto 4 class is designed for people that have got a bit of spare time in their shed, a few grinders and welders. The only thing that has to remain the same is the base engine needs to be a road bike engine, and obviously 125cc, but then they can do whatever they want, build their own frame, everything else from there, and that's what those guys have done. They've taken those motorbikes and just elevated them, whereas the street stock class is basically a production motorbike with some de-restriction stuff on it, exhaust pipe, some suspension, an air filter, and either a carburetor or a power commander, and that's it. So these Hondas that are running around here, you can easily pick one of those up for about £1,000. So it's quite cost effective to have a bike that would still run beyond a racing bike, is buildable with the right hands for that kind of money. So and because they're based on production bikes, it just limits the spend you can have on them. So that's really good. And then we've got a few 50cc's knocking around, and the 50cc rule is pretty simple, just 50cc. If you last, we've had some of the Fab guys come here and actually win on their 50s before. So when they do hold together, they're the right package. But a 50cc is its own black art in itself. You know what I mean? So it's a mega combination, and because of the length of the races, it throws up all sorts.
So we were looking at the Lynx race, and even Frank Snaps. A lap times them guys were producing. They were just as, I think, I can't remember exactly who was out, but they were just as quick as the front boys. No,
I think that was Graham Eastwood. He also helps us a lot with. He does all the clothing for the series, and they're very actively involved. And I know he's got another project bike which is more based on the road side of things, still going to be Moto 4, and that's coming through the production line because, as you can see, it turns out a really, really good motorcycle.
Definitely, the Moto 4s look really kind of fun to ride.
Absolutely. And the Moto 4 is for someone that's just got a bit more time, a bit more mechanical knowledge, and the street stocks just limits that so that you have the best of both worlds. I think the evolution eventually is that the Moto 4 bikes, as they become more reliable, will obviously get to the front. And I think something like Lynx Racing, although their handling isn't quite there yet, at Mallory Park, because the length of the straights, it's going to suit them. And if they hold together, the only problem they've had is a little bit of reliability with them. I think they revved to like 16,000 or something.
It looks so good when you go past and just get banked over. It's really enjoyable.
So Glenn who came in with me, he's my teammate from last year, still in the team. We've obviously had to extend a little bit. So that he sort of epitomises what when we started, what we wanted to do. An ex-motocrosser, they came in. He's works in the motorcycle industry, and obviously got back into it. He used to help me with the classic bikes that we raced, and he said, let's have a go. And he's never left since, really. he had a small hiatus of one race meeting when he had a bit of injury, but just one race meeting. Then he came straight back in after a test day. He's a bit like Vinales.
It's great to see. Come in and go, well, you got the pace like Vinales.
Absolutely. So he likes to win a slippery and all the rest of it. So we got him as our sort of secret gun for later on. I think it's going to be a different kettle of fish when it eventually gets dark later and the lights come out.
Well, I've been saying that. I said now it's, even though there's so much kind of time, it's going to flip over so much more now. You can see the pit stops at any little mistake. We've been seeing a lot of handlebars. Like, you just drop the bike, a lot of things, handlebars are snapped. So all it takes is something like that, and it's kind of done.
On screen now, you just think Freddie Pett's bike's on screen, but just behind, he's just passed, that bike's just passed Laura Moto. So she's on the pink bike. She's on the Black Savage motorcycle. So that, he's got, that's another Moto 4, but it was based on the Yamaha, still very Yamaha-esque, just improved. And then the bike's in shot now is obviously an Aprilia RS1254. So, yes.
Oh, okay, so she's actually positioned now. We're seeing these guys going at. If you just get the timings back up, let's have a look at what is happening there. So this is 4 position, Fast and Loud is what they're approaching for what spot? Let's have a quick look. And we got it refreshing. Just quickly get the timings to work.
That's
BJ. Yeah, BJ Racing coming up on them. That's one of the Aprilia teams. That's who we were looking at. So there's another one out there that's some Pet's team, but yeah, that's BJ Racing. A really, really good bike. As you can see, it looks very much like Max Biaggi's super bike from back in the day. And that's how it's been modelled. There is another one that's still a street stock bike, but the whole bodywork is carbon fibre. I figured that team's at the moment. It's got wings on the front, so you'll see that all. I have seen them gone down twice today, so the wings might be in the barrier somewhere. They've lost a bit of aerodynamics along the way, but yeah, that was looking good early on. So there's a few Aprilias out there. Obviously, a really good looking motorbike, and also a nice full size bike. But yeah, like I said, behind that you got Laura on the Black Savage Racing, and in screen now that's one of the Kennard brothers, and they leading the Moto 4 Championship overall. So yeah, loads of regulars coming on. They are also regulars at Fab, they've teamed up to come and do our series, which is great to see all the brothers racing together. So yeah, fantastic.
So what we've got just over halfway left to go in this race. We're approaching the 6 hour mark. As we go into that second half of the race, what is that people watching at home should look out for? What do they need to keep an eye on that could spell
disaster?
Exactly.
Well, I think from now, obviously, there's been a set of fuel stops. There's one more pending. So every sort of 3 hours there'll be a fuel stop, 3 to 4 hours, depending on the bike's capacity. So that's where it could go all wrong. I mean, at the moment, from a team perspective, the racetrack's stable, although it's still raining. It's not flooding yet. We had a few dry days, so the water is still dispersing, although there is a little bit of standing, but there's no massive puddles at the moment. So that is something that no one wants to see. But the big change, and we saw it at the 24-hour, is when it goes dark, you'll look down at your lap time and you'll go, how have I gone so slowly? And what happens is your brain is taking twice as long to process everything that's going on. And it doesn't just happen to me, it happens to most of the guys. Now, obviously, there are races, in big bike bowl doors and stuff that are used to that. And as you get used to it, you get quicker. And you do get quicker even in the race. But your initial little time period...
The first 10 minutes or so...
Well, you could lose a lap. You could lose 2 laps. Or you could make an error because the lights start looking like there's 4 bikes around you, with the shadow. So it plays tricks on your minds. And if you're tired, like we all will be by the time the lights come on, that's where there could be some more... I mean, there's a lot of action anyway, but that's where there could be a lot more action. And I think the teams that keep their heads then, that's our next sort of big worry.
So as the race goes on, obviously each team has about 4 or 5 drivers in pretty much every team. So as it goes on, the more stints they do, the more tired they're going to become, the more sort of fatigued, as you said, it will happen. What kind of is that going to do? Is the times going to keep coming down as everyone gets a bit tired, or? Yeah,
normally, I mean, you would have seen now some of the lap times are sort of stabilising just under the 110 mark, 108s, 105s. I mean, I think when it rains hard, there's a bit of mental rain, plus there's traffic for the front boys. What you tend to find is that the mid-pack get closer to the front pack.
That's what I was saying.
It closes up because some of the guys haven't done testing. They maybe weren't comfortable with the bike. They've made changes, so the lap times all sort of bunch up together, which is great. And like I said, the big change is going to be when the lights come on, and then you'll see it all blow apart again, and you'll be looking at the lap saying, why did he go so slow? And nothing's happened. He's just literally got scared by the 8 bikes that don't exist. They're trying to pass him into turn 2.
On the inside.
So it's great.
Definitely going to be the bit you want to watch out for. What time are you thinking it will get dark?
We think it'll be properly dark by 7 o'clock. I think the lights will be on from around about 6, and we'll get some good sunset shots. I mean, obviously we hope a little bit that the rain just slows off a bit. We don't mind it being wet, but it's just obviously if there's lots of standing water and when the lights go on, it will make it even more sort of difficult. But yeah, you'll see that it's quite a pretty sight. We did a test day yesterday evening here for 3 hours till 10 o'clock. it was dry and it went down fantastically with all the teams. So just to give the guys some time to acclimatise to that, because a lot of them wouldn't have raced in the dark before. It's not something that's normal in the UK, and we're just really proud that we can offer accessible racing. And even from my point of view, when I leave here tomorrow morning, once I've recovered from a few beers and whatever's gone on tonight, you won't want to see a motorbike for at least 2 days. and that's the way it should be. And literally, I think an normal entry fee is something for the whole team is somewhere normally around 250 quid, 4 guys, 60, 70 quid each. The set of tyres will last a whole race, and however much fuel you use, which isn't very much. And that's about as accessible as it's ever going to be from a motorsport point of view. And the racetracks like Whilton that support us and let us come racing, without them we'd all be knackered. So it's a big group effort from everyone. I mean, even the marshals, these are the guys we use regularly, the timekeepers, everyone behind the scenes is all working really, really hard to make this happen. And to be fair, the boys on track, I mean, we're talking 350 riders, that are all competing. That's a huge amount of riders that are getting to touch each other on a racetrack. And if you look, there's been some accidents because it's a bit slippery, but they're all behaving themselves. Most of the guys
have been riding standards. It's just all been
wet. Whilton more traction levels.
Exactly. We were just saying on the stream, it was my first time at the event, and even I was amazed by kind of the action of an endurance. It didn't feel like an endurance. It kind of felt, but just straight away it was the action. Everyone involved, all different classes.
Absolutely. We really struggle to we've got lots of sort of pictures and media stuff going around afterwards, and when you look back you think, did that happen? I mean, the 24 hour seems it was a blink of an eye, and I remember so many stories happening, 1,000 stories.
I forgot so much. That's what's happened so far.
Exactly.
I forgot half of the kind of commotion.
It's loading up, and there you can see that's Frank Stamp. So they're just getting past now by, I think it's one of the Suzukis in a straight line. I think that's Fast and Loud, isn't it?
Yeah. It was that number 8, is it? I think that's Bear and Rose.
Yeah.
Is that Bear and Rose? Sorry, no.
Yeah. They're going well, the Bear and Rose.
Yeah. Sorry, it's Bear and Rose.
As they started this race, we kind of discounted it. You had Red Rocket, you had everyone else fighting for the top 3,
and they've just
been consistent. They've held their position, they've worked their way up, and now they're in 3rd spot at the moment.
James, the team owner, he's done a bit of all sorts of bits of motorbikes before, and he rang me up when he bought the Suzuki. He said, I was looking at a Aprilia Suzuki. I said, both good bikes, and we had a chat. And since he came to his first race till now, they've pretty much delivered the same result you're seeing today, where they just keep on chipping away. They're not slow at all. They're obviously really quick, but they're really, really consistent. And today they've out Michelin.
Well, that's what wins these endurance races. I was just saying before, it's far from over now, but teams like that and riders like that, it's just staying out of trouble. And
absolutely, and I say they're doing a really, really good job. And they've still learning the motorbike. They only got it into the year. They did the 24 hours. I think it was their first event. But to be fair, the 24 hour we did 1,000 laps, so that's quite a bit of a shakedown.
That's
So it's been brilliant. So today how many laps are we at now? 280.
280. Yes, we'll probably do about 500-600 by the end of it. Around that.
Just a cool 500-600 laps.
Yeah, pretty easy, isn't it?
Nice and tidy on a Saturday evening, on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, no problem.
So we're running a 5-rider team. You're allowed maximum 6 riders. So some of the guys are running 6 because Whilton's quite physical.
Right. Yeah.
We're running a 5-rider team. At the 24 hour, we ran a 4-rider team. And the fact that we all needed wheelchairs when we left, not from accidents, meant that we needed to get to 5. So it's absolutely it's great. And like I say, you can see, I think that's James on the bike now, if I'm correct. But he's a dab hand. He's coming up to behind Laura. I think the Black Savage Racing Yamaha has been down the road a lot of times, even in practice. So I think now they're just sort of trying to nurse it. But I think that's the problem when you got a Moto 4 bike in these conditions. It sounds crazy, but 20% more power, it's a bit lumpy, and that's obviously upsetting that bike. They're talking about there's no power, then there's a lot of power, and you're down, and that's what they're struggling with. So
in conditions like that, it's not what you want, a snap of power too much.
That's absolutely, and that's what they're trying to keep control of it. So that sort of jump in power has definitely caused that team issues. But we know at Mallory, it's going to be a pain in the bum when they come down the straight with a few more BHP than the rest of us.
Absolutely. So, a good 6 hours 39 that we've got left then.
That's it. Fiana's gone, and Laura Motor. Both involved in
22 of Fiona Adrian. I think they've had a few offs today, to be fair.
They have, That's not Youngie, because I'd be taking a picture of that screen if it was poor Young. That's payback for my past earlier.
Inside, payback.
That's one of the other riders. I don't quite know their name, but it's one of the other guys that's on the bike, not Youngie.
So 4:55 then here is 5 seconds behind the next bike up the road, which is
Miniskirt.
Miniskirt.
Miniskirt. Great
Sorry, it's for 10th spot then, yes. Yeah, so 10th spot.
Yeah, so Mini's good. Basically, they ride in the World Endurance, Classic Endurance, and they've got the same, the Skirt team there, which they ride, the last time I checked was XR69, so like 1200cc Suzukis, and they ride alongside the modern bike stuff at the Bowl Door and all the rest of it. So yeah, they're not they know exactly what they're doing, these lads. They built a really good motorbike. They're on a Reju, which is a Spanish bike. It uses the Yamaha engine, but it's got its own chassis and swing arm, and they're on the street stock class. So yeah, really, really good team. They're running a naked bike here because obviously with the conditions, but when they've got their full aerodynamic package on, the bike looks absolutely pristine, and they put a lot of thought into that because on the longer trip, I mean, here we get 1 or 2 miles an hour, but you get probably 8-9 miles an hour more when you've got a decent aero package on these bikes.
On it or off it?
No, on it. So if you get a decent fairing on it with the right coverage, so you can't just slap one that's sort of in your jaw. It has to be the right size and all the rest. A bit of thought goes into it. You easily get 5 to 10 miles an hour top speed more, which to get that in horsepower terms would be a significant amount.
Also, sometimes when they haven't got the fairings on, that's in case if they're going to drop it or if it's a bit wet, you just don't want to risk running through fairings.
And also, if the fairing gets caught up in everything else, once it's too badly damaged, it takes time to remove it. So, there's a positive and negative. Obviously, we opted for the fairing option. Our bike will probably be carrying a bit of water because there's only a small hole in the belly pan. So we know that it carries a couple of kilograms of water. So there's all sorts of things to consider, then all sort of affect you differently, but in our balance is that if we get a bit more top speed, you definitely feel it when you're down the back straight. If you get two similar bikes and they're towing each other, you get the tow, you get the job done, and it's a bit like DRS and Formula 1. It gives you a jump that you wouldn't have because we're dealing with relatively low horsepower and normal weighted motorcycles. So
exactly.
I think that's Bear and Rose. Still Bear and Rose.
Bear and Rose, they are. I think they were only a lap down on Mecklem not long ago. It's now 20 seconds, so they're closing the gap to second place.
We've seen that all kind of day with these. They've just been slowly knocking the times out,
working their way up. They haven't been involved in any major, on track battles, but they've just been slowly working their way through, getting themselves in there and known. And it looks like if it's
only 10 minutes off the lead, which is literally, if you have any incident, it's going to take you 5 to 10 minutes to fix it. So really, really good. And then the obviously with Mecklem, you've got they've passed him. Mecklen's in.
They're in. They've come into the box again. So we've seen this. So Mecklem obviously had that. I think it was 10 minutes or so. They were in the pit lane making those
with
changes
the stuck throttle. To
get back out, and that gave Bear and Rose, who were I think 8 laps down on them, that allowed them to make up those laps, catch them back up, and get past them. Then Bear and Rose pitted, and went back behind them, and now it looks like they've closed that gap back down. Mecklem has come back.
We've been in this predicament before. I've been saying. To Tom, where kind of you can now lose a position and just come out a bit of pits a bit too eager and push a bit more, and it's just very easy to then.
That's exactly what's happening.
Ruin your race.
Losing temperature. I mean, just touching on obviously going down the grid a little bit, Garside Motorsport. Obviously Ryan, a legend, and his brother racing with him, which is great because obviously they race against each other at other tracks like Three Sisters. And they've formed up here. They've got some other friends racing because of the length of the race today, and they've been, they did the 24-hour. They were really, really quick, led some of the races, the laps there, and I like these mixed conditions. And obviously they've had a few little issues. I think they've got a loose exhaust at the moment, which is holding them back. I don't know quite how they're going to fix it, but they do turn out a really, really good motorcycle. So,
we've got the information on the spreadsheet here from Garside that bike was actually rebuilt on Thursday by Ryan's students at the college.
I saw the pictures.
Absolutely phenomenal.
Well, we're saying to the students, listen, you've got next week off because if they get on the podium or if they do well.
Yeah, no, exactly. I saw the pictures coming out, and Ryan's, it's great that he gets all the guys involved in that, and and go from there. Obviously, Red Rocket, that's Jason's team. He formed it. He's a Honda man, so hence the word Red Rocket. So he loves that. Also an ex sort of flat tracker motocrosser doing it. And he's got a few youngsters with him riding that who ride in the classic racing or CRMC. So
it'll be like in these conditions, I guess. Then.
Yeah, well, you can see who's floating to the top. Excuse the pun.
No, absolutely. And I mean, we've touched on Garside quite a lot today. That they've been.
It was a style straight away. They've
been performing well. It just feels like they've not quite had all the luck on their side. They've had a few issues, and that's just kind of dropped them down. But they're still in 4th place, and they're still pushing for a good position in this race.
Absolutely. And one of the teams that definitely suffered in sort of looking at different elements is the Bike Hospital. They've been sort of top 3 at the last 3 or 4 events because they're running in the Moto 4, a really good developed Honda, good horsepower. Obviously at Knock Hill they were down all the straightaways. They were a big problem, and we were able to sort of out-strategy them to get the win. But obviously today they've had 3 accidents, and that's what's obviously put them back. So it's gone from sort of having no issues for hours and hours of racing to suddenly having a few issues today. And the power seems to be a problem. On the flip side, DW Racing is Dean and Ian Denny, and Ian Denny helps me run the championship, and they've risen to the top. But the funny story is their engine is relatively standard, and that's almost playing back to what we're saying about the smooth power delivery, where he has suffered in recent rounds when we've been at the longer tracks, and obviously he's been beaten in a straight line because they're big lads, they're fully sized grown men, they are from down south. So they've and they're chipping away, and they know exactly what they're doing. Obviously Dean's a John Deere tractor mechanic, so I wouldn't want to mess with him in the pub because he's got fists of tractor steel. And then Ian's sort of the brains behind the operation, sort of tinkering away with all the electronics and everything else. So it's really great to see them doing well. And obviously with Frank Snap up there with the C90, really it's just highlighting that the scenarios. A little bit further down, you've got Clegg Shed. He's a local motorbike shop, and they're actually riding a Honda Sonic Step Through, which the bike has a CBI engine in standard, and that's obviously been modified quite significantly. So quite a lot of interesting stuff. Like I say, Frezowaki are leading the championship, and I know that DW Racing are trying to catch him. So that gap, it's obviously quite a big gap there, and it couldn't be better for DW at this stage.
And it's just a track, like you said about the power, places like Mallory, where I was saying before on the stream, like you want to keep your minimum speed up a lot around here. You want to be flowing, and like with the bigger powers, like you're just saying, it really doesn't really work a lot. I mean, the slower powers, as long as you can keep your minimum up and getting a good flow, and you can see with DW Racing, that's just going to kind of work to their benefit. Absolutely, and they're running some pretty trick stuff. They've got a K-Tech front end in that bike, which is an upside down Grom system with a K-Tech internals, and on the back of the bike, they've got a shock which is called C2P, which not many people would have heard of, but it's the Öhlins distributor for Africa. Have their own brand of shocks, and they specifically make a shock for that Honda. He got one over here, and it's a really, really good step. Just for that Honda.
It's really been designed for their bike. So they've made a big step. And recent rounds, the Bike Hospital have adapted the same rear end to get that, and they found a big step forward. So the YSS shocks that we provided a race deal, obviously fit in all the bikes, and they're a massive upgrade. But these lads have gone a step further with some sort of really trick suspension rear. Exactly. And obviously you can see DW Racing.
Exactly, it's paying prime. We can see that. See the Meclam come back in second position.
Was that
I think Baron Rose must have pitted.
Yeah, I think there must be a pit stop now. It says they're 1 lap down to Meclam. So that is sort of the gap that they're having there. By the looks of it, they're closing it, pitting, and then they're losing it again when they pit. So
I was saying to you, Tom, as well, the race could end up on you've got to get your pit strategy right, because you could also, the race finish could end, and some people could have managed to, you know what I mean, assuming a pit kind of in the middle of that. So
Mechlin are 1 pit stop ahead of us because they managed to go further on their tanker fuel than what we did, obviously. So
they've got to wear that.
They've got it, and it's vice versa. So at the moment, we're hoping that it comes back to us with the rain because you use a little bit less fuel. But at the moment, our fuel consumption is a bit higher than theirs. So that's an issue because we will end up at the moment having to do a splash and dash, which won't cost us 10 laps. But if it's tight, which it ultimately could be,
bring it close.
Bike Hospital down again.
That's so unfortunate.
I think that's Dan Pearson. I don't know.
It's one of the imported riders that's let the team down.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see that they've been.
I spoke to them before, and I just said it was just getting from bad to worse a bit. Just every lap, it was.
It's like the handlebars have been bent a bit there. He tries to bash it back.
And that's another place where we keep seeing these crashes just coming out of Christmas.
That left-hander.
Into Inkerman.
It's just literally catching the guys out. Like I say, I'm dreading going back out there, being a bit rusty. I'll be chatting to you guys next thing. You'll see me trying to straighten the handlebars or something. Won't be very good. That's fast and loud. I know that rider. That's the team owner Derek Betts, old 80s racer with the BSA Bantams. So ex-two-stroke man. He's the team owner. He's got a lot of up-and-coming talent in the team that he helps. One of his normal riders, Asher Durham, isn't here this weekend because he's at Donington. But he's got a couple of BSB stars that normally ride with him. Another guy that's obviously ex-South African, Jacques, is one of their riders, and he's got Ant Hodgson, who's ex-GP 250 champion from the UK. So he's got a star-studded sort of scenario. But I think with Derek, quite likes the wet conditions, so we'll see how he gets on.
Absolutely,
weather specialist.
Yeah, he's absolutely looking very comfortable out there, and he's getting close to BJ Racing ahead of him, and he's going to try and close that gap down. It's currently at look, at 17 seconds, I think, they're on the same lap. He's closing that gap down, and he's going to be looking to jump up and take into 13th place. You're saying he's a wet weather specialist. He's absolutely flying out there, and he's looking quite comfortable. He's not, you know, keeping it where he needs to.
That looks like the bike hospital have opened a new branch on the side of the racetrack there.
Well, we kind of said at the start with that name, like, you're risking a bit saying that name.
He's named it after, there's a famous scrapyard, a motorcycle scrapyard in Africa called the Bike Hospital, and that's why he's named it after that. So there's even more comedy behind it, because you think you think you're going to the Bike Hospital, but the joke was that 50 years ago when they started that, it was because it was a scrapyard where you go there and you buy the bits from them to fix your own bike.
So talking about the Bike Hospital there, you saw them on that, and the wet grass here, how much of a problem is that going to be? If you're going off into the grass, you're going to get all the turf and all the mud into the bike if you're sliding along it, but you also can't get any grip out there.
Absolutely.
How tricky is that, and what happens if you don't take that mud out from inside the bike? It's going to really, impact you, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, basically, I passed Fast and Loud earlier today across the grass, a switchback coming back towards the pit lane entrance, and ran out of road and thought I'd just go across where I've gone many a time. And I may have been riding a 220 horsepower superbike because it lit up like there was no tomorrow. So it looked quite good, although I was completely clinging on for a clear life because I went past him sideways. And he's been telling half his team, he passed me sideways on the grass. There must be something illegal with that bike. But it just looked really, really fast. So yeah, the short answer is absolutely no traction.
Yeah. But then if when you do go down, you see the bikes being picked up full of the grass that they've picked up as they've gone down.
Spending that 10 minutes kicking it all out.
What happens if they don't get it all out? Can that really affect sort of the gear?
Mechanics, 100%. Some of the stuff that's happening now, which we've seen, because we've got little part stores, that some of the rear mechanisms, the bearings are failing because the guys have crashed. We've got a load of dirt and grime, and obviously haven't got a 10-lap race. I've got hundreds of laps still to go. Done another 50, 60 laps, and the bearings are falling apart. So all that sort of stuff is definitely happening. So the problem with the crash is it carries on and on and on. When we crashed here earlier this year, we managed to crack the frame, which was quite a scary thing. So it looks like Fast and Loud's pitting.
Taking his stop. He didn't quite get past BJ Racing, I don't think, and now a stop. And
looks like Garside have made the way up. I think Bear and Rose have pitted, but if they've had a problem on the pit because they had a...
Oh yeah, that's a good
Bear and Rose have had an issue.
Maybe had an issue, so... Again, the Garside, if they can just keep on two wheels, they've got serious pace, it seems, to definitely be in podium contention.
Yeah, they've got pace and no fear.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. So, it's great to see Garside coming back. Bear and Rose, I'm wondering what happened there, because the times must have been a while ago they did pit, because the last lap was still only a 1:06, so they've got pace again now. So, yeah, interesting to see what will happen there.
There is a bike. There is a bike in turn one at the white Suzuki. I don't know if it's them.
It could well be. That is Garside we're seeing on our screens now, though. And they're
coming up to Frank Snap.
Yeah, absolutely flying.
Look at that. So you can't even get past that. Now, I remember that day that a CBR 125 couldn't pass a C90. Who's that? That's Mecklin. Mecklin have got issues.
That is not what they want to be seeing right now. They've already got a 10-lap gap to you guys in first place. That's not ideal for them. And what's the gap between them and Garside now? It's 3 laps.
3 laps, so he's not got going yet. It doesn't look like a crash, but we don't know.
He had a problem before with the throttle, didn't he?
Throttle issue again, something like that.
He's looking down in a gear lead.
Might have fell on the left-hand side on the way in. He's just managed to get around the corner out the way. But definitely got issues there. Maybe you should pop over to the bike hospital 3 turns up and get them to service his bike.
Get to the scrapyard. So obviously we don't want to keep you too long, Hudson, but if anyone's watching on the stream and looking to get involved for the end of this year or next year, what's kind of the philosophy around it, like websites, or how do we find you guys?
We've got a website, obviously, Freetech Endurance UK, but we do all our communication through Facebook, so we basically keep it as an open platform, and social media is a great way to communicate, support each other, and hopefully in these worlds where we sort of looking after mental health and everyone's trying to get the right work-life balance, we want to be there to support other races in the little ways that we can. And we find it's a good platform. Social media can be used negatively, but as a group we haven't had any experiences like that, and it's grown and grown, and you guys can see now that we're at a great place. So the best place is probably Facebook. We'll guide you along the way. We help the guys get set up, gearing, literally we have the right gearing here for the different bikes to get them on the way so they're not lost, and you know where you are and you can go out and have fun.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the people I've been speaking to, they've said, I've been asking, have you done these prior? And they said they've done a few in the years, but every year it just seems to get better. We've got another follow there, but Yeah, it seems like you've got a grid full of guys, enthusiastic people who are a bit like a close-knit family, and that's the best way to kind of have club racing, I guess. It's
absolutely. I mean, the guys all. I mean, what we said at riders briefing, and we say it at every riders briefing, is that we're going to share the racetrack for hours and hours today. Let's look after each other, and that's almost. Yeah, like I said before, there's lots of incidents, that's racing, but there haven't been any malicious stuff happening at all. You know,
helping each other if someone goes down.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, like I said, Bike Hospital set up a sort of a stall for the last 10 minutes, but
they're waving them all in.
Yeah, they've closed up shop now. They've moved back to the paddock.
Let's have a look at Garside then very quickly here, because they are now only 1 lap behind Mechlem. I'm not sure if they've been able to get it going. They might on this lap have passed them. I'm not sure where is it that
Mechlem's turn 1, I think.
Turn 1.
It will turn 2. Yeah,
I can't quite see it from the commentary box. So if he has passed him, it's already happened, and obviously we'll update the timings at the end of this lap to see if that has happened. It's a long way back to the pit lane from down at turn 1. Well, we've seen a few bikes just going backwards down the grid to get back in.
Yeah, I mean they're allowed to push it back in. I mean the whole idea of pit lane is that it's a walking pace, no engines running. So
and here they come.
There he comes.
Speaking of which, walking
backwards
pace. Down.
So Garside have definitely had them.
Yeah. Another one.
No,
that's Black Savage Racing again. Like I said, that extra 5 horsepower is definitely biting them today.
Yeah. Well,
they wish they'd fitted traction control now.
Mess of them bars, it looks like.
Oh yeah, they're facing. Yeah.
What's strange about that team is it's happening to all the riders, so there must be something, like I say, it's a power delivery issue. It's the way the power has been delivered to that bike. It's just it's not just one of their riders, you know.
Yeah.
That keeps them falling off.
So Garside finished that last lap without overtaking them, but you think now on this lap is to think they've just put the Mechlem back into the pit lane. He'll come through this time and do it.
The other bike that's broken down is Marvel. HLC, I think they... Yeah, HLC Motorsport, they're the ones pushing back in the multicoloured bike.
Right, okay. Well, Garside in that case will then, I think, momentarily, as they do come through, I think that's Chapman now, they're coming through back onto the back straight.
That's Team Fubar, obviously doing a bit of a change. Yeah, they've
wheel change, but it looks a bit new tyres perhaps.
These lads, I tell you, they've been doing it for a long time. They have, you know,
experience.
Air cooled. They refuse to go water. I reckon water gets in the works. I don't know what they're making of today. They're water cooled now.
Not so much air cool now.
Well, Garside then I think are about to cross the line. There they go. They've just gone across the line and move up to second place. So
wow,
Mechlem once again
recovered from a few little offs to Garside. So fair play.
Absolutely. And if they get second place, then the students are getting 2 weeks off college at this rate. You know? It's a week off every place they gain.
Absolutely.
Bear and Rose, who were pushing quite down on Mechlem, how far are they behind now? They're now 5 laps down, so they must have had a pretty big issue to go into the pit lane to have that fixed if they've lost that much time, but they might be trying to drag that back on Mechlem now as they come into the pits with a similar issue.
A nice little team, that this little chopper racing. I'm sure they were ex sort of C90 guys, and I'm pretty sure they're on a KTM now. We'd have to have a look and see bike number 140 if we get a shot to them, but I know they changed manufacturer, and they've obviously been developing their bike over the last couple of rounds, and it's great to see them up in P5 doing really well.
Yeah, they've been another consistent team we've seen today. We've not really seen much of them, but they just seem to be chipping away up the field and
100%.
Staying on 2 wheels, which seems to be evident. If you can do that, which your guys have done, Team RST.
Yeah, so far so good, but again, touch wood.
Yeah, hopefully you guys can keep it at the lead. What's there? 14 laps you've now got.
That's in Delhi now on a DWR bike. Garside's passing him. Like I say, old 50cc 2-stroke racer from the 80s. I think he's just getting his eye on. I think they've just gone out on track because they have dropped a position to Red Rocket, which I think have done a pit stop, so they're back out now. This is first flying lap.
Yeah, so 2 laps now. Garside have got over Mechlem, so they are still in the pit lane as far as we're aware, trying to work out that issue. We don't know what the issue is, and hopefully we'll be able to find out and go into the pit lane in a bit and speak to them and see what they are having troubles with. But this has worked out very well for Garside, who have had a couple of offs. They've been in the grass a few times, and now that's the bike they're going to be looking at next. It's your bike there, right at the front. They've got 14 laps to close down, but 6 hours, still, anything.
As you can see, it's been great. That's Shane Norville on there. I mean, Shane's got a great racing history. He's won South African GP championships on a 250 and 125. He finished second in the UK, I think 4 or 5 times. In the British 250 championship winner was the Premier class, and his other claim to fame is that he's raced in MotoGP or those days 500cc GP against the likes of Wayne. I know it was just after Wayne Rainey. Would have been in the late 90s. So one of the people he definitely raced against was Valentino Rossi.
Oh wow!
So yeah, and there's a picture of them both broke down at the same corner at Donington, and we're pushing their bikes back next to each other, having a chat.
Both of them broke down.
Yeah, and it's his famous Facebook one. He keeps on sharing that every year. So yeah, of all the trophies and stuff. But he's a really solid rider, and yeah, had a really great sort of pro career, and now just enjoying his racing. He messes around with a bit of an R6 that he runs himself with his dad, and his dad's has always been there helping him. So that's, it's really, really great family setup, and it's great to have Shane filling in so we can get these 12 hours out the way, and he's a safe pair of hands.
Well, there's some experience on the grid as well. It's some vast experience on the grid of all different stages, so
absolutely, yeah,
it's making it so fun to watch.
He's doing some decent lap times, 108, so yeah, that's really, really good in traffic. So yeah, anything under a 110, I would say, you're having to push on a little bit there, so that's just a good guide for everyone else. If you're sort of doing 112s to 115s, you take it a bit steady, which is nothing wrong with that, but Shane's definitely threading the needle, as you can see.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm going to go back because my stints are coming up.
Oh, well,
I'm going
to do good bit of fun.
I'm going to go do some yoga, and Glenn's going to give me a rub down.
Thank you so much for joining.
See you later. Cheers, guys. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, thank you for that. And now you can see Hudson just preparing for his next stint, like he's just said. So that's going to be interesting to see how the Garside Motorsport team does try and kind of recoup a few positions. What do you think, Tom? How do you think it's going to end for them boys? I mean, we have seen them on the deck already, but it seems like they've kind of dusted themselves down and made a charge for it.
Team RSC have just started their 300th lap in this race. They're absolutely flying. So yeah, sorry, just having a quick word with the boss there again. 300 laps Team RST have done now. They've got Garside behind them, who have taken a great move up into second place. Then it is Team Meckler, who are still in the pit lanes, as far as we're aware, 4 laps down now to Garside. It's absolutely heart-wrenching, isn't it, for them to see that second. They spent 10 minutes in the pits already, lost a load of time already, and now it's happening again. And you're hoping it's not the throttle issue once again, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's that case of and it seems the weather's getting worse, and it's almost like. And I don't know, I feel like the weather's getting worse, however the mistakes are shortening. I don't feel the mistakes are really getting as deep and as kind of crucial right now. So it's almost like if you are behind now, I bet you can demoralise you a bit. You can confidence can kind of go, and you kind of think, listen, it's gone. Whereas we know in this commentary, like Hudson's just been referring to, there's 6 hours left, and even every time he mentions about his race, he's touching wood, he's touching his head. Yeah. He knows it's not over yet. So
absolutely, anything
edge of the seat stuff. If you ask me,
anything can happen. Halfway through this race, and we've seen Meckler have these issues. It's so easy to put in the second half after them. So
exactly.
They cannot get complacent whatsoever. So if you're just joining us here on the
nearly halfway, Tom.
Nearly halfway point of this race today. We're here at the Freetech Endurance. I am 6 hours into this race today. We are all 6 hours into this race today. It's been a very long day, but we're here until 9:30 still. Do not worry. We're not giving up anywhere. We're not going anywhere. We've got Team RST leading at the front, whose rider we were just talking to, Hudson there, who is also the organiser of this event.
Yeah, the main man of the Freetech.
The guy that leads it all. His team are very, very good at the front there. They're performing well, and they're doing brilliant stuff at the front. So this is Freetech. I am Tom. You are Braden.
I'm Braden. Nice to see. Well, nice. I can't see you guys, but nice to be joined. On stream. Yeah, and I'm just making my way into my nice warm coffee now. And yeah, Hudson's just left us. Hudson with one of his teammates, and it was really good to speak to Hudson for like 20 minutes, half an hour, and he gave us a real full rundown of not only riders but the different kind of categories, and just how accessible he said it is to myself, I'm a massive bike fan, and I've always I know it sounds silly, my dream has always been to even race bikes, and this championship just looks so kind of good and so welcoming and appetizing. Absolutely. For like a novice. So then as Hudson just alluded to at the end, it's so accessible to kind of get in, and it's such a kind of family feel around this championship. So definitely, if anybody's watching your stream and you're thinking, you know what, I'd fancy a bit of that, well, get on the Facebook group. I think it was Freetech Endurance. Hudson said it was on Facebook, and that's where, on the social media, that's where they try and get all the kind of entrants and the kind of riders chatting. So yeah, give them a message, and I'm sure they'll be able to talk you through ways you can get out on track and tick off maybe a few things on people's bucket list.
Right, I think we need to have a chat about Bear and Rose Racing here, because Team Mecklem, who were second place, were leading this race at one point, have had an absolute nightmare since. They were in the pit stops for 11 minutes, now they're back in there again, and it looks like they're going to be losing third place pretty soon. Bear and Rose Racing have been climbing up the table. They're now a few... here we are. This is Team RST. Hudson was just in here. This is it, getting pushed down the pit lane now. Probably just a rider switch, you would think, but nonetheless, it's all happening. In fact, I think Team Mecklem might be back out on circuit potentially, because the lap counter should have gone down there when Bear and Rose Racing crossed the line. Didn't. So I'm not sure if they do. And there we are. That is the rider switch for Team BST.
Is that Warren getting on?
That is Warren getting on there. He's looks like he's struggling to get away a little bit.
Yeah, maybe not started straight away.
Find the bike. Yeah, there we go. He's away. And he goes past the commentary box there. Off he goes out onto that through a puddle. Lovely. He got the lead. He's not got much, a few seconds wasted. A bit later, isn't the end of the world. They've got 13 laps to second place, so they're pretty comfortable at the top there. Yes, 11 minutes and 53 seconds Team Metro just spent in the pit lane again, but they are now, by the looks of it, back out on the circuit, somewhere in third place. They've got now 7 laps to Garside ahead of them, which is not a gap they'll be happy with, and not a gap they're going to want to bring down.
Exactly, it's going to be difficult from there, and a bit like Hudson was saying, kind of thing. It's a case of, as I mentioned, there's a lot of different power kind of ratios in these bikes as well. So you've got the 3 classes. You've got the 50cc class, you have the Moto 4, which is classed as a super stock, and you also have the street stock, which is just a few kind of less changes you can make in that class. But as you said, it's kind of on tracks like this, what are so tight and technical and not massively got big straights, it's a case of actually the lower power ones being more rider friendly. It's the big bikes and the ones that have got a bit more power, which I think we've seen. And he said that they're the ones that have been going down a lot in the kind of turn 2s and the Christmas corners, just on the exits of them. And with that power, he says it's not really the bigger bikes have got a power where it kind of comes in not very smoothly as like the little ones do. It's either all or nothing, and obviously in these conditions, once you're having nothing and you have all of it, it can be quite a bit of a mess, and we've seen that quite a few times. So he said a few tracks like Mallory Park or different places where they actually go to around the UK, it can be quite more friendly towards the bigger bikes, obviously for the big straights and that. But circuits like Wilton Mill, it evens out, to be quite honest. And you've actually had 50cc's what have been quite quicker and won races in the past over then the Moto 4 bike. So that just shows you can kind of get a bike, you can join this grid, you can join this championship and just have immense amount of fun wherever you are, whatever bike you're on. So that's just testament to the championship, I guess, and the riders in it. It absolutely is. And if you are just tuning in to this live stream and you're wondering, what have I missed so far? What's been happening? Well, you've missed quite a lot. We've been going for 6 hours. We're 10 minutes away from the halfway point now, and a lot of stuff has been happening. We've had battles at the front. We've had battles at the front. We've had battles for second and third place. It's all going on at the top. But more importantly than that, we've had lots of weather changes. So we started this race in the dry, and actually our fastest lap of the race so far was set on lap 19. So right at the start, we're now on lap 306 for reference. And is that no, I'm not quite sure who that is. I think that's a 360. I think that might be the 360 bike. But the fastest lap of this race was set right at the start on lap 19. It was a 56-second lap. I don't think we're going to see that beaten as we go on today, because it looks like the track's going to stay pretty damp for the rest of the day. As I say though, we're going up until 9:30, so who knows what could be happening. We think it might start to get a bit drier as the light starts to disappear and we fade into the darkness. Hudson, who we were just talking to there, said that he thinks we'll be looking at lights going on, darkness appearing around 6-7 o'clock. So, and he said now it's probably going to be a bigger change, isn't it? He said about the shadows and stuff like that can really ruffle a few feathers. So I'm pretty excited for that, mate. So I think we've got a few hours of light, and then I think the the real race starts when it gets dark then.
Absolutely, and you can see now we've got a camera in the pit lane in what I've dubbed the cowshed, which is where a lot of the teams are keeping dry, keeping out the rain and keeping themselves looked after, and they are down there having a chat about something interesting there. And do you know what? I fancy going out there and having a talk with them. So, Braden, I'm going to get my coat on.
I'll put the kettle on. I'm going
to get my coat on. I'm going to head down, and I'll see you in a second down there.
Okay, and I'll give the guys at home who are watching on the stream a bit of a lowdown now from the top 10. I mean, we've had a few changes, we've had a few offs, a few pit stops. So, if you have lost track of the timing and the positions, I'll give you a quick rundown now. Quickly from the top 10. So leading the race, we have the number 2 of the team RST. We just had the event organiser Hudson in with us, and he's also a rider for that team. So he's got his fingers crossed. He's hoping just for a bit more consistency from his other riders, like they have been showing, and hopefully they can bag the win and take home the handful of points you see on stream there. We've got 2 riders. I think that again is a 360, and I'm not too sure the second bike is in shot, but that again is a turn 2 and just coming out the exit of turn 2, and it's just proving to be such a difficult corner that all day. It's the 135, and they've had a few issues already in the day, so that's pretty demoralising for their kind of efforts to try and work their way up the field, but I'm sure there's still a lot of time left so they can do that. So yeah, we've got the number 2 leading, which is the team RST, and then in second position it's the 51 of Carside Motorsport. Covered them quite a lot throughout the stream. Obviously Tom's alluded to a students building that engine and getting the engine in the bike on Thursday afternoon, so that's a mega effort from all the team at Carside Motorsport. So they're in second position, they'll be happy with that on the 51, and they're clocking in times now about 1:12, so just about a second off the fastest the RST guys who are out there on circuit. Well, sorry, they're not the fastest guys on circuit. It's so we've got in on third position also, so you've got your leader is 2 and then 51 of the Carside Motorsport. In third position we've got the 122 of Team Metch Lam, and we've also been alluding to them a few times in the stream. They've had a few problems and a few offs, but managed to keep on to third, so they'll be pretty, well, I don't know if they'll be happy with it, but when you can make a few mistakes like they have done and drop the bike a few times and still be in third position, it's not really a bad position to be in, especially when you've still got 6 hours and 6 minutes left. The number 8 is in fourth position of Bear and Rolls Racing. They've been pretty consistent throughout the race, which is good to see, so they'll be happy with that, and they'll be looking to, again, they're 21 laps behind on the leader, but they're only 1 lap behind Team Metchlam, who are in third position, Metchlam, so that'll be interesting to see if they can claw that back, and the fight for the podium is definitely going to get interesting towards the end of this race, even for the fight for the top 5. So yeah, that's the 8 of Bear and Rose in fourth position. And to round out the top 5, you've got a 140 of Little Chopper Racing. They're only 2 laps behind on Bear and Rose Racing, so Hudson was saying they were definitely looking for some more positions, and we've actually got a fight for position on the stream now, as if I'm reading this timing right, and it's the 80 of, yeah, I think that is right, it's the 80 of Frank Snaps who's fighting for position. He's coming up towards the back, I think he's coming up towards the back of the 12 and the 455. So the 12 is Miniskirt Racing, and them boys were looking strong in the early start of this hour, whereas I think maybe they're just dropping back a few positions now. The last lap time wasn't as quick as Frank Snaps, he was actually 2 seconds down, so they're on the same lap. And for the 80 of Frank Snaps, you can just see there, just coming into the picture there, so it's about, so I think he got 2 bikes in between him and Frank and DW Racing, so Skirt Racing, sorry. So that's going to be definitely exciting to watch as the Frank Snaps team try and get on the rear of them. But this is so difficult, this, especially if you're in the position of the number 80 there. You can see, I don't know if he'll know, but well, he's actually right on the back of him now, as you can see, but he's wanting to make a move on that 12. I don't know if the 12 actually knows, because he's not defending or he's not shutting the door, and it looks like he actually just drives around the outside of him. So 80 there of Frank Snaps has just drove around the outside of the 12 of Miniskirt, which I don't even think Miniskirt was really aware of. So it looks like Miniskirt has lost a few positions actually there, but obviously, oh no, it's now back past. So this traffic is proving to cause a bit of mayhem. Frank Snaps puts a move on the inside coming into the boot, and the final penultimate corner of the lap, and then number 12 of the miniskirts manages to go sneak straight past, and actually build a bit of a gap. So as you can see, the traffic is really getting in the way, and it's probably causing a bit of confusion now for both riders. You see the Frank Snap bike there taking the inside line, trying to just dispose of this. I think it's 45 and 70 or so, or 78. Trying to dispose of these two riders now, so we can just, well, the 140, sorry, so we can quickly just get past. But he's making a bit of a job out of it, because he's just getting involved with a few back markers, a few lap traffic, and he's actually getting on the inside there. Number 7, that's Lynx Racing, so they're making their way past. I think they're unlapping themselves on the 80th Frank Snap, so that's definitely going to be interesting to watch throughout the racing, because if the Lynx Racing has picked up the speed again on the number 7, that's going to be interesting to see how that one fares out. But yeah, looking at this stream now, it looks like the 12 of the miniskirt have kind of got the head down. They had a bit of pressure from behind the Frank Snaps, and I think that is Frank Snap is now coming into the pits. So we'll pass to Tom, and Tom will try and get some word down in the pits.
Well, I've braved the weather. I've come from the commentary box back to the pit lane to have a look at what's happening. We've got the 80 who's just come in here, the 80 who are on that Honda C90 block, an absolutely beautiful car. But I've already got someone I might have to track with over here who's apparently got some drama going on. Excuse me, mate. Let's quit you for a quick chat. What team are you with? What team are you with?
It's called Team 10-foot Special.
10-foot Special, okay. And how are things going?
All right, it's been a bit of drama. We've had a couple of incidents. We had 2 offs, and had a bit of issue with engines, so we've had to have one engine swap, and now it's running mint like. We're doing really well.
How long is it taking you to switch an engine then? What kind of deficit is that, changing an engine? Is it 10, 20 minutes? What's the time on that?
I think we did it in about half an hour.
Right, okay, yeah. So it's not too bad then in the grand scheme of things, yeah.
We didn't lose a lot really. As soon as we went out, I thought, because it hadn't warmed up right, because it being a 2-stroke, I took a few laps, a bit of time, and then once it got up to temperature, it just went like a rocket. So well happy with it. Better engine at the end of the day.
So that's good then. So how are you finding conditions out there now? We talked to people a bit earlier. We talked to people who were saying that they're struggling when it wasn't quite wet enough. Now it's wet. Is it better out there on the wet tyre, or is it still a bit hit and miss?
I prefer it wet like this as it is now, because I find I can get more grip. It's the in-between that's horrible. It's got the nickname Slippery Mill, and I'm a pit bike racer. I race with the British Mini Bike Championship, and it's an absolute nightmare on pit bike. But these are a bit more forgiving because you've got better suspension setups and that like. But yeah, as soon as it starts to dry up a little bit, it's a nightmare, really. So I'd rather it be wet, or just perfectly dry.
So we're about halfway through now. What is a good finish in your guys' eyes? Like, what are you looking? Where are you kind of aiming for out of all the riders?
The last time I heard that in our class that we was in second, then Danny, who's out now, he turned around and said that we're in front. So hopefully, like top 2 finishing, we'll be happy with that. Yeah.
That's great to hear. Thank you so much for having a chat with this guy. Really appreciate that. Thank you, mate. So there you go then, an engine change for 10-foot Special, and they're still looking for a top 2 finish in their class, so that's very, very, very good for them. Half an hour to change an engine. We've looked at a few other people coming in, coming out, and making changes, throttle changes for Mitchell, but they're still going, so changes are happening and changes are afoot. I'm going to try and have a chat now with someone that I spotted when I was walking up here, from Garside Racing. I'm going to try and see if I can find them again. They were just found here. Let's have a look if they still are, because Garside are a team I'm very interested in from this race. They've been very interesting to watch race. Let's see if they are still around it. They are. Let's see if they'll stop for a quick chat with some of them. Excuse me, mate. Would I be able to just grab a quick word for the broadcast? Yeah. What team are you with? Just quickly.
We're on Garside.
Garside. Yeah. I thought you were. Good. How are you guys doing? Because you're now getting right up in the top of that of the field. You're fighting for second spot out there.
We are at the moment. Yeah. We had a few issues before. We had to pull in. Our exhaust had snapped.
Right. Okay.
They've let us stay out for a little bit longer. It's not made. It's a lot of damage because it's losing power. There's not a lot of power as there is. But yeah, no, we've managed to battle up to second place again now. I don't know where we're going to keep going and keep holding second. Conditions are really very tricky. There's a lot of loose candidates out there just wandering all over the track. But no, we're good as we are. We're climbing and climbing, but we did lose. We got down to about 8th or 9th place before. We lost a lot of time, so we're just battling back again. We might be taking a trophy home.
Yeah, it's great to see you guys coming through. We've kind of been in the commentary box supporting you guys because you had that good start. You fell away a little bit. You're building back up. You're also, we've got some notes in our spreadsheet about you guys, about building the bike with a new engine on Thursday. Yeah. Getting all the kids involved at the college and stuff like that. College, what's all that been about then? Is that making this feel a bit more special that you've had that kind of quick turnaround, that impact?
Ryan, one of our riders, he works at Myerscough College. He's a tutor there, so he got the lads working on his bike for him. When we was out racing the other week, the engine blew and a big end went on it, so we didn't need an engine. In the last minute, and I mean last minute, we got an engine. We literally put the bike in. The lads put the bike in the other day, turned it over, fired it up, turned it off in the van, came here. Friday, we've not even done heat cycles, nothing. Literally, Friday night, we had about 3/4 an hour test, today racing. So the lads, the trainees, as you want to call them, they pulled together, they've done a really good job, yeah.
Definitely have, and it's great to see that happening. If you put a good result out today, do you reckon Ryan will be giving them a nice reward back at the college?
He needs to, doesn't he? He gets some sort of prep by the dinner. There's only about 20 of them.
Maybe a week off.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, but it won't happen. It won't happen. That won't happen now. But no, it's great. It's a good event again. Hudson and the boys, they all put a good event on all the time. I know Hudson personally from years ago. Good guy, and it's good. Like I say, it's tricky conditions. When we went from slicks to wets this morning, and I did the first stint on the wets, first 5 laps was torrential, and there was just bikes everywhere on the sides, upside down. It seems that now we've had a good water, a lot of water down. We're getting a bit more grip now, believe it or not. It's a bit weird. I think it's washed it, there was someone saying before that there was fuel all over the place. It's not that bad, you can't see anything really, but you're going to get fuel on the floor wherever you are. But no, we're only halfway through at the moment. We've got hours to go, 6 hours more to go. So anything can happen. Like I said, we've had a failure. We've had 4 crashes. And we're in second, so keep going.
I think you've pulled it out quite well. You've had, is it Bear and Rose? You've been in a few. You've also got now Team Metro, who've had a bit of an issue. They've come in twice now. For pretty lengthy repairs. Are they your main competitors today? Finishing around them. Is that what you're looking to do?
Yeah, there's quite a few. There's Team 180 and there's Hudson and Johnny Towers. And there's a lot of quiet people who are fast lads as well. So like our group, we have probably 5 of us riding, but you always have the one fast rider. So Ryan's our quickest rider. And then we just battle amongst ourselves. So he's our wild card, if you want to call it. But every team's got a wild card, haven't they? But even Ryan before, he had a big crash before Ryan, a big slide. Got up. We lost probably 15 seconds on that lap, maybe a bit more. Again, and then after that crash, we came in, exhaust has gone. So we're still circulating. We've got 6 hours to go yet. Anything can happen.
And how much of a deficit is that exhaust? Is it continuing to be a deficit, or have you managed to fix it and kind of manage it a little bit?
No, we haven't managed to fix it. There's nothing. It's actually broken on a weld. But because we got black flagged in at first, because it's still stable, it's not going to fall off. It's not going to cause any damage or any incidents. So the organisers let us carry on, which is good of them, because we've travelled quite, 4 hours away for us to get here, and it'd be a shame halfway through the day to finish. So no, they've done a good call for us, I think, and they've let us go out. So it's good. That's how it's fair play.
That is, yeah. It's good news to be able to know that you can keep going. Well, thank you very much.
We're losing power, but what can you do?
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much. We're really hoping you do well today. You've got a good performance on the cars at the moment. Hopefully you can keep with us. So best of luck.
Yeah. Cheers. Thanks for your support.
Cheers, thank you. Garside racing there then. One of the stories of the day, that's to say, is one that we've been keeping an eye on back in the commentary box all day, because these guys, like we said, they got a new engine on Thursday. They almost didn't even make it because they couldn't get the engines together in time, but by the looks of it, they're out there, they're performing well. They've been a bit lucky in terms of what's going on around them. Metchell going down, having a bit of a problem there. They've taken full advantage of that.
and they've also got Bear and Rose, who I think might have had an issue. I don't know the details on that because they did come into the pit lane, and I can't quite see anyone that is from them off the top of my head, so I'd love to have a chat with one of them, but I'll see if I can find someone. They had to come in, they took a pretty lengthy stop, lost about 5 laps to them, so right now, I mean, I don't know exactly what's happening on the timings, I don't have them with me, but I think they're in a pretty good spot for a good finish, like you said. 6 hours left to go, there's still a long way for them to go, so we're going to have to see where we go from here. Let's have a look, see if we can get one more chat with somebody, maybe just someone that's come along today to support their people around them. There was a wonderful candidate I was looking at a minute ago who seems to have disappeared. I can't see them off the top of my head right now. Let's have a walk up here and see if we can find someone to talk to. Hi mate, just stop for a quick chat again.
I'm planning for about a minute or two, then I'm out.
That's fine, so you're about to go out, yeah?
I am indeed, yeah.
Yeah, and which team is that again?
Piston Broke.
Piston Broke,
yeah,
okay.
Number 35.
Number 35. How are you preparing for this then? Talk us through, what is your preparation to get back on the bike and get back out there?
I've done a lot of years of motocross, so it's kind of all right for me, really. As long as the others keep crashing. We've had 2 crashes so far, but just as long as my visor's clean, full throttle.
Full throttle. So you're not too concerned about the conditions?
Nah, couldn't give them monkeys. Nah, I love it. Better the better.
That's always a great thing to hear. So what kind of bikes are around you that you're looking to compete with today? Where are you looking for a finish now?
Well, we were up about 12 at one point. I got us down to 10. And then the next rider after me crashed and put us back to 24th. I'm going to try and see if we can get ourselves back into the top 15, but I think where we broke the bars and the rear sets, I think we've gone back too far now, but it's my first time doing this. As I said, I've never done road racing, I've always been a motocrosser, so I thought, you know what, I'll have a little dabble.
Well, I won't keep you too long, you've got to get ready for your bike, so thanks for the chat mate, I'll see you alone. There you go then, someone literally getting ready to go out on the circuit right now, and he's ready, he's just telling how do you get prepared for that? He's already prepared, he's got years of experience on this battle, as so many people do here. Wet weather doesn't scare them, they're not, they're not freaked out by it, they're ready to go back out there and give it a whirl, and the top 15 finish for Piston Broke would be excellent for them there, so hopefully they can pull something like that off. Obviously 6 hours to go, we've got a long way, and I'll send you back to the commentary box now to have a word with Braden who can talk you through what to expect in the next 6 hours.
Oh well, that was great to catch up with Tom there in pit lane, and he was definitely grabbing a few riders last minute there, guy, as you can see, just preparing to go out, and that's a lot of riders have been alluding to, and I think Hudson even mentioned it before. I think one of his teammates for the team RST is actually somebody who's raced motocross before and flat track, so, and I even mentioned to Tom previous in the stream, I said these conditions, it's going to favour the motocrossers, the people who are used to getting it sideways, the guys who have got experience in that kind of field, the supermotos, the flat tracks, when the rear is stepping out, and yeah, it's almost it's Marc Marquez, you're having to hang off it and really kind of and be controlled with your throttle. So yeah, there's certain riders out there, again, we have been saying all day on stream, preparing for this wet weather, but there's going to be some people praying it goes away, there's going to be some people praying it stays and maybe comes even harder. So that was great to catch up with Tom down in the pit lane there, and he's making everybody feel kind of prepared and ready to go out, so appreciate them taking time out as well of their kind of prepping to have a quick word with Tom, so it makes it all for better. And yeah, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Freetech Endurance 12-hour race here at Whilton Mill. Well, it's been with 6 hours in, with 6 hours and 10 minutes in, and wow, it's been frantic. I feel like I've been here all day, but it kind of feels like it's flown by a bit. Well, I have been here all day, yeah. But no, it's been absolutely mega from start to finish. I mean, we've had just over half of the mountain racing yet, but damn right, there's definitely going to be a lot more action left to see on circuit, definitely. And Tom just joins me now with the headphones. John, Tom, that was
not nice out there.
What was it like out there?
It was horrible. Cold and rainy is out.
Even under the cow shed.
Even under the cow shed, yeah. It's not nice out there. Definitely gonna have to wrap up warm if you are in the pit lane or sat in maybe one of the vans now. Just keep yourself warm whilst everything goes on around the circuit.
That was class. How you was just caught with a guy just preparing to go out, and he said, "I'm like, well, it doesn't faze me about his motocrossing experience."
Exactly,
and I was just saying on the stream that kind of there's a few riders. I think Hudson even said about his teammate had experience in flat tracking or motocross, and with these conditions, that just does help. There would be people like, get me on that bike now, I'm ready to go. And
absolutely, you know, then that is a great, you know, I was saying out there's so many experienced people in numerous different categories here. Almost everybody out there has some sort of experience on a bike in some capacity. So, you know, they know what these conditions are like, they know what to do, and they're going for it. Exactly, yeah. Interesting there, I had a chat with some of the people at Garside, which was a really interesting chat, because you know, they weren't complacent, that's for sure. They were very sceptical. There was a feeling sort of in that area. I clocked it as I walked into the paddock to go
a bit wary
into the cow shed, and they were a bit wet. You know, they were refueling the bike at that point when I first clocked it. So I thought, you know, I'll go over and have a chat with them, because they've been one of the stars of the show so far over at Garside, and they're absolutely flying out there still. And, you know,
it was interesting to him say it's about Ryan's their star rider as such, but all them are kind of just, they know the role, they know the job, they go out, they keep it up on two wheels, they try to, and give it over to Ryan, so that's pretty cool.
Bit of bad news for the actually, have a look there, you can see the puddle at the end of that curb.
Yeah, that's got a lot worse.
That's not ideal there. They're not going to be wanting to run wide out of that corner anymore, because that's a very
and that's turn
big,
2 as well, so we've seen a lot of crashes so far. I mean, I don't know if you're going to be exiting the curb that far in, but all it takes is 2-3 abreast there. You get pushed on the dirty side, and
this is it. It's been raining full on for a good 3-4 hours now, so rain is going to start building up, and there's only so much water you can clear every lap, you know. Making a dry line, it's going to start getting, you can see there on those bits of track there as well, puddles forming. But anyway, sorry, distracted by puddles. They're they're confident, but they're not complacent. They know they've got a long way to go. They know they've got a long way to go, and they aren't getting carried away with being in second place just yet.
And that's probably because they've been on the wrong side of these falls. Like I said earlier on the stream, I said them falls, they can kind of hinder you, but then they can kind of not humble. Humble's probably the wrong word, because I'm sure everyone's aware of the conditions, but they can also just remind you to say, listen, this can happen. That can
once you've experienced it a bit, you're like, okay,
so exactly. So you go out and have a bit more you're a bit more aware.
We've got 140 now, which is Little Chopper Racing on the same lap as Red Rocket Racing ahead of them. This is for 5th place.
This is going to be a battle,
and there's not that massive a gap here either. It's only 12 seconds, so this is going to be one we've got to keep an eye on. We've got to race. It's been a while since we've had to on the same lap. So it's always good to see. They're about 12 seconds behind now, and it is coming down pretty quickly. In fact, they have 12 seconds to Red Rocket ahead of them, but Team Daytona only 7 seconds behind Little Chopper as well. So 7th, 6th and 5th all on the same lap within a few seconds of each other here. We could be seeing a little bit of a good race between them in the next couple of laps. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on, because I think that could develop into something very interesting. They're taking 4 seconds out, Daytona, on that last lap out of Little Chopper Racing. I don't know if they're getting stuck in a bit of traffic or something out there.
Well, exactly. We have got, like you just said, we've got 3-4 people now, all from probably Red Rocket Racing down to DW Racing. They could all be, or even down to Fianna Race Engineering. They could all be in the same battle in the next few laps or so. But not only have we got it up there, we've got the same kind of thing what's happening, but just further down the grid. We've got riders here at the Bike Hospital, Lynx Racing. They're all on pretty much the same lap, but this race is just happening further down the grid and we're not fully aware of. So it just shows again, if you're wanting to get involved in championships like this, it's racing anywhere, even if it's a 12-hour race.
Absolutely.
You're novice to experience. You've got Pro Hudson telling us about what you've got. You've got men out here sharing the same track as Valentino Rossi. You've also got a guy you just spoke to who's never really done road racing before. He's only done motocross. What a championship, and what a kind of a field ground for guys to come and have fun, but competitive fun as well, I guess. So the race is definitely going to get heated. I just can't wait towards the last hour. I just want to fast forward time now and watch the nitty gritty, just get real racing now.
It is going to be very interesting. This second half of the race, it could go a lot of different ways, but we've got 5 seconds gaps coming up here. We've got things opening up all over the shop. In fact, Little Chopper and Team Daytona are both taking about 4 seconds a lap out of Red Rocket and subsequently the team ahead of them, which would be Little Chopper from Team Daytona. So these guys are catching fast on these laps now. It's only
see on the stream
10 seconds.
Full 180. We've not caught
5th,
now,
5th, and 7th. Yeah, full 180. Yeah, I feel like they just sort of run a little bit deep into this race. They've clocked off a little bit. They were some of our favourites at the start. We had a good chat with them.
We've switched on them now. Garside's our favourite. We've switched a bit.
Absolutely have. Now, Team Daytona there, by the looks of it, and Little Chopper Racing have just had a little switch for position. That's 5th, 6th and 7th, who we've been looking at. They've just had a switch for position. Now, as they cross the line, Little Chopper only 0.5 behind Team Daytona. I'm not entirely sure where they are in track night now, but these 5th, 6th and 7th, there they are. We've got them in our shot here. They are going for it. This is a brilliant bit of racing. This is what we've been waiting for. 3 bikes, all within almost a second of each other now. They're all closing that gap up. It's all within 10 seconds at least. And they're going to be going hard now, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. And it can really, if you look down to it, there's only 6 laps what separates them from down to 13 to 12. So, and again, a little mistake here. If you collide, if you get together and you start battling, and all it takes is a bang of the handlebars, and this could then bring the top 10 into it. So it's actually amazing that 6 hours in, we've still got kind of this.
As they come through the boot
racing going on.
Now, they're going to come back down, come back across the line, and we're going to see exactly what these splits look like, where these teams all are now based as they come down the back straight, down through the final corner onto the start-finish straight. They come through. It's Team Daytona in 6th from Red Rocket in 5th. 1.5 seconds separating them. Little Chopper unfortunately falling off a little bit there now. They've dropped 5 seconds to Team Daytona and Red Rocket ahead of them. But 5th place is very much up for grabs here. 3 bikes all getting through traffic here, having a look at what they can do and trying to make a good advantage in one way or another.
Yeah, a lot of traffic. I think a few bikes are going to start approaching now, and that's where it's going to become kind of difficult to work your way through the traffic without losing too much ground. That's
Little Chopper we're seeing on our screen now, who is falling back a little bit from Team Daytona and Red Rocket. It's the 2 in front of him that are really going at it, and you can see, not that one that's being lapped there, but the number 23 and the number 955 bike who are out there, they're going to be going really hard, trying to make a position here, trying to gain an advantage over the rest of the grid, because, the rest of the grid around them at least, they've got to make up the points. And it's Team Daytona as we come through the final couple of corners around the boot into the final corner, and they come up to the line. We've got someone stopped actually just on the outside of it there. Can you see what number it is? Team Daytona actually have got past now Red Rocket Racing. Team Daytona up to 5th place. They've jumped over Red Rocket Racing, and they've already pulled 3 seconds out ahead of them. So as they're coming across the line now, we're getting an update on those standings, and that is some proper racing is happening on track once again. It's been a while, but we've had a couple of bikes catch up to each other now and be racing alongside each other, and that's always great to see.
Exactly, and they're not just fighting over, I don't know, the back positions. They're fighting for kind of competitive positions here. It's a top 10 overall, this is. So yeah, definitely a big shout out to these guys who are still having the physicality, they're still having the energy to get stuck in past halfway into the race. So that's great to see. Just looking back down to the back side of the field, you have the 43 at the Kled Shed Racing. I think Hudson referred to that was actually a bike shop, a motorbike shop. So them boys are kind of travelling well, and he was saying about under really a 110 or under a 111 in the wet weather is a very respectable time, and that's what they're kind of knocking up at, just under 110. So them guys are definitely pushing the limits now to try and make up some positions up the field. They're in 19th position, so a top 15 is definitely on the cards. Definitely on the cards for them.
Now, Fianna Engineering, do you remember them? They were one of our front runners at the start. Hudson identified them as one of the teams that he was going to have to keep an eye on. The Endurance Masters, he referred to them as. And they have now jumped back up. They're up to 8th place now, and they slotted another lap in 8th place. They've got a couple of laps ahead of them to catch back up to the people ahead of them. This is Team Daytona, though, who have just got up to 5th place. They've jumped over Red Rocket Racing and Little Chopper Racing. They're working their way through the field, and they've now got 2 laps before they're with Bear and Rose Racing in 4th place. Bear and Rose, who were looking really good earlier on. They were a bit of a dark horse. They were coming through. They were just keeping themselves steady and in the race. Unfortunately, like I said when I was out in the pit lane, they had a bit of an issue which dropped them back, similar to what Mechlem did, and that has really given Garside Motorsport the advantage over them. But now Team Daytona, they want to join this party. They want to get involved. They're a couple of laps down, but they are pushing in good laps every single lap. They're taking a few seconds out of the previous lap they did. So hopefully we can see them sooner or soon enough.
Sooner rather than later.
Sooner rather than later. in that top 3 fight, getting involved with Bear and Rose Racing, with Team Metrodom, Garside, and potentially Team RST, but they're now 15 laps clear at the front of the field. They're going to be sitting pretty comfortable now, having done 333 laps out there today. Absolutely phenomenal. As we just go past the halfway. I remember when they did 100 laps. Do you remember we made a big deal out of that? They've tripled that now. It's going to be a long day. That's what we said at the start, and it's proving to be the case. If you've just tuned in online, welcome. If you've joined for the second half of what's going to be a wonderful race today. We've already had some great racing. We've had some rain coming, going. I think it even might be lifting off a little bit out there now. I can't see it coming down as heavy as it was, but we've still got wet conditions on the track, so don't worry. There's still going to be some great racing and a few mistakes forced because of that. And there we go, a huge puddle in the background. Did you see that splash? Wow. There's a huge, but I think that must have been the big puddle we're seeing forming just on the outside of Fine Lady there. It's creeping further and further into the track. They're just having to adjust the racing line, as you see, as they come around there. I think they would rather be taking that a bit wider towards the end of that turn.
Well, you can actually see these puddles on the inside as well, so it hampers your entry, the mid, and also the exit. So
absolutely, and I mean, standing water like this, if we start to get some floods towards the lower areas of the track, then we're going to see bikes tumbling their times down, because it's going to become pretty treacherous out there. We've had Red Rocket down, apparently. We've lost them on the circuit somewhere. They've dropped down to 7th place now, behind Little Chopper Racing, and that is pretty much, I think, because they must have made a mistake somewhere, because it's not a pit stop from what I can tell. They're 1 second behind now, so there's going to be some great stuff to keep an eye on there. I think they've been overtaken, perhaps, but they must have lost a little bit of pace there, because Little Chopper were falling behind Red Rocket by quite a while. But it might be that they're worrying about fuel. They could be worrying about a lot of different things, and they've just had to lift off a little bit to ensure they can finish this stint, and losing position to them maybe is a damage limitation for them in many ways. But we're still going through. That puddle has already retreated back in, so look at that. It's already half the size it was a minute ago. I think someone must have gone wide and gone through it, which sort of pushed it out into the rest of the track, because very quickly it's drained away again now, back into the track.
And the 955 there just sits up at
he
109.
wasn't quite expecting someone on his inside there, I don't think. Had to sit himself up quite quickly in the corner there to avoid a pretty major incident, but managed to avoid it quite luckily.
And then 955, have we got any info on the team riders in that team? I mean, I did catch up with one of them before, the team Daytona.
Yeah, the 955, from what I'm aware, we haven't got much information on. It's Team Daytona.
It's the black helmet,
are the ones fighting for 4th place now. They've got 4th place in their eyes, and they've made mistakes like that. But again, another team that hasn't done their homework, hasn't filled out the spreadsheet. So I can't tell you any fun facts about them, but they are racing very well today, and they have just got themselves past Red Rocket and Little Chopper into 5th place.
Yeah, exactly. But if any guys are listening, any of you guys are out at Whilton Mill here on circuit, or if you're close by, if you want to pop in into the commentary box, we're situated here at the end of the pit lane. So if we haven't got any info on you and you want to maybe come in and give us the lowdown, we've still got 5.5 hours left, so the kettle's brewing. So if you want to come in and give us a bit of a lowdown of your team, how you getting on, even if you're a rider and you've been out there and you want to let us know what the circuit's like, feel free to just come knock on the door and we can have a chat. We've got a spare headset here, haven't we, Tom?
I'll tell you what, I've just been out there in the horrible rain. I think it's your turn next, so maybe not too long before people come this way, you might be going that way.
I might have to start going out. Well, if someone's got an umbrella as well, I might need that.
Oh, come
and
on,
also, if you're watching on the stream as well, I don't know exactly on the stream, but we'll be able to get the comments up. So if you want to leave a comment on the stream, if you guys are watching, leave your comments or leave numbers of riders who you guys have been watching.
Just approaching into the
we'll be able to give them a little shout out.
Here you are,
and see
that on.
And try and get the camera on them as much as possible. Yeah, so yeah, if you're watching on the stream,
hello, welcome to the comment box. What's your name and who are you racing with today?
Hello, my name's Laura Small. I am, we were racing with Black Savage Racing, but we've done a really good job of annihilating the bike.
Oh dear. That's a little bit unfortunate. What's happened there then? Have you had some offs, made some mistakes?
Yeah, all of that.
Yeah. Ticks all those boxes. What exactly is it? Just been the conditions, struggling to keep it upright, or?
Well, to be fair, we had a reasonable test day yesterday. I got there in the evening, but the team were out having a pretty good time. But I think we managed to high side it a couple of times just to make sure it goes in that direction. And then today we set off with quite good intentions. We were fettling around with the power commander and trying to get it to be smooth, but it's got a great top end. Like through the back section, it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Like you can actually gain on people, and you're hard to overtake because it's carrying so much. Actually, carrying quite a lot of speed, but sadly, what happens at low revs, it just doesn't pull very well. It's just annoying. So on the infield, it just gets a bit messy, and it wasn't really getting enough heat in the tyres. So I tried to stay upright. I crashed on the brakes and off the brakes and through the corner. So I really just made sure
you covered everything.
I've tested most of it.
You possibly could.
But sadly, that bike, because we've kind of we've not run out of a fair bit of the replaceable parts, but I think we've managed to drop it about 16 times now, which is quite good because we're only just over 6 hours. And it's now electrically it's let us down. So it's like someone's flicking the start and kill switch all the time. And we've got a fantastic rider, Kieran, who is genuinely absolutely brilliant. Like he'll smoke people in the fast group on his little I think it's a Suzuki 650. He's phenomenal, like elbow down, head down, mentalist. He will ride anything. His own road bike is in poor state. I mean, I'm trying to use the right words here. He refused to ride that bike.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's
it must be bad.
Yeah, really bad. So I was like, okay, and then Pete just made an executive decision that it was time to end the show. But it's tricky, really. How teams have not fallen off. I mean, it's amazing how they've managed that because I think Team RST are probably
they're the only ones I think who have probably not had a slight off, have they?
Pretty much everyone else has had some sort of issue.
You've had consistency, even in people like your Garside Motorsport. I think we've watched them drop it 3-4 times, but luckily just not massive, just little drop and pick up, and you don't have to come into the pits, so you can get away with it. But like you said, a few little offs, even early on, we were saying it's a long race, you can drop it in bingy, but I think they're proving dividend now, aren't they? If a few mistakes early on, it can ruin your race.
It can. It depends how much the crash is. So I think one of Pete, in fact, dropped it a couple of times on the same session. We didn't even notice because he dropped it, recovered, and back in again. Like fair play. It's absolute credit to Team RST for just keeping it upright. They know the track's slippy, but just being able to deal with this. I've heard that I think Whilton Mill's called Slippery Mill or something.
It's got a kart rubber and a lot of rubber down.
But we race on go-kart circuits all the time, so I'm trying to figure out where this circuit is so prolific.
I think it's because of how it is sort of angled and with the top being slightly higher than the bottom, when it does rain and when it gets wet, that all just sort of runs down and can just cause a little bit of sort of almost a grease layer across the circuit with the rain.
Yeah, I think there's probably a benefit in the fact that it's raining so much. There must be a cleaning element to it. But it's weird. I chatted to Hudson because I was like, mate, why am I still falling off? And he said he's absolutely rigid with braking in a straight line, which seems absolutely obvious, but sometimes if you think about it, there is a tiny bit of trail just as you're working into the corners, and that's immediately just asking for trouble. So they're keeping their lines
just neat. Getting all your braking done in the straight and then
and then they've got a bit of. He said he thinks about his tyre temperature quite a lot, which you think all riders would think about that, but perhaps we're not getting enough tyre temperature in, and we could lower the tyre pressures. But there's a lot to learn with this, isn't it?
I know, we were saying in endurance race, there's so much to kind of think about, and also sometimes you feel you get a bit of a break with the speeds like the GP classes. They always say in the wet you get a bit of a break because you're less speed, but in this it feels like it's not a break when it's wet. You've got to think 10 foot, you've got to think 10 times as hard as anything. Just on a twisty circuit like this, it's never ending.
Yeah, you can go have a little nap actually. You can do it on the back straight. You can think about your life. So
just a fast lad.
T-side. There's another one.
Oh, that's the leader. That's the first time. That's the first time RST. We've just been saying in the commentary.
I don't want to say you've had a commentator's curse on them there, but they've gone down.
Wow,
that's the first time they've dropped it. I think they've got about 16 laps clear
in the bag. Yeah, they've got a few laps in the bag.
Side, so as long as they can get it going again,
I heard about the commentator's curse.
That's a prime example of it right there.
But no, we hope they can get it down. I don't know who that is. Is that Johnny Towers?
Towers, I think. Yeah, just by the helmet. He's trying to get it going. He's trying to sort of push start it almost to get it moving there, but he's struggling, isn't he?
Yeah, is that
to get it going again?
And this is what I said with the previous Tom. I said all it takes is one mistake like this, you can't get it going, and then laps just come back down to
having to wheel that all the way back to the pit lane almost.
In terms of clip-on wise, you usually look for major damage. So are the clip-ons still there, yes or no? If they're a little bit bent, you kind of get over it and you kick them back into place. But then the foot pegs on the left and right, you just see how much grass. And when you've still got foot pegs in a gear lever, then you know you can pretty much ride it back.
Right.
But what I learned with the Black Savage bike is the tilt switch needs resetting. So if you try and start it without turning it off and on again, the ECU still thinks that the tilt switch is activated and won't let you. It just works in power. It won't allow ignition. That's really gutting for that.
Well, that's interesting to see. It's hours back, so that's really it livens it up, I guess, for a viewer standpoint.
That's going to bring down the lap deficit quite a bit. Hopefully, it's not. Well, they might be able to get that straight back out again down the other end. If they don't,
it looks like it's running all right.
Yeah, I think it's just probably the quickest way back round to the end of the pit lane is through the paddock like that for them. Get out the way of the circuit as well, so you're not pushing it all the way around. But he's not very happy with himself. Towers there, helmet on, he's not going to want to talk to anyone as he walks back to the pit lane. Or maybe
it's
he will.
a walk of shame. It's fundamentally the walk of shame.
To be the first person after a flawless race for the team to be the one to drop it, like a bit annoyed at himself for that, surely. Oh, he'll be gutted about
From
that.
a rider's perspective now, just quickly, you obviously can see the rain it seems like it's getting worse. It's not going anywhere. What are you doing now? How are you thinking? I know your race is maybe done for today, but with 5.5 hours left, in a rider perspective, are you kind of thinking the race is going to come, or are you still wanting to push now and try and make up time?
Absolutely not. It's a survival. I don't know. Survival of the fittest seems a little bit wrong, but you can't change your tactic, because if you've managed to stay on for this long with the tactics you've currently applied, just pushing it. So I went out for my second session. I was like, right, do you know what? It's just a bit wet. Let's enjoy ourselves. Go for it. Wiped out second lap. If you are repeating, you're being consistent with what you've achieved right now, I wouldn't change a thing. I would not change a thing. The only time it's worth pushing it is, if you're fighting for first, second, third, you're fighting for a podium, and you've got to find a few seconds.
Exactly.
The rest of the time, there's no effing point, because the margin of error, you're just on a knife edge. It seems so stupid because they're just 1-2-5s, but there is a reason why this place is called Slippery Mill, because even the great RST have fallen at this track.
Well, we've been talking with Hudson a bit about it, and he's been saying that into those increments, the tight right left that you have at the top of the circuit, it's really tricky to sort of pull the bike back across, because you get it on slightly the wrong line, in a little bit of a standing water or something, you've just gone.
Yeah. Actually, what has been quite forgiving is the paint. So you normally, even on the road, any kind of tarmac, you worry about paint on it, but I've run a little bit wide, seen people fully use all of the track limits and run the paint, which is usually in some disaster, but it's actually good. So if anything, not many people are running the curbs though, but you can see there, look,
he's taking it a bit wide. Absolutely.
And it gives you more flow and a better loop around that corner, so it's working out for them. But it could be worse, because usually you avoid any kind of tarmac laydown or anything. That's just pretty tidy.
So, in terms of the riders out there right now, how aware are you when you're on the circuit of what's going on around you? The riders you've got, behind you, in front of you, your position. Is it really hard to know what's happening?
You hear them, so you know where you are in the pecking order of things, right? So and you basically hear them, and you hope that they're not going to be poo bags when it comes to overtaking you. Now I've been a poo bag. I've made a miss. I sadly hurt another rider because I made the wrong decision on an overtake, so I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of a bad call. But as a rider, when you're going out, you basically hear other people approaching you, and it's more pronounced when you're on the brakes into tighter apex. So not so much on the fast stuff, because things shake out, but any time on the hairpins, you'll hear it you'll hear it basically. So peripheral vision, I can't hear that, and so that's the only way. And then there are certain good places to overtake, so they'll either get you on the straights, or you'll hear them and they'll just nail you into the hairpins. We've generally been left alone for the tighter infield. People have been really, really respectful, and that has made a huge difference. And only the good riders, the ones that are past you before you've even realised, are the ones that are taking you on the infield and taking those tighter turns, which is fine. I mean, I've been stood up a couple of times, but considering there's 50 riders on track at any time, the actual number. Well, saying that, one of my mates did get taken out on the long right-hander at the turn 2, I think.
Right.
But I think it's been relatively rare, and I think Hudson's done a good job of the kind of the pre-race briefing to go. Actually, let's respect each other's space.
Yeah, well, that's what he was kind of saying to us. He's like, we're all showing a track here for 12 hours. Let's, be civil, help each other out a little bit if we need to, because, you kind of feel that Freetech, it's a bit of a community, isn't it? Everyone sort of works together, and, you've got your Facebook group and all that kind of stuff where everyone's, a part of, and it's great to see that from a series that, there is so much respect between all the riders and all the different teams out there.
Yeah, and it's also proven in the banter, so the abuse as well as in a positive way. It's quite fun to read it on the chat group where people are making memes about other people's decisions. So that's worked out quite well. But it does actually feel pretty good out there. In fact, I've had people have waved at each other because we know each other from just saying hi, and it's actually it brings a little bit of morale. Obviously, it's a bit of a laugh being out there anyway, but you are literally just riding around in circles in the rain, and it's quite nice to have a mate just wave at you or say hi to someone, and then even if your pit crew are just giving you a bit of love, even though they don't want you to come in.
Yeah, exactly.
It feels quite good.
Exactly, and it sort of makes what is still a very competitive series maybe that little bit more, in fact even more competitive, maybe because you know each other. Once you're on that track, you want to be racing along each other and beating these people.
In fact, I have a little bit of a racing pedigree, so I raced with Thundersport. I still race with Thundersport on the CB500s, and now I race in R6 in the sportsman class, and it's a little bit of a fight. Like, I still don't mind it because I'm like mid-pack at best. But I actually find there's a greatest community with here because it's just a bit funny. We are on these 125s riding around in go-karts, and especially with one of the team that have got wings on their...
I've seen this, the carbon fibre stuff. Is it that?
Glorious.
Yeah.
But it's the wings, and then there's one of the mopeds that's got a little pair of testicles just hanging underneath it.
I think I've seen that before.
Yeah, that's the classic. Yeah, it just makes a bit of humour to what is a otherwise kind of serious competitive series. But
you can get what you want out of it.
Yeah, absolutely you do. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming in and having a chat with us. It's been some great insight. We really do.
Glad we can't watch you back out on circuit kind of thing.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
At least you don't need to worry about the night racing. That's what I think a lot of people are sort of dreading, is getting the headlights on when it goes dark.
Yeah, and the glistening track is going to make that such a great experience.
At least you can get a cup of tea now and just watch. You can chill for a minute.
Get yourself warm. I'm not going to lie, everything is wet. Sort that out.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much.
We appreciate the time.
It's wonderful to talk to you.
And we'll get back to the action now on track. And we've got a lot to cover, really, Tom. Losing RST. Wow. We've not lost them as such, because on my timing graphic they're still in the lead, but talk us through what's happened there. Have they lost a few laps?
Yeah, they were 16 laps clear when it first happened. They're now down to 9. So I don't even think they're still back on the track yet. By the looks of it, Garside are making the most of this advantage they've got now with the leaders in the pit lane. We did say that this could happen to anyone out here. No one can get complacent in a lead, in a position, because it so easily can drop it and things can fall away. So hopefully it's not too bad for Team RST. They've been in the pit lane now for quite a while.
Are they still in there now?
Exactly, yeah. Well, from the looks of it, they are, yeah. 9 laps now they've been in there, or at least that's what was done when Garside did their last lap. They've closed it down from 16 to 9, I should say. So it's, 7 laps now they've been in. It might be back out on track. I can't entirely tell you. We'll look forward to seeing them cross the line hopefully soon and get it. They haven't got... On our graphic, we've got a little bit of a blue line, which is sort of estimating where they are around the lap. And I'll tell you something, Team RST do not have one right now. So I think it's kind of safe to assume they're not out there. Garside are, though, and they are approaching the end of the lap now by the looks of it.
But now you're feeling, if you're part of Garside Motorsport, now you're thinking, you're rubbing your hands together going, listen, lads.
5 hours left, you're in the second half of this race. If this was a 5k run, you're now down to the last couple of kilometres. So you're getting into it, you're thinking this could happen, and they have done another lap. Garside, they're 8 laps now. So RST, by the looks of it, they are losing a large deficit. They've had a pretty tough time. So I'll give you a quick rundown of everything we've got going out on track right now, as Team RST have just come back out. They've just triggered the timing line. 10 minutes, that is off track for them, but they are still in the lead. They do take the lead, and that deficit is going to stop falling before them. It's Garside who takes second. Team Macmum are still in third place. They're still holding it there, with Bear and Rose racing in fourth. Fifth place is Team Daytona, and then it's Little Chopper Racing ahead of them. If I just put it across, because it's down there, I can't quite say it's Fianna Engineering are still up in seventh place. They're doing well there. They're keeping themselves involved, and in fact they're ahead of Red Rocket now, who seem to have had a little bit of a tough time as of recent. In the last hour or so they have dropped a few positions, but hopefully they can pick themselves back up. DW Racing take 9th, BJ Racing in 10th, and it's Mini Skirt in 11th. And hello and welcome. There we are. We're on the screen. Welcome back to the stream. If you are joining us for the first time today, you've missed the majority of the session, but you've still got a good 5 hours left to go. But you've missed the first 6 hours. We're just over halfway into this race today, and we've had some wonderful stuff happening on track. We've seen teams having to come into the pit lane for changes. We've seen the top three all fighting and changing as it goes on. It's been Team RST though who have been the most dominant. They've not made a mistake until a couple minutes ago when we had Lara in here talking to us. They dropped it into the Inkermans, one of the toughest turns on this circuit. It's a tough left, right, and then left again. No, a right, left, then right again. That's right. And they've dropped it there, and they've had to spend 10 minutes in the pit lane fixing that bike. I'm not entirely sure what was wrong with it. Maybe we'll get a chance to speak to Hudson, and they'll be able to help us out on that. But yeah, it is RST who are still leading the way.
Well, they're still leading the way, yeah, because they had I think that was good. Initially, they've got all the kind of laps. They put them in the bag. That's safety laps. They built up that consistency for mistakes like that to happen, and I don't think maybe Hudson touched enough wood when he were leaving the studio, because he was touching all the wood, making sure they didn't have a mishap. But unfortunately, it was a mishap, but it was quite bad, to be honest, because he did go in the pits for 10 minutes, but it could have been a lot worse. I mean, when you've got 18 laps to spare, you can afford something like that.
Exactly, that's it. They had a huge gap over second place. They had that deficit to drop, and they've dropped it, and they've still got 8 laps
to play with,
to second place. So even if they have another mistake, it's not something that they can't recover from, and still be within a fighting area of Garside Motorsport, who have been and I spoke to them in the pit lane. We've had a chat with them all day. They've been absolutely brilliant to talk to discuss. So there we are. We've already said they're back out on the circuit now. Team RST. We saw them leave the pit lane and had a chat about that, and they're still going, and they're going to be leading. They've got that 8-lap deficit gap to Garside, who are the ones that we've been looking at and talking about. They've come through, they've had a bad couple of laps, and they've now, as of the last few hours really, have picked up that pace, and they've got themselves back up to second place after falling, I think, as low as 5th at one point.
Yeah, and exactly, you can see, I think it's Johnny back on now. Johnny Towers, the founder of RST actually, and he'd been I think he was doing really kind of good. He was really feeling comfortable on the bike, and it was just a small tiny mistake, like you said, Inkermans. It's a mistake. I mean, Lara's just been explaining to us, you don't even have to switch off. You switch, you're still on the bump, but it can just be something so small, and it can be kind of cost so fatal. But luckily for Johnny, it's not been the end of the world, the end of the race. I mean, he's remounted, he's gone into the pits, he's come back out, and he's still in the lead now. And I'm pretty sure now, again, it will be a bit of the thing what we touched on before. It's not humble, but it's okay. It can bite you, this circuit. Still, the bike can bite you.
You think he will be a bit wary now? It might be a bit of a shock to him.
Yeah.
Knocking off, it's going to be a bit of a confidence hit, because they've been doing so well, and for him to be like, I'm the one that's messed this up a little bit now.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bit of a confidence hit to him. But that can either go one way, it can go another. It can make him slower, it can make him a bit uncomfortable, but it can also make him quicker. He's going to want to push, make up for the deficit he's caused.
Exactly, and I'm sure he's got vast amount of experience. I know Hudson was saying before, he's got a lot of racing experience himself, Johnny, so he'll know what to make the right call. And like you said, it can swing both ways, but I'm sure Johnny will have it all covered to make sure that the next time he brings it in the pits, he's probably built more laps into his lead. I think that's probably his number one aim, to try and get a few of them laps back what they've just conceded. So
absolutely.
Quickly touch upon the fastest people on circuit as well, because I'm so impressed by the number 213. We've not mentioned this, I don't think, all day. BJ Racing. And they've now, I mean, I love the name. They're in 10th position. They completed 320 laps, and DW Racing are in 9th, but only done 322. So they're 2 laps down on DW Racing, but they've now just set in the last lap. That was the fastest lap of the race. Just quickly been taken away by Bear and Rose Racing with another 106. But to be itching out 106s, I mean, Johnny Towers, the leader of the race, he's doing 107. So we're a second quicker than the leader. And a lot of kind of Hudson, when he were in before as well, I alluded to, there's a lot of lap times when it kind of gets wet round here. You're looking probably anything under 1 minute 10 is good, like your 1 minute 8s, your 1 minute 9s, and probably like your 1 minute 12 and 13s are kind of getting a bit kind of tentative around, should I say. So to be pulling out 1 minute 6s here is very impressive. So yeah, shout out to them. And obviously I'm putting my eyes down the back of the grid now, and I can see in 29th position, I'm singing the praises of BJ Racing doing a 106. The full 180 team have just done a 105, and they're in 29th position. So I think they've got a few more positions, but again, could this race gone so different if they would have got a good start and a few luck went kind of their way? I guess it probably could.
Absolutely, and you know that is exactly what this comes down to. How does it play out? You know, we did say at the start, you know, that first stint when they're all bunched up still just after the start, that's when it's going to really make a difference, that first half an hour. And we saw that happen. We saw a lot of gaggles, as we were naming them, of bikes together, pushing through, making overtakes, making crucial moves. And you know, it did make up a lot. Unfortunately, teams like them fell away as well. So that yeah, it's tough for them, isn't it? Because you want to make as much success as you can, especially in that opening period. But when it now plays out 6-7 hours down the line almost, you're thinking, right, well, I could have done that better.
Exactly.
In the long run, it's affected how they've come out.
Exactly, yeah. And that puts pressure on what you want to do.
Mostly green racing, or usually green racing, I think it is.
Mostly it is green, but usually it is.
Usually it's fully green, apparently. But yeah, that's a little bit of an off for them. That's going to be disappointing because they've had a good run of form so far. So hopefully they can recover quite well. They're pushing that right back down to the pit lane there. He'll run past the board here any second now that says pit entry. Maybe he already has. As he takes the bike into the pit lane. That's probably, I'm trying to think who that is, racing for them. Green helmet with teeth. That's not listed on my thing. Green helmet is Michael Tustin. There you are, 32, who's piloting that at the moment. He's bit of a history of Michael. He's a regular top 6 in Ducati Tri-Options Cup at BSB, including a couple of podium finishes. He won numerous club races and podiums in all classes entered, and usually Green's fastest rider by far. Basically a living legend. I'm sure that's his own words. I don't want to give him that because I've just read that straight from what he's written for me. So basically a living legend. Apparently he's just binned it. So a bit unfortunate.
Right, exactly. Living legend, that's how he is.
Absolutely, yeah. So we're currently now looking up at my timing screen. Fianna have just got past Little Chopper Racing for 6th place. They I don't know if that's happened in the pits or if that's on track. It's on track by the looks of it, because they were 0.8 separating them as they came across the line. So it could have all swapped round again. This is about a 4-6th place, the 22 bike versus the 140 bike. We've seen 22 racing quite a lot and challenging quite a lot today. The 23 of Red Rocket Racing, they're not far behind either. They're 24 seconds down the road behind Little Chopper Racing. So once again, you know, these three going at it. Fianna Engineering, Little Chopper Racing and Red Rocket Racing, all within a lap of each other, going for it. But it's the first two of that duo, that trio I should say, that are making the difference. So Fianna Engineering passes the line in 6th, and the gap now to Little Chopper behind as they haven't come across the line yet. It's 6 seconds now, so it's gone from 0.8 on the last lap to 6 on this lap. So Little Chopper may be losing a bit of time there. They've dropped 5 seconds on that lap. That could be due to traffic. We don't know the circumstances. It could be due to traffic. It also could be due to maybe an issue with the bike, maybe fuel. They need to reserve a bit more fuel, lift up a little bit. It's tough to hear, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And that's what it can, as we see on stream, that's what it can all come down to. And maybe for Team RST now, back markers, we've not really touched upon that, but this is where the race starts becoming to like the back markers, and traffic gets in your way and you're squabbling over positions. So you can see the Fianna Engineering bike there, the 22, that we've covered a lot today, but that's just making its way through a bit of traffic. But a top 5 is definitely on the cards for the Fianna Engineering.
It absolutely is. And you can see now on the front they've got their headlights on, and I think a lot of bikes now are starting to put their headlights on as we approach 4 o'clock. We think darkness will start to descend upon us within about 2 hours. So usually the last 3 hours, Hudson was thinking, will be in the dark. But it looks like already it's getting a bit grey out there. It's already starting to lose a bit of light due to the cloud coverage more than anything, I think. And this heavy rain is probably making it a bit harder to see. If you think about being on these bikes, it's easy to see from your television pictures how clean it is and through there. But on the bikes, with your rain on your visor, you know, all that kind of stuff, spray coming up in front of you, it's hard to see the bike in front of you. So having your lights on will just make it a bit easier to identify where the bikes are in front of you, especially in these kind of conditions.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just going to be, like you just said, the visibility issues, especially when it starts getting night time and the clouds do come over and it gets dark and it's still raining. It's just going to be an old, different kind of race. I think we might even see maybe a few of the fast lads, like Hudson said. It takes you a few laps just to get you kind of high. You might start dropping. And again, RST now, they can't really afford to have them few laps where they could have just cruised around at the start at the night shift, I'm going to call it, because you've now given away your kind of cushion. So we might see, and when it starts becoming quite dark, we might see a few guys we've not really expected or not really covered a lot find some speed and try and close that gap. I mean, if I was out there as well, I'd be trying to utilise every kind of change of whatever changes for everyone else when it goes dark, then utilise that, and for the first 5 or 10 minutes or something, give it my everything, especially if you've got kind of gaps you want to claw back now for the likes of Fianna Engineering, your Team Daytona.
And whilst we're on this shot, just have a look at that Fine Lady curve there. Coming out of the Fine Lady, it is almost all underwater by the looks of it there. It is completely underwater. That is the Fine Lady turn coming through there, and it is absolutely flooded. Huge puddle behind it, and that's very, very fortunate for them, that's for sure. You don't want to go wide there because you're going to be surfing more than you are going to be riding a bike.
Yeah, you're going to be you're probably going to be on the grass if anything goes through there. So yeah, unfortunately it's getting quite bad on the exit of Fine Lady. It was interesting to see what Lara was saying about the infield bits and how kind of tight, and about people putting it on the inside of you. She said kind of you can hear on the infield parts of this circuit, you can kind of hear, because I was wondering that myself, how do you kind of know? Do you know if without looking around, can you feel bikes? Can you, obviously, because I always have, sometimes if you're just not even looking at someone, you can feel someone when they come and stand behind you. So is it the same on a bike? Can you feel somebody in your bum should I say for the lap or so? And if you can, that probably puts you off, and that probably forces you into mistakes and errors that you probably wouldn't normally make.
I think we've just seen Team RSC come through our picture, and it looks like they've had a driver swap. By the looks of it, it looks like they've lost. Who was it before? Powers off.
Yeah, it was Johnny outside.
And I think they've gone back to Warren. Who is obviously, we were talking to a little bit about that, Warren Guantiaro, who is a very experienced South African rider by the sounds of it. 113 then is the bike currently on your screen. They're currently in 18th place. That's Frazawaki. They've just made, I think, a pass on Lynx Racing, one of these Honda CP90 bikes that we've been looking at today, these modified mopeds, who is currently in 19th place behind them. They've just pulled out a gap of probably 5 seconds to them, and they're on a bit of a charge forward. So let's see if I can have a bit of a chat about what they're doing. No, they're not in my spreadsheet. So
let's mentioned before, it was the DW Racing, I think he alluded to. They're actually, I think they're chasing the Frazawaki in the championship.
Yes,
and he said that big gap could actually prove to be kind of important towards the end of this race.
Definitely could. So it's the Moto 4 category that Frazawaki are racing in, similar to, like you say, DW Racing. These guys are kind of in their own race a little bit here. Yes, you've got the street stocks leading, like the Team RST, and in fact the whole top 8 are street stock cars, but you've got then Frank Shop, DW Racing, Frazawaki, Lynx Racing, all of them also involved in their own kind of little race. And in fact that pass Frazawaki have just made on Lynx Racing for 18th place is actually a pass for 3rd place technically, in their own separate category. So they're going pretty hard to try and build up those places. It's going to be a bit of a long gap now to catch up to Frank Shop, who is I'm trying to even look how far down the road they are. They're on lap 47. Frank Shop's on lap 25, so it's a good 22 laps now to the next Moto 4 team ahead of them. But they've passed one Honda C90, is it? I think C90 block. They're now off to the next one, which is Frank's Snap, and they're much further up the road, but he's done it once. Could he do it again?
Oh, well, we know they've got the pace, and they seem to be really comfortable and just kind of relaxed on the bike, especially there's been a certain amount of riders I've been watching today who just look really relaxed even in these conditions. So and the riders up on that Frank Snap's bike definitely have been one of them. So yeah, big credit to them. They're in 10th position now, but they'll be hunting down for some more positions. I'm pretty sure of, because as we can see now, looking at the timing screens, from Fianna Engineering in 6th position all the way down to Red Rocket, they're all on the same lap. So it's going to get dicey here, and even for 3rd position, there's only a lap, well, half a lap or a lap in the 3rd position to fight for the remaining spot on the podium, and that's between Team Mecklam and the Bear and Rose Racing. So that's going to definitely come down to the wire. I think all the podiums, Tom. I think even with RST, I think the full podium spots are going to come down to the wire overall, and it's going to be a big scrap to try and get inside of that top 10.
Well, I think compared to if you're looking down the rest of the grid, very quickly you start falling away a good few cars, falling away and looking at the new laps. I said cars instead of laps there. I'm not even sure where my brain was going. But to go looking down, they go a good few laps between them, and it does fall as they go down very quickly. We were talking to someone in the pit lane before who was saying that they had to spend half an hour getting an engine change done. They said it took half an hour to a full engine change, but they were still up there. I think it was in 20-something place, and they were saying they think they could still get top 15.
Wow!
So they're pushing still. There's not a loss of confidence from any of the riders out there. They think they can do it. They think they can, carry on with it, head down, and hope to see it now. Garside Motorsport have been absolutely brilliant to watch today. They've been in 2nd place for a good while now, hunting down Team RST, but as from what we can see, they look like they might be going a little bit slowly out there. We try and see if we can get a picture for you of them. They're currently 7 seconds off the pace of RST ahead of them. RST have just crossed the line. There is a 9-lap gap there, and there we go. Garside have crossed, and they're 35 seconds down on that lap. So I'm not sure what's happened there, whether they've had a bit of a... I don't think it could be maybe it's a pit stop there. They've swapped ride or something like that, but it could also be they've had a little bit of an off and they've had to regain control of the bike. And that there you're seeing on your picture now, that's Team Mecklam, who are in 3rd place. They're the people chasing down Garside Motorsports. But if you weren't with us earlier, they had a very unfortunate. They had a 10-lap advantage over Garside, and then they had an unfortunate trip to the pits, which took them 10 minutes to fix. They came back out, did another hour or so, and it was all looking great. And then suddenly, similar situation again. They pulled up at the side of the road and had to come back in for another 10 minutes, and that gave Garside the advantage to get ahead, and they've now got a good 5-lap advantage over them. But if Garside have got a problem here, if they are struggling out there on the bike, then that might be a way for that to fall down. And actually, I'm looking at the track map here, and Garside don't seem to be on a lap. Oh no, I think maybe they are. I think they're just coming through here now, from what I can see. I think they might be out there somewhere.
They're just going past the time finish line.
Yeah, there you go. There they are. They've just come across, and they're still losing a bit of time. 10 seconds down on that lap. So they were telling me, I had a chat with them in the pit lane before, and they were telling me they had a problem with their exhaust. They got black flag for it even, but they came in, they spoke to the organisers, and they sort of decided that the bike wasn't in too bad of a shape to stop going. They've just come through Christmas Corner up there, I can see now. So they are definitely out on the circuit, but
43 is a Cledshed Racing. We can just see on screen there he's slowing, so that's in the Moto 4 class. And that's the last corner, if I'm not. It is, yeah, if I'm correct.
On the wrong side of the pit wall. Yeah, that's for sure. They're looking like they want to keep that going there. Hopefully they can. Garside have just come back across the line, and they're looking to improve their delta. In fact, they haven't come across the line yet. They're coming round now. I've seen them. Here they come. I can see them now coming down the back straight. They're going to go through the boot, and then they'll come through. And I'll let you know what's happening there. Like I said, though, an exhaust issue. They said they were losing power desperately when I was speaking to them in the pit lane because of the way that the weld has broken on the exhaust. They've got a huge power deficit, and that maybe now is coming back to haunt them as they're losing a lot of time every single lap. And Team Mecklam, who are 5 laps down on them, maybe will be looking for them to drop into the pits, maybe lose and have to try and get it fixed, something like that. Another 5-second loss on that lap for them. So Garside dropping backwards and Mecklam moving forwards. Could that maybe play out in a good way for them? They've got to unlap themselves 5 times before they can even start properly having a go for position. But that's definitely one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be really interesting now towards the end of the race. I think his strategies now start coming into it, as we can see now. That looks like
the wrong way a little bit there.
And they've had a bit of a smash on the left side of the fairing, but I don't know who that is. It's a blue bike.
I'm not sure it's one we've seen too much of so far today, which is probably not a good thing, because usually we're either seeing the leader or we're seeing a bike having an issue. So let's see if we can find out who that is. I don't recognise a blue bike too much. I don't think we've seen bold bikes there. We've got someone pushing.
That's the bike hospital, I think it is.
Is it the bike hospital again? It is, yeah, the 53, and they've got it going again there. Let's see, that looks all right. Are they going to come into the pit lane
now? A bit of fairing damage, but I think,
straight into the pits.
And
there.
Big shout out as well to the 180, a full 180 racing again. They've just notched in another 1:05, and that is by far, just looking on my timing screen. I mean, the next. a 105 is the fastest lap time out there. The leader's doing a 108, so he's 3 seconds quicker than the leader. And that's in 27th position. They've actually just gone up to 26th now due to that lap. But then the second fastest lap time or the third fastest lap time, should I say, is in the 27th position, just a one down from them. He's a faster loud team at number 32. So again, this is just showing us down the grid in 26th, 27th position. These boys are clocking in the fastest times of the race. So it's going to get interesting now for the kind of latter stages and the latter kind of positions on the grid, because as you can see, even down in 25th, 26th position, a lot of the boys out there, the boys and girls, are still on the similar laps. They're on 303 laps, a few on 302. So yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of fighting for positions all the way down the order, not just in the top 10.
That is for sure. And full 180, we've spoken about them at the start. We spent the first 3 hours talking about full 180. It feels like that beautiful bike with the Pepsi style sponsorship. Although they've told me that apparently they can't quite tell me about that yet. That's coming soon, a bit more information on that. But that's an interesting one. But they've been having a great time, and we've spoken to them. Their spirits are still high. They're not here to. Well, of course, everyone's here to win. Everyone wants to win, but if
for the good time as well,
very quickly you kind of work out if you're going to win or not. So you just got to enjoy it nonetheless and just have a good time. And they've come all the way back up. They were down in 40 something
exactly
at one point in this race, and now to 25th. So that's very good to see that they managed to bring their way back up as well as they have. Fianna Engineering
working their way back up now,
get themselves up to 5th place ahead of Team Daytona, and it looks like I think Team Daytona must have made a pit stop there, because they've fallen down a lap over Fianna Engineering. Oh, actually, no, they haven't. They've just come across the line, and actually they're only 8 seconds ahead of them. So perhaps, I think maybe a pit stop might have happened there, but Fianna Engineering are ahead now, but Team Daytona are not going to let them sit there for too long. 8 seconds is the gap between them. They're going to want to close that down. We've got someone else pushing their bike along the back straight there. I can't quite see who that is. It's a person at the top of the field. I'm not too sure. I think it might be 477, something like that. Yeah, there we go, 477.
Right, I think I'm going to put my rain boots on again, Tom.
Oh yeah, you're going outside?
My wellies.
You've taken your time, haven't you? It's been a while, so get yourself together. There you are. I'll pass you a radio so you can communicate from the outside as he gets ready to go out. Hopefully he gets some good interviews. I'm sure he will. He's good at finding the right people to talk to, Braden. So hopefully he does well enough out there. He's putting his coat on, he's wrapping up warm, he's getting ready to go. It's treacherous conditions, I can assure you of that. Although it looks like it might have the rain might have lightened up a little bit out there, so you might be lucky, but I'm sure you'll go to the cow shed nonetheless and keep yourself dry over there, where most of the paddock seemingly is, especially all of the riders. 477, they're making a quick dash across the pit lane as he the start-finish straight as he gets himself into the pit lane there. That's very unfortunate for them. 477, I'm going to try and have a look if I can find you the name of them. It's Anxiety at 40. And that's going to be very much anxiety inducing for them now, seeing him running across the start-finish straight like that. Hopefully they can get everything fixed back on that bike. I'd love to tell you just about where they are. Let me have a quick look over the old timing screen, see if I can't work out where Anxiety 40 currently are situated. They're currently down in 40th. It's quite fitting with the team name. Anxiety at 40 in 40th place, but if that's a long fix they're going to be in the pit lane for, could be there for a little while. Right, Team RST are still your leaders at the top. They've got 9 laps now over Garside Motorsport, who are still losing time lap in, lap out. We saw them lose 3 seconds on the last lap, and it looks like they're still dropping back very slowly into the hands of Team Mechlem. This is a long race. We've still got a good just over 5 hours left in this race, so anything can happen if they are continuously losing pace, even though they've got a 5-lap advantage. If they can't draw that advantage out any further in the next 5 hours or so, you think Team Mechlem might be able to drag some of those back, and that could be something we see unfold in the near future for a second position fight back for Mechlem, who have been very unlucky at this whole race really. They've managed to hold on to 3rd place, but they were battling for the lead at one point. They even had the lead at one point. They're the only people that knocked Team RST off of top spot, but then unfortunately a whole barrage of issues came their way, and they've spent so far almost a good 25 minutes all in all in the pit lane fixing issues, which is never a good thing, and that's what's given RST such an advantage at the front. Braden, I am hearing, is in the pit lane. He's ready for us to have a chat, and let's see who he's managed to wangle around and have a chat with.
Mike's not on, Bray. Mike's not on. Come back to Tom.
So it looks like we're having a few technical issues there. Braden, unfortunately, hasn't got a microphone on there, so he's trying to talk to us. He's trying to tell us what's happening. Great story, but no, Braden, we can't hear you yet. So we'll try and take you back to Braden as soon as we can with some more stuff going on in the pit lane. You just have to stand in the cold for that little bit longer. I mean, I'm definitely not happy about that. Definitely not. Anyway, it's Team RST, though, are still in the lead. I'm trying to have a look what's going on around here. Fiano Engineering have fallen back behind Team Daytona, I'm guessing with another pit stop there. We think they jumped because of a pit stop. They were only 8 seconds behind, though, so as soon as another pit stop was made, that was going to fall away pretty quickly. So it is now Team Daytona who move up to 5th. Fiana move down to 6th, and that's going to be another position for them as the race goes on. 47 seconds lost on their last lap. You assume that must be due to a pit stop. So I'm hearing Braden is now ready. He's got his microphone on, so handing back over to him in the pit lane. Let's see what he can do.
And then unweighted the bike, and the next minute I was off.
Yeah, Johnny's just explaining about the crash, the little slip-off he had. I mean, you had a lot of laps in the bag, so luckily it didn't happen too much.
Look, we've probably compromised ourselves 7 or 8 laps, but listen, things are going to happen. You're not going to survive 12 hours around here without the odd thing happening. So it's ebb and flow. So at the minute we're all right. Warren's back on the bike now, so I'll go out now and we'll just settle in. But we just got to chip away. It's obviously not getting better, but it's not actually any worse either. So
exactly, what we were saying in commentary. I mean, Hudson came up, but he was saying how smooth you look, really relaxed on circuit in conditions you enjoying, really.
Yeah, I was actually in a real nice groove and actually weirdly enjoying it. And then you just have that issue, and you just got to rebuild again now. So we fixed the bike. The handlebars are a little bit bent, but the gear, everything works. Gearbox is fine. The only problem is we have no seat foam now. So you're sitting on a hard seat with the bolt sticking out. So that might not be comfortable for what is another 4.5 hours or something, but we'll be all right.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll have it started anyway. So best of luck. I'll probably see you on the podium later on.
Let's hope so.
So there we have Johnny Towers, and Johnny's just explaining there about he lost a bit of seat foam on the bike, so it was actually up into turn near the Christmas corner and the Inkermans. He's just had a slight off, but luckily when you've put in that much work and you've built a gap like the team have done, the team RST of Johnny and Hudson, you can afford to have their mistakes. So that's good to see from the RST boys. Just having a little walk around, as you can see, people are now starting to congregate. We've got the 77 there bike coming in. Looks like maybe a bit of an issue on the Moto 4 bike. But as you can see, the people start to congregate. A few bikes are back in now, and it's real loud. I'm going to get a quick word with the guys there who are just watching and supporting. Hi guys, how you doing? Grab a quick word for the stream. Are you, what bike are you riding today? What team is it called?
Team Skid Marks.
All right, okay. I think we've had a bit of words on commentary about them, and how are you finding it? How are you getting on?
Yeah, it's wet. It's very, very wet. Well, that last session was anyway. There's a big puddle down there, which is more of a lake.
Yeah.
But, turn 2. Yeah, we're just taking it steady. We've had a few incidents today. a lot of breakdowns, so we're just try and put some laps in now and get some clawback, you know.
Exactly. With the conditions, what's it like? 'Cause it looks so greasy. It doesn't look like wet. It looks greasy and just really hard to get a good feeling for the bike. What's it like when you're out there? Obviously, we see damaged bikes coming in now.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's part of the problem, missing all the bikes lying on the track. So just taking it easy, you know. We're not gonna, you know, break any lap records today. So just take it easy and finish. That's what we're trying to do.
Exactly. Well, I'm sure you're enjoying it being out there anyway.
Oh yeah, love it. Yeah.
That's good to hear. Anyway, so as you have it, team skid marks there, and we'll let them get back to it. And I can quickly just see there. We've just seen a 180 bike. I don't know if you want to come quickly over here. We'll try and get. I mean, me and Tom have alluded to these guys in commentary quite a bit now, but you can see there's really a bit of an issue there on the bike. I don't know who exactly has been out. It might have been Rickett, but I'm going to maybe try and get in and try and get a word with what's going on. Maybe we're done now. Try and get a rider. Excuse me. Oh, what's going on here with a full 180? Looks like bad luck just seems getting worse and worse and worse.
It's the full 180 day is over.
No, unfortunately that is the day's over. Go on, why? What's happened?
We were going all right and setting some good lap times.
Fastest lap.
Yeah, but we've had now 4 crashes and you can't do that. But so I think that's the end of our day. We've run out of rear sets, we've run out of handlebars, so I think that's it. Sorry, I look awful on camera right now. But yeah, it's been a really good day. It's a shame it ends this way, but it is what it is. It's racing.
Exactly.
Yeah, love it though.
Well, you've definitely had the pace. Like you've been saying, the last top times have been quicker than anyone. So it's going to be. It's kind of devastating.
I've always liked riding in the wet. I thought it's always been really good. So it's something I really enjoy. But it's a shame it ends this way. The bike didn't look like that when we started today.
Yeah, well, it's still looking the best bike, in my opinion.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, there you have it. Unfortunately, the full 180 crew there kind of day has ended now, and that is just a shame because, and again, I was just saying, the last 4 or 5 laps of them guys have really been the top.
Just quickly, Team Daytona, I think, are in 5th place, which are these guys here. It's only their 2nd ever race.
Wow.
Their 2nd ever race. They've never raced before. That's these guys.
I'll go have a word with them. So they're doing well. And as you can just see there, the 480 guys, they're just even saying, that's how friendly the guys are even now, saying, listen, our day's over. We've had a bit of a bad day at the office. But these guys here, Team Daytona, I've been watching them just crawl up the order. I'm going to dive in now and chat with them, but apparently these are the guys I want to watch, so this is going to be interesting. And yeah, and we'll see how these guys, excuse me, can we get a quick chat for the stream? No? Anybody want to chat to the stream? Are you a part of Team Daytona? It is?
Yes.
And how have you been out on track? How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, not bad. Yeah. Obviously very, very wet, but apart from that, all good.
And the person was just saying then from another team, this is the first race you've done or the first kind of outing you've had on the bike?
So they done the 24-hour one in, when was the 24-hour one? July? Yeah. August they done that, apart from that, and then we just commented. I haven't ridden the bike before, but these two and the other guy have, yeah.
What's it been like for you to jump? Have you done a lot of racing in the past? Have you got experience?
Racing, just track days.
Alright,
just track days, yeah.
We're used to maybe bigger bikes, I'm guessing you jumped on. Yeah. You've jumped on. What's this been like?
It's a bit too big for it, because it's about that big, but apart from that, it's alright, yeah.
Well, what track days have you done in the past? Just normal kind of like arrive and drive track days on your own bike?
Yeah, and ones in Europe and stuff, you know?
And then, in terms of this race, are you enjoying it? Would it be like something you want to do in the future? Come back and do more?
Yeah, I'm sure we will. I don't know about every single one, but we'll definitely do a few of them.
Cool. Well, you heard it there. Cheers, appreciate that. Team Daytona, and that is their first time on circuit here, so that's an absolute mega effort. You've heard the guy there, he's literally just jumped on the bike today. He's done a few track days. So really, Team Daytona, I don't know exactly where they are on the. I was gonna try and get Marc Marquez over there in the Marc Marquez Repsol Honda, but it looks like he's maybe trying to get away. But yeah, just a quick talk to Cam. So yeah, we were speaking to Daytona and Team Daytona. I don't know exactly where they are on the position table, but that is a mega effort to say them guys have not even maybe ridden the bike as much to other teams who have been testing, who have been a kind of a regular in this championship. So that's going to be interesting to watch. So yeah, really interesting racing here. You can see the pit lane now, it's pretty empty. It's not got a lot of riders in, everybody is out on track. There's a few riders I've already spoke to now making away and getting ready to maybe see and to jump on for the remaining laps. So yeah, the weather's coming down. I'll maybe hand you back over to Tom and he'll be able to talk you through a bit more what's on stream and give you guys at home more of an idea as to where everyone is on track and what positions we're getting into now for the final 4.5 hours of the Freetech Enduro 12-hour race.
Well, thank you very much, Braden. We do appreciate everything you're doing out there. You're having a great time. Nonetheless, we've got a great race going on in front of us. I'm just trying to get the timings up because, unfortunately, Braden is the one with the timings, and he's gone off on his walkabout. So I'm trying to have a look around, see if I can find some of the timings. But unfortunately, it can't. It's Team RST though, who are still absolutely flying at the front. 10 laps clear. It's Garside though, still in second. Who are still, I think, just dropping time to Team Metchnam ahead of them. This exhaust problem is causing them a few issues, and it's quickly hemorrhaging them a few seconds a lap. In third place, I believe it's still Team Metchnam, who are catching Garside at a rate of knots. We've got Bear and Rose racing in fourth, and then it's Team Daytona, who we just had a word with there. Who this is their second ever race. It's absolutely phenomenal that they are up there competing with the likes of Fiano Engineering and Red Rocket Racing. These guys have all been going hard all race long, and I've just looked out my window and I can see there is a new light, a new sign above the gantry on the start-finish straight that says lights on. So that means we are getting into the darker part of this race now. The sun is beginning to set and we're going to be plunging ourselves into darkness soon. Lights on. All the headlights which should be fitted on these bikes, is in the regulations that they need to have headlights, and I'm looking out the window and they are all looking on, and so that means we're going to be seeing some great racing with lights on now across the grid. It's always lovely to see, and especially as the sun, the light properly goes down and we descend into darkness, seeing that reflecting off of the water on the ground and everything about that is going to be absolutely wonderful to see. Braden has made his way back in now. He's taken his radio off, he's taken his coat off, he's getting himself warm because it's been absolutely freezing out there. He's shivering with cold, but yeah, some great interviews there, Braden. Well done. I'll let you get your headset back on and get yourself comfortable once again inside in the nice warm. We're looking for Fiano Racing again, 22. We've been looking at these guys all weekend long, and they are now coming after P5, where your comfortable Team Daytona are currently situated.
I mean, that's crazy. I mean, it was actually, did you see what happened then? So the team full 180, he quickly just had a word after I spoke to him. He whispered to me, he said, right, go and catch up with Team Daytona. He said, them boys have never done this before.
Yeah, just a 24-hour race.
Exactly, first time on the bike for a few of them. So then I went and spoke to one of them, and it was actually luckily the guy I grabbed who wanted to speak on camera. He was the one saying, I've done a few track days, European track days and stuff, but I'm used to, I said, I bet he said I'm quite big, so I said, I'm used to bigger bikes, obviously. He said, yes, so this is my first time on this. And so I said, I've actually we've not really alluded to them massively, but we've just seen them creep, and wow, what an effort they've done. And they were kind of the quickest on track at some point as well, I remember seeing. So Team Daytona, man, they're the definite ones to watch.
Definitely, and you can see there, almost getting pushed wide was one of the bikes there into this puddle that has been forming at Fine Lady Corner there into turn, which is turn 3. This is going to become a bit of a problem. I think a few people, look, he's been pushed wide onto the curb. He's going to want to avoid that puddle because that looks kind of race ending. Well, not quite race ending, but a big accident.
Oh, it looks sketchy if you exactly. And you only need one wheel. You only need your rear wheel, or your front goes in. You probably took the front. Your rear goes in. You can have a big snap. So yeah definitely you want to stay well aware. And I was interested when I first got out to the pits as well. The first person I wanted to speak to was Johnny Towers, because obviously he was the one who had the off on the RST. So I spoke with Johnny and I kind of said we had a few issues with the mic, so I don't know if you caught all of it, but I sure did. And I was speaking with Johnny and he was just basically saying, I said I didn't want to kind of dwell on it so much, but he said it was just it happened so quick. And I said you look good, and it almost like you just felt relaxed, and you obviously look like that. And he said it was just, I think you alluded to it, kind of coming out of Christmas Corner, coming into Inkerman's. Hudson was saying about the change of direction before, and he says I think it was something to do with his seat. The foam on his seat has moved, and it just kind of put him off for a slight little thing, and he's just had a bit of a moment. So, and he said he felt a bit gutted at that. You could see not his confidence as large, but he was almost like you said, it was like, oh, he's the first one in the team to do it. So
we saw him, didn't we, walking back through the paddock as his bike was being pushed ahead of him. He was a bit like, oh, I can't believe that's happened. You know, they've been so flawless all race. To be fair, flawless since they've got, you know, a 10-lap lead again now at the front. They're very comfortable still. You know, it's not that much of a deficit, so he can't hold himself too much to that. It's not like he's thrown away, you know, a serious win. He's still holding it. They're still at the front. So not the end of the world for them.
And that's what he said when he said goes back out. It's more of a case of just building up his confidence, getting back into his flow, because he was a bit gutted himself. He said, I felt so good out there. I felt flawless. He felt really into his groove, and that's the worst thing. Maybe as a rider, as a driver as well, it's the worst thing when you feel that confident and you feel that good and something happens. It sets you back more than it would normally. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
definitely.
And the last thing you kind of want then is, because I said you're lucky you had the kind of big cushion, but now the cushion maybe has gone. So it's a case about kind of being militant and persistent now. So that's going to be interesting to see. We can see on camera now the 23 Red Rocket.
Yeah, I don't know if our timing screens are quite updated there. If you get a refresh on that, so you can see exactly what is happening here. It's going to be close between each other. They are the ones that are fighting with Fianna Engineering and Team Daytona, the debutants, as we've just found out. So that is going to be one to watch 100%, because if they can catch up and get into that fight with Fianna Racing, I think they're all within a couple of laps of each other. So, sorry. I've been talking for 6 hours, my voice is starting to go, sorry. So, they're going to be a good little battle to watch, and that is, of course, for 5th place there.
Yeah, and I quickly seen as well, just making my way back into the commentary box. I know you mentioned it before, but, well, we've actually got the sign there of lights on.
I picked that up, yeah.
And I seen the 51 of the LEDs, and I said, oh, Tom's mentioned that before, and I seen it, and it was looking proper trick. I mean, the handguards look good, but that light on the front, I mean, they must have one of the best looking bikes.
Good. Yeah, I'd love it if one of the cameras could get a look at it, because it is a really good looking thing, and we'll keep an eye. The 51 has just this, instead of a headlight, a bright yellow 51 number at the front that lights up, and it's that's Garside Racing, so it's really good to have a look at, and hopefully we can get a picture of it for you so you can have a look at it, because it looks great. They're just
I wonder if the students have been behind that idea.
Now. There you go, that's the bike. You're looking at the wrong side of it though. We need to get the front of that, and you can see a little bit of it there as it comes round. That big LED light up 51 sign. I don't know if it classifies as a headlight. I don't know if that's there you go, you can see it. Doesn't show as amazingly on camera, to be honest, but that 51, you can see at the front of it, is actually a light. It's lit up, and you can see it shining from a mile away, and it's coming down the track towards you. You can go, oh yeah, that's the 51. It's pretty smart, to be fair.
Yeah, it looks the part.
So here we go, then this is Boot, it's coming through. This is where I spotted it more than anything. Look at it coming down there, glowing at the front, almost looks nuclear on the front of that Garside Racing bike, who are now still in a solid second place. We've been talking about this time, they're not gaining anymore on Team RSC. In fact, they're dropping quite a fair bit backwards. But you know, their delta, it's been pretty negative, a couple of seconds every lap, because of this, we think, exhaust issue. They've got a problem with their exhaust, which you can't really make out on the pictures, but they're pretty confident nonetheless that everything's going to be okay. It's a welding issue, I believe. One of the spots on the exhaust has fallen away, and they have said that this is losing them a bit of pace every single lap. They're losing a bit more power to the engine, which is very disappointing, especially when they're in second place. You know, they are very close to the leaders. Something can still happen there, but at the moment it's looking a bit tough for them.
Yeah, exactly. And when the conditions are like this, it is going to be tough, because that's when you need all the power you can get. I guess if you're trying to make up ground as well, you don't want anything to hamper you. But I think it was actually Lara we had in the studio before, and she alluded to it. It's kind of not necessarily the damage straight away. I think it might be in the Hudson as well. It's almost kind of, because you do hours. It's not like then you pick up a bit of damage and you do a 10-minute race. No, you pick up a bit of damage and then you've got another 8 hours, and that damage can just get worse and progressively get worse. So absolutely. I think that's what we're seeing now on the 51 on the Gar side. Like we said, they maybe dropped it. Initially, it didn't hamper them as much, but the more laps, the more fuel you burn, the more kind of temp is in the engine. I don't know exactly the mechanical backing of it, but it looks like it's having quite an effect on them boys now.
So we've got Fianna Engineering now, who are catching right up onto the back of Team Daytona, who you were just talking to in the pit lane there, who have made their debut today. That is the 955 bike. So it's 22 and 955 we're trying to have a look at here, because they are catching them at a rate of knots. They're within a couple of seconds of them now. In fact, they might have already made them. Oh, that's a big off there. That's the 56, I think, that's just come down straight on the corner. We've caught that straight on the camera. He's taken himself to the side, because that looked pretty hefty. The bike is stranded though in the middle of the circuit. That's going to be pretty cautious out there. He's walking it right off. That's been a bit of a look at that, right in the middle of the track. The marshal's coming to get it. He's gone walkabouts, trying to walk off that. I think that was a pretty hefty
it's the exit of Inkerman, wasn't it?
All right. He's walking now down back towards Christmas Corner. I think he's sort of just, I'm not sure where he's going. There's nothing that direction.
The opposite direction.
Yeah, but the marshal's cleared his bike. He's got it off to the side. As far as we're aware, Fianna Engineering, who was right on the back of Team Daytona, I think might have even passed them now, if I'm not mistaken. They come across the line, and no, where are they? I can't see them on the screen, so that's great. There we go. There they go. Fianna Engineering have got past Team Daytona. They've already got a 3-second lead over that. We thought that was coming. We saw them being very close at the end of the last lap, and obviously we just had that incident there, which has drawn away from the battle a little bit, but nonetheless, there they are now. Our new 5th place leaders, unfortunately getting past the debutants in Team Daytona, but no, they're going strong. They've had a really tough day. Fianna Engineering, who were at one point in this race, they were fighting for a lead, they were fighting for the win, but it all fell away from them. They were fighting with McMecklem right at the top.
Yeah,
it all fell away. They had some issues. They fell down. They fell, and it's not gone to plan for them. But they're picking it up. They're keeping things going, and they've got back up to 5th place now, which is very good.
Well, what a recovery ride that could be. I mean, a top 5 result would be great, but I mean, if they can step onto that podium after kind of the day they've had, we know they've had the pace. They have had a bit of bad luck on their side, so if they can definitely make a result out of that would be. I think that would be one of the star rides of the day. What do you think, Tom?
Absolutely, but I mean, God, if you're talking about star rides,
there's been a few of them now.
We can't not talk about Team RST.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, I mean, I don't want to say it's been dominant from them, because we want to keep racing exciting and fun, but they haven't. Well, they've put one foot wrong. That's all they've done all day.
And even that didn't really cost them too
much. All the other teams around them, they've taken some hits. They've gone down more, and at least 2 or 3 times, I think, for Garside, who are in 2nd place. But Team RST, they've been flawless at the front. They've been riding very, very well, very cleanly at the front, not made too many mistakes. And it's there you go, 51 of Garside now, who is being looked at by Fianna Engineering. This isn't for position. This is 2nd and 5th as they keep riding around. They can kind of see how much pace they're losing, though. Look at how quickly Fianna's able to get away from the 51 in.
And if the rider upon that Fianna Engineering knows he's just overtaken 2nd position, you're going to be wanting, listen, I need to get these laps back, because we could be on the podium, and again, that's where it just gets so annoying, I guess, for some riders who have had a bit of bad luck early on when the track's been so kind of it's unforgiving now, but I think the riders know what they're getting now, don't they? I mean, initially they didn't know what they were getting, so, and all it just takes is not even, like I said before, you don't even have to have a brain shut off. You can just, an innocent mistake can kind of hamper you so much. It must be so frustrating when you've got the pace of what they have now on that number 22 bike. It's
absolutely
quick enough to win it.
They're coming around, then you can see there on that last shot the lights on sign that is on that we were talking about before, because headlights are being switched on, and I can even see a quad bike out there from the marshals with the headlights on. So I don't know if this is a light thing, because it still seems pretty light, but I think more than anything this is a visibility thing, isn't it? Through the spray, through all the wet drops they'll have on their visor, lights, we said it before, will make it much easier to be able to see the bikes around them, the riders around them, people ahead, people behind, and all in all will make it easier for all the riders out there, won't it?
Yeah, exactly. And as you can see now, I think a few marshals are even, I don't know if they're switching them on, but they're prepping the big light stands, and they're getting ready for that, not the rain to hit, for the night time to hit. So again, I'm really excited for that, because in the next 2 hours or so, that's going to be really interesting to just see exactly what does unfold under the lights, I guess. Unfold under the lights.
Absolutely it will, yes. Garside then, we've spoken about them losing time. They lost 10 seconds on that last lap, and Team Mecklem have unlapped themselves once from Garside. They're now down to a 4-lap deficit, and it's Garside now are dropping back 11 now down to Team RST. But this here is bike 23 of Red Rocket Racing coming up now to have a look at is that Team Daytona they're coming up on? Is it the 23 that we're seeing there? It might be the 213. Is that 213? I can't quite
remember. I think that's the Aprilia, the 213. Yeah, I think it is. And yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that's BJ Racing. I mean, they were looking pretty sharp racing a few laps ago. It just seems maybe they've got a bit of trouble now.
In fact, the bike that they are coming up on now, the 213, is that of Frank's. Where is it? Frank Snap for 10th place. Frank Snap, one of the Honda C10s, I think it was, that have been racing in this event. That have been absolutely brilliant to see. One of the riders popped in to have a chat with us. Unfortunately, that's when you were talking in the pit lane. So I said, come back in 10-20 minutes and we'll have a chat with you. So he might be back soon, hopefully, to have a word with us. If he's listening to this, come back now. We're ready for you now. Because they're performing very well, Frank Snap, and it is BJ Racing though that have got ahead of them now. They've got up to 10th spot, and it's now DW Racing in their sights, but they're currently a lap ahead of them. But Frank Snap just falling out the top 10, but still in that category in the Moto4, running in second place, and they've been having a great race.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's been one of maybe standout even in their class as such. It's been pretty consistent, and a lot of the Moto4 guys we've touched upon very consistent rides throughout the field. And especially within these latter few hours now, I think we alluded to, I feel it's kind of not settled down as much because the racing is still exciting on track, but I feel like the offs have maybe come a far and few in between, I guess, now, and they're not as regular as they once was, but that is just kind of a testament to now the riders are really finding the flow, feeling comfortable on the bike and getting the tempo up. They know what kind of to expect, so it's been some really class racing now in the last hour.
It absolutely has, and we've mentioned the different classes we've got racing here. We've got 3 different ones today. We've got the street stock with 35. Well, I'm not quite sure on these numbers because I've been proven wrong already that the entry list is wrong. But the GP50cc's were the ones that we've talked most about. We have talked probably least about actually. Only 2 entries into that. It's the J&PR racing team, and also the 10-foot specials, and both of them currently falling pretty far down the field. 10-foot special are currently in 38th with J&PR in 49th, but in their class they're both on for a podium because there's only 2 of them, so hopefully
they're going on with a trophy.
They're going on with the trophy, absolutely. So that's one of the classes that's here. We've also got the Moto4s who we've talked a little bit about. That is who Lynx Racing are part of. Frank Snap's a part of DW Racing, who was one that Hudson picked up on when he was on here, because they're currently chasing the championship, and their championship rivals, who was it Frazowaki?
I think it was Frazowaki, yeah.
They're currently a good few spots behind him, so if they can take a win here, this can be absolutely huge for their championship challenge they're trying to bring on today.
And now you can just see, I think it's Johnny who's back out on the RST.
That's usually green.
Yeah, that's usually green. They were going so well. It
currently in 20th spot. They were only recently passed, I noticed, by Oliver's Mount Racing, who took them for 19th. It's Dirt who's the next bike to get past them. On the last lap, Dirt was 30 seconds behind, so you think maybe that has been done already. A 30-second deficit and an off like that never really go hand in hand, so that will put them down, I think, at the end of this lap to 21st, as long as they can make it across, but it doesn't look like they are. That's dropping a bit of fluid, I think, and a bit of smoke coming out the bottom of that engine there, so that might be, unfortunately, all they can do for usually green. Look at that, that's a bit of a mess. The engine there not looking too healthy. That might be the end for usually green. As they pull into it, I don't want to say anything. They might be able to replace that engine and fix everything and bring it back out again, but doesn't look too confident inspiring. So you think Durst will take up a position there, maybe even Fubar as well, who are currently 3 laps behind them.
It is a shame to see bikes retiring. I mean, to be fair, honest though, quite a way into this race, and we've not really had a lot. And to say the amount of bikes on the grid we actually have got, we've probably only had 3-4, if that, retirements, which is obviously a good sign to see. We wouldn't want any, but it is a bit gutting as well, especially for the full 180 squad. I know we've been speaking about them, but when I went and interviewed them, and that's the first thing I said to them, and when I noticed them come in, and it looked like they had another big off. They had a lot of grass in the fairings. The bike looked pretty damaged, and I quickly ran over to get a word, and he said, "I think that's the day he's done." And I said, I'm kind of gutted for you, because your last 3-4 laps, they've been the fastest of anyone, not just your kind of group. They've been the fastest on track, so that's kind of a bit annoying, especially when you have to retire, when things kind of seem like they're going better for you and kind of looking up. So
yeah, absolutely, it's disappointing for them. And you know, they were one we picked out quite early as being one to watch, because we like the look of the car, the bike, didn't we?
They must have had a good eye, because they were quick towards the end.
Well, absolutely, they were, but unfortunately, you know, that's just, it never really worked out for them, did it? They never really found the right pace, the right performance, you know, as the races got on here. So Oliver's Mount Racing has just moved up further. They got usually green, and then usually green went off, and now they've got RTB Racing. They've just moved up past them. I don't know if that's through a pit stop or an on-track overtake. Well, they're looking by their gaps. I think it's an on-track overtake. So Oliver's Mount, the 75 bike, moving up into 18th position ahead of RTB Racing, and it's sort of they've been one that we haven't really touched on much this race.
No, and without it's not the 75. We've not really touched massively on them. But if you look at lap times again now, I mean, the field is really close. I don't think we've seen it as close as this actually all race now. But Oliver's Mount, they're doing 110s. I mean, your leader, your Garside Motorsports are doing 110s. So again, if you're matching the top 5 pace, so you can't be too unhappy about that. And look at the gaggle of that, and that is just 4 hours left, and we're gaggling around like that. I mean, the Garside Motorsport, the 51, they were at the front of that field, maybe trying to make their way back through a bit of traffic, as you can see there. But even a novice there with the IVs getting involved, and that's great to see. I've actually been seeing a few novice riders making some quite brave moves as well. So he's just letting a few bikes back, and probably if it is number 42 there, if it is probably one of his first races, I mean, the best thing you can probably do is just get behind these guys and follow and learn. Because there's some talent on show today.
So anyone watching at home wondering why has he got high vis on? What's all that about? That is, so yeah, he's a novice rider out there today. It's a bit like when you're learning to drive a car, you put an helmet on,
exactly.
or you have rookie place, don't you, in car racing and things like that. People that aren't as experienced as maybe some of the other riders out there today who will just take it a bit easier. It's just kind of a
we've had someone off there at the boot. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine. Who's that?
It did look like a blue bike, but also looked like a green one had also maybe interfered, or not necessarily interfered, but maybe been hampered by that. So we've not really seen a lot of crashes at the boot, have we, today at all?
It is a blue bike. I think it's the one we saw come off before. We can quite work out who they are, and that's right at the pit entrance as well.
Yeah, we've not really seen a lot of crashes there today.
If you want to see it in the pit lane there, it's not a far walk. It's probably one of the best places to have an off if you want to get into the pit lane. But he's trying to get it restarted. By the looks of that, he's not looking too confident on him. Anyway, moving on to some actual mole racing that we're seeing a bit further up the field. That's the 43 there, who's part of the Moto 4 class. I want to say, yes, that's Cled Shed Racing. We saw have a bit of an issue down at the final corner not that long ago. They seem like they're keeping it going though. They did have a few offs. They've been into the pit lane a couple of times, but they're still chugging along in 25th place, and they're still making it work. In their class, they are 6th place. So sixth place in the Moto 4 teams. It's not a terrible day for them, is it?
Oh no, definitely not. I mean, I think we have 11, 12 entries in the Moto 4 category. So, oh no, definitely. If you can even squeeze in a top 10, I mean, like with even Hudson, the event organizer, everyone's alluded to it today. The experience. I know we have got the odd novice and people like the Team Daytona guys who are maybe just jumping on the bike for the first time. But again, them boys have got experience on riding bikes. We've got riders here who we've been told have shared the track with Valentino Rossi, so we've got a lot of experience out on circuit. So to make, like I've been saying all day, and like you've been saying, Tom, just to finish this race will be an achievement in itself. Any positions, kind of competitive positions, is just like is a very, very big achievement. So yeah,
absolutely it is. Now, Garside Racing, we've mentioned them a few times. We know the story of this team. They're one of the teams we've touched on more than anyone else, really, I think, because they've been making a charge. We knew they had issues in terms of their exhaust, but it looks like they might be back on the up. They've just done a best positive delta that they've had done for a while there, with taking 8/10 out of themselves on the last lap. As they come back down now, we're going to see them cross the line again pretty soon. We'll be able to see if that is continued pace. If they have stuck out, they've lost a second. I'll take it all back. They've lost a second again. So
the work they've done, they've just lost again.
They're holding their position a bit.
They'll be happy to be in second position, because we have seen them on the deck a few times.
They're holding the gap to Mecklen behind, who is going to be their biggest rival out there.
Oh wow, it's looking like it's getting tasty there. I don't know exactly what position that's for. Just above the 455 there. Looks like a few positions were going into the final corner there.
Is that just back markers together, or is that?
It may have been a few back markers. You can see the novice there just in shot, who has his hand up, just letting a few bikes through, letting people know he don't really want to get in anyone's way. He's just here to learn, which is great. A great initiative, really, from a rider who's not really got a lot of experience, I'm guessing. So that's good to see.
Yeah, it's very positive to see, and we've got a couple of the novice into the pit lane now. There, no way he's letting a few more people through, because he's coming into the bits, and we'll see this procedure. It's a wonderful procedure to see. Some people are taking it slow. They've got to come to a stop, and then they've got to walk very slowly with the bike down the pit lane. You're not allowed to ride it in the pit lane, so they are just slowly walking themselves along, getting them to the end of the pit lane, or getting pushed by their teammate there, as the 77 bike is. So that's it's a few different ways that teams are working out to get down there. Some getting off and walking it, some just lifting their feet off, stopping the engine and getting pushed.
Yeah.
What do you make of that? What do you think of the different strategies there? I don't know, what do you think the legalities of that is?
Well, I've been thinking, we've seen people backwards, sideways, up and down pit lane, so the legalities I don't think will be too, but I think it is good to see as well everyone adhering by the rules. We said this before, but nobody's looking for unfair advantages. Everyone's going to try and get the work done out on the circuit, which is good. We see the 213 Aprilia bike there. I think that's the Moto 4. So it's quite a big bike. I walked past that before. There's a few bikes out there very differential in size. You've got some really kind of small chassis and frames, and you've got kind of a full, well, probably not full size, but to me, I'm only a little lad. They seem full size to me. They seem pretty big. So yeah, it is a really kind of vast variety of bikes out there, which just adds to the racing, I guess, doesn't it, Tom?
It does. You're not wrong there, and this is proper racing. These are real road bikes. Hudson was talking us through the different classes when he was in here earlier, and sort of saying, street stock, if you want to have a go at that, and it's why it's one of the biggest categories, is because £1,000 all in for some of these bikes, and you can rock up and race. You don't need to do anything to it. You can make a few mods to a couple of things, exhaust pipes, things like that, but pretty much it is just a stock street bike. This is exactly what you'd find on your roads. This is exactly what you'd find, just out on, round about on normal road racing and things. So
exactly,
it's great to see that anyone can rock up here if they want to and have a go.
Yeah, it's so accessible, this championship, and races like this, it's really fun. Like Hudson was saying, you get a team of 4 or 5. I think you can have up to 6 people in a team for like a 12-hour endurance race, which this is, and you can kind of split the cost. I think an entry is only up to £300, 200 and odd pound. You can split that between you all, so it is very accessible and kind of and cheap rate and way format to get into motorsport. And yeah, I'm sure it's just a laugh, isn't it? I can imagine a few of your friends, if it's something you've always wanted to do, I'm sure it's so easy to kind of get involved, get a little bike set up. Hudson says, if anyone's got any questions, they offer full support. They don't just tell you what to do and then let you do it yourself. They really walk you through the kind of starting up of the championship and that, and a new racing career. So no, it's definitely a great platform if people are watching to try and get into motorsport or get into bike racing, if you're just a big avid bike fan like myself. So like I said, I've got my levers in the car. I'm just waiting for an opportunity today.
And that is definitely the case. It is very accessible, but it's very long, and you need to be ready for the fatigue, because we are approaching 2/3 of the way.
And me and
you
are quite fatigued, so I don't know what these boys are feeling like out there.
2/3 of the way through the race then here today now, coming up on the 4-hour mark, and it's after the 4-hour mark we're thinking we're going to start losing a bit of light quite quickly. 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, we're fast approaching it, and that's when, Hudson has said, as the event organiser, that's when they're expecting the light to start falling away, and they're going to get some hopefully nice pictures of the bikes running in the sunset as the light falls. And it's going to be absolutely beautiful, because the advantage of having a wet race when it gets dark is the lights reflect beautifully off of the track, and you can see a little bit there with all the headlights on these bikes reflecting lovely off the floor in front of them, and when it gets fully dark you really will appreciate it, because it looks absolutely stunning.
Exactly, yeah. I don't know about a few riders, but I don't know if a few hours to go, if you're not really in a position for a fight or anything, I'd be looking to get the bike sideways and get a few pictures for Instagram or your social medias in the morning, because like you said, a bit of a dusk and a nighttime effect with a few lights and the bike sideways, I'm pretty sure it'll make for a few good shots. But even the racing, just think of the pictures we've already had so far. I've seen a few photographers around the circuit today, but some of the racing we've had already, I'm sure that it's been making for some good video footage, so I'm sure it's going to make for some good photographic footage.
Absolutely, I'm sure it will. We've got a few cars going through our pictures now. We've just seen Usually Green racing once again, but they're working their way back up. They fell down after having a bit of an off through the Inkermans, but it's good to see them back out. They had to come into the bits, but they come back out and they are still running. And the engine on that looked a bit dodgy, and we thought that might be it for it, but they've kept it going.
Exactly, and that's the 113. I think that is that's the Frazowaki. So that's another person in the Repsol Honda leathers, but I don't know if that's the same rider we've been seeing in them leathers. I also like that Scottish helmet he's got, a bit of a John McPhee replica or something there. That looks pretty cool. But yeah, that's a Frazowaki, and
they've just got past Team Firespay by the looks of it, so that's what we're having a look at there. So
they're looking like the lap times are looking pretty competitive. So I mean, you can see there a guy with a Scottish helmet on. If it is Scottish, if he's looking to get his head down and make some ground. I mean, a top 10. Would you think that's on the cards there from 15th?
From 15th, I mean, it very well might be. The gaps ahead of them are pretty big. There's a long way to go.
It's a big gap.
Nevertheless, we've got a third of this race left to go. We've come 2/3 of the way in, so we've still got a long way to go and to find out ourselves. So hopefully we do see something great and exciting like that. Usually Green have just got themselves a position over RTB Racing, who might be on our screens now. They might have also just come into the pit lane. I'm not quite sure. They've dropped 2 spots over Fubar and Usually Green Racing. It's great to see him back in the race, because I genuinely did think the amount of smoke and horrible stuff that was pouring out of that engine, I thought they were done, but it looks like they've got it going again. They've cleaned it up, they've got all the turf and soil out, and they've got the bike moving again, which is obviously always a very positive thing to see.
Yeah, exactly, and that's there's probably been a bit of effort in the pit lanes. You can see the 113 there. I don't know who exactly that is. I think that might be Knard, and I think
it's coming out of boot, I think, into the final corner.
The rider, I think, maybe on that 113 has got previous experience racing in the Fab Racing Championship. So again, his experience on the grid, and you can kind of see that through the way he's cutting and conniving his way through the field. Some pretty cool moves there to watch. So the 113 going well, and yeah, that's the Frazowaki bike if you are just joining us, and I think he's leading his championship. I think I'm correct in saying, but the DW Racing, who's also in the same championship, they're in 8th position overall, so to oppose to the 15th position that the Frazowaki are in, so maybe losing a few points there to DW Racing.
So we're coming through now. We've got, we think, one of the riders there. Let's have a quick look. We've got number 113. Let's have a look if they're coming up on my list and see who it is that's riding those. No, I can't get any rider information about them specifically, but he has got that Scottish helmet on. You're right. It is, I think, got something written on the front of the bike as well, which looks like a name. I can't quite make out.
I think it says Knard. I think it is the brother, the Knard brothers.
One of the brothers there who race in other championships as well. He was mentioned to us by Hudson before when he was in here talking about that. You're jogging my memory. And yeah, I think they'll be happy with going back to 15th. Like you say, overall in their category, the Moto 4 category, they're now running in 3rd place. They're behind Frank Snap and DW Racing, who they're in this championship battle with. So they're going to be wanting to make the most out they can out of this race.
And that's actually Frank Snap right in front of them there.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're not on the same.
I don't think they're on the same lap.
Yeah, he's 21 laps down on Frank Snap, so he's probably not too worried about being passed by him. But maybe 20 more times, and he might be a bit worried about it. But yeah, he's cutting his way through the field. He's got a lot of pace in that 113 bike. And I still can't quite believe, to be honest, that Frank's racing there. You can see it on your screens. That old Honda C10 plop is still chugging along. And also, I mean, it's not the same engine that was in that. The horsepower of
and he's putting it back on the inside. It looks like
he's not going to risk anything there.
Far better of that.
But the horsepower on one of those stock, he was saying, is far too slow to reach into this competition. But the engine they're running, the Moto 4 engine, is the only thing that needs to be the same on those bikes. So racing that class, all you need is the same 4-stroke engine that all of the Moto 4 bikes have. What you do around that engine is completely up to you. So as long as it's on 2 wheels and it's got a Moto 4 engine in it, you can race it in this class, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's the really kind of good kind of selling point of this championship. It's almost like it's from one extreme to Hudson was saying before, kind of the classes are kind of split between it's how much you want to do for your, I mean, if you've got the time and the effort and the kind of tools and the knowledge to start welding kits or start doing stuff to your frame and chassis, etc., then that's where the Moto 4 category becomes more kind of finger to you. But if you just want to kind of get a street stock bike, you can go in that category and effectively kind of just rock up and race. I mean, you can do that in every category here, I guess, but as they get more steeper and with a bit more power, that's when it takes a few more details to really try and pick up time and win these races, I guess.
Absolutely. Now we're having a look at bike number 6 on track at the moment, which is by DW Racing. These are the people that we're talking about leading that Moto 4 class. They're closing in already on BJ Racing ahead of them in the Superstock class ahead of them. These guys have been leading this category all day pretty much. I don't think I've seen them leading anyone else leading the Moto 4 category, and they're even taking on and racing the Superstock bikes around them. So the gap now between DW Racing and BJ Racing is only 5 seconds, almost 6 seconds, but that is coming down. They're on the same lap and they are actually racing. So in an endurance race you don't see too many bikes properly on the same lap racing, but every now and then you get a gem like this, which is going to, I'm sure, lead into being an excellent race to watch. So there they go, number 6, middle of your screen right now, DW Racing. It says it on the side. These guys are the ones you're going to be wanting to watch as they come through here. They're racing the 213 of BJ Racing as well. It'd be interesting to see what they kind of do here. Are they going to risk anything? These guys, whilst they're in the same race altogether, they're all fighting for 8th position here, technically are in their own categories and doing their own races, which he is leading. He is the Team BST of the Moto 4 category currently, but he's leading in 9th place at the moment, trying to close that gap into BJ Racing. As we come down the back straight and go into the boots, we're going to have a look at what he's doing out there, and if he has closed that gap up. I'm trying to find and see the 213 of BJ Racing on track. I can't actually see it ahead of him. And as he comes around the final corner, BJ Racing have just crossed the line. They've lost 3 seconds on that lap, and DW Racing have made 1.5 seconds on that lap. So they are closing that gap. It's now down to 4.9 seconds. With the next few laps, this could be a good battle.
Definitely, and I think this can probably go down to, I know it's 5 laps in it, but it's probably not up to 13th, up to miniskirt. I mean, it can probably get a bit feisty coming into the last few hours now. And again, we're talking about the top 13, the top 12 here can really kind of start battling as it gets later on in this race. And that's just, again, credit to the classes and to the riders to stay so competitive throughout all these laps. I mean, we've hit the 404 now, 404 laps we've been commentating on today, Tom.
Yeah, I haven't loved it all.
I know, so it doesn't feel like, looking at the clock, it's like 8 hours done.
Yeah, considering we've done 8 hours, it's absolutely fine now. Here we go then. So this is again DW Racing. We need to be looking at BJ Racing 213. These guys are BJ Racing. These guys are the guys that are being caught at a rate of knots, isn't it? It was 4.3 on the last time round. Have they gone a bit faster? There's one bike between them now as they come down across the line. BJ, and they've already been passed. It's already happened. BJ Racing is now behind DW Racing, and the gap actually was exactly 0 across the line. I think they must have literally overtaken each other on the line, because the gap I've got between them is 0 seconds. So 0.000. They must have literally cut the beam at exactly the same time, which is absolutely phenomenal. So this is one you want to keep your eyes on here. That is the number 6 there, now leading over BJ Racing 213 it's not 0 seconds anymore. They've pulled out a lead already. You don't think BJ Racing are going to be putting up too much of a fight. They know that they're in a different championship fight here, well, a different category fight, and we're going to have to keep an eyes on this though, because it might come back. But DW Racing putting a car between themselves and Frank Stapp, the other Moto 4 that was hot on their heels, just over, 2 minutes down on the same lap. So okay, maybe not then. DW Racing comes across, BJ Racing haven't come across, so BJ Racing seen them across the line.
Hit the pits, maybe.
They must have hit the pits, because they had a very close gap at the start of the lap, and they still haven't even crossed the line yet. So I think BJ Racing have chickened out that fight once again. We've seen it happen a few times now, some good on-track action, and at the end of it, they just say, we'll come into the pits then.
I know, they kind of steal it. They deprive us, don't they, of that on-track racing, but I'm sure we'll get a lot more as we get near the checkered flag. Just a shout out again to the 75 of Oliver's Mount. They've just done a 109, and the previous was a 108, and Kledshed Racing have just done a 108. They're really competitive lap times. I mean, that's going quick, that. And then the number 32 are Fast and Loud. I think we've followed 32 for a few laps previously. They've just done a 1:05, and that is by far the quickest out on circuit now, and it's probably been the quickest for the past half an hour. So if we can get a shot of the 32. I mean, and that's impressive. From all the way down, though, in 23rd position, that's kind of to notching up them kind of lap times from back then. I mean, again, it can get quite frustrating because you're like, oh, you've got the pace, you've just maybe not got the track position, but that's racing, that's endurance racing, and that's kind of, I guess, more info and data they take for the next year's one, or the next time they compete in something like this. They know to make them first initial hours count, and stay up on two wheels.
Team Mechlam are currently in third spot. They've been in third spot for a while behind Garside. Garside have been dropping time, but they haven't been closing the gap. And this is the bike 8 even that we're looking at on time. Now this is Bear and Rose Racing, who are 22 seconds behind. I was saying Team Mechlam, who I think must have taken a pit stop here, because they've now got the gap down to sort of up to 7 laps to Garside, and it did come down considerably further than that. And so now Bear and Rose Racing have come out on the same lap that they've pitted in on. So they're on the same lap now. They're both running on the 3.8 lap, 389. And we could see a bit of racing between these two soon.
Have we got any info on the 8 of the Bear and Rose Racing? Because if I'm not mistaken, I've been walking through the paddock, I'm sure I seen I'm sure it was a young girl in them leathers.
No, I've not got any info on them, I'm afraid.
I think this is a young girl on the bike number 8, because I was just about to point out the style of this rider. But yeah, the style of the rider is really looking kind of looking really relaxed and flowing, and got a great style. So I'm not too sure exactly who it is on this bike, but they're looking like they really got some time in them. Like you've just alluded to, I think 25 seconds back now from 4th place, but they're looking good, and they're looking like they can probably maybe cause a bit of an upset for this podium with 4 hours left.
Absolutely. Now, I've just been shown a weather radar again, and it looks like the rain is moving on. It's not going to be sticking around for too much longer. It is slowly moving past the circuit, and we're going to have a bit of a bit of time now.
So do we get a dry race? Do we get a dry hour race?
I don't know if the track is not going to see. As it gets darker, it gets colder, and it's already pretty cold. So I don't know if this track is going to dry necessarily, but we're not going to get any more rain. I don't think we're definitely going to be able to avoid now any more heavy showers like we've had so far. So this is positive, because it means that they can start, slowly drying out at least a line. The bikes will dry their own line out. Obviously, these tyres get up to quite high temperatures as they're being pushed around the circuit. So as it starts drying a line earlier, we'll definitely see some tyres starting to tumble. Hopefully, we'll see some faster times on the circuit.
Exactly, yeah. So as we see a move there being made into Christmas Corner, I think that is on the number 8 of the Black Rose Racing, and that's actually Garside. So wow, the rider upon that Bear and Rose Racing right there, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think that is a young girl, and she's actually looking really, really relaxed on the bike in a great style. But yeah, we can just see the 51 then, just previously going into Christmas Corner has gone past that number 8. I mean, they weren't fighting over position. The 51 was already in second place herself. The number 8, who we're looking at now, is in 4th position, but having a quick look behind, maybe signalling, saying, yep, you go on the inside, I'm going to make my way into the pits on this lap. So that's a good little signal to let other riders know what you're doing. And there she is. She goes, if it is who I'm correct on speaking by, she's coming into the pits now. So that's a great stint. So yeah, and it is. I think it is on the OMG Racing. It's Chloe Jones, if I'm not mistaken. I think. I hope I don't stand correction, but yeah, if that is Chloe, well, mega stint by Chloe there. They are looking at something on the bike just before the handover, but yeah, the number 8 there, Tom, actually been away, have come into the pits.
Is it Bear and Rose Racing? Is that?
And it is Bear and Rose, and yeah, it's Chloe Jones on the number 8. So I was right when I seen her walking around in the leathers before, just walked past me, and yeah, them leathers look the same as the ones on the bike then. So yeah, Chloe Jones on that number 8. She got passed by the 51 at Garside Motorsport, but she looked very relaxed, and I don't actually know how long she was out for, but But she looked like she maybe gained a few bit of ground there, so that's good to see. Maybe a stint there by Chloe. Oh, we've got a bike off it. It's 7. Can't really get a number.
7. We've seen him before. I think maybe having a few. It looks like he can't get it started. You can tell by the light actually. You can see him trying to start the bike because the light's flashing.
He's trying to get it in gear.
Trying to get it moving, but he's really kind of struggling to get that running again. It looks like it could be an electrical fault even because of how much the light is flashing there. That might be a case of he's pulling it back into the paddock and he's going to have to take a pit stop here to try and fix it. It's the 718, I think that is, the 718 bike, which is, and I'll get you a number for him, that's OMCC Riff Raff. We have got a bit of info about them on our list, so I'm trying to work out who that might be. That's a red and black helmet. That's
a 718.
Sounds to me like it's going to be none of them have got a red and black helmet listed here. We've got just a black helmet, so I'm assuming it could be Dean Pyle there, who's had a bit of an off and struggling to get that bike going again. He's really, you can tell that by the dimming light on the front, him revving that, trying to get some power into it, it's drawing a little bit from the electrics, but he can't get it going, and that is an express route right back into the pit lane there. He's taking right all the way back round, across, it's cutting out most of the corners really from, what is it? That's from Ashby to the boot. So we're fast approaching now the 4-hour mark in this race. We've got a lot of teams coming along. We've got 40 seconds left before we reach the 2/3 mark, and we've got a nice rundown for you. Of course, leading is still, they have been all day, it's Team RST, absolutely flawless from them. Garside Motorsport are still in second place. They're holding on to Team Mecklem, who have taken a minute out of their last lap time, so I think a pit stop must have been in there somewhere, but then they're in third still. So Bear and Rose are currently in fourth, Vienna in fifth, with Red Rocket Racing in sixth, Team Daytona 7th, and they've been having a great run through. Unfortunately, have been passed by a couple of people now. DW Racing are in 8th, with Frank Stapp in 9th. BJ Racing finish out our top 10 with them. It's No Arse Racing in 11th, Little Chopper in 12th, Mini Skirt, who've had a great run up to 12th. Track Days, I haven't even heard of their name yet so far, so they've had a great little quiet run to get up into the top 15. They're in 14th place now. Frazowaki in 3rd in the Moto 4th, they're 15th overall. It's Lynx Racing then behind them in 16th. Team Firespade are running hard. They've been passed a few times, but they're still going solid in the top 20. They're in 17th place. Oliver's Mount Racing have been putting some very fast lap times out there. They're currently in 18th spot with Dirt 19th and Fubar finally up the top 20.
Yeah, exactly. And Oliver's Mount again, they're still probably the quickest team out there on track. And the Garside.
Oh no,
this is second position.
This is where it can get. Garside, they've had issues. We know we've been talking about the issues they've been having with their exhaust pipe. It's being run down the pit lane. He's got to get it to the red flag, and the fact he's running it before we even get to there means, is it just an off or is that a loss of power? What's he going to do? Is he going to pull it in to the actual pits here? Yeah, it looks like he might be taking it off. I don't know if we've got another image in the pit lane to have a look at that, but that's not ideal for them. They've got a 4-lap buffer to Team Mecklem, but that could fall pretty quickly. Hopefully they can get it back out, because they've been so solid all day and they've been trying so hard to get a good result out of it. But I was talking to them earlier and they were not confident at all. They were not getting complacent because they knew something like this could come along, something like this could happen. And you can't be confidently going to get second. You're going to get first in a race, because it can so quickly all fall away as well. So hopefully everything is okay for Garside Motorsport. Hopefully it is okay there. We hope that they can get out before that buffer is lost. Now, if you're joining us today, welcome to the commentary box. This is me. I am Tom, and this is Braden alongside me. You have tuned in for the the final third, in fact, of today's race. We've been going since 9:30 this morning. These bikes have been running around this circuit all day long, and we've been here talking your way through it all day. You've missed some great stuff.
I know my jaws.
You've missed some great stuff all day. We've had some great battles for top 3 positions, which could continue. We've had something go off on track now there.
That's a 77, if I'm not mistaken, the Milwaukee. I've recognised that bike before, and the 77 is a track. Let's see if we can find them on the track. Yeah, it's the track days.
Surely they've got a lot of turf in the wheel. They're trying to fish out there and get the bike going again. It's a definitely one of the nice street stock bikes there that he's trying to get running, and that is our leader. So we'll talk about our leader, Team RST. They have been absolutely flawless today, and as I say, if you've only just joined us, you've missed the masterclass that these guys have been showing us today in changing conditions. It's been raining, it's been dry, and now it's starting to dry up again, but it's still pretty wet out there. But it has been raining, and they've continuously been pretty much the most consistent team. Only one mistake from one of their riders today who was absolutely gutted about, but they are still going strong. They're leading this race by, what, a good 16 laps now due to Garside having to be in the pits. Garside Motorsport are in second, but Team Mecklem are not far behind. They're only 3 laps behind now, and they're closing that gap pretty quickly. I don't know if we've got any update on Garside. As far as I'm aware, they are not currently out on the circuit. There's a nice little blue line on all the riders that I can see out on circuit as to where they are. Their blue line is not going across their name, which makes me think they haven't triggered the start-finish line signal, whatever it is, since they've come into the pit lane, which is going to be so disappointing for them. I hope it's not a retirement, but like I said, they were not confident. They were pretty sceptical because of this exhaust issue that they might lose power, they might have to pull it in and retire. And the fact that he did push it all the way down the pit lane, he didn't even ride it to the red flag, makes me think a little bit like he didn't have any power, anything behind him on that bike, and that was his only decision. But hopefully they do get back out there, because they're on for a brilliant second place here today, and we've been talking about them all day long. They've been absolutely wonderful coming through and doing so well to get up to second place. They were down to 5th at one point, but they took advantage of issues that Mecklem had, that Bear and Rose had, and they built on that, and they got them all the way back up to second place. So hopefully we do see them coming out pretty soon. We've got a few, and that is them coming back out. I think, yes, they've just triggered the beam or whatever it is that starts the lap. They've just triggered it, and they're back out on circuit, so that's okay. It's not that bad. They've got 2 laps now to Team Mecklem behind them. Then they're going to want to try and keep that buffer as much as they can, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. And you can kind of say it's not gutting for Garside, because they've had up and down. They're used to this, I guess, today. But it is a bit gutting when you do work, you throw it away, and then you build all the way back, and then something kind of out of your control. I mean, I know they had a few offs earlier in the day, but for a mechanical problem to kind of spoil your podium and to be that close to kind of RST, I mean, they've been inch perfect. I mean, yeah, they had one little mistake, but in weather conditions like this, we've spoke to so many riders today, Tom, and they've even been saying, wow, riders are coming in saying how RST, this was prior to the crash, but how RST have been keeping it on 2 wheels all day is outstanding.
It really is phenomenal. You say about that crash, it's a bit of a mark in their record that they won't be happy about. They would have loved to do this race flawlessly, but you know what? It's impossible to do that, I think. Exactly. Across 12 hours, you cannot have a flawless race without a mechanical issue, without just a little high side, a little bit of a trip into the grass. So the fact that they've only done it once is really commendable. They have been so solid at the front there. They have the fastest lap, which I don't think is going to get beaten because they set it in the dry. A 56. It's one of the only sub 1 minute laps we've actually seen around the track today. And they have just kept it on. They've kept themselves focused, and as a team, I'm very impressed with how they performed.
Exactly, and as you alluded to then about the sub-minute times, I mean, this is crazy as well, because we're now getting into the important stuff of an endurance race, and what you can actually find here when you quickly scan the lap times. I mean, RST are the only team whose lap time mirrors where they are in position, if you understand, because everybody else who are in the sub 1 minutes, they're down the order, and that's kind of now the endurance racing. If you was kind of go off quali times, the top 5, RSC would be the top guys, but probably the rear of the field would hold the kind of speedier riders, the quicker riders. So, absolutely. And that's just the case of really just staying enduro, just consistent, staying on top of the bike, not making the mistakes, not going at 100%, maybe going at 75, 80%, reeling it in a bit. And as we're seeing now, the top 5, the top 6 teams, not necessarily the fastest on circuit.
Absolutely. So this is Garside's top rival now, the 1-2-2 of Team Mecklem. They will have seen that Garside have had an issue there. They've had their own sets of issues today, so they're going to want to capitalise and take advantage of that as much as they can. They currently are still 2 laps down on them, and they're going to want to close that gap as much as they can. If that issue persists, though, if Garside even have to come into the pit lane again, if they have to, make another stop or even tyre, that car. We don't know what the problem was, but it did not look like it had any power. If they keep losing time, then Mecklem are going to keep coming up, and they're going to push that bike all the way.
Yeah, exactly, and that is going to be it's going to be important for the kind of overall result of this race. It's going to kind of throw ruffle a few feathers, I guess. But this is just going to make it more exciting. I mean, even the RSC, if you ask me, this race is far from done. We've seen little accidents, little incidents. It turns out you think it's a 5-10 second incident out on circuit. You come back into the pits, it can turn into a 10-minute incident. So there's still opportunity for stuff like that to appear and show its nose. So as we can just see there, the 122 going on the inside of the 135. So the 122 is the Team Mecklem, and they're going on the inside of the it's usually green racing of the 135, who've had a few problems today. So yeah, the 122. I just love how the bikes move under the braking on that certain corner. I think it is after the Inkermans. It's going into Ashby, so you've got a bit of a straight there, and then it is hard on the front brake, and you can just see that the front end of pitch, especially on that 122 machine. So that's he's making some class moves on the inside of a few riders now. So
yeah, he really
that
is.
bike's looking like it's hooked up. The rider's looking like he's in his groove, he's in his rhythm. So yeah, it's the 122 is looking, and actually probably one of the fastest bikes out on circuit now.
So with Garside having to take that sort of hit in the box, they've now got a 16-lap gap to first place ahead of them, to Team RST. You've got to think, with 3 hours to go here now, unless they have a really major mechanical issue, this is looking almost, rosy for them. They've been in that top position all day long. They haven't, I think they've dropped it once to Metcham, I think, even, as we were just talking about. So they are absolutely storming it at the front. They've got that 16-lap barrier. What kind of deficits do you reckon that means? That's about a 20-minute stop they can afford. Maybe a little bit less than 20 minutes in the pit lane to fix that, and they will still come out in the lead. So they've got a huge gap there. Hopefully they don't, fingers crossed, because we don't want to see them out this race, because they've been absolutely flawless, and it will be gutting luck for them if they don't manage to finish this race. They've been absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, if they're on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, they've still got the free lifelines, haven't they? They've got the phone a friend, they've got the 50-50, and they've got the audience. And to be quite honest, it makes it even more better when the rest of your competitors have used their lifelines, and I think that's what everyone else has done. The Garsides, your Mecklems, your Fiannas, I mean your Red Rockets, your Team Daytonas. I mean, they have probably got a few ace cards up in the sleeves to try and get on that podium, the final step of the podium. But in terms of race wins, I think if anything doesn't go wrong, I think we might be crowning the Hudson's team, I guess. Hudson, Johnny, the full boys down at RST.
That is a bike that we've got stopped on the side of the track there.
46, I think it is.
Okay there.
That's the RTV Racing. We've seen them go down, actually. I don't know if you remember, a few hours ago, it was actually the guy, I can't remember what ride it was, but they had quite a bad turn. Yeah, it's number 46, it's the RTV Racing. They had quite a bad crash, which actually maybe caused a bit of fairing damage. So I'm just curious to see if this ongoing problem now is to do with that crash previously.
It could well be, and he stops there in a bit of an inconvenient place right at the top of the back straight. So yellow flags are waved as you go through Chapman and into that straight, so no overtaking there, but hopefully he can get that moving and we can clear up that bit of the track once again for green flag racing. This then is, and on that bike right there, right now, this is Frank's Snap, I believe, the 80. It's been going really well. This is the Honda C10 bike that we've been talking about all day, that is just absolutely brilliant to have a look at. It's a very classic Honda bike from, what do you say, the 50s, 60s, something like that. And it's been remodified, refitted with a Moto 4 engine to give it a bit more power, 4-stroke engine. But it's going to give it a bit more of a pep as to what the stock bike probably had quite a long ago. Yes, this is what many people refer to as the pizza delivery bike. It looks like it's a little moped.
It is. It's a kind of bike what would send a pizza to a beef eater or something. It's a good looker.
It absolutely is, and it is a beautiful old thing. And if I had one, I'm not sure I'd want to.
I wouldn't want to race. I just want to cruise that.
Promise to risk damaging it. We did want to have a chat with one of their riders, but I believe the rider that was going to talk to us is the man that's now on that bike.
Oh, is that the
maybe when he comes off, he might come in and have a talk with us.
It looks like he's having too much fun.
He does, yeah. I'm sure we've been moved to the back of his mind because he looks like he's just having a whale of a time out there. Yeah, look at him, he's very laid back, he's sitting back in his seat, just having a nice time, riding that bike beautifully. And we've had someone talking to us about this bike and said at some tracks, not on this one, if a track we've got a long enough straight in good conditions, this bike can go up to 100 miles an hour.
Exactly, you can see him there having a few moments.
I wouldn't trust it.
The power of it,
no,
I guess.
Yeah, you wouldn't trust it at 100 miles an hour. You'd be worried that the amount of power going through those wheels are going to rip the wheels off, because that bike was definitely not designed to go at 100 miles an hour, that's for sure. So it'd be interesting to keep an eye on him and see how he keeps going here, because I wouldn't be overconfident in that bike, but you know what, it's performed so far. It's stayed true to its reliability and things like that, and hopefully that's not a commentator's curse, because I'd hate for it to be, because they've been doing very, very well. And as you can see, as he comes through a lot of these corners, he almost looks a bit unstable on it. He's maybe a bit too relaxed, but perhaps that's his riding style. Maybe that's just what he's doing.
It might be liking to take it to the limits to try and find the grip and stuff, but yeah, it seems like he's got everything under wraps there. But yeah, looking very smooth and, like you said, relaxed on the bike. I love the little blip as well. You can just see on the right hand movements how it's blipping to then go down his box. So that is, again, that's to maybe stop the rear wheel from locking. So if you're going,
to say, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit of a tongue twister. But yeah, if you're going down the back straight and you're obviously wanting to come into a hairpin or a corner kind of sharp, if you just go down the box without a bit of a blip to match the revs, especially in cars as well, this happens, it can lock up the rear wheels and cause kind of an accident. So it's nice, even to see on the old bikes, you can I'll probably see the rider input and just see how hard them boys are working out there, blipping down the box, and that's the last thing on his mind. That's just coming naturally to him. He's probably thinking of going on the inside of these two now.
Now, we started this at 9:30 this morning. We've been going almost all day, and we're approaching the 6 o'clock mark, and this is when we were warned that we might start to see the sun started setting. We've had the lights on for a good hour or so now. We've had the lights on the bikes, but this is when we're going to start actually needing them, not for visibility in the rain. The spray seems to have stopped pretty much now, and I think there isn't that much rain out there. So now what the lights are on for is because the light is starting to fade. As you look out to the circuit, I can see from my box, I'm not sure if you can see it on any of your cameras, but there's floodlights are also on above the circuit. There's floodlights all over the shop, lighting up the circuit as well. So we are obviously in anticipation for losing natural lights to move to the unnatural
fossil lights. What would you call that? Fossil fuel lights.
The electricity that is powering all the floodlights around the circuit, because we are going to be racing in pitch black conditions. Yesterday we were here at the circuit. There you go. There are your floodlights. Yesterday we were here at the circuit and we were looking at conditions going dark at about 6:30, 7 o'clock is when it started properly getting dark. So similar situation I imagine we'll see today. And there you go. You can see all the lights on the bike. That bike's got three lights on the front, one on either side of the wheel as well. He's more than prepared.
It looks like a BMW police interceptor. That second one in shot, doesn't it? It looks like it's just going to pull someone over on Air 5.
Yeah, he's going to be on Channel 5 Police Interceptors. Yeah, keep an eye out for that, and it'll be.
I don't know. When I was reading midweek on the rider info sheet, I don't know if I'm mistaken now, but I'm sure. I mean, there is a team called something like. I'm sure there's a team called Interceptors or something. I'm not too sure, but I'm sure I've seen an occupation as police officer or traffic cop. I'm pretty sure. So
have a search on my list, see if I can see something to do with it.
But if I see that, if I'm looking around and I see that coming up behind me, I'm pulling over ready for 3 points or something.
There's nothing coming up straight away for police officers, so I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, so we've got Lynx Racing here.
Oh, this is Lynx Racing. They're on another one. It's the same bike as the previously said Frank Stapp. That is also a Honda C10. Looks a little bit different though to the one, the classic 60s looking one that the pizza delivery boys on over at Frank Stapp. It's the same one though. They just made a few more modifications to it to make it a bit more structurally sound. I believe you can see. Actually, you can't see now because it's gone behind a wall of tyres. But there is a extra
It's like a frame,
beam,
isn't
a
it?
frame across the middle of that bike, which is just kind of there for structural integrity. But yeah, that is exactly the same bike, stock at least, as Frank Snapper Racing, but they've changed a little bit on it and made it look a little bit faster, a little bit different. We've got 122 in there to the pit lane. That is our third place team, Mechlem. They've come in for a driver change, a rider change by the look of it, and they're pushing him straight back down the pit lane and going straight back out again. You think? I don't think they're going to be hanging around for too long. They don't want to lose their third spot that they've got. Out they go, straight out the other end of the pit lane. Look at that, straight in, rider switch, straight back out again. That's what you love to see.
Yeah, and they've got the 2 laps on Garside Motorsport anyway, so yeah, they've got a tiny bit of room for a kind of cushion for a bit of a mistake as such. I mean, I don't think they'll be wanting to make a mistake, but I think coming into the last final 3.5 hours now, when you've got a gap of, what would you say is kind of good to have some 2-3 laps or so?
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair enough shout to have a couple of laps distance between you and the riders. You'd be feeling quite confident now. That's enough for a pit stop or not. So we're going to look at Miniskirt now here, who are currently running in 12th place. They are a few, not too far behind, 11 seconds behind No Arse Racing ahead of them, the 455 bike, as I might prefer to refer to them as, and they are closing that gap. They have been across the last few laps, pulling in a bit of time every single lap. It is 11 seconds. They're on the same lap, and like we're saying, endurance racing, quite a lot of the time you've got a 2-3 second buffer between the few cars either side of you due to pit stops and all these other things that will happen. But these guys, they've fallen into the same lap together. No, the 455 bike of No Arse Racing has crossed the line. Miniskirt hasn't just yet. They're coming up now. Let's see what they put in. It's a similar lap. They haven't closed the gap. It's still 11 seconds, so that's not quite what they will have wanted there. They wanted to have closed that a little bit more. Maybe they got tangled out there with a bit of traffic, a bit of back marker traffic in their way, people not in their race, not on their lap. But that's something you can't quite help. So hopefully they can keep pushing, close that gap, and get a bit of good racing out there.
Yeah, and I've just got my eye here on the live screens of BJ Racing and DW Racing. DW Racing are just about to start their 397th lap, and they're probably about 15 to 20 seconds just up the road from BJ Racing, so down the road, should I say, from BJ Racing. So they'll be looking to, they're 14 seconds it is, so they've got an opportunity there to maybe claw their way up into a few more positions, up into the top 10. But
yeah, we've already seen DW get past BJ once. I think they are DW leading the Moto 4 class here today. They have been all day. They have been racing with the super stock bikes ahead of them already, and I think they must have taken a pit stop there, which has handed it back to BJ. But they're going to say, hang on, I want that position back, and they're going to keep chasing them down, and hopefully they can pretty quickly work that out and get up to. So this is still Miniskirt that are on their laps. They're trying to catch up to 455.
They've had a change for a second. I think is that due to a pit stop?
Yes, Team Mechlem have now jumped over Garside Motorsport. So we've talked about Garside all day. They had that unforeseen pit stop a minute ago where they were in for quite a while, and that reduced their deficit to Mechlem, and now it looks like they've...
is that Garside there in the pits? Looks like somebody's having a bit of trouble.
I don't know if they're back out. I haven't got any data of them.
No, it doesn't look like Garside to me.
Being on track. So have Garside come in and stopped? You hope not. They were struggling. They really were struggling out there. They came in, they thought, I think, that they'd fixed an issue. Maybe they haven't. Now, Garside, of course, the bright fluorescent yellow bike that we've seen going around all day. It's got the number 51 in bright yellow LEDs at the front in LEDs. But no, I cannot see them back out on the circuit right now.
That's just so devastating because they've had such good pace.
They have.
They've made mistakes and crawled the way back through consistency, through...
Now, Bear and Rose Racing in 4th place are on the same lap as Garside. If Garside can get out before Bear and Rose complete this lap, then they will be neck and neck for 3rd place. But I'm looking at the pit exit next to me here, and I'm struggling. I've not seen any bright yellow bikes come past me. One's just gone. It's not Garside. Where are they? Are they coming out, or is that a day for Garside Racing? You hope it's not, because these guys have been running so well all day. They've done so much good work.
The students have been working hard on the engine, so we hope it's
not. They're on for a solid 2nd place, but I can't see them on the circuit. I don't think they are on the circuit, and Bear and Rose are coming now into the final couple of sectors to finish the lap, and the Garside, we have got them out. They've just crossed the line. Yes, they're back out on the circuit, so They've kept it very, very close there, but they are holding on to a podium spot for now. How far behind, though, are Bear and Rose Racing? That's what we all want to know, because they are chasing down third place. You think they will be at least within a minute or so of them as they cross the line here. 22 seconds, so okay, that's still quite a nice gap for Garside to have. I don't know what the issue was that they had there. It looks like they've got what they told us was their
funky levers.
Their funky levers. Ryan Garside, he was their what was it? They said their star driver, their star man that was going to make up the places, make things better for them if they got in a bit of a sticky situation, and maybe that's where they are now. They got their star man out. They need to increase that deficit to Bear and Rose Racing. Unfortunately, they are now 2 laps down on Team Mecklem, who have taken second spot. They're 19 laps down on Team RST, and you know what? 19 laps is a long way for Team RST to lose.
It is when you don't make mistakes.
When you're not making mistakes like they're going to have a serious issue.
Speaking of mistakes,
we've got 113, and I'm not sure that other bike is.
And again, the
455. That's the 455 of Noah's Racing, I think, that's been involved in that.
And that's the 113 of Frazawaki.
Is it? So it was them and Miniskirt that are having a little tussle over the last few laps. Let's see what Miniskirt. I don't even know where Miniskirt is. They're not on my screen. They're almost, but they've not completing the lap. I think they might be in the pit lane, Miniskirt, because I can't see them out on track, and they've not completed the lead lap from what I can see. So Team RST then have pitted. They've heard that Garside, who were behind them, have come in and had another issue. They know they've got 18 laps down, 19 it was previously, but obviously that pit stop has closed it down a little bit to capitalise, and they have indeed done that. And Miniskirt have now been passed by Little Chopper Racing to the 12th place. So Miniskirt, who were following not that long ago the number 12 bike, seemingly out of the picture for now at least. Hopefully they can get back into it. This is Garside then you're looking at on your screens right now, 25 seconds down the road from Bear and Rose Racing. Bear and Rose Racing are going to want to close that down. They're going to want to catch up to them, because this is a podium position for these Superstock bikes, and Garside, they're going to want this so badly, aren't they? They're going to want it more than anybody else out there.
Exactly, yeah, and that's just all credit to kind of the effort. I mean, they put effort in during the week. I'm sure every single team here and rider has been banging in the effort, but to rebuild the engine on Thursday and even to just go through the big rigmarole they have done today, from having the pace to dropping it and having the pace and dropping it. So it's been a up and down roller coaster of emotions, and that's just for me, the commentator. So God knows what it's been like for the riders out there. But like you said, if they can manage a top 5, a podium, wow. That'd be, again, I'm going to start giving a few awards out towards the end of the race for rides of the day and star of the day, and Garside Motorsport would definitely be my pick of 3 for that.
We'll just say that these aren't official awards we're giving out. We haven't. Hudson hasn't commissioned us
we've got no trophies to give you guys or anything, but, if you do rewatch this.
Commentator awards we're giving out. It's coming from Braden there, the Braden bonus award.
I'll give you a piece of blue tack I've got in my hand.
He's got, and he's had that in his hand the whole 12 hours, so it's nice and sweaty and warm, so that's something to look forward to. Garside Motorsport then, what are they doing? Are they increasing that gap to Bear and Rose Racing? We'll see as they come across the line now one more time. They're actually going a bit faster.
Yeah, so previously
they've been losing a lot of time recently, but they're actually picking up a bit of pace now. 105.7 from them, a very good lap from them. So
and that's been accompanied with a Fianna engineering, if you see, only 2 105s on that timing sheet.
We did say the track's not getting any wetter. Maybe that line is now starting to dry, and we're going to see a few seconds coming back.
Will we see a sub 1 minute? That's going to be interesting. We've got 3.5 hours left
before the end of the race. That's
before the end of the race.
A very big ask. The fastest lap currently was set by, of course, Team RST. They've been winning everything today. They've currently got a 56.464. They set that on the 19th lap. For reference, we're now on the 435th lap. So very early on in the race today, that was set.
Would have been Hudson, I guess, that
going
19th
slow
lap.
there with his arm up. I'm not sure what's going on there. Hopefully that's all okay. This is the number 8 then of Bear and Rose Racing that has been trying to catch up to Garside. They're 33 seconds off of Garside, so they're trying to close that gap up. They're trying to catch up to it, but unfortunately it was 20 not that long ago, so he's lost a bit of time. He lost 5 seconds on the last lap, and he's dropped down to 33 seconds behind. So hopefully we can see a bit of racing there, but as long as Garside keep whacking in the good laps, which they have, a 1.5.3 now on their last time round, 2 seconds up on their previous. They are absolutely flying. They must have fixed whatever was wrong with that. They said they had a power deficit. It doesn't look like it anymore because they are
Seems like they've been
flying
saving
now.
power to use now.
Absolutely. So they've got Team Metrodome, who did overtake them. They're 2 laps ahead of them, and they want to get back up to them, and they're pulling the gap out to Bear and Rose Racing, the number 8, who I think you're seeing on your screens now. I think that might be them. If not, that's the number 6 of DW Racing, but the number 8 of Bear and Rose, who is losing time now, 39 seconds. They can't keep up with Garside's pace that they've pulled out now.
Yeah, exactly. The number 8 looking very strong now. I think they have just got the number 2, the race leader of the RSC team behind them, just slotting in there. But even I think the RSC boys will be trying to get a pass done now. I don't know who that is. Is that Hudson out on circuit now?
No, that's Pat.
Is that still Johnny?
Towers, I think. Yeah, Johnny Towers.
And Johnny's just made a lovely move there, and then he's probably going to maybe try and get his head down. But this is a good position now for the number 8 of the Bear and Rose Racing, because like I've alluded to before, if you've got a faster rider in front, he can pull you around, he can show you a few kind of lines and stuff. That's just only going to help you throughout the race. So a good few laps there for the number 8 of Bear and Rose Racing, and
see the headlights glaring in the camera lens there. They've got to get them on, because it is actually, if you look out the window, starting to get dark. We said it would happen around 6 o'clock, and guess what? That's pretty much the time now. We're coming straight up on 6 o'clock. We're hitting the 3.5 hour mark left in this race. It's been going on for a while. I think we've been here since 9:30 this morning, but do you know what? Morale is still high. Everyone's still excited, and we're still pushing, because we all know what's coming in these last couple of hours.
Oh,
it's
yeah, we've been waiting
down to it. This is what we've been waiting for. You said earlier you wanted to fast forward to this point. Well, here we are. We've finally got here, and this is what we're all going to be having a look at now. We've got full course yellows. Oh, I see. Sorry, I thought my producer was telling me that we've got full course yellows. No, there hasn't been full course yellows. We've been racing all day. We've not had a single red flag. We've had a couple of yellow flags in certain areas, but no, we've been pretty good in all circumstances. Racing has been continuing all day. If you were only just tuning in, where have you been for the last 9 hours nearly?
Yeah, you've missed the action.
Yeah, you've missed a lot of action, but you're kind of coming in for the best bit, so I sort of understand. If you're coming in now and you're thinking, okay, well, where's the timing screens? I can't see anything on the screen. That's not our fault. Don't blame us for not having it on screen. It's out of our hands, unfortunately, that, but you can find it if you want to see it. If you've got a accompanying laptop or tablet that you can pull aside next to your stream, you can go over to alphatiming.co.uk, navigate into the 24-hour kart championship, where you'll then find the 12 hours of Whilton Mill.
Okay.
It makes sense, yeah. 24 hours of karts to find the 12 hours of bikes, yeah. It all makes perfect sense, yes. So if you head over there, you can find the timings, and you can see exactly what we've got here in the commentary box to use as well. So yeah, fortunately it's out of our hands that we can't get you up as a graphic on your screens, but nevertheless, you can find it if you want to have it and follow along at home over on alphatiming.co.uk.
Exactly as well, and if you're watching on the stream, on the live stream, on any platform that you are watching, just drop a few comments. We are actually receiving the comments here in the nice, keep them nice and PG, but we are receiving the comments here in the studio as well. So if you can't get the timing up yourself and you are wondering maybe if your family or friend how they are doing on track, give a little comment, write in the number, write in the name or whatever the team name, and me and Tom, I'm sure, will be able to inform you about your loved ones maybe are getting on if you're watching at home in the warmth. So yeah, so it's becoming quite a drastic kind of change of lighting, as I can see outside now. It seems like it's getting dark quite quickly.
So joining us once again back in the studio, we've got Hudson. He's come in.
He's back.
Welcome back. Since we last spoke, we were saying how flawless it's been for you. You've had a little off, but you've kept it going. You've still got a nice lead at the front. What happened with that off? Can you give us any sort of insight into that?
Yeah, I mean, basically, the feedback, the data analysis from the rider involved was obviously Johnny. He reckons that the seat foam fell off the side.
Right, okay.
And he went with the seat foam.
Yeah, he said that to me.
Yeah, really, really interesting sort of comment. But the problem is we use like sort of a contact adhesive, which is the same as the carpet glue, and what happens when it gets really wet, it stops sticking.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're now riding with no seat foam. We've got spare seat foams, but nothing will stick down. So yeah, we had to fix it. The whole gear side rear set was mangled, so we fixed that. we managed to mend that, but we've actually sold all our spare ones to the other Suzuki guys who've been crashing before us. So we only had one spare. So we had to mend our broken one to be able to have a spare in case it happens again. So but that's the way it is. So it's been a good race. It's obviously starting to change now. The rain's obviously eased off a lot. There's a couple of spots now, but for intents and purposes, it's not raining compared to earlier, and it's just starting to go dark when this sort of action happens. The TV doesn't really do it justice because you look out the window and it's definitely starting to get significantly darker. You know what I mean?
We've been saying that the lights have been on for a couple of laps now. I think at first it was because of the visibility in the rain. Is that right? We had the lights on, but now floodlights also being on. It's because it's starting to get dark, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, the guys should have been running their rain lights. Obviously, they've been getting spoken to as they've gone. We try and be the officials, not me. The officials try and be quite open. They don't want to be pulling 10 guys in because there's no lights working. If it's dangerous, they'll make an immediate call. Just on that note, I saw a Facebook post earlier of me doing a pit stop and then riding out again, and they said, "Well, you've done a double stint." Well, actually, I got done for passing under the yellows and had to stop going. So I know you guys were commenting. I've watched it back. I'm like, I don't have time to go and reply to them blokes, but we'll have a chat later. But it's funny how social media can explode in a different way because I'm actually getting bollocked for passing under yellows.
Well, we was asking, we was like, how come Hudson's kind of come in? And we spoke to you after you explained you did a yellow flag, maybe not seeing it, and you just had to have a little discretion. So
I think it also was a bit confusing because your teammate was there to take over. And was like, wait, what? I'm not getting
he didn't probably know what was going on.
Well, we've got a bit of a mutual agreement. When the two riders are working, the other guy's always ready, just in case something happens. So they obviously saw me coming in. They didn't even know about the black flag. You can see them having the chat afterwards, and with the official and explaining, I think it was a Christmas corner, but I sort of remember the incident because it was 5 abreast and the yellow flag came out, and I think I went past 5 guys unintentionally, but I'd lined
had nothing to do really.
I'd lined it up, but I mean, no excuses. It was an infringement, absolutely justified, but it wasn't any sort of strategy. I wouldn't have come in at all. I would have done another 15 minutes.
We were saying it's a bit of an interesting move. That's an interesting decision.
I don't think it gained 19 laps or whatever you've got in the bag anyway, so I think that's just down to the kind of commitment and the skill. We've just been saying that one small mistake. I spoke with Johnny later before, but that's just really, it's not painting the picture. It's been flawless from yourselves, all kind of, and that's kind of painting the picture of the results. I've been saying the fast riders now, the people who are hedging the fast lap times, they're down the field and they've made the mistakes, unfortunately, and kind of race is gone now.
Yeah, there's a lot of faster guys that are pushing on in these conditions further down, and like you say, it's all about getting to the end, and one small mistake and we were nearly victims, but the bike held up quite well. The left-hand side's got a few little bits of action, but as you can see now, there's good traction, and we're concerned about a couple of things, tyre wear, all that sort of stuff, because with the varying degrees, if it does get a little bit drier, the very soft wets that we're running with.
I was wondering about that, if you'd come in for, how dry would it have to be maybe to change?
Well, we've got a slick option that would work in damp conditions, so if it was to go that way, but we'd probably lose 2 minutes changing wheels, so you need to get that back, and the offset, really, you'd be doing 58s, 57s on a clear lap, so if you look at doing 105, so it's 10 seconds, 8 seconds a lap, you need a bit of time. So
it's a big risk as well.
It's absolutely. The only negative of the wet tearing up is when it tears properly, when you turn in, you'll lose traction on the way in, and obviously your turn 1 and turn 2 are places where that would be affected. But at the moment, we're looking really, really good, and the tyres are wearing up. Like I say, that bike's fully shod with YSS, and it's we've been tinkering with it all year, just getting it slightly better. It's a road bike, so you have to work a lot on the bits that you can. And we've got it really, really dialed. You can see the bike looks pretty stable as Johnny's going around on screen now.
Absolutely. Well, we've been saying about it. The fact is you've gone almost 9 hours now, pretty much, and you've only had that one nothing. That's a great run. I think it's so compared to what everyone else has been doing. Everyone else at least has had a couple of offs. They've had to come into the pit lane to make repairs and things like that. So for the most part, I think you guys have been pretty solid at the top. You can tell by the gap you've got over the rest of the field behind you. But
I also want to give a shout out to we've got Rowley and Lee and Glenn. Glenn was in here earlier. He's been helping on the spanners, and when we obviously had that incident, Johnny managed to get the bike back. He kept his head, which obviously a lot of riders, as you can see now, DWR is down on the floor after giving them praise.
They've been getting a few places, but it's unfortunate that's happened.
I think he should be alright. Dean would. That's Dean Waits on it. He's not normally a crasher, but I think he's off. He's off. There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Like I said, he's a tractor mechanic and looks like he's been farming.
He's been on his John Deere there.
Absolutely. He's getting a bit of overtime.
He's got the wrong overalls on. He needs to go and get his John Deere ones back on.
That little off there has actually cost them the lead of the Moto 4 category now, because they've been passed by Frank Snap, looks of it, for going off there. So that'll be frustrating.
That's been a good battle, to be fair.
They've been pretty much leading that class all day, so that'll be frustrating for them. But what's the gap, is it? Is it salvageable? What are we looking at there? 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's on the same lap. Yeah, so they'll put. I mean, they've got a lot of time left. They just need to keep a steady head. I mean, like I say, they sort of been doing it through being steady, you know, and not from pure outright pace. But I don't know if Frank Snapp came in and saw you. I know Graham's been quite keen to go and have a chat with you guys.
Yeah, he came in, but unfortunately we'd just gone out to the pit lanes. I was talking about there. I said come back in 10 minutes, but then I saw him on the track.
Yeah,
so,
no, he's fairly busy.
Yeah.
And he's the team owner is their hotshot rider, so he's like triple stinty now. Well, look, the NWR is coming into the pit, so looks like he's got some issues. And the problem is when it happens on your brake side, you know, that means so your gear lever side, you can't change gear. And we tried to finish a race earlier this year in half an hour in one gear, and we had a good lead then, and we ended up finishing second because we should have made the repair. And you thought you could put it off by getting around. It just wasn't possible. So nice to see all the guys stopping, pushing the bikes through. So it's really, really good. That's Asher Durham in the green leathers waiting for Fast and Loud. I think he's going to get on track now. He'll be one of the faster lads.
Fast and Loud, I've been noticing they've been notching up some great, like 105s or something. So quite,
the times are
quite a bit faster.
Yeah, as it's drying, I think out there, so, you know, a slightly drier line is being formed just from, I guess, taking the line on without more rain coming down. So the times have been coming down. We were looking at 110s when it was raining, and now it's drying up a bit. 105s is what we're kind of looking at. So, you know, they are starting to come down quite quickly.
What's your plan now throughout obviously we've got 3 hours and 20 minutes left. Are you going to do another stint? How many stints would you probably get in?
I've popped in to see you boys. There's Frank Snapp now. They've actually got their slower ride on, so Graham could come over and chat. I'm going to go out now. I've been holding off to get a bit of night riding in because I did that last night, so I feel fairly comfortable in the dark. But it's still going to be daunting going out there because I've not been out for a few hours and a bit stiff. It's a bit cold, damp. So I've been loosening up, doing some star jumps, and just trying to get psyched up for it again, just try and keep calm because 3 hours 20, we've got a fuel stop left to go. So it's all to play for still. I mean, decent gap, and we're chipping away 18, but it's sort of been there or thereabouts, and it's that nemesis for us in the championship, Team Mecklem. Great friends off track, arch enemies on track, and they're running like precision clockwork, albeit that they've made their errors. They've still managed to get themselves ahead.
Exactly, it's been a great effort from them. I've said that even with the gas side boys, they've had so much kind of bad luck. You make your own luck, I guess. So they've had so many offs, but they've stayed so consistent, kept their head down, and it's paid dividend now. They're looking for a podium finish, which would be good.
Well, they just had not that long ago, a good 10 minutes in the pit lane again, Gers. I'm not quite sure why. I know that the exhaust problem has been bothering them for quite a while, and they started falling back from you guys at the front, losing about 3 seconds a lap in general to you because of that. But they seem like they've picked up a little bit now. I don't know whether that's maybe solving the issue, finding a workaround, or just because the track in general is
getting a bit faster. They might have had to take the whole exhaust. We've had exhaust coming this year before because of the cold hitting the front of the header. It sort of, every time you get a splash on it, changes the metal, so essentially you start trying to loosen the bolts, and if they've had that happen and damage the gasket, the only way to take it off is, but all I'm saying is cooling down, you still can't hold it. To actually do the change or a repair on that part, it's almost glowing red hot. So fair dues to them that they've managed to do that. But it just shows Mecklem they've had their issues, and again, another team that's come from an off-road scene, father and son normally, with a few fill-in riders this time around, and to be ahead of the Garside Motorsport team, like I say, Ryan, lap record holder around Three Sisters, absolutely fantastic. And we've been talking a lot about the lads getting maybe a couple of days off in the college. I don't know if that exhaust is full, if they pinpoint that on someone there.
Monday morning, them boys.
They'll be checking all their torque wrenches, I tell you now.
I mentioned it to one of the members of the team earlier, and he said that he doesn't think they could do a week off, and maybe he'll buy him dinner or something nice like that.
There's a good chippy just down the road. I used to race for the Raceways boys up there, and I know there's a good chippy down the road.
Well, that's what they can have. Good chippy.
All the lads will be treated, barring the one that's out in the exhaust.
He'll be feeling bad, won't he?
But Fiana's come back up as well since I was last year. They're doing
they've been again very consistent. They've had they've shown so much pace. Even now, 106s and stuff, they're kind of showing that they've still got it. It took them a while to build back into it, but I think a mistake just knocks a bit of confidence. I was speaking to Johnny before, and he was not got confidence as such. He was just a bit gutted, and he said he felt really into a flow and he felt really comfortable and confident, and then something like that, it just kind of knocks you back a few feet. But
he's got over it now. I mean, I say he's in all the hours he's done racing enduros here, and also he rides back in South Africa, and he does a lot of development with Ryan Farquhar and the on the twins, you know, he very, very rarely falls off. And this year, I think in total, he's had 2 crashes. So this is the second one. So, you know, fantastic ratio. And as you know, the conditions out there are treacherous.
Exactly. It's hard enough, I was been saying, to finish a race, to stay on. You don't understand. This does no justice of what it's actually like, and just anything, the spray, everything, just tipping in. Suction the brake, it can just go at any moment. So
absolutely. I mean, we've got a picture just out of shot. Is Jordan Lake, the Marquez sort of replica. He's back out there. I saw him getting ready to go out. He said he's already been texted that he was mentioned on telly. So he's loving it. He reckons everyone back home is watching. I said, how big is the village? He says, well, it's only 100 people.
But they all know me now.
They all know him now. Yeah, we'll know the story. We'll be ringing his mum.
We'll try and get a word, because when he was out again, it was another one. It was with Chloe Jones as well. I think it was Chloe we seen. But just real looking, you can just, from a naked eye, people maybe don't know a lot about racing, straight away you can just tell they kind of look good and they feel good on the bike. So he's been definitely one to watch throughout today.
Absolutely, yeah. You can see now the light's starting to really glow bright on that bike. We've got another added sort of battery light that goes in between those two, which is not on yet. So that should light up a bit more, because you know it does have an advantageous setup. If you can see, because where the shadows start occurring, you can get a better picture of where you're going. It just plays a better trick with your own mind. So not quite there yet, but it's definitely going dark. So we've got Shane Norville going out next. Obviously, like I say, ex-MotoGP. Really, really nice chap. He's had a bit of a rest, a few cups of teas and a biscuit, and dried his leathers off, and he's back out. So as soon as Johnny's finished his stint, we'll have that. And you can see Garside coming up behind us now.
Is that Ryan out on circuit?
I think that's Ryan. Yeah, he's definitely on the charge.
Well, he probably won't be too concerned about letting him through this time, but maybe another 16 times or whatever the gap is, they'll be going, oh, okay.
I think the visor's up as well. They've got a bit of misting going on there, so he's definitely working out a bit of a sweat. Yeah, that's definitely Ryan. That's his style. Sideways in, sideways out.
Yes, he's got the, you can tell it by the overalls there, which is described on the as funky. He just said they're funky overalls. That's the colour he's described it as. So he's having a great time out there, and I love the light on the front of that bike is a fluorescent number. It's great.
Brilliant. He added the 25. Really, really nice touch, you know.
Yeah, it looks really good.
You can see DWR back out, so they obviously doing 1:16, so not got back in the swing of it. Obviously 3 seconds slower, lost 4 minutes with that pit stop. So hopefully they can pull it back, because obviously to be honest, if Ian and Dean ring me in the week after they get beaten by C90, the jokes will be rolling hours and hours. I think they'll stop phoning me.
Well, at this rate, it looks like that category very well could be won by Frank Snap.
The
gap between them and DW.
You never at the end of it, I guess, if they win it.
Wow. He'll never, ever, ever let any of them hear the end of it. Honestly, he'll be sending them pictures of him sitting on the motorcycle. He really calls himself Ginger Power. That's his word. So yeah, you'll see when he's in here later on, and he'll
be loving it.
Yeah, he'll be loving it. And obviously, he's probably sitting there nervous and trying to plan some strategy or something. That's why he's not come to commentate. Yeah.
So we did see him have a little bit of an off there. They're not quite back up to pace yet. When you have an off, then you kind of get a bit of a knock to your confidence. How long does it take you to get back up to full speed and be confident again? Not braking a bit earlier and being a bit more cautious to make sure it doesn't happen again. There must be a bit psychology of confidence in that.
The thing is, anyone that's ridden a motorbike on the road or at a racetrack, when you start to ride a motorbike at any sort of speed, even when you go on your first CBT course, the fight or flight instinct kicks in, So obviously when you have an off, you're worried about that. Obviously in our case there was no injury, but it's the repercussions of the race scenario. Maybe in real world there can be injury stuff, scenarios on the road. But when you get back on it, the strange thing is the fight or flight takes over. And as soon as you're back in your rhythm, you sort of forget all of that negativity. But it's just getting a few laps on your belt. So, for me, you would always want to take at least 5 steady laps just to build your confidence and see where you are. But you can see, for example, Johnny will take his time through these back markers, whereas Ryan's obviously carving his way through really safely. It's just that little bit of a step change because of the position you're in. Be sure if we were 3 laps behind, we'd probably be taking a lot more risk than we are now. You
don't want to risk losing it on a back marker and losing loads of time.
It's risk or reward, and obviously you've not really got a lot to gain.
You don't really have a need to overtake them right now because you've got a nice gap. Why would you worry about sacrificing that?
And you look, Ryan's gained a couple of seconds there, but it's not it's not going to be the end of the world. So that's really the approach you need to take. And so the nice thing about the guys that are around us for sure is that they're all mature enough to know that when we make a mistake, there's no point to dwell on it. Let's move on. And to be fair, if you look at most of the guys that almost, I think everyone now's had an off. All the teams certainly, and for the most part, everyone can repair their bikes, has carried on going, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely, definitely is. I think we had a chat a little bit about full 180 last time you were in here.
Yes.
Unfortunately, now they've parked up, they've pulled out.
I was saying to them they've used that many spares or something. He said he's run out of spares. That's the kind of reason. He said we're all out. I was like, all out of what? He said parts. He said we're done. I was like, oh. And they were actually getting quicker towards the end.
It was because they were one of the fastest bikes on track before they had to come off there. But
that's Asher Durham in picture. Sorry, just to catch.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, that's Asher Durham on the Fast and Loud motorcycle. So he's picked some for heroics. He's been sort of helicoptered in from Donington.
Oh wow!
But Johnny is sort of catching up to him. So I don't know if he's on a hard lap. Because like I said, we wouldn't be taking too risks. But look, Johnny's on the back of him, so it could be an interesting little train. This.
And he should be at Donington this weekend.
He is, yeah. Well, I think he's been there the whole weekend already. I don't know where he's qualified. I haven't had a look, but I know he's competing in the Superstock 600. So yeah, Asher's with their schedule, they only get probably 12 laps today. So he's done that. With 45 minutes down the road, and he's come along and helping his endurance team out.
I mean that's fair enough. 12 laps. I'll pop down to Whilton Mill and I'll get a few laps in there. Why not?
He'll probably arrive tomorrow faster, and that's going to be the benefit he's got. But yeah, you got a right gaggle. You got Jordan Lake, Asher's there, and then obviously Johnny's having a look up the inside. And you'll be telling all his mates he passed Marquez. There'll be no after that crash
on inside.
Exactly. You'll just take a still and be like, he was at the track day where I was.
Well, is this going to be? There's going to have to be a few riders out there now as the sort of sun starts setting. You get these beautiful lights on the track, thinking, oh, maybe I'll just try and get a nice couple of pictures for Instagram in the morning. Especially if they're not
spin it up for Instagram.
Yeah.
Well, we got grid photography out there who work alongside us, and they've got a drone up all the way up shortly just to take it, because when you get the light blurred images, you get them all across the whole circuit. So it really looks good, and then they'll get some close-ups. So yeah, I mean, when you get the sunset sort of going down, this sort of colouring going on in the sky, it really, really makes it look good with the right sort of exposure. So I just don't know. Obviously, the problem you got here is when you've got two fast guys going through the pack, you end up double trying to pass everyone, and it makes things more difficult than they need to be. So almost Johnny's sort of bottleneck behind Asher now. But there's a great example. You've got a current sort of BSB support class race at top of his game. I think he finished on the podium the round before last.
Yeah.
And you got Johnny, who's in my team, definitely raced a bit in his prime, but as sort of recreational racer, and he's able to hang it out with them, and that's great. And they're on Frank Snap now, making some passes there. So Frank Snap really, really doing a great job.
Mega job hanging in with the big boys.
Really are. Yeah, they've been up there all race, and they've just kind of been consistent. They've not risked anything. They're not taking any huge gambles. They've just held their position and sort of enjoyed, especially a 12-hour.
Just made the pass on Asher.
Johnny's looking at the inside.
There we go. Asher's nugget. you see, look, Asher's head's bobbing a little bit.
I wonder where he's going to go for it now.
When he sees that motorbike, he doesn't like it.
Johnny has a little look across.
Look, there you go. There was no chance. It's become a 5-lap dash.
There's 3 hours left, boys.
No.
Come on, let's sink it slow.
Let's just hope there's a bit of maturity in the number 2. Show what's happened earlier today. Yeah, he was definitely trying to scalp him. So yeah, look, Asher's definitely got to hurry up. I think he's pushed the pass button on that bike for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, like I said, it just dried out just enough. I mean, obviously, I think it's going to be damp to the end now for sure, but it's dried just enough that we haven't got that sort of torrential rain. Maybe a risk of it going a little bit slippery as it gets too dry. It sounds ridiculous, that in-between weather, but it's nice that the rain's abated, and really thankful. And obviously we've got the sign now on the start-finish straight on the gallantry saying lights on, so everyone have to do that. And obviously now you'll see people getting called and that lights isn't sufficient, because some of the guys, like on the bike in front of Asher there, they're running battery-powered lights. I know that for sure, because they run a total loss ignition. That's Lynx Racing, so obviously if they start to fail because of the time link that they've been on, because they've been on most of today, then they're going to have issues with that. So we've got some backup lights we obviously strap to the bike, because it's very, very important to have that safety feature, and also as part of the rules.
Yeah, exactly.
So if there is a light failure, especially when it gets dark, that's just an instant black flag, is it?
Absolutely, yeah. You can't carry on going. We had one in the 12hr with the rear when it was starting to flicker because it got filled with water. They obviously made us aware that we would be at a black flag, so we were prepared with our spare lights. And then it had stopped raining then as well in that example. And we fitted a battery-powered light, and we were able to carry on, and we had to rotate that twice. But the light we have on there is a MotoGP light that they use in Moto3. So it's a really good light. But the funny part about it is the few have failed, not because they're poor quality, it's just they're probably not used to 12 hours of rain.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
A few hours,
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you wouldn't get. So yeah, Ash has obviously got the hurry up, which is good because it's nice to break those two up a little bit. Obviously, it makes it nicer for the guys that they're passing. The guy side bike going on the backstrap, looking at the window now, his number board is really, really looking good. And then you obviously got Asher following it up, and then Johnny coming up, following up from the rear.
It is great to see, and as we now are less than 10 minutes away from the 3-hour mark, it's actually gone very quickly by. This is the final quarter we're approaching now. We've done 3 quarters of racing here, and we've seen a lot of good stuff, a lot of changes, especially in the top 3. Once you've been knocked off the top, but you came back strong. You've got a big old lead now, but it's Mecklem, Garside and Barham Rose. They've all kind of been stopping around that 2nd, 3rd and 4th spot. A lot of reliability issues is really what's been causing some problems. It looked like Garside were quite comfortable in 2nd, then they had to come into the pits and give a bit of time in there, which gave Mecklem the advantage. What is the gap between them?
Garside's just done a pit stop, I think.
Garside have just come in again, have they? But so they're only a lap behind Mecklem, so there still could be something happening there for P2.
They've definitely got the pace as they have had the whole day, and they look like they've solved their bike issues.
Yeah.
I think Ryan's got off the bike now, so he was their faster rider. So we'll just have to see how their next rider fares on, and it'll be great to see the sort of the top end getting a bit more grippy, And you can see I was mentioning Lynx Racing on the sort of the other hybrid C90, which is no longer C90. They're actually P3. So you've got the 2 classic sort of pre-classic builds coming forward.
Well.
And
absolutely.
in class obviously, and making their way forward, and then even making more of them. Like Korea's old Fubar with his air-cooled Moto4 bike, backing him up. So you've got 3 air-cooled bikes in the top 4 of Moto4 where they can build any bike they want.
Yeah.
Wow. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, exactly. Not it's just endurance racing. It's staying on. It's being consistent and doing all the things right. It just shows.
Yeah, definitely. I want to give a shout out to you boys. Obviously, this is a long stint. Your enthusiasm. We've been listening to you the whole time on the live streaming, and absolutely, the passion you've had for what's going on and what you've been seeing is absolutely immense. So really, really, thank you, boys. Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure to be a part of, and we've been saying how kind of just fun and. Even with the weather, with the rain, it's getting more. Every hour goes on, it gets more exciting for me because I wanted to fast forward a bit before. I was like, right, get us to the dark now and get us some proper racing in. So I'm really excited for the remainder of this.
This is going to be the bit you're going to want to keep your eyes on, keep looking, because as we come to the end,
or to play for, or to change. I mean, when you go and grab a coffee later on, you have a little bit of a break, have a look outside, have a walk out, and just have a look, or maybe go upstairs to where the cafe is and look over the circuit. It'd be absolutely immense with the lights and everything else. It's something that that's really, really going to be spectacular.
Yeah, it's going to be brilliant, that's for sure.
So in picture, you got a KTM 125, RC 125, which is obviously it's the same chassis as the 390. Funny enough, KTM's decision, but they just bolt a 125 engine, and so a really, really good bike. Great for the sort of bigger rider, and obviously just got past one of Garside's riders. So they've obviously not got one of the quicker guys on the Garside bike at the moment. Maybe they're giving him a stint, and then they'll swap it over. But it's great to see the KTM going so well, because that's a bike that I've personally ridden back in South Africa, and it's got a lot of potential. 35.
Oh, that is a stop there for the 35. We've seen them having a few issues there. It looks like they're having light issues as well at the front there. The 105 going slowly as well now. What's the 105? We've got the 105 is of... Not at the top there. Can we have a look? Scroll down, see if we can find what's happening here. 105s... Am I missing them? Can you guys see them anywhere?
If I'm correct, it was it's the BH Racing.
BH Racing.
I think we've seen them prior a few hours ago.
Yeah, here we go. We're in the pit, so I think Shane will be getting the
race leader.
Yeah,
coming on into the pit lane.
Good stint by Johnny. It was good for him to get his head down, I guess, and just make some consistent laps.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, can you talk us through this a little bit then? So
obviously our strategy is to get someone else to run it. Normally we would, but because of the length of the race, we just thought take a bit of stress off the boys. So that's Lee Matthews running it through now. He's helped us last year and this year. We've got a rider down there. He'll hand it over to Shane further down the pit lane, and then obviously that bike's gone the other way.
And then over the other.
That's definitely fatigue starting to set in there. You don't want to pick your bike up and then drop it the other side. That's for sure. Yeah, so he'll pass it over to Shane, which we obviously lost that picture. There we go.
There we go.
Shane's leaving, just getting started. The funny thing is you saw Shane stutter there. A couple of things. The Suzuki's got a button where when you push it to start, it keeps firing until it starts.
Yeah, we've noticed people doing that in the pit lane, stopping
and with the water, they don't want to start as easily. And they've come in boiling hot, and then everything's vaporizing. So actually, they're not that easy to start. And you saw them, it was just sort of chugging away. So yeah, some worrying moments when you're trying to leave pit lane every time when that happens. And obviously with the rain sort of dropping off a bit, but this is sort of a baptism of fire now because Shane's not ridden for a few hours. I'm going to go through this in half an hour when I get back out there. And obviously this is the learning curve, and you go through it again, and you're at absolutely maximum risk for those 5 or 10 laps that we mentioned before until you get back in the groove. Even though you've not had an issue before, you just need to find your feet, find out where the grip levels are, and go again.
And is it also a sort of situation as the rain eases or gets heavier or whatever, the track conditions are changing, braking points are changing all the time, so it's almost a process of those 5 laps, relearning the track, because it's completely different to when you were last out there.
Absolutely. When Shane was last out, he stopped basically, he'd done his stints, but he was completely soaked, so it was in the heavy rain. Now obviously a lot less rain, but the temperature's dropping off. It's just a damp racetrack, so the problem is you've got nothing on your visor, but the racetrack's not a lot different. Arguably some areas maybe a bit worse, than it was in the heavy rain, because it's getting a bit slick. Obviously the temperature's dropping away, but you can see now he's just working his way through. I mean, to be honest, Shane's given a lot of feedback on that because he's rode a lot of very, very high level bikes, and he's really, really complimentary about the Suzuki. I mean, we chose it only because of my heritage. When I went sort of pro racing, it was on a Suzuki. Suzuki gave me my first opportunity. We love the Honda as well. There's an unbiased love towards the Honda. I still own a few Hondas, which is my secret sort of stash that we keep. But you can see the Suzuki and the results of a lot of the other teams that are up there. The sort of Mecklin Racing, Bear and Rose. These guys have all switched onto the bikes and they're loving them. So we by no means completely supported by them, but you've got to call the product when it's right. So each bike definitely has its attributes. The funny thing about them is they're built completely differently. And when my team have just walked past and making signs at me, sorry guys, they're built completely differently, completely different philosophies. But when they go around, gas sides on a Honda, delivering the same lap time as Suzuki. But you can wax lyrical about different motorcycles, and they actually all do the same job, just in a different way. And it's unbelievably how that happens. You can see now that left-hander been catching people all day.
It seems to be getting a bit more worse now, and people are getting a bit complacent and not realising that's where it starts.
It's because there's no rain on the visor. As a rider, this is the big issue. You've got no rain on the visor. You think you're riding in the middle of Spain at a test session in Califat, and you want to get on the gas. You've been given an opportunity, and then all of a sudden that happens to you, and you can see there's not a lot of traction. Obviously, I think probably there's a clutch lever broken on that bike, so that's why you can't get into neutral. But when you come around, it's off-putting because you see someone lying on the outside. You obviously need to take care anyway, but it slows you down naturally just from they've seen them on the side of the track. But that is definitely an issue.
What is it exactly quickly about the Suzuki? What you kind of like so much? Is it kind of what feeling do you kind of get feedback wise?
Do you know what the engine layout on it, the way the engine power delivery is what I would call a proper bike. It's smooth, and it revs right to the rev limiter. If I was a teenage youngster riding to school and back, that's the feeling I'd want to have. Obviously, when you're that age, you sort of get what you're given in a way, But we're lucky enough that we can ride the different bikes. Compare it to a Honda directly. The Honda tails off. It's an older engine. You can just feel the Suzuki was considered to build everything for the category it's in as a very, very good motorcycle, and it's brilliant. Whereas, pick on another bike, KTM, fantastic bike, but
is it rain? Some more rain?
A little bit of rain.
Look at the puddle just outside the window. You can see drops of rain coming into it. So we thought maybe it cleared off for the rest of the night, but it still looks like it might be coming down.
Caused a bit of chaos in the last hour, maybe.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, so different bikes. I mean, the KTM, obviously, another fantastic bike, good engine, but they've thrown it in a really big chassis. That's a lot of rain now.
Yeah, you can see it in the headlights of the bikes. They're being reflected that it is starting to come back down again. And, maybe your idea for the slick tyres you can use in damp conditions might be having to be altered slightly, because it looks like
you can see the 32, I think that is. Just letting maybe the pit guys know. It's maybe getting a bit worse now, the weather.
See the spray, there's a lot of standing water again.
This is it. We've had changing conditions like this. We started this morning dry, the weather started to turn for the worst, and then we've been having it pretty full on for the last few hours, but then it lifted off, and now it looks like it's going back down again. But this is what you love. This is what you get for endurance racing, isn't it? You get so many different conditions that you need to adapt to. You need to race through.
That's it. The 3 hour mark, 3 hours left.
Yeah.
I'm going to head off, guys. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your insight as well.
I'm going to go back into the rain.
Best of luck on that last stint.
I'm sure you'll be watching me, and then obviously if you guys on social media will be watching, and I won't be double stinting, especially when it's raining. I'm not that keen.
Everyone keep an eye on what he's doing in the pit lane.
Yeah, come on, we've got to be some suspicions.
Thank you, guys.
Cool, good to have you back.
Thanks very much, mate.
Bye-bye.
So yeah, and you can see there it's a team who have still taken the lead. So Hudson's probably going to be jumping on that bike within the next few minutes, I guess, half an hour or so, Tom. But wow, it's good to catch up with Hudson because he informs us on so much.
He's got all the knowledge.
He's got all the knowledge.
He's the knowledgeable man that you need to have a quick word with to fill you in what's going on around the track, what's happening, and you can look on that GoPro now, on that camera.
Oh, it's getting bad out there
now. That is absolutely soaking wet. We thought we'd seen the most of this rain. It looks like it's still coming down pretty heavy. So yeah, it's getting pretty soggy out there now, and I definitely don't think I'd want to be on that track right now if I'm honest with you.
Unless you're an otter.
Unless you're an otter. Yeah, maybe if you're an otter, that could be lovely conditions in the puddles, in the water out there. Yeah, why not?
It was interesting to hear off Hudson about the different kind of chassis and different bikes and different power deliveries but then, like you alluded to as well, it's crazy. You have all these different bikes, you have different setups, you have different riders. However, they can still manage to be there or thereabouts over a lap together, and it is kind of crazy to see. But the different opinions on bikes and what suits, and I guess it's rider preferences, isn't it? Like if you want the smooth power delivery, we've been saying about people today have been having that snappy power where it's been catching them out in conditions like this. You have a bit too much power when you're not expecting it, and it's not like it's a bit like a car, I guess, but any little touch of the throttle, a bit of the pull, too much of a pull and bam, your race can be over in a sense.
Okay then, so we're coming into the final quarter of the race today. We've gone over the 3 hour mark as Hudson just alluded to before he left us here, and we're coming up now to what could be the hardest part of the race in the dark, in the final stint. Hello, here we are. This is the Freetech Endurance 12 hours of Whilton Mill. We've done
how long have we done now?
9
hours.
After 12. We've got 3 to go. So
wow.
It's been a long old haul, but it's not over yet. We've got 3 hours to go, and this, if you're just tuning in, you've picked a good time because this is where it's all going to matter. What happens in the last 9 hours, it's recoverable.
Exactly.
Big mistakes aren't the end of the world because you've got a lot more time ahead of you to go. But these last 3 hours, if you make a major mistake here now, it's a long old haul to be able to recover from that, make it back, and repair the deficits you've got. We've got some great racing going on out on track, and if you want to see the timing screens, you can. You head over to alphatiming.co.uk, head into the 24-hour karting category, where you'll then find the 12-hour bike category that you need to see what's happening out here, and you will see as soon as you're in there, our top 2 second and third spots even are really racing for it. They're going to be close, and that is going to be one you want to watch unfold before the end of the race. You've also got Team BST, our leaders today, who are top of the tables right now. They've been leading us all day pretty much, and they've been absolutely flawless, but anything can happen, anything could change as we go.
Rundown with 3 hours left to go.
With 3 hours left to go then, Braden, do you want to give a rundown of our top 40?
Let me talk you
all
through
the competitors we've got out there.
Exactly, well, we've got a lot of people, a lot of teams on the grid now, so let me give you a quick talk through on the 3 hour mark. You can see a quick little shot there, the pit lane, but yeah, like Tom has just alluded to, Team R, well, not much has changed at the top of the field. The number 2 of the Team RST are still on top, and they've got the fastest lap of the race with a 56. That was done on lap 19, so pretty early, and we've not really been sub-minute for quite a few hours now, have we, Tom? It's been wet, it's been pretty miserable out there on circuit, but the racing has been anything but. So yeah, the 2 of Team RST are leading with a 1-2-2 of the Team Meclan. We've mentioned them a lot. They're in second position with the 51 of the Garside Motorsport. Great recovery ride so far by second and third. Definitely the 51 of Garside Motorsport. They've been having lingering issues all day, but they've managed to keep it on the podium. So far so good. So 2 hours and 55 minutes left to see if them boys can keep it there. And number 8 is in Bear and Rose Racing. They're in 4th position with a 22 of Fianna Engineering in 5th, and the Red Rocket Racing a 23 in 6th position. We can see the 22 and the 23. We've actually seen them all day battling on track, so that's been some pretty good racing. We've got the BJ Racing, in the 7th position on the 213, And in 8th position, we've got the 955 of Team Daytona. I caught up with a few of the riders in Team Daytona before in the pits, and they were telling me there was one rider specifically never stepped foot on a bike. Well, never stepped foot on the bike he's racing other than today. So that's pretty good achievement to say they're hanging in the top 10 again. It's like Hudson just said when he came in, some very talented riders. So we've got a masked man there in the pits giving us a little wave, and he's looking like he's ready under the brolly. A few other riders there ready to kind of get their stint going and get out in the wet rain. Yeah, so Daytona, they're rounding out an 8th position with in 9th position it's the 8th Franks Snaps racing team. So they've had a really good run so far. They're in 9th position, and rounding out the top 10 is the 455 No Arse Racing. Again, the 455, we've seen them. I think we've seen them had a few tipples off and a few offs throughout the day. But again, speaking about recovery rides, Garside Motorsport, Team Metclam, well, the No Arse Racing boys on the 455, they're another one who've recovered some points here and managed to keep it inside the top 10. But yeah, Tom, we're still 3 hours away. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself saying like it's kind of all wrapped up now. We have still got a lot more racing left to do. So yeah, does anybody stand out on your eyes? You can see on the lap times there. I mean, usually Green Racing, again, you mentioned them a few times in the stream. They're on the 135. They're just on the 108. And in comparison to, I don't know, Garside Motorsport, who are doing 111s, again, you've got teams down in 19th, 20th, 21st positions who are lapping just as quick as the front guys. So
I think we've got another guest joining us in the studio as he comes in. Come on in, here you are. I'll give you a headset to put on.
Yeah, we've got some guests.
If you don't mind, there you go.
Well, we'll actually have 2 guests. I'll hand my headset also over while I just nip to the outside in the pit lane. So yeah, we'll have 2 guests on air now.
Here we go. Welcome, guys. Thank you very much for joining. Are you both from Frank's?
We are.
Frank's,
yes.
What is it? Frank Snap.
Frank Snap.
Yeah.
So Graham and Russ, and somehow we're in the lead at the moment.
Yeah,
in our class
in Moto 4, and it has been wonderful to see DW Racing. I think had a bit of an off, didn't they? And you guys took full advantage of that. Jumped over, and now you've got even a few positions on them. So
we've been trying to just each away a little bit through race. And, that helped us obviously. So
brilliant. Yeah, I mean, you guys have been brilliant to watch. And let's just talk about your bike, because it's by far the best looking bike out there. I think, you know, a wonderful. It's a C90, Honda C90, is it?
It's C90, but it's got 125 engine in.
Yes, so
it's an old 40-year design.
Yeah.
Well, 50 or 60 year, but our frame and mechanics of it is 40-year-old.
Right.
But we've uprated as much as we can within the rules.
That's
so
brilliant.
It's semi-competitive.
So this is the thing.
40-year-old riders too.
Yeah, right.
So this is the thing about Moto 4. It sounds like such a wonderful class, because as long as you've got that 4-stroke engine in the bike, is this right? You can do whatever you want to the frame, to the rest of it.
It can't be a race engine, but anything else.
Yes.
So you can do auto suspension, auto engine, and really suit it to your riders, and that's what we've done today. So if you've noticed, our tyres are really skinny.
Yeah.
But it's helped us, particularly with this rain.
Yeah, because you've got
some skinny little wet tyres, and we just sort of zipping through it. Other than the really good riders, we seem to be in with it.
That's absolutely brilliant, and you guys are performing so well out there. And like you say, you're dealing with conditions better than a lot of people, I think, are out there.
Yeah.
So you're taking full advantage of it, and you are, you know, absolutely storming it in your Moto 4 class. You're currently leading it. Lynx Racing as well, I think, are using a similar chassis to yours, but I think with a slightly more modification to it. Is that right?
Well, they've done quite a lot more to chassis, and their engine is a lot more bespoke than ours. A lot faster, but not quite as reliable. But it's been good today. So
it has, yeah. Well, I think
they've been flying.
They currently find themselves 3rd place in your class. So at this rate, your class is going to finish with two plops on the podium, which is a great result for them. Obviously, we've still got a good 3 hours left to go. Let's not count your chickens before they've hatched. But you know, we've still got a long way to go. But hopefully, you guys can pull off a great result here. Fingers crossed for you that we do see something good. Thank you very much for coming in to talk to us. Really appreciate it, and best of luck out there.
Nice to be asked for a change.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much. Right, putting the headsets down. Off they go, and we take a look back to on-track action. I've lost my commentator. I'm not sure where he's gone. My co-commentator Braden. He's gone for walks. He left when everyone else arrived. And now it's just me. So, do you know what? I'm fine with that. We can take it through nonetheless. Let's just give you a quick bit more detail on what's happening on the grid. Braden gave you a great top 10 rundown there, but I'm going to give you just a quick run through the rest of the grid. We've got Mini Skirt, who are just ahead, just behind the 455 in 11th place. Little Chopper Racing 12th. DW Racing, the other team in that Moto4 we were just talking about there with Frank Snap. They're currently in 13th place, but second in their own category. Team Firespade have just jumped over Track Days, who I think might have come into the pits there. Yes, I think we might be able to see them in the pits now. They've just jumped over to 14th with Track Days taking 15th. Lynx Racing, the other C90 Honda that's out there, is currently in 16th place. Oliver's Mount Racing in 17th. 18th is Dirt. Usually Green Racing find themselves in 19th. Is Fast and Loud in 20th. That rounds out the top 20. Frazzle Wacky going in 21st ahead of Fubar, the air-cooled Moto4 out there, one of the only air-cooled bikes out there today. They're currently in 22nd, with 23rd being that of BH Racing, 24th RDG Racing, 25th Premium Parts. We had a chat with them in the pit lane earlier. All the Gear, No Idea, find themselves in 26th. 27th is JP Racing, 28th Clad Shed, 29th the Bike Hospital, have had an unfortunate race really. They usually are at the top of that Moto4 field, but they haven't. 30th then, rounding out your top 30, it's Keep It Wheel.
Did I miss anything?
Welcome Matt Braden. No, you just had a lovely chat there with the
Who was that? What team was that?
That was from Frank Snap. That lovely little Honda car. The bike that they've been putting around, and they were very happy. They're very chuffed, I think, with the result there.
Exactly, I'm sure they were buzzing with the result they've got.
So on our screens there now, we've got the rider we were trying to work out earlier who she was from a road. It's Chloe Jones, we have heard about. She is on which bike is it she's taking part of? I think it's the.
I can't remember exactly what bike
is it. The
was.
Bones? Not the Bones. The Roses. The Bear and Rose. I think it's Bear and Rose.
Okay, it was the number 8.
Or no, actually, I might be wrong. It might not be Bear and Rose. I think it might be.
I think it was the Bear and Rose.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I'm getting a bit slightly confused myself. Right. But yeah, I'm sure it was the 8. The 8 bike she was on. I think it's the OMG or something. The riding. OMG racing team she actually races for in the PSP support series. So again, the vast amount of experience.
It's amazing.
Hudson was just telling us we've got somebody here who's just literally been at Donington today.
Yes, exactly.
On the BSP support package. We've got your likes of Chloe Jones, who have again raced on BSP support package. We've got the likes of Shane, who has just gone out on the RSC team. He's been on the same track as Valentino Rossi. I mean,
exactly. It's phenomenal the amount of differing experience we've got here. We've got people that have never, like
never
Team Daytona. It's his first time on the bike here this weekend, and then we've got people that have raced with Valentino Rossi. People that've got years of experience in numerous different categories, category champions. We've got a whole range of people here that have got so much motorcycling experience between them, and with 53 teams, a good 300 odd riders, you're going to get a few like that, but it's great to see nonetheless.
Exactly. Yeah, and again, it's just testament again. I keep saying this, but to the championship, to the riders, to everyone involved. You've touched on it quite a few times, Tom, and it's the community feel. It
really is.
It's a competitive feel on the track. But okay, you fall off, I'll help you push it back into the pits, or my mechanic will do a bit of stuff in yours, and again, that's just club racing.
Like Hudson said, they've got their the felt for their seat, the actual cushion part. They've fallen off theirs, and they can't get it to stick back on, so they're not riding anymore. And they've given the rest of them to the other Suzuki riders. So that's exactly what we're on about here.
CLC here in the pits. This is good to watch.
This is true mechanic fixing here. Drill a couple holes. What we've got? They've pulled the cable tie out as well, haven't they? There now.
I've never seen Quattararo doing that to his own M1 after a session. That is proper work.
That is classic endurance racing. What's the quickest fix we can do? Duct tape and some cable ties. That's always your best bet, and that's exactly what they've gone for there. A drill, make some holes, cable tie back together, and then the fairing will be back to normal.
And it's interesting to know. I never knew. I've always wondered, especially today, it's kind of been going through my mind about the different. I always thought, maybe assumed the bikes without fairings are maybe just older bikes, style of bikes, because they look a bit more older style. But Hudson was kind of saying before, you opt to use a fairing, because if you drop it, like he says, or different water can get in it and a hard weight. So
if you drop it, you end up fixing it with cable ties.
Exactly. So it might as well. It's probably worth just taking rid of the fairings, and if you drop it, It's a skeleton as it is anyway. So there's all different strategies like that.
And it's kind of like you were saying, if you're looking at MotoGP, top high-speed motorcycle racing, then a fairing does quite a bit. But actually here, in the rain, you're not going to gain that much of an advantage from having a good fairing. He said sometimes, if it's in the right conditions, on the right tracks, you can, using a fairing, get 5 mile an hour race, a lap back. But realistically, in the rain like this, everyone's lapping pretty slowly. Their fairing, I don't think, is going to make much of an advantage. And to be honest, we're seeing bikes without fairings doing quite well. So, is it worth the risk of having to bring it into the pits, drill some holes, and cable tie it, as the one that is just about us there has just done? Phenomenal.
Yeah. And and again, it's a team effort, as you can see there, gentlemen. I think another rider has just wheeled his boy out there, and he's giving thumbs up to the camera.
Thumbs up and a wink. That's how
a
you
wink.
See. Yeah.
Well, again, it's a physical kind of thing for full team. I mean, if I'm in part of this race, my arms are killing because I'm helping guys push out. And
have a look at this rider here going out with this high-vis jacket on. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's got a bit of a hole on the right side of that, as if he's gone down on his back. He has.
Yeah,
he's torn it on the back. Look, you can see. So he's obviously been wearing that on the track, gone down onto it, and he's had the tarmac take a bit of a chunk out of his jacket.
He's trying to get it bump started, but again, Hudson, keep alluding to this, but he mentioned before that some bikes are really struggling to get started at the end of pit lane. It's probably due to a bit of water in electrics, or when the bikes come in so hot, obviously they get shut off when they come in. So then to restart, I mean, the last of his, where is he going?
There we go. And you can have a look there at the hole in the back as he does a little 360 in front of us, and out they go again.
And the 43 is actually Cled Shed Racing, and Hudson said that's like a motorbike shop. I think they're the owner shop,
quite local,
a local shop themselves. So fair play to them guys getting back out, taking no for an answer. And they're back out.
You can see there, they wouldn't have been in a happy spot there in the pit lane, struggling to get it started. But the morals,
they're still
whole
giving
team
it
is
that
still
to the
high.
camera.
He's still giving the rock star side. He's still pretty happy out there, because at the end of the day, these guys are all just here. Even though it's absolutely sopping wet out there, they're just doing what they love. They love racing bikes. This is all a hobbyist. None of these guys are professional to be here. Everyone that's rocked up here is here because they just want to have a good time.
Exactly, they're here because they want to be here. And to be quite honest, if you asked any of these riders would they rather be anywhere else, a lot of them would say no. And personally, I wouldn't. I've really enjoyed my day. This is my, as we both alluded to, kind of our debut with this championship, covering this championship, and just what kind of fun to kind of come in as well. A 12-hour endurance race. It is kind of it's the best kind of part to get in, if you ask me personally. It's just been fun from start to finish, and to see it in the morning, to see it in the afternoon, to see it at night. It's been great, hasn't it?
And with 2 hours 42 left to go,
I know.
To be honest, it's already flown by that last 20 minutes. It was 3 hours a minute ago, so it is flying by. But we'll touch back upon the fact that these guys are here to have fun, because let me talk to you through some of these occupations. I couldn't get the word out there. They've all submitted, but some of them have all submitted their occupations and what they do when they're not out here having fun and racing. And I'm going to pick on Garside. They're on our screens right now. They're number 51. Ryan Garside, as we've already said, he's a college lecturer. He teaches, I'm guessing it's motorcycle maintenance at Misercloth College, where they help rebuild that bike. You've then got Max Garside, who's a taxi driver. Paul Bowen, who's a pie maker, seller, and genius entrepreneur.
Okay, Paul.
Then you've got Neil Porter, he's a motorcycle mechanic, and then finally Sam Porter. He's just a chemical engineer.
Whoa.
So, these guys, there's a whole range
variety
of occupations out there, and they can all kind of just unite on the weekends. They can come down here and really just have some fun on a motorcycle team, which, you don't get that anywhere else. This is absolutely brilliant, just to see hobbyists, people that just love it. They just love racing for the sake of racing, not for winning. They just love it because they get to do it, and they come down here and they do that.
And endurance racing, you couldn't have said it any better, and that happens in sprint racing, that people just love it to do it, but the whole aspect, I don't know, this endurance and the team sport and just that really team family feel, and I just think it makes it a whole lot better. And as you can say, then you work all week, you kind of put your budget to the side of what you want to spend on your hobby, and it's like you just said, it's all it is to these guys, most of the field anyways. I mean we've got a few pros out there, I guess, in certain aspects, but it's a hobby. You just kind of put a bit of budget to the side and you just come out, and these weekends are just all about having fun and and that's exactly what we're seeing now. The lights are fully on now. It's looking dark.
I was about to say this. We're looking at the front of Max Garso. We were talking earlier about his fluorescent number. You couldn't really see it on the TV now. The TV wasn't doing justice for how dark it was getting outside, but now I think it's safe to say it definitely is. It's pretty black out there now. It's getting dark, and I mean it looks even dark when I look out the window, but you can see the floodlights making the difference. You can see the brake lights, the front lights, all the headlights, I should call them, all reflecting off of the wet race, the wet tarmac in front of them, and it's beautiful. This is really the kind of hour of beauty, isn't it, in this category? This is what everyone's been sort of talking about all day. Finally, when the sun goes down, seeing the lights come on, seeing them all get out there, this is exactly what I want to see, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, actually, when I was 16, I remember I did a car race at Donington Park one time in an old classic Mini, and it was, I think it was one of my first ever races, and it was actually a night race, and I was like, what? I couldn't get over. I was like, night race? It was like, yeah, we do it. I don't know. It was a BRS. I don't know. They did it every year. And that was kind of one of the most, I can't really remember exactly the full kind of race of it, but that was one of the most scariest moments of pitch black, and it was almost like in cars it's a bit different, but just not seeing anyone in front of you. You're just seeing brake lights, or you're not even seeing apexes. Obviously when it's lighter and you've got more kind of vision, you can, especially on a bike as well, your markers, you're hitting exact markers. That's how you stay in so consistent. But when the light goes and kind of you're having these shadows, you're having these beams of light, the sun's gone down, it must be so hard to just stay on your markers. And you alluded to it in the past, all it takes is a 1 foot deeper into the corner, you can lose the front, or you carry a bit more speed where you didn't expect to, and
absolutely,
you can lose it. So this is where it really gets difficult now, and I think this all adds on all aspects. And I think as well, I was talking about wet weather specialists. I think we're going to see a few night weather specialists. I think we're going to have a sea of people who love the conditions and who love this kind of changing conditions, who are going to say, you know what, I'm going to give it some beans now for the rest of the kind of, I don't know, for the rest of my stint, and I'm going to really try and make up some ground.
Yeah, well, you would think so. I mean, these guys, they've been going for, not these specific riders, but the teams in general have been going so far for what's coming up on
500 laps nearly.
500 laps, nearly 9.5 hours, These bikes, and it is the same bike, they haven't got any more bikes, it's just different.
That's what I was wondering, riders. Is this spare bikes?
They're keeping them going. These bikes have gone a long way, and they're still running. We've only had a few people having to retire, full 180, and other people, and not due to mechanical issues more than anything, it's because they've crashed into
exactly, because
they've spare parts.
Put it on the ground.
So, they are still out there, they're still going, and that's quite impressive. And I mean, maybe as the light starts to fall away, as we go into the final few hours, we might perhaps see some more mechanical issues, a few people dropping out, and hopefully not too many big players who've been leading in this race for a long time, because that will be very costly for them. But hopefully they can keep it running.
Exactly, and that's what kind of shows as well, testament to the bikes. Wilson was saying as well, the event organiser before, he was saying that you can buy, how much you can buy the bikes for. You can get on the grid for £1,000 of a bike, exactly. And it's so cheap. And like you've just said, these bikes have done even your Frank Snaps, your Lynx Racing, the bikes what visually on the eye you kind of think, wow, they look really old, or they look really kind of different school, or they've got kind of a different look to them. Well, they can do a 12-hour, 10-hour they've done so far, a 12-hour endurance race. That's some going, and that's obviously a testament as well, not to the bikes, but to the riders. Not even the way they're riding them, how they're prepping them. How these boys, we say it's a hobby and it's a kind of, you work during a week. We've read a few occupations, but then you have to commit time as well. After work, you have to prep these bikes so they're safe, and so they race standard, and so that you can come and do 12 hours and they don't break up on you.
And that's our race leader there, getting past, just sort of one hand off the wheel. I can't tell if he's saying there's an issue or if he's just kind of celebrating a little bit. I think he might have been fist pumping a bit to the camera. I'm not entirely sure, but he still looks like he's going all right. He still keep going. He might have, I think it was to the camera that he was saying that to, but it could have been someone else. No, he's saying it again. One hand off. Maybe Team BST with a bit of an issue here. He keeps taking one hand off the wheel and signalling something to somebody. I'm not entirely sure what. He's coming past the pit lane now. He's not come in, so I think it should be okay. But I think that's a very odd. Oh,
he has opened his visor and he's looking down through his
like
visor.
It's pretty fogged up, so that could be what he's trying to say here. He can't see anything, which that's A little bit unfortunate for him. He's just going to have to take it slow, be careful, and have his visor up and probably get a bit wet in the face. But that's unfortunate. It took me a while to see that. We've got a close up of him, and you can see how fogged up his visor is.
Yeah, I think that is. I think that's Shane upon that on that bike. If I'm not wrong. And again, Hudson's just going to spray on the back of that, and he's saying, I'm coming into the pits. I think I cannot see guys.
No, I don't think it can't be too wet. Surely not. Not from Team BST leading at the front, miles ahead. They cannot be signalling it's too wet.
Well, the team captain Hudson's been telling us wave yellows all day. So
they said they don't want any red flags. I think it's a visibility thing that he's complaining about. I think he's saying he can't see because of how fogged it is.
And he's coming into the pit, surely this lap.
Yeah, that is a pit stop. Maybe it's just a simple driver switch. Who knows what he's saying, but yeah, he's not happy. He can't see. It might be that he just needs to come in and wipe his visor off. That could be as simple as that. This is definitely a pit stop though for him now, as he does lead off into the pit lane. He comes down and he's going to have to jump off and walk it. Is there going to be someone there to walk it for him? Let's find out. Yes, there is. So is he going to jump back on that? Is it a driver switch? I'm not too sure. He doesn't look 100% happy with the bike. This bike has been performing so well all day. I'm doubting that we're going to see any major issues with it. It should go straight back through and switch to another driver, you think now. Here they come into the main pit lane area, and yeah, there's someone else ready to get on. So I think it's just a simple driver switch there. He was just signalling that he'd come to the end of his stint, and that's his Johnny Towers. It's jumping back onto the bike there now to take it away for another quick stint, just to wipe down his visor and get things ready to go. Although Hudson did tell us, didn't he, especially in this team, that they've got an agreement that when they're switching around, they've got two drivers always on it. So when one rider is on the track, there's always one ready to take over just in case. So it could be something like that that's just happened there, that he's had to quickly come in and say, look, I'm struggling to see anything out there, we need to switch over, we need to change rider, and now Johnny Towers is taking over in front of that car.
Exactly, like you just said there, Tom, about what Hudson told us about the strategic plan of having somebody waiting in the pits. I think that as well, that's the reason they've built the lead they've got, and that's the reason they've got the lead. It's not only what they've been doing on the track, which has been, without sounding different, it's been head and shoulders above the field, which it really has been.
Well, yeah, they've been solid.
But off the track, if you ask me, inside the pit lanes, I'm sure other teams are doing this, but having somebody wheel your bike, because Hudson said he didn't want to tire the guys out, having somebody there already, just little increments like that, that's how you win endurance racing.
Very well-oiled machine.
Exactly.
TBSD, definitely.
And that's how you get the lead they've done. So fair play to them, and they've kind of just shown the rest of the field how it's done. But that's no discredit to the rest of the field, because it's getting heating up now. We've got the second position and 1-2-2 of the Team Meclan. They're on 468 laps, just to break it down for you easily now. You've got third position on 466, and then you've got fourth position on 464, and then you've got fifth position on 460. So literally from second to probably fifth position, we've still got 2.5 hours left of this race. So anything now, maybe disregarding the lead and maybe Team RST, barring anything going wrong majorly with them, but anything can happen now from second to, I say, sixth position. So it's really looking to get tightened up, and then working my way back down. I'm just scanning my eyes across the live timing screen I've got here in front of me. We've got all the gear and no ID, I love that name, on the 42 bike. They're on lap 407, along with on 27th position, bike just behind them, the 53 at the bike hospital. They're also on lap 407, and the gap between them two are only 12 seconds. So that was obviously going to be interesting to see what that's going to be like out on track. And now, as I'm looking out the commentary box, it's looking pitch black outside. I mean, the stream maybe isn't doing it any justice of how actually dark it is, because we've got a lot of lights in the pit lane from where you're watching now. But wow, outside looking onto the track, it's looking pitch black. And now when we've actually just had a bit of a change there for 23rd position, working our way down here. The BH Racing have just overtook RDG Racing, and they've maybe lost 2 positions there coming into the pits. So it's looking like now, if you're on the same lap as the kind of guys around you, this is when it starts getting a bit sketchy under these lights. Oliver's Mount Racing there on the 75 machine have just overtook the 7 of Lynx Racing. So we're getting to the point now where a few at the mid packs, even the top 10s as such, are starting to maybe get on the same laps with a few pit stops and a few rider changes, and that's bunching them up all together, and we're probably going to have some really great close battles now towards the end of this few stints. So this is going to be good, definitely for the coming into the last final hour. I mean, that's where I think where it's going to get very interesting. The last final hour specifically is, and also strategies like you just heard. I don't know if you guys are just joining us now, but if you've been sticking around for the past hour or so, you just noticed we've had Hudson, who's a rider for the leading team, the number 2, the Team RST. So Hudson came in before and he was alluding to basically about different strategies regarding now pit stops and where they want to be maybe coming towards the end of the race. Because I said maybe you have to a few teams maybe have maybe got it wrong and planned to pit maybe 10 minutes prior to the end of the race or 10 minutes after. So now it's probably a case of trying to make your pit stops fit in perfectly. It's almost like a jigsaw. You've got to kind of plan ahead, and it's like a game of Tetris, I guess. I don't know, a little illusion, an example for you. You want to have a look not only at what you're doing now, but what you're going to be doing in the future. So I guess that's what kind of a few teams now who are going to be in the top 5 or 6 are going to be doing now. Not only looking what they're doing on the 2.5 hour mark, they're going to be planning, right, listen, if we're pitting in now, we're not going to do another pit for an hour and a half. So it's getting to the nitty gritty now, as we can see some changes on the Lynx Racing, the number 7 there being made. Again, a bit of gaffer tape or whatever, electrical tape, a few cable ties, jobs are good, and send it back out. So yeah, it's going to be, I was just saying then, Tom, it's going to be very interesting, like I said, just to getting back down this. I think it gets very strategic now, of when you pit in, when you put your fast riders on, especially now when it's getting dark, if you do want to spend a few laps trying to just get your eye in and see the track conditions now, because I'm sure, I mean, the track conditions, it's still wet, maybe not changed as much, but visibility wise, well, it's night and day, literally.
It really is. I mean, I remember when not 20 minutes ago, I could look up to Christmas Corner and I could see the bikes going through there.
Can we see it now?
I'm looking out the window now and all I can see is some lights going around there. I cannot see anything happening at Christmas Corner. There you go. The camera can still though, but you can really appreciate this is pitch black now. This is really as dark as it's probably, well, it is dark now. It's night time. It's darkness. There's no more sun. All we are lit by now is the lights on the front of those bikes and the floodlights at the circuit, and yeah, I can't see much out the window anymore, so hopefully our wonderful camera operators out there who have been storming the weather all day are going to be able to get us some lovely shots, because that's what we need from them. But once again, a wonderful thank you to them, because whilst we've been in this commentary box toughing out for a good 9, 8, almost 10 hours,
a few hot chocolates and a few coffees,
they've been out there in the horrible weather all day and manning those cameras. So yeah, big well done and a big thank you to them for helping us out,
most definitely, and also to the marshals and obviously to the people at Whilton Mill here. We did mention this earlier on in the stream, but again, all of this, I'm pretty sure wouldn't be possible without the efforts of the big team behind it and the full kind of commitment and the full kind of push from all these people here, men and women. So yeah, big thanks to all the marshals who are out on circuit there, not only braving the cold and the night, but a big 12-hour shift, waving flags. So yeah, big thank you to everyone who's making this event go ahead, because it's making a few hundred people very happy with smiles on their faces inside the helmets, I'm sure.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So, bike number 32 is what we're going to be turning our attention to next. Bike number 32 are Fast and Loud, who have just come into the pits. Very anticlimactic there. We thought
I think he heard you, didn't he? He said, "Oh, you're not putting attention on me."
They were getting onto the back of dirt a little bit there, and we thought we might be able to see something good there. But they've come into the pits. Is this just a regular driver change, refueling? We do think we're going to see some more fuel coming in. He's riding something else there instead of his bike. He's riding the pit wall. Trying to
looks like Pearson. I think I had a word with him before. I think it's Dan Pearson.
Right. He's got the pit board over the wall. There you go. So he's out there trying to spot his mate. Say, "Come in. I'm ready to jump on now." Like, come on. I'm waiting here, and there we go. Another bike being run down the pit.
It looks like it's getting wet out there now, doesn't it?
I think we thought that most of the rain was gone, but actually it hasn't stopped. It's kept going. At least it came back and is now really, really heavy. And in fact, you can kind of see it better when it's dark because of how it's sort of reflected in the lights of the circuit and on the headlights of the bikes. This is heavy rain. You can't see it now. If you look at that light on the top right or on the top of your screens, it's getting heavy. The rain is pretty damn hard out there, that's for sure. And yeah, I'm glad I'm inside, I'll say that much.
Yeah, I know. I've been mentioning all kind of night and all day about my levers in the car, but I'm definitely not getting them out now in this wet. in this wet night. The last thing.
Don't fancy a final 2 hours stint?
No, I don't know. If RST offered me it and I could stand on podium with them at the end of the thing, I might say yeah. But
I mean, honestly, when we welcomed in the wonderful Frank Snap people and you disappeared, I thought, oh god, he's gone to get his leathers and he's getting on the bike. He's abandoned me for the last 3 hours.
Should have reminded me. I know I could have left you up there, bit of peace and quiet on your own while
they all left, and I thought, oh no, he's not come back. I'm going to be on my own here for the rest of the last 3 hours. But no, you did come back, which is good. And there you go, the cowshed. There we go, lights on in the cowshed.
Wow,
now.
It looks like kind of pretty hectic down there now. Pretty busy.
Does indeed look like there's this is going to be an important part of the race where we're going to see a lot of fuel changes, a lot of things happening out there. Chloe Jones, you can see in the front of your picture there. She's going to be getting back on for a final stint here towards the end of the race. It looks like she's tucking her pads into her suit, getting ready to go out for another stint on. I think it was the Bear and Rose racing bike that she's on. Number 8.
Yes, maybe it was. I think, if I'm not mistaken, she's there, kind of doing a little Rossi kind of stretches in the levers. You can actually see. The bike's in the background there, so you can see where probably her bike will be making her way into the pits soon. She'll get on, well, she'll ride it, roll it across, I guess, and jump on at the end of the pit lane and hope to make up some ground on the bikes ahead, which is going to be interesting to watch.
Now, obviously the rules say that they can take the bike from somebody in the pit lane, but they cannot get on it and start it until they get down to the Freetech sort of banner, I don't know what you call that, archway at the end of the pit lane. So if you've been watching and you haven't heard us say this already and you're wondering how come they're not just driving through the pit lane, it's obviously much slower to walk than it would be to drive it through. Well, the reason is because they need to get, I think for safety reasons, off the bike as they come in, walk it through, or in the case of Team BSC, have a walker pre-assigned to catch the bike and wheel it through to the end of the pit lane where they've got another rider ready to take over. It's going to be interesting to see what Chloe can do there. I think she's going to have to push it, but some teams haven't got their designated pusher. They've just kind of gone with the old-fashioned push it yourself method. But yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see how Chloe does there and see, you know, if people do get caught out with this new, well, not new rule, we've been doing it for 9 hours now, but the classic pushing, not riding rule.
Exactly. Do you think a bit of fatigue is maybe setting in now with a few riders? I mean,
I'm sure it definitely is. I mean, they've got the luxury, unlike us, of after doing their half-hour stint, having to lie down in the caravan for a bit. But
so, actually,
you know, but I'm sure there's still a lot of them. They won't have been to sleep. No one will have been to sleep. Everyone will have been awake for the 12 hours we've been here now. Probably beforehand. I mean, you and I both woke up at 6 o'clock this morning, and we're still going. So, you know, I'm sure they will be feeling it. It's a lot more physical out on those bikes than people. They're not just sat there, you know, twisting their wrist, pulling the throttle. They've got to properly stick themselves to that bike and physically get on it, move themselves around to get around the corners. So it's a very physical activity is riding these bikes. So yeah, I'm sure, maybe I'm being a bit harsh, I'm sure they are feeling it. Maybe it's not as nice as just having a nice break. I'm sure they're feeling it out there, and I'm sure they are starting to get a bit tired.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going off what Hudson mentioned before. He said, I don't know how I'll be. He says the best thing about these events, you come to these events, you have the best time ever, but you don't really want to see a bike for the next 2 days. Yeah. So I don't know if they'll be going straight to bed after this, but I don't know if they'll be getting a few drinks down them for the next 12 hours and having 12 hours worth of a party session.
Yeah, you know, you've got to celebrate all the hard work, don't you, eventually? I mean, I can tell you what, they might not want to see a bike for a good another few days. I certainly don't even want to be talking for the next few days. I don't think I'll be able to.
Yeah, we've got a guest in the studio here, Tom, just behind me. It was a rider caught in pit lane, so it's going to be good to get a few words from people who've actually been out on circuit and they know what the conditions are exactly like.
Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm good. Are you all right?
Yeah, not bad.
We're coping. We're getting through it a bit now.
Yeah, you look drier than me.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's nice and warm in here.
Yeah, it is, yeah. I might just stay in here for resting a bit.
I'll swap for you.
We're just saying we're feeling bad, not just for the riders out there, also the cam ops that have been stood there all day on their cameras filming you all, and we've just been in here sat in the nice warm.
It's guilty.
It's quite nice.
I've got to be honest, in the past I was out literally just 10 minutes ago and the conditions have just changed so massively. Like obviously the light's gone, there's spray, there's rain, the times must be slower now because.
Can you see much when you're out there as such like apexes? I know you.
You can work it out. Obviously, we've been doing it all day.
Yeah, so it's like muscle memory.
Yeah, you still got it there, but like there's a couple of times it's caught me out, and I'm like, And obviously, some of the riders have got some brake lights, and bright, and some are a bit dim, and it soon catches up if you get a crowd, and you're like, someone there.
That's what Tom was alluding to before, and I was saying it was at the start. It was almost, I felt a few riders who like the wet weather, then maybe shining this. But Hudson was saying as well, he dropped in before, and he said it's going to take you a few laps to get used to this dark stuff, and you're going to have to. A few riders might try and work their way up through that and use other people just creeping around as a bit of an advantage to say, listen, I can make a bit of time up here.
Yeah, I personally felt when it went darker, I went better. Maybe I'm a bit younger, old fogies out there, not eating the carrots. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm doing all right. But yeah, definitely should have had some more carrots last night for out there. It is shocking.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's like very slowly faded away, but I think the TV doesn't almost even do it justice. It still looks like there's a bit of light there, but that is simply just the floodlights now, isn't it? Everything that you're seeing out there is floodlights or headlights.
Yeah, literally go down a country lane with a bicycle light on, and that is what it looks like. You know what I mean? There is spots of light, but it is very sort of vague. You know, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? Big street lights and everything, but it's visible, but it's definitely a game changer.
And how are you guys getting on? What team is it?
We're in Garside team, so I think we're third still.
Yeah, you've had a bit of you had a bit of bad luck, but to be fair, we've been singing your praises because throughout the kind of offs you've had, you've just got your head back down and kind of got through, so.
Yeah, we're you know what I mean, we're from like Lancashire, aren't we? So, you know, we're gonna muck it through.
Exactly, a few falls don't bother
us. You know what I mean? So, but I mean, we had a bit bad of a fall then, we lost the front brake lever, so we was going round for a while with no front brake, we just swapped that back over, so like, again, it's, you know, we just had a few issues that, you know, potentially we could have had a solid second. I don't think we're going to beat factory MotoGP Suzuki up in front there. But
Rins and Mia.
I think I think no one can compete with that bike, but no, you know, we're still here, we're more than making up the numbers and we're having fun.
Yeah, exactly, that's what it's all about. And have you enjoyed, I mean, today, have you ever done a 12-hour endurance before?
I've never rode this bike, never done I've dabbled in road racing a long time ago, mainly do speedway, but I've literally just come today, no practice, no nothing, just like never been to the track, and just was like, right, let's give it a go.
That's mega. That makes it even more mega.
Yeah, we've been saying about this, the amount of the experience sort of board across the board of all the riders here today is amazing. You've got some people who are really experienced, have been, you know, driving road bikes for ages. You've got people like yourself who
rock up and put it on podium.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's, what's the other team then? This is actually their third. They've done
Daytona,
the 24-hour, and then they've rocked a bit to do to the 12-hour today, Team Daytona. They're doing quite well as well up there. So yeah, there's some great experience, and not some great experience out there, but you're all having a great time.
Yeah, you know, I don't think you obviously, it's proven, isn't it? You don't have to be the best to do really well here.
That's endurance racing, exactly.
Do you know what I mean? Like, you look at the lap times, I look at mine, I'm not nowhere near the fastest, but I was just consistent, keep going, and I think that's what you've got to do. That's the game plan, isn't it? And to keep it rubber side up. You know, we've had a few falls, but I think a lot of people have had a lot of falls, and it happened early on, just with that dry, wet weather. I was unfortunate to be in the crossover, but I just kept it rubber side up, and like I say, we got back and changed the tyres, and it was back to level playing field with everything.
It looked like Ryan in your group seemed to have a good pace when he was out, but again, it's a risk of trying to push that limit, especially bikes. He's searching for grip everywhere.
I can literally just see him there diving up the inside.
Ryan there?
Yeah, Ryan's out now, you know.
But he looks so comfortable and just
look
so
at him, he's on that MotoGP bike, look at that, he's going to do him. He's going to do him, look at this. Oh, we've got a race on here. Like, I'm literally, I think Ryan will.
You up there, Ralph, for the rest
if he passes him, does he get a free set of levers or what?
Yeah, well, you know, these guys at BST.
Oh, he's done him.
Yeah, he's done him on the inside.
Look at that.
And that's BST, Johnny on the RST.
They've been absolutely solid all day.
Yeah, to be fair, what's the lap time on that? 18 laps.
Yeah, you know,
it's literally a 20-minute lead, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. They've had one off all day, which is phenomenal.
I think that's what it's come down to. Like you said, it's all about rubber side up and keeping it swinging, and they've just had the one off to opposed to a few. And
we're on 5.
And your offs as well. They've been where you've kind of had to come back in. They've not been easy, just pick up and go off again.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Sometimes you'll see the lads, like, you know, they've dropped the bike. You know, you can get up and be lucky, but then, you know, if something's bent, like say we snapped a lever, you see it out there, you know what I mean? You physically can't ride, or maybe you can, but it does head mentally, and you think, let's just bring her in, and and that's what you have to sacrifice, really.
And the handguards look good as well. The handguards are looking trick. I'm
that bike, I just love that bike altogether. That glowing 51 on the front. It looks brilliant. It's by far the best looking bike out there.
Oh well, I think Ryan will take full credit to that with his team at Mysco College.
We've been shouting them out as well. He said they deserve. They got on the podium. They deserve a week off there.
But I'm putting it down to Boeing pies. We all had a good pie.
All right,
You know what I mean? So we've all had a good pie. And we know what we're doing.
Been well fed. We've been
well fed, powered by pies.
Well, it's brilliant to see it, and you guys have had such a wonderful day-to-day running through. You've
podium contention.
You pretty much top 5 all day, really, haven't you? You've fallen far from that.
Yeah, it's good to say we've been top 5. We've been second. We were second for hours.
You were,
and it was a good second as well. And then this is the endurance racing, isn't it? Just a couple of falls and it can change. Now it can change. We're in, we're in 3rd, but we could soon slip to 10th. We could soon slip to 2nd.
Well, that's it. I mean, even BSC at the front, they've got, like you say, a good 20-minute lead. One, bad failure on that bike, and they're in the pit lane for a good while.
Well, that's it. Do MotoGP bikes last this long?
Normally not.
Well, he was in here a minute, Hutton, saying that the reason they had their off is the foam on the seats. They'd stuck down with carpet glue, and the carpet glue dissolved in the rain.
I reckon they put on a bit of timber and it's just dragged it off a little bit.
And that's they're not running with any foam on the seat apparently anymore. So
nice and comfy.
That's the only issue they've had though. So
are you back out for another session?
Yeah, I'll probably get the last session in.
Okay,
because there's 5 of us.
All right.
So we're trying to more the better kind of strategy. But like I say, half an hour on this bike is brutal.
I was just about to say, what physical? Was it like this track and having to bend it over, and it seems very physical?
Well, I say not really. Never riding this bike before. Your knees are up in your face. What feels like it. And I'm only 32, but I came off there like a 60-year-old. Like my knees are cramped up. It's wet. It's cold as well. So you are cramping up. I think you see everyone trying to move a leg or swing an arm or something just to get some circulation going.
So, apart from the obvious BST, yourselves, we've got, you got McClam as well up with you there, running in that top 3. Who else has really kind of stood out to you guys?
To me, it's been, I've got my eye close on him, and it's the number 22. He's come past me multiple times.
He's come past you on the
and I've no answer for him either. Do you know what I mean? He just comes past and you think, oh, okay.
Go on then.
They've been a bit unlucky to be fair. At the start, they were up there.
A bit like you, they were kind of up.
So which again is down to the consistency
exactly
we're talking about. But
that's the beauty of endurance. If you're in a sprint race, you don't need that kind of stuff. But in endurance, it makes all the difference.
Yeah, definitely. But like I say, you look at the lap line. What lap times are they running at now?
It's
they're doing a 110s, and you're probably doing 190.
It's not too bad now. Like I say, the lap times you can see have come down. They're all like the 110 marks.
And that's good for the night as well. For the night time, the same as kind of during the day. So
like I say, whereas before a good lap time in the wet was like 1:15 was hauling. Whereas now, like I say, no one's kind of getting on that kind of level now.
Well, I mean, we're fast approaching the lap 500 now, and the fastest lap of today was set on lap 19. So, that tells us how the conditions have changed today. You started off in some very nice dry conditions, then you had that horrible transitioning point where you went from the dry to the slick, and it was like a bit greasy. As a lot of people said that's the bit they were struggling with the most.
Yeah, it's always the worst part in, like, I have to say, years ago when I did road racing, I either liked a wet track or a dry track. It's just the middle bit. It's horrible.
Exactly.
You can't. Your mind messes with your head because you see rain.
Well, it's dry there and it's wet there.
And then like I say, and then all of a sudden it just catches you just like that. There was, luckily I got a bit of onboard footage which I'm going to load later. And it's literally, it was quite funny. It was like watching dominoes. I reckon I saw a goal at 8.
Oh wow! All drop.
At that point there was yellow flags everywhere. I think I counted 5 people at one point, all pushing their bikes along the grass.
It was actually a good point for me because I went on the track and I'm sure I counted about 20 on the actual track. I was like, it's like a Sunday ride, this.
Well, I guess from your speedway background, as you alluded to, I guess getting the rear out on the back end, you're kind of accustomed to all of that, I guess.
Yeah, it is slightly different, because obviously when we're sliding, we're full gas, whereas this, like, when you start to slide, you're not really on the gas as such, and the front, it just moves, like, considerably on the speedway bike. You don't really touch the front, it's so light.
So the speedway is kind of so settled at the front, it's just the rear.
You know what I mean? You don't really lose the front.
No, you never lose that.
You know what I mean? Whereas here, it's
yeah. Well, there has been some great racing nonetheless. We've still got a good 2 hours left to go. We're only about 10 hours into this race, so a lot can still change. You know, you can't.
You've got your stint to do as well.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You can't count your chickens before they hatch. A lot could go wrong still. So you know, there's confidence, but you can't get complacent, can you?
No, like I say, 2 hours is a long time.
Oh, yeah.
An hour's a long time.
Yeah.
You know, like say like you said, you've only got to have a bit of a breakdown, a bit of a failure. And like I say, you can see someone pushing it out into the pits there as well. You know what I mean? It just boom. You know, you can suddenly be out. But you know, we're still going with mechanical. We've got the exhaust blowing quite heavily. You know what I mean?
Restricting power as well.
It is, yeah. You kind of. It sounds like you're in like a submarine or something. You can hear like, it's horrible, but it's kind of an advantage because you pull up alongside someone and they think, what the bloody hell?
What's this here?
So you know what I mean. So it does have its advantages, but like I say, you know, I've seen 2 pipes go as well. So there could be more failures. Like I say, the bikes are not meant to run, I don't think, for 12 hours solid. Are they?
No, well, yeah, that's what we're saying. You know, as we get to this latter stages of the race, this is where we could probably be looking at a few engines going poof. You know,
well, it might be rider error and bike error now. Exactly, it's coming to that point.
Yeah. Sometimes it's out of the rider's control, unfortunately.
Well, this is it. You know, you've got these old boys, the MotoGP team. Look, like I say, they're getting old. No offence to them. You know, they've only got laps a little bit, and you know what I mean. Like, it could be their afternoon time nap that they've missed. You know what I mean? So. You know what I mean? Like I say, anything can change, but no, fair play to those guys, though. They are, like I say, they are next level, to be fair to them.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Well, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
It's lovely to meet you. Good luck with your final stint, and I hope you guys
see you on the podium.
Yeah, you can.
I guess that'll happen.
Fingers crossed. This one.
Yeah.
And then a few more beers after we're done.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Cheers for that. I appreciate it. And there you have. So it's the Garside Motorsport. Their team is still in 3rd position. So, and like you just alluded to there, Tom, no place for complacency, no place for a slight error of judgment. But he seems pretty confident, didn't it?
This is it, and this is what I was talking about when I was talking to him in the pit lane. Confident, not complacent. You know, they're not comfortable with what they're doing, so it could be okay for that. We're just hearing, that one of the bike's lights.
It's a 32 there. You can see there now.
No lights on that bike at this stage.
Oh, that's number 8.
That's the number 8. Yeah. Very dangerous at this stage not to have any lights on the bike. That is the bike in 4th place, Bear and Rose Racing, and she's just gone past the pit lane and not come in.
There'll be a black flag, I'm guessing, here on the...
Some black flags being made. Trouble is, though, with no lights in the dark.
See a black flag?
Can you see a black flag? Yeah, exactly.
I could put LED strip round it.
Yeah, but hopefully she does realise. She does still have a rear light, but that headlight has gone, and you think you might be able to notice your headlight going out, but maybe she...
Chloe's just in the zone, isn't she? She's banked over, she's getting that knee down, she's feeling the flow, and she's saying now.
What is Bear and Rose's gap to Garside? Now they're 5 laps down, so maybe she's got a deficit she needs to build. They want that podium. They're only the 1 spot behind it, but you know, that headlight is going to start causing them issues if they're not careful. I'm surprised she hasn't come in on the last lap. Will it be this lap? Will she come in? She's coming through now into Chapman, into that whole range of corners there as they approach the back straight, and you've got the boot, and then you've got the pit lane. So will she take it? That's the question as she comes through Chapman now. Back onto the back straight. Look at those puddles there, you can see her going through. It is a lot of standing water on the track right now, so she's going to make it down the back straight. She's going to come into the boot, and does she stop? No, she doesn't. Someone has stopped though, very unfortunately. I'm trying to see which bike that is. It's one we've seen a few times stop now, but you know, it's still going. And there is Chloe. She's still going without a light, and I'm surprised that nothing has really been said about this on the track from the marshals. No black flags yet, none of the sort. So I guess we'll keep going. It's very unfortunate for her if she does need to stop, but it doesn't look like she is just yet.
Yeah, exactly, and I guess if she does get told to stop, she'll be gutted, because I think she's really in a good flow now. She's pulling off really competitive lap times, probably, I don't know, a few seconds maybe just down on the people around her, but that is no kind of discredit to how she's performing out there. She's absolutely on rails, and if anything, I feel if Garside Motorsport were a few laps closer, I don't know, this could be... the gentleman we just had in there, I don't know if he'd be as confident now watching Chloe on track. And like I've alluded to before, I think Chloe is she's a star kind of rider in the BSB paddocks. She's got quite a name behind her, and for the age she is, she's got quite the amount of experience as well. So we can just see her making her way back through a few of the traffic there, and someone tries to sneak up on the inside.
It's mainly the danger of not having a headlight here. It is when she's coming up behind bikes and they're looking in their mirrors for lights and they don't see her, and they could turn in on that.
Exactly, that's right.
For the most part, the brake light is the rear light is what she really needs. Even that's quite dim though on that bike. It's really hard to spot. Hudson was in here talking to us a minute ago, and he was saying that if you don't have correct lighting on your bike, it can be really dangerous, and we don't want to see any big accidents happening. So, she's still going around, she's still putting in some good lap time. She wants to catch up to that third place, but you might think soon someone might spot this and say, hang on, that doesn't quite look right.
Yeah, exactly, and as it's only going to get darker, I guess, isn't it, Tom? So it's probably going to get a bit more difficult if the lights are doing a great job actually at the circuit here, as you can see Chloe there turning in, getting her nose nearly kind of turned in on, but she's making a great effort to try and wiggle away through the traffic. And there's another thing you have to take into consideration: weaving your way through traffic ain't like weaving your way through traffic at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You're now doing it at 7:30 when it's pitch black. So
she's got her arm out. This is a pit stop and out, I think, now for her. They've realised, I'm not sure if there's been a black flag, I haven't seen it personally, but she's coming straight into the pit lane there, you can see, and that's very unfortunate because she was on a good run. She was closing into third place on Garside, but unfortunately she's had to come in for this, and this will be hopefully a fairly fast repair for them. I think it's something they might be able to quickly, if it's one like Hudson was talking about, just a stick-on light, they can stick a new one on. They've got spares, but we'll have to keep an eye on this, see what happens, see if they go. The lights are back on. That's pretty bright. So maybe she just didn't know how to switch it on. Someone just had to flick the switch for her. She's back out then. That's good. Maybe she's accidentally knocked the switch and not realised or something. And you might have seen what happened there. You probably didn't, because unfortunately it was a bit blinding. But you can see that is a really bright light. I think she's got her full beams on now.
She's gone from no light to all the lights on circuit.
She wheels herself back out now. She's going to blind the people in front of her now, instead of it's going to go from not being able to see her from only being able to see her. So she's back out. She's just come past us on the pit wall there. She goes across the start-finish line to continue, and I don't think they've lost too much because of that pit stop. 47 seconds is what we've got on our timing screen, which as pit stops go is probably the best case scenario for them. A very sort of nice quick stop. It's dropped them another lap. They're now 6 laps behind Garside, but we were saying 2 hours still to go. That's a long time.
Exactly.
And anything can change in that time, so no one here should be thinking we've won this. No one here should be thinking this is nailed on, because a normal sprint race lasts half an hour. So
exactly.
We've got 4, more even that, 4 sprint races ready to go, and anything can happen in those. We've still, what are we on now? 512 laps completed by the leaders. So we've got a very long way to go still, nonetheless.
I might have a little, you could play a little game quickly. Should we have a little guess of what the leader will end on? How many laps do you reckon the leader will do? Just the leader?
Towards the end, I reckon we'll approach 650 mark and things. Anyway,
you're saying 650, that's your number?
I'm going to say 650. Braden, I'm going to love you and leave you, mate, because I'm going to have a little walk into the pit lane, see what I can see out there, and I'm going to break.
Well, before you go, I'm saying 698, so I've wrote them on a post-it note there. I'm going to put them on the desk.
All right, we'll keep an eye on those towards the end of the race. So, I'll let you take over. Hopefully I can find and meet up with our Roman cameraman, and we can do a bit more of a few interviews in the pit lane.
Cool, that'll be cool. And I'll talk everybody on stream who are watching back home now, the final remaining 2 hours. I'll give you a bit more of a lowdown of what's going on my timing screen in front of me here. If you are just joining us for the final 2 hours, well, you've missed the first 10. However, we've had a lot of action so far, but I'm sure it's only going to get more action filled as we progress. So we're just hitting nearly on the 2 hour mark now. We've got 2 minutes until then, and on that 2 hour mark I'm going to give you a rundown of the full order. As you can see, unfortunately, no fault of ours, just technical problems have been occurred today. There's no timing actually on the stream if you've only just joined us now, but you can find the timing on alphatiming.co.uk, and it'll be under the Whilton Mill. I think it's a 24-hour car column it's actually under, but you'll find it under the Whilton Mill 12-hour endurance race. So if you guys want to have a look on timing there, you can do, but on the 2 hour mark, so we're just in under 2 minutes now. Tom's my co-commentator is gonna go out into the pits now and try and catch a few riders for a few quick words, and I'll quickly give you a rundown in a minute's or so time of the top 10 order, and I'll also maybe mention a few of the guys and girls who are down the order in from 20th position or so. So yeah, it looks like it's getting really pitch black. I mean, looking from the commentary now, you can see on the stream it doesn't really do it much justice, but wow, it's dark out there. You can see the lines being formed, just separating the water off the circuit there. And I think that is still the 8 of Chloe Jones, so I've been following her now for a few laps, so it's going to be a tough remaining stint for Chloe. But yeah, if you are just joining us, hello and welcome to the final remaining 2 hours of the Freetech Endurance and 12-hour race here at Whilton Mill. You've missed the start, the middle, and maybe a bit more. We've been on air now for 10 hours, so I've been racing also for 10 hours. So there's a lot of racing what's been done, but there's a whole lot of racing still left to do. My co-commentator, has gone out into the pit lanes to try and find a few other riders to try and grab some more info and see what exactly is like out there on circuit now, because as you can see, the night time has arrived. The lights are now pitched up, trying to give the riders some clear visibility as we hit the 2 hour mark. So yeah, you can see the rain, you can see the darkness, it's arrived. And I'll run you through now the order of the top 20. I'm being told to give you the order of the top 20. So here we go. In first position, it's the number 2 of RST. Second is 122 of Team Meclam. 51 is the Garside Motorsport. They round out the top 3. You've got in fourth position the 8 of Bear and Rose Racing. In fifth position, the 22 of Fianna Engineering. They've had a few issues today, but rounding out the top 5 quite comfortably there with 2 hours remaining. Sixth, we have the 23 of the Red Rocket Racing. Seventh position, and 213 of BJ Racing. Eighth, 955 of Team Daytona. The 9th position of 80 of Frank Snaps. And rounding out the top 10, we have the 455 of the Noas Racing. 11th position is 12 in Miniskirt. We have the 140 in 12th position of Little Chopper Racing. They're running a quite respectable competitive time now, so that's going to be interesting to see if they can make their way into the top 10. 13th position is the 6th of DW Racing. 14th and 958 of Team Firespade. They've made some good ground in the final parts of this race. That's good to see. And also the 75 of Oliver's Mounts Racing. They've managed to work their way into the top 15, and they're running at a very strong time. They're actually matching 7 seconds quicker than the leaders actually out on track now. So Oliver's Mount, keep an eye on them. So yeah, I'll run you back. There's final more positions remaining from the top 20. You've got the 16. Well, in 16th, you've got the 7th of Links Racing. The 17th position, you've got the 77 of Track Days. 18th position, the 135, usually Green Racing. Another one who's clocking at some very competitive times. A 1:09, they've just latched onto their 19th position, the 32 of Fast and Loud. Again, competitive times from them who've managed to mingle their way up to the top 20. And rounding out the top 20 is the 100 of the Dirt, spelled D-R-D-E-R-T. So they are rounding out the top 20. And yeah, it's been pretty manic up here so far, reading out the top 20 results. So yeah, I will fire you over to the the commentator down there in pit lane. It's Tom, and he will hopefully maybe try and catch up with a few riders and maybe get a few info down there, Tom. So yeah, over to you.
I am now here. I've found myself back in the cow shed. It's dark. The lights are on in here now, as you can see, and there are bikes flying in left, right and centre for these last couple of pit stops. These are the stints that are really going to count for all of these teams here now. We've got one just coming here now. I'm not quite sure of the team I can see there, but they're coming straight in. New riders getting straight on and they're going straight back out. This is high tension stuff. With only 2 hours of the race left to go, this is where it counts. This is where they're going to want to make the most of this. They can't be affording to lose any more time. It's the bike hospital actually, I think, that have just come in and swapped, and they're going straight back out. No refueling, no nothing else by the looks of it. It's just a simple driver stop across the board. But we've got them queuing up all down here, ready to go. We've got some down in the bottom paddock as well. Let's just try and see if we get a quick interview maybe with some of them before they go out. So, excuse me, mate, sorry to catch you. What team are you with today? 22. 22. Speed Racing. Okay, how's that going? You guys have been a bit up and down today, haven't you?
A little bit, yeah. P5 now. And looking at it, we've got about 3 laps in front and 3 behind. So that's looking like if we can just keep it upright, that's where we'll bring it home.
Are you happy with the comeback you've made? Because you have been down quite low. You've managed to build it and fight back to P5.
6 crashes and an engine blow up. So if we can bring P5 home, we'll be happy with that.
Full engine, is that been an engine change then, or is that been...
We ran a dry and oiler and heat seized So we put some more oil in it and tried it, and it's still alive. So, well, that's just a few minutes, but we'll see how we get on.
That's excellent. And this is really the high tension part of the race now, isn't it? 2 hours to go.
Absolutely, yeah.
You've got to keep it going.
We can't win it from here, but it's very easy to lose it now. So just keep it up right now and bring it home. Obviously, the conditions are, well, they've been poor all day, but with the night and the lights, it's quite difficult to see now. The visibility is very poor. So that just makes the risk higher and higher.
Well, you guys, you're doing a great job. You've come back from some really troubling circumstances, as you alluded to, so well done. Hopefully you can keep it on 2 wheels and keep going. Well, best of luck, mate. Cheers. So yeah, that's Fianna Racing there, ones that we've been looking at throughout the day today. They started well, they started fighting at the top, they had trouble, and the engine blow up, like he's just said. They've had to re-oil it, get it lubricated again, and now they back out there. It's still going, and hopefully they can make it to the end. Usually green now, going back out. Let's just stretch this guy. He's just come off for a run. Sorry, mate. I know you've just come off. Can you give us a bit of a chat about that stint? How was that?
Absolutely fucking knackering. Yeah.
What was it? Is it tricky conditions, I'm guessing, with no light out there? How much can you see?
Pardon?
How much can you see, really?
Nothing.
Nothing at all?
Nothing. I had to put my voice up just so I could see the pit board. Yeah.
Ouch.
Absolutely nothing. It's just repetitive now, so...
It's just last 2 hours getting yourself to the end and bringing it home?
Yeah. Literally just going to try and make it, that's it.
Well, best of luck, mate. It looks really challenging circumstances out there,
I don't know how I'm really this far to be honest.
Well, you're still in the race, so that's what matters. Cheers, mate. So yeah, some more words there. It's tricky out there. It's some really tough circumstances. A lot of these riders are struggling, and we heard it from Garside, one of the Garside guys, when they came into the studio to talk to us. With these lights, you can't see anything. He said he's having to lift his visor just to see the pit board. It is so hard to see anything out here, and it's becoming a real struggle for a lot of the riders out there. And you really don't want to be in any of the circumstances, really. Let's just see if can we have just a quick word. What team are you with today?
FUBAR.
FUBAR, and am I right thinking you guys got an air-cooled bike? Is this right?
We've got the oldest bike, the oldest engine on the grid.
Wow, and you guys, you're actually going quite well in the Moto 4 category right now, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, we're not doing bad.
It's okay, yeah, you're not doing too bad in being some actually of the water-cooled, liquid-cooled bikes as well, so you're doing as good as you can with an air-cooled bike. Question though, on that Moto 4, you can do whatever you want to that bike. What is the decision that's led you to do air-cooled over liquid-cooled?
We had a load of them in the shed.
Well, fair enough.
We used to race some years ago, and we got loads of engines made over. And it's nice just being the odd one out. And it's a built-in excuse.
That's true. All right.
Looking forward.
Best of luck out there. Good luck. Cheers. Yeah, FUBAR then. So yeah, an air-cooled bike in a category where you can run whatever you want as long as it's not a race engine. One of these 4-cylinder engines. We were talking to the people from one of the C90 Honda cars saying that they guys are running these engines just because they can, and it's just a bit of fun. And I think the whole Moto 4 category are just having a bit of fun out there, air-cooled, liquid-cooled, whatever it is. It was a 50-year-old bike, the C90, that's being run with a 40-year-old engine, so they're making it count, no matter what. It seems now that the kind of pit stops are over. The big part of the race now is getting to the end, and like I said, a lot of people, they're not focused on winning, they're not focused on gaining positions here. It's holding position, holding on to what they've achieved so far, and being so careful in these really tricky dark conditions not to drop it and not to lose any points. So yeah, hopefully we can see some more good racing though, but I'm sceptical because really it's getting tricky out here. There's not light, and I mean I can't even see halfway across this track here. I can see the main kind of last part of the boot onto the start finish straight. That's all I can see. It's really tricky conditions now, and yeah, these riders are going to really be doing their best. So yeah, that's all I can get you from the pit lane now. I'll hand over back to Braden in the commentary box now. I'll make my way back over to him soon.
Well, I think I've just been passed over there from Tom, and it was good to hear from Tom then down in pits, down in the pit lane, and wow, that was I love that the first interview the guy gave then who was describing couldn't see anything, but like he said, it was knackering. We'll keep it PG, but exactly what we've been kind of anticipating people to say, especially in these conditions. you're doing 10 times the work. You're doing, once it gets wet, I was alluding to before with Tom, maybe that kind of takes a bit of pressure off. They always say that in MotoGP or in the higher classes of like professional racing, once it kind of gets so wet and obviously your times drop off, then your riders can have a bit of a break, and you can kind of reel it back in a few kind of way, a few percentage to try and relax on the bike. But in cases like this, when it's such a small, technical, tight track, you've got all these bikes on circuit together, different classes. When it gets wet, you're thinking 10 times harder, and you're actually having no break. So you add all that wet weather in with the tricky conditions, with the amount of rubber what's on this circuit, with the camber, with the amount of different classes, with the amount of different experience on track. You add all that in with, I don't know, 6 floodlights and 7, 8 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night. Wow, it really is. I've said it a few times today on stream, but it's a job in itself just to keep this bike up straight. It's a job in itself just to finish this race tonight. So yeah, to even run at a competitive kind of pace round there in these conditions is honestly unbelievable. It's kind of mind-blowing, and it's even more mind-blowing when on screen right now you can see the number 2 of the Team RST. It sounds like nothing really. They've had one fall today, and I don't really like saying that because it doesn't. It hampers. It vanishes kind of what they've done so far.
It's a mark in the ledger.
Exactly, but it's one compared to, I think even the guy from Garside Motorsport, he said before, I think they've had 5 or 6. So it kind of me saying how difficult it is and the impossible job of finishing. It was more of a pat on the back to these guys. They've absolutely rolled.
They've done it.
They've done the perfect race.
They've done
really
brilliantly. Have I missed anything? Anything big happening on track?
You've not missed anything apart from me laughing my head off with you. That guy who said he was knackered.
Oh, yeah. He was not in a good mood coming off that bike.
But he said about the visibility as well. He was having to hold the visor up.
He said visor up just to even see the pit board.
It must be so bad.
You know, we're going to see a situation now, and I sort of alluded at the end of the bike in the pit lane there, saying, you know, these guys, a lot of them, they've achieved a lot today, especially these top 3. They're not going to keep pushing now. I think there is very much sort of half throttle, making sure they keep it, you know, on 2 wheels and bringing it home, because what you don't want to do now is have a huge off and, you know, as a result, have to wheel it all the way back and lose time. What, an hour and 49 minutes left now? That's going to be costly if they do.
And I've been saying as well, when you've been away, you can easily, it's kind of hard to be the hero now. The grid has set itself up, the grid has done its work, you've done all the hard work. It's very hard really to be a hero now. It's very easy to be a villain, and it's very easy to tuck that front, to lose that rear, and like you said, have to wheel it back from Christmas corner all the way down to pit lane. It's something you don't want to be doing, especially when there's an hour left.
I'll tell you what, to be honest, I'll give credit to the cameras that we're using here on the broadcast today, because it makes it look half as dark as it actually is out there. You know, walking back through the pit lane, I almost got the torch out on my phone. I could hardly see anything. Wow. It is absolutely pitch black out there. You know, you could, I don't know, I was trying to think of an analogy for how black it is, but it's very dark. You can't see anything out there.
You couldn't go fishing in it.
No, and I would definitely...
Can you fish in dark? You probably can't you?
I think there's rulings about nighttime fishing.
Yeah,
in some
night
areas.
fishing. Of course you can fish in dark, Brad.
But you know, I wouldn't want to be walking in it, let alone racing in it, or fishing in it. Yeah, you know, so tricky conditions out there, really, really difficult.
And it looks so kind of simple on stream there. We get the little football stadium kind of shot there, which is a great shot to just kind of see the floodlights and then the rain in front of that, the flies, but. Again, the stream, when you have the bikes just tipping in, that just looks like we get so accustomed, especially people who watch bike racing, but that even, I've done a little track down on bikes, that first initial tip in, the squeeze of the front brake and tipping it in.
Yeah, the confidence.
Exactly, in pitch black and in this weather, that even doing that is like, whoa.
Yeah, the fact, I mean, how many laps have they done now? 524. They've kept going, and you know, we thought the rain was going to kind of back off a little bit, but it really hasn't. It's come back, and it's very much hard. I tell you what, the weather forecast has been not very useful today, that's for sure, because we had the teams thinking it was going to rain pretty early on in the race, and then it didn't. And then we had teams thinking it was going to dry up for the end of the race, and it hasn't. So, you know, it's raining when we thought it was going to be dry, and it's dry, and we thought it was going to be raining. So, this is definitely going to be an interesting last few stints as we move forward into the end of the last few hours now. I mean, that's to a lot of people in the pit lane just then. 2 hours to go. This is make or break, isn't it? And they're all saying, but we can't risk anything. You know, we've got to just get it back. We've got to keep it and bring it home. And if we can do that well, not have to go in and retire the bike, you know, make sure we can just do everything we can do, then and, you know, bring home the position they're in.
Exactly, and as we've seen, we don't want to jinx anything too much, but I think you hit the nail on the head when you said a lot of people, you can look at the lap times. I mean, we've still got competitive lap times there with a 1:11 in these conditions, a 1:9, you'd be happy with that, but I think people have started to say, listen, let's just reel it in a bit, because I know we've not really seen a tip-off for a while now, have we? And what was the middle of the race was like? It was Christmas corner, it was Inkermans, it was Fine Lady, every lap we were seeing something go on, whereas touch wood, and luckily it's just been a really kind of a calm hour as such.
I'm going to just have a quickly shout out the guy from Fubar that I interviewed a bit later today, because he didn't seem very happy with how they're doing, but in the Moto4 class they're fifth.
Oh yeah,
I think I should be really happy with that. And on an air-cooled bike, he seems a bit, alright, we could be doing more, but I don't think they could. They're ahead of what? RDG Racing, JP Racing, the Bike Hospital.
And the Bike Hospital were quick early on.
Yeah, Hudson's been saying that in that Moto4 class, Bike Hospital have been pretty solid so far this year. They're finishing ahead of that. I think if you're Fubar, you've got to be happy with it.
You've got to be happy, and I loved his analogy. I love what he said at the end as well. He said something like, when you asked him about the air cooling and stuff like that, he said, well, I like to be odd one out.
Yeah, well, no,
I like to be odd one out. You got to build an excuse.
Yeah, he built an excuse is what he says. Yeah. So if they don't perform well, we've got
air cool guy. What do you expect?
It's all right. And when they do perform well,
come on, lads, what are you doing?
It's win-win, really. You can't lose on it, but
fair play to them. Like you said, that's a mega ride. We'll have a little look down now from the order and look at kind of mega rides, and even you'd like to Team Daytona, your BJ Racing, they've come out of really nowhere. And fair play to the number 8 of Bear and Rolls Racing. I mean, that was somewhat like a team who kind of only slowly appeared in the middle of the race, but they've held their own, and they've been and they've kind of said, well, no, we're here to kind of stay. And I think the top 5 now has probably just evened and worked its way out, and the action's going to be probably further back as we get into this final hour.
Yeah, well, I think the bikes currently, they've kind of built the gaps across the opening 10 hours, and now they're kind of just holding them. They can't drop the gap. They can't, they know if there's 2 laps of the bike in front of them, it's going to be really difficult to break that down unless that bike has an issue. So it's probably the same for them about the bike behind them. They are Fianna Racing, who I just had a chat with some of them in the pit lane. They've come back, they've had an engine blow that they're talking about. They've had some really, really big issues in this race, but they've come back strong. What are they now, 5th, 4th? No, they're right up there, 5th.
Yeah.
Just behind Bear and Rose Racing. And they could have had a podium here today. Let's be realistic from the start. They were epic, and they've been, a little bit a little bit unlucky with the offs and things like that, but they've come back, and now look at them. They're running in 5th place. They seem still making a few moves there as well. And, I think they can be really happy with what they've done. And, 5th place, maybe it's not quite where they wanted. They were looking at a 1 or a 2nd or a 3rd, but from going from a dry, no oiled engine to a solid 5th place finish, they've got to be happy with that.
Exactly, and even for the teams now, this kind of race, obviously we're coming to the back end of it, but maybe this is just data and information for next year. Maybe this is data and information for the next time they jump on a 12-hour race, and your likes of Fianna Racing are probably going to say, Fianna Engineering, are probably going to say, listen, we know what went wrong, we know what we did wrong, we've got the pace, next time we do it, we ain't making the mistakes early on, and we can see a bit of action now on track as we see the number 2 of the Team RST, and I think that's the Fianna Engineering trying to unlap itself, coming up against the number 2, and I think it has, just coming out Fine Lady there. It's got a good exit, got a good drive, and managed to slide up on the inside. If he gets that move done, it'll be quite a good move to make, and he has got it maybe done so.
Yeah, well, you think this number 2 right now, they're not going to be risking anything, are they? They're going to be playing their cards pretty close to the chest, playing it safe. They've got, 17 laps ahead of the rest of the pack. It was 18, so it shows obviously they are kind of taking it slow, taking it easy, because they know that advantage may be brilliant, but if they make another mistake, if they come off, that advantage can just disappear like that.
Exactly. We've seen them in the pits for 10 minutes, haven't we, today already?
So. Yeah, so they're not going to want to risk anything. Yeah, maybe they're getting unlapped by a few cars, a few bikes, but they're not going to risk anything. They're going to keep on it. They're going to keep pushing because they've got 17 laps to be unlapped. Maybe if it comes past them 17 times, they'll be a bit concerned. But for now, they're fine. They're leading by a nice lead, and they're just getting ready for a nice push towards the end. And Fianna, who have just unlapped themselves from RST, we mentioned, are now in the pits from 5th place. Red Rocket, who are behind them by 5 laps. So they've got a nice bit of room. He's turned his lights off as he's come in, and he's dismounted. He's handing the bike over to the next rider, and he's going to push it all the way down the pit lane and back out the other side, as you'll see him go under the gantry where one of our camera operators is stood, and there he is back out the other side. brings it round to, you'll see the Freetech arch at the end of the pit lane. He'll jump back on, he'll turn it on, and put the lights on, and off he goes again. There we go, he's on, lights are on, bike's on, and they're flashing.
Yeah, and just to touch on quickly,
struggling to get it running. We had a word of this from Hudson saying, yeah, there we go, he's got it going now. It is tough to get the bikes moving again once you get to the end of the pit lane, because the starter will just keep running until it turns over, and a little bit of a struggle there, but they've got it going now and they're back out.
Yeah, exactly. And just to touch on maybe a few of the fastest guys on the circuit now, and again, if you look down the order, I mean, Team RST there have just clocked up the fastest lap of that last lap prior. But they were joined by probably not really anyone in the top 10. It was probably in the top 20, I should say, really. It was, if anything, it was usually Green on the 135. They're the only ones who have matched them on a 110, and they're down in 18th position. So that's interesting to see. I think you're definitely right when you say maybe the front guys are just reeling it in ever so slightly and not wanting to risk too much now in this last stages of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is the case. We're having a look for Mini Skirt now, because this is one of the people that could be looking to make a move. They're on the same lap as the 455 bike ahead of them. They're 35 seconds down, but they might be looking to close that gap. They're one of the only bikes on the track who are on the same lap as the car ahead, the bike ahead of them. So they're going to be looking now to close that deficit, close the gap a little bit, and catch up. Potentially an hour and 40 left to go. That could be a position we see change.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure there's probably going to be a few positions. Like I just said, the top 5 maybe has figured itself out, but even going down to 30th position, Tom, there's going to be a few positions now what really do start to kind of change and figure its way out. And yeah, if you guys are watching back home on stream, we are coming up to that final hour now. We're 40 minutes away from our last final hour, which is going to be exciting. I think we're both ready now for that final hour to really get to the nitty-gritty of this. So yeah, if you guys are watching on stream, feel free. If you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, wherever it is.
Somebody stopped here. We're talking about how they need to just keep running. They can't afford any stoppage, and someone stopped there. I'm trying to see the number on front of that. I can't quite read it. I don't know about you, Braden, but I cannot quite see the number. The problem with these lights
maybe
now,
it's the 46, but I thought the 46 was
the problem with the lights now is they are actually obscuring the numbers from us, so we've got to have a guess about who that is, but I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, a stoppage is not what anyone wants right now, and that is a little bit unfortunate, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And it's quite unfortunate. That bike, the subframe or the understump looked like it had a bit of damage to it as well there, so that could be a bit annoying if you do pick up a bit of damage now towards the last stage of the race, like the real last stage. But yeah, as I was saying, if you are watching on stream or YouTube, Facebook, feel free, drop us a message if you want to know. If you want to know where anybody is, any teams are, drop the number in, drop the name of the team, and me and Tom will do our best to have a look at the timing streams and let you guys know where your riders as such are on the circuit. And also, me and Tom are playing. We're playing a bit of a game here in the commentary box. We're estimating how many laps the leader is going to do. So Team RST, how many laps are they going to do in this 12-hour race? I've done 698. Tom's gone for 650.
We're hearing, actually, sorry to interrupt you there, we're hearing there is some heavy rain now on some parts of the circuit. So it's getting even worse. We thought it might be lightening up at some point, but no, it is getting even heavier. And it's Mini Skirt there we were looking at a little bit. I don't know if we still, there we are, yeah, we still got them there. Number 12, who are hunting down the 455 of No Arse Racing. Rate of knots, they want to close this deficit down. They were 30 seconds, it's now down to 41, because it's probably very hard to push in these conditions. They might not even know, I'd imagine, what's happening out on track or what these gaps are, because it is so hard to tiptoe around. We've had people saying, they've almost been stood up in the corner there as well. We've had people saying, that they can't even see the pit board without lifting up their visor as they come down the main straight. It's treacherous out there, and the conditions are really, really tough. If you are tuning in for your last hour and a half here, let me tell you about the timings, because you can't see them, and that's completely not our fault. It's out of our control, unfortunately, and we wish that we could bring them to you, but you can still look at them the same way we are, actually, by going to alphatiming.co.uk, heading over to the 24-hour karting series, and then in that, there's a subcategory, the 12 hours of Whilton Mill, which you can go into, and then you will see the current running and the standings. Like I say, unfortunately, it's currently out of our hands to bring you the timing. We've been trying all day, the last 12 hours, literally, we've been trying to bring it to you, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to. But it is available for you to watch at home if you've got another spare laptop or iPad or phone even. Head over to that website and you can have a look. Now, we've got another bike stopped in the pits here. Now, we've been saying, you know, you don't want to be in the pits. This, I think, is the one that had the issue over at Inkerman's. They've made it back to the pit lane now, and they've got a bit of an issue there by the looks of it. What do you make of that?
Yeah, exactly, and that's going to be... it's just not really a predicament you want to kind of be in now. You're losing the time. You can see he's saying no. Oh no, that's not the sign we want to see, Tom. That's not the sign we want to see.
We think it's 46. Where are they on the standings right now?
Whoa, RTB Racing. So yeah, it was a 46, and they were just down the standings. You know what? They were down the standings. We're down the standings quite a bit, you know.
There they are. They're in 31st at the moment.
Yeah, and you know, I actually noticed that, I've alluded to it before, they actually had quite a big off. A few hours in, they had quite, probably the biggest offer today, actually, quite...
5 times we've crashed.
5 times
they've crashed, yeah.
So down there. It's been a tough day for them, you know.
That's probably caused a bit of damage.
Yeah, I'm sure a little bit frustrated.
Like this,
that's not how you want to finish your day, especially when you're so close to the end, only an hour and a half out. You've done, 10 and a half hours of the 12. Yeah, that's frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, and it's just... But I tell you what, they've had an 11-hour race, they've had a 10-hour race, they've had a good day out. It's not really how you want to end it, but at least it's not gone 10 laps in, has it? They've had a good stint. They've had they've had 444 laps. So
they've at least they've had a bit of a race in the dark as well.
I think they'll get them levers off and go get a pint of Heineken, won't they?
Yeah,
why not? Of Heineken.
Yeah, enjoy yourself. Why not? Get up to the bar upstairs and get themselves a beer. They've had a good innings and they've done everything they can. Now, they were down in 31st. There's a lot of people still in this race. I don't know if you've got an exact number on how many still in it. Was 54, I believe, started.
And we've not had that many retirements, to be honest.
Probably around 50 still running out there. So, these guys, they're going pretty hard out there still. The remaining 50 teams trying to edge themselves out and be able to get a final result, but it is of course Team RST who are absolutely dominating at the front. They have been all day. I don't think anyone's even seen them.
It seems like everybody's in RST levers as well. That's the thing.
Well, a little bit demeaning that everyone's wearing their brand on it. The best people that's kind of given them a bit of a run today is the 122 of Team Metclam. They're running in second at the moment. It's been a bit quiet for them for the last few hours. We haven't really seen much from them since they got past Garside. I think they're in a similar situation. They've got 17 laps to RST. They're not going to be rushing to close that gap anytime soon. They're not going to be rushing to win this race. They probably know it's not likely to happen. So what are they doing? They're just sitting on their 5-lap advantage they've got over third place, and they're saying, well, let's keep it that way, and let's hopefully not have any major issues before the end.
Exactly, and I think you can lose a lot more than you can gain in this final hour, especially for
9.58
for teams like that. Sorry,
Firespade have come into the pit lane, and they've gone into the actual part of the garage where a lot of people are going back to fix their bikes and do some proper permanent work to it. So that's a little bit unfortunate for them. They'll be slightly disappointed there. Hopefully that's something they can fix and get back out without losing too much time. But it's tough to say. And that's the 46 once again that we've already seen retired. They were saying that they didn't think they'd be able to get much from it, and that's the end of the race for them.
Yeah, and that is a bit of a shame again to see. I think that will be another retirement now, but it's coming down to kind of, I keep saying it, but the nitty-gritty part of the racing now. It's the rain's coming down, the track's wet. Look how dark it is out there. I mean, I can really understand how difficult this is, and this could be for a lot of the riders out there. Just the visibility, you just must feel so alien and so sketchy. And it's not even like it is. It's dry, however. It's probably the worst track conditions, and it's obviously dark. But I'm saying how bad it probably is. But I'm pretty sure under every single one of them helmets, there'll be beaming smiles under every rider. So no matter how difficult and probably hard work it is for these riders, they'll be smiling ear to ear and loving every minute of it. So they'll probably be gutted they've only got... some will probably be a bit tired, but I bet some will be gutted they've only got an hour and a half left, because they've probably been preparing weeks for this, and it's been a mega event, hasn't it, Tom? It's been mine and yours first weekend here in this kind of paddock and around this championship. But wow, it's something I definitely would say to people looking to get into motorsport, to get into bike racing, even just avid fans to come and watch. But it's so accessible, yeah, if you do want to get in, like Hudson was selling us before in the studio, but even just to come and watch. I know these guys I think they do sprint races, I think they do shorter races than this throughout the championship, so it's not just always a 12-hour endurance race.
It's not all 12-hour, but they're all pretty long. I think 4 hours is the shortest they do, yeah.
So yeah, it's a team effort as well. So with them, I'm sure with them 4 hours, I'm sure if you have a team of 4 or so, it's only, I guess, a 4 or 5, it's only up to an hour each, and obviously you don't do that hour straight as a stint, you probably break it up into 20-minute stints or so.
Well, I mean, like we've seen a few people here today saying, they've thrown themselves in the deep end, and if you're going to start getting into racing and you've not done any racing this form for a long time, why not throw yourself in at 12 hours?
Exactly, it takes a good testing session, innit?
Exactly, literally. Yeah, throw yourself in at the deep end and get a good few hours of racing in. Let's have a look then. What is happening out on circuit right now?
Well, looking down to the 14th and 15th position, this is battling to get inside the top 15 now, and the 75 of Oliver's Mount, you mentioned them previously and said to keep your eye on. They've really impressed me now, and I mentioned when you were just out quickly that they've made their way up to 15th, but they're on the same lap now. I think they're only 7 seconds back from Team Firespade on the 958, so if we maybe try and get a shot of the 958 75, that would be a great battle on circuit.
Well, Oliver's Mount it's actually 4 minutes they're behind still. But I think the closest battle that we can see out there right now is it might actually be that one. Although actually no, hang on, have a look at 26. Bike Hostel are within a second of BH Racing ahead of them. This could be something interesting to watch. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to see change there. Leaders in, this is RST now coming in for a swap. This could be Hudson. We knew he was going on for an extra stint. He wanted to do some of the last few runs on that bike. I'm not sure if we can get a picture of Hudson jumping on. If that is Hudson, we've been talking to him throughout the event today. We've been discussing everything with him, and they're now going to be switching over onto the Freetech arch. There's the bike. It's being run down. Is there anyone there to collect it? Yes, and there it is. It is indeed Hudson. You can tell by that lovely multicoloured and white helmet. He's on the bike. He's getting back out there for one of the final stints, you'd think. He comes past the commentary box there. He's absolutely fine. He said, though, it's going to take him a good couple of laps to get back into the flow of things, to get back to used to driving and riding on this bike and seeing what they can make of it.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm amazed by the spray. The spray is unbelievable now on these certain bikes, and I think now it affects obviously the bigger power of the bikes. When you're on the straight and you're on the Moto 4 and you've got that little bit more extra power than others, that causes maybe more spray, and even on the street stock we can see that number 2. I think that is that Hudson or not? I don't think it is Hudson's leathers.
It is Hudson's helmet. It's definitely on that bike, so he might have changed leathers.
Oh, is he got Marquez on us and proper changing leathers, and he's doing that all trick?
I imagine maybe his last leather's got a little bit soaked through, so he's running into we've got a yellow flag just outside on the gantry there into turn 1, so he might have a rider down somewhere. Yeah, you can see it's very bright. Is it full course yellow? I can't see it.
Yes, that might be. You know, we have a marshal running over the circuit. I'm going to have a quick look out the window. Yeah.
The problem with these conditions is it's hard for us to see what's happening out there as well. We can see a big yellow bright light flashing on the gantry across from the Digi flag. It's a full course yellow here.
We've got to keep our eyes out now for overtakes, because obviously if anybody does overtake under a full course yellow,
nothing going to be allowed here.
That'll result in a black flag.
One of the floodlights gone out. Is that what this marshal's looking at? Perhaps no. Can't see anything going wrong. There's a full course yellow for something. And there we go. I think it was the floodlight, because the marshals walked away from it and the flag's gone. So maybe we just lost one of the floodlights there momentarily. So part of the track went dark. It looks like the problem's solved though. We're back up to full speed racing. The green flags have come back out again, and there we are. That's the problem. That's the floodlight. It's still not back on, but full course yellow is gone. So who knows what's happening there? Very much is not on. I don't know what part of the track that's on. I'd imagine, is that down round the first few corners? Do we know whereabouts on the track that floodlight is?
So I think you called that quite early. I think you said floodlight's gone, and straight away it was. So good eye, Tom. But yeah, you're dead from right. And you know, looking up there, I mean, Christmas Corner looks like it's covered one. So yeah, it maybe is one what's just out of our sight, and And really that kind of shows you to do a full course yellow, it might have some kind of effect. If you're coming round the bend and there isn't a floodlight up there, it's probably not the best of things you want to be experiencing.
No, definitely. I mean, obviously they've got the headlights on these bikes, but like a lot of the riders were saying,
a bicycle on a country road or something.
It doesn't really do much, these headlights. So if you then also don't have the floodlights lighting up the rest of the track, they probably are looking forward to getting into those light patches. So that's going to be a bit tricky. We've got a bike in the pits now, another one in there. It's 35, 36, I think there. We've got come on in and... Again, we're going to see a few of these. This is the reliability issues we're talking about, isn't it?
Well, we get into the last hour, and you said this earlier on.
What is the distance these engines can go successfully? It's been a long, hard day for these. How many laps have they done? 541 laps so far. You know, it's
your 650 is looking good, I think, isn't it?
Oh, well, it might be a bit short even. Because,
shorter?
He's going Hudson there. He's on there. He's running. He's still lead. He's got a good advantage. 16 laps. So it was 18, then it went down to 17. It's now 16. So they're still very slowly unlapping themselves. I don't think we're going to see them catching right up to the leader though and unlapping themselves as many times as they'll need to.
No, maybe not. Especially in these conditions, it adds a bit more of the just bring it home aspect, doesn't it? I mean, if it's dry, if it's a bit more drier than this, it kind of adds a go on, you can push. But in this kind of weather, it's, again, we've said there's a lot of laps between a lot of riders now, so it's a case of, listen, you've been out for 11 hours, you've done your job, bring her home safely, and bring yourself home safely. So
absolutely,
I think that's what it's going to be a case of. But to be fair, whoever is on that RST, if it is Hudson or whoever rider it is, they're banking that thing over, they're getting it bent over, they're looking like they're still riding aggressive. And to be quite honest with you, a lot of riders are looking like that.
This is what Hudson said, doesn't he? He said he's pretty confident, in these conditions. He just needs a few laps to relearn the circuit, get used to it again, and get used to everything that they need to be doing. And so it seems like they have done that now. They're pretty confident on the running of the bike. He's absolutely flying up there now, which is good to see.
Yeah, exactly.
It took him a while to relearn the conditions, relearn the track, learn how to ride in these dark scenarios we're now in. But as you say, banking the corners now, getting down there, committing to it properly, and he's getting really involved now.
And he has just notched in the fastest lap of that current lap, like I keep alluding to. But also, again, the only person who's matching the Team RST is down in 17th position. It's the 135 of usually green racing. How many times have we seen that in the pits? How many times have we seen that on its roof, I want to say, on its upside down, and it's still notching in quickest laps of the race. So
yeah, absolutely, it's still going very, very well. And they've been sort of a stalwart. They've been down there, but they've been fast all day.
Exactly,
the pace or the reliability to maintain a good position, which has been really important for them. But they've had the pace. They've been fast. They've been able to compete with like I say, Team BST. They've been competing with the same times as the top few leaders, and there you go. The
trophies are ready.
People are getting ready in the pit lane with the trophies. They've nabbed our backdrop there, which is a little bit unfortunate, but we'll let it go because trophies are maybe potentially more important.
And quickly to interrupt there, right, Tom, you're going to have to scan over this live screen with me, sorry, the live timing screen, because I'm seeing Fianna Engineering in 3rd position, I'm seeing Bear and Rolls Racing in 4th, and Garside Motorsport have dropped down to 5th.
Yes, they have. Very well.
What has happened here? Has this been a pit stop? Has this been an issue? Talk us through it.
This must have been something happening to Garside here, because they've just all of a sudden
and Fianna Engineering, they're back
to 5th spot, and we had Garside in here a minute ago, and we were saying to them, you can't get complacent. You need to stay on this. So I'm going to do some investigating here. I'm going to try and work out what's happened to Garside there. If you give me a second, I'm going to run up and I'll see if I can't find some information.
I'm sure you'll find what's gone on, Tom. But yeah, that's really kind of thrown my mind on a spanner in the works. It has really it's opened up this race, because I've been kind of screaming and shouting for the past hour. I think the top 5 was done. I thought the top 5, the top 6 was already written in the stars, and without any major mistakes, that's what we're looking at. The top 5 is already done, whereas I've just been proven wrong there. Fianna Engineering, we know they've had the pace throughout the day. They've had a bit of bad luck. Again, I keep saying this, you create your own luck, but unfortunately when these conditions, when it gets so sketchy like this, it only just takes one tiny, not even an error, I don't like calling it an error, one tiny just lapse of concentration for a split second, and bam, you find not only you'll be on your backside as such, but your race will be also on its backside as such, because you might do a lever, you might do a fairing, you might make some external, internal damage that can really hamper your race, and that's what exactly happened to Fianna Engineering. We knew they had the pace for the top 2, the top 3. They found themselves down in like 15th, I think at one point, 14th, 13th, really struggling with just issues on the track. They've stayed consistent. They've been putting in some great lap times. They've stayed out of trouble for the last few hours, and they're now up to 3rd position. So I don't know if that's endurance racing at its finest or what. I don't know what it is if that isn't, but that just shows you your race is never done until the ladies singing at the checkered flag. And hopefully, I mean, if you're Fianna Engineering, now you're asking for the ladies to start singing, because you've completed 519 laps, and Bear and Rose in 4th position have completed 500. Walk us through what's happened.
I've just run up to race control. I said, what's happening to Garside? Where have they fallen back from? They went, well, I don't know. no idea. They think it might just be a bit of a dodgy pit stop.
Well, I think it is, because if you look at the laps completed now, it's really changed. It's not a mistake on circuit.
I missed this. I mean, are they even out on circuit again now? Is Red Rocket closing in? I think they might be. Is there a little blue bar scrolling across Garside's numbers? No, there's not. So I think Garside might still be in the pit lane. I don't know if we can have any look, because Garside normally are situated at the back of the usual main paddock at the front of the thing. That's where I've spotted them a few times now, so it might be they've got a bit of an issue out there. And in fact, Red Rocket Racing now only 1 lap. Sorry, I'm getting a bit emotional. Only 1 lap behind Garside Motorsport. They're closing that gap. They're not moving.
I was literally just saying on stream when you was away, Tom, I said, I've been calling this, I've been screaming and shouting, saying, the top 5's done, dusted, and again, we've been saying this, but then we know how endurance racing works, and we know it's not done.
We've kept stressing it, haven't we? Saying that 2 hours is a long time. I know it's 1 minute 20 now, but 1 minute, 1 hour 20. It's not quite finished yet. But we've been speaking to Garside all day. We've had one of them in the box with us, chatting to us not that long ago, only about an hour ago, and he seemed,
I was up, Heineken's getting ready for the beers, weren't we? On the podium.
But he was saying, we can't get complacent though, because anything can change. But he seemed quite pumped and quite happy, and there you go now. Garside are within a lap of Red Rocket. If they can get out before Red Rocket complete this lap, they'll be okay. If they don't, they're dropping down to 6th place. Then they've got another 2 laps, then BJ Racing will come through, and hopefully it's not a retirement for them. But we know they've been having these exhaust issues all race long, and hopefully it's
and definitely, and a big shout out the 22 of Fianna Engineering. I was just saying them, Tom, when you was away. Wow, I've seen them in 14th position, I've seen them in 2nd position, I've seen them the quickest. I was watching them on circuit just on a stream, and me and you off camera were saying, wow, they look good. Every single rider what gets on that bike look comfortable and look quick. They threw it all away, they've picked it back up, and now they're ready to cash it all in, I guess.
They absolutely have, and I mean, we're going to see the 23 of Red Rocket Racing now. It's going after Garside. They're still in the pit lane. They haven't got back out. This is the 22 on your screens now of Fianna Engineering, who have come up to 3rd place. We spoke to some of them in the pit lane. They were quite happy with 5th, so they'll be buzzing at the idea of getting 3rd place. But now Red Rocket, I think, coming to the end of their lap now, and they're going to be, there it is, they've jumped up Garside now down to 6th. They've gone from 3rd place, almost nailed on.
I think the gentleman we had in here said anything can happen. He says we can go from 3rd to 2nd, but we can go from 3rd to 10th.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, the latter's happening.
And very soon, I think we'll see BJ Racing closing in on them. It's only a 2-lap deficit there as well, so whatever it is, hopefully they can get it fixed as soon as possible. But we're hoping that this is positive for them, and they can come back from this, and it's not race ending, because it's going to, getting. And we were saying before, some of them they finished at about an hour and a half. The 46, we said, well, it's all right. They were only running in 30th. Now,
when you've got it there, you don't want to get.
When you're in a podium slot, they've even been getting the trophies ready.
I know.
Is that Garside going back out? It might.
That's the 113. I think that was.
It's not them. Oh, this is gutting for them. This is absolutely gutting. They're not back out on the circuit again. The 23 has already moved up to 5th place. They've jumped over Garside. It's BJ Racing now that all the eyes will be going to here, because they are now will be very shortly within a lap of Garside. How much further can they fall before they eventually have to call it a day and not come back out? Hopefully they do get back out, but it's not looking great right now, is it?
No, exactly, and it's just going to be really just unfortunate, even if they don't get back out. But even if they do, they've now got loads of work to do, and we are coming to the latter stage of it, like nearly the final hour now. that's just going to be really interesting to watch. And even just for the podium contention now, like Fianna Engineering, they've done an absolute mega job. They're only 2 laps ahead of 4th position, but again, that's still all to play for. That just takes one little mistake. But we've not really seen a lot of mistakes in the last hour, have we, Tom?
No, and I mean, this is it. You know, this is the part of the race where we're going to see a lot of people coming, going, and unfortunately not being successful in making it to the finish, because 12 hours is a long time to put on one engine, and perhaps that is Garside's engine saying, I've had enough, I'm coming in, lads, and that's what I'm going to call it. I hope they will get back out there, because they've had such a stellar race. They've been consistently top 5. You know, we've been chatting with members of their team all race long, and they've all seemed so lovely and so confident they'll be able to pull something out of this race. But if they do not now, if they're stuck, as Red Rocket now overtake them as well, they're going to fall down further. BJ Racing on the same lap. They've not come out, from what I can see. It looks like BJ Racing will now lap them, or overtake them at least, on this lap. What can you say for Garside? I feel so bad for them. I feel so bad.
It is, because it was almost like they did, like I said, they threw it away. It was the same with Fianna Engineering. They threw it away, but they picked it all back up and they cashed it all back in, and they did and that was more credit. That was more kind of, I mean, we allude to the RSTs, the teams like that who have had a trouble-free race, but imagine being in a race where you know you're quick and you throw it all away, and you have to, and then you come back and you get it all back, and then for something, I think what's probably gone on with the Garside, it's been mechanical. I don't think it's been rider error. And that hurts even more, doesn't it, when something like that happens so late in the race?
Well, it's what we've been alluding to all race long. There we go, confirmation. BJ Racing now have overtaken Garside. Garside now moved down to 7th place, and these are going to keep tumbling if they can't get back out onto the circuit. They can't get out, getting some more laps in. It's so disappointing for them. They want to be doing something good today, but instead our podium now consists of BST. They've been absolutely flawless all race long. Team Mecklem, I said at the start, I've struggled to read it, it's still the case now. Fianna Engineering in 3, someone off there, I can't quite make out who he is. He's going to push into the end of the pit lane, round the entrance to the pit lane, and back in that way. Here he comes now, I can see him out the corner of my eye. He's on, I can't quite get an idea of who that is, I don't know quite from that angle, but nonetheless. We've got Usually Green Racing now having a bit of a tussle with Lynx Racing there. This is the 16th spot.
This will be a good race. And, Usually Green have been looking very good.
On your screen, they've had the pace all day long. They've just not quite had the reliability on their side. So hopefully we can see a bit of a nice race here.
Yeah, and exactly like you said, they've had the pace all day long. And what I like about Usually Green Racing, again, it's just a never give up attitude. I've seen them in the pits having troubles. I've seen them out on the circuit having troubles, but doesn't seem like it's phased any one of the riders. And to be quite honest with you, the top 20 finish here would be quite a decent result. And Charles against Team Firespade, I've seen them on the 958. There's another one who's just notching in competitive laps now, so don't know exactly who the rider is for sure on the bike right now, but competitive as anything. And Team Firespade, they've actually managed to go up to 15th position now, and I've seen them recently in like the 20th, so again, it's almost just chip that rock very slowly, chip it all day, chip it for 12 hours, and it'll disappear soon enough.
Now, Team Garside, who seemingly are still in the pit lane and starting to think maybe won't be coming back out, unfortunately, they currently sit in 7th place. Team Daytona is now behind them. They're only 1 lap down, and actually now this is Usually Green Racing. They're coming through now. They're looking for Lynx Racing. The number 7 is the next car they're going to be hunting down here. So
there's maybe 2 bikes ahead.
Close. Yeah, I think they're catching fairly quickly. They've got the 455 splitting them currently though as they come round into the boot now. No, sorry, that's not the boot. That's down into Ashby, where they then go up to Parker and then down to the boot. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting couple of laps for Usually Green Racing, who, as we said, they've been pacey all day. They've been keeping up with the top teams even all day, and they're going to want to make some moves. Now we can see the guy in pink helmet there in front of the screen. That's the bike he's trying to overtake. That's what he's trying to catch up to. So far, he's not doing an amazing job of it because they've got traffic between them, and he's struggling to get past the 455 in front of him. But hopefully he can close up to the 7, which is on a Honda C90. It's one of these bikes that we've been talking about all day, a classic Honda bike, same as what they're running over at Frank Snap. So he's going to want to.
And he's looking like he's getting a bit agitated there.
You don't want to finish behind one of these old bikes, that's for sure.
No, exactly. And I think Hudson even said in the commentary before, he said, I think we were saying about Frank Snap, if he wins his class, well, I don't know about us personally, but this family in the paddock, they ain't going to wave the end of that. Frank Snap, the team are going to be up there and screaming and shouting from the rooftops, and so they should be, because they've had an absolute mega race, and we need to really just kind of give credit to these riders out there, especially in these conditions now. So yeah, this is going to be a great big push, and he's got through there.
7th spot there.
What a move that was on the inside.
He looked like 7 was just dropping a bit back there. He was slowing down. He let some back markers through, and then accidentally let the car behind him through. So that is now usually green racing, if I'm not mistaken. He's moved now up to 16th spot. He's now the 16th bike on this track, and behind him is now Lynx in that car, in that bike. He's in the Moto 4 class, in a slightly different class. So it might not be the end of the world for him, because he's still eyeing up a very lovely 3rd place finish in that class. And that's another final corner.
That is a 56.
Riders coming off on that final corner. The 56 there now. Going to walk over. He's going to pick up his bike. It looks like a bit of damage on the fairing. Perhaps it's a bit flimsy as he tries to lift it up. He's going to be absolutely shattered though, this day.
And that's the Marvel
11
HLC
hours of racing. But yeah, the Marvel, he's written on the bottom of the bike there. He's going to try and get it running. He might not. He might do the old wheel it round to the end of the pit lane and pull it in through the exit, as we've seen a few riders doing. Views crashing in this part of the circuit today. Let's give you a quick update on Team Garside Motorsport, because unfortunately now they've dropped down to 8th place. They're even behind Team Daytona. They're still not out on the circuit. I don't know if we can get any visual of the pit lane to see if there's any sign of Garside in there, but I think perhaps this is the end of the racing today. And in fact, where they're normally situated, there is nobody there. You look at your picture there, look at the Freetech arch. Your top right of that arch is normally where I've seen Garside making their changes, making their repairs. As I've walked around the pit lane today, there's nobody there. So I don't know whether it's been a case of they've taken it all the way back to the truck, the van, whatever it is, to make some proper repairs to it. But as of right now, they're not in there. They're not in the pit lane. They're not where they usually would be. So that's slightly unfortunate for them. 73 now coming down the bits. They've just maybe made a rider swap by the looks of it. 73 is let's try and find them in on it somewhere. It's Team Hawk. 73 of Team Hawk. I'm not sure where they've been. I think they've been at the rear of the field pretty much all day. They've not done anything crazy today, unfortunately. They've not been able to get up and amongst it as these guys are. Look at this, more great racing at the top, and that is that still Hudson? I think it is still Hudson. He went to a puddle there. You see a bit of splashback on him. And that's Macklem and RST, the leaders of this race, separated by 16 laps. It's not actually for the lead of this race, this tussle, but it is our 1 and 2 going at each other, giving each other a bit of a race on the track, because you know they're not going to for position, but they can still have a bit of fun as they try and lap one another. Isn't that right?
Yeah, exactly. You can just see that 1, 2, 2 are just sliding his way up past the back marker, and this is where it gets a bit sketchy as such as well. It's been sketchy for the past 11 hours, but when it's dark, when you're tipping in as well, and not necessarily about the shadow like Hudson was saying before, but even just when you're tipping in, you hear a bike or you just see a bike last minute in these night conditions, that can obviously get a bit kind of frightening, a bit sketchy. So there's so much that these riders have got to think about. We can't stress enough now what they're thinking of, and especially when you're in a position which is top 10, it's top 15, your top 3, top 5, you've got to be thinking, listen, I'm sure they're aware now they've got an hour left, the hard work is done. But does it only get harder now, Tom? Does it? Physically, mentally, I guess it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely an element of that. There's going to be the sort of psychological burden put upon them almost of knowing that they've come so far, they've done so much. One error now could really mess things up, and they're not going to want to make those errors. They're going to have to be really careful. And it's like Hudson was saying, once it gets dark, once these conditions come in, naturally everything will slow down.
But your brain kind of, you might not mentally think, right, I'm going to go, but your brain goes, oh no, this is what we're doing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's sort of a mental response to the dark conditions. You're taking longer to process everything and take everything in. As a result, you're taking longer to react and make things happen on the bike. So you're going slower because you need that extra bit of time to react to what's going on the track around you.
Exactly, and we can see now, speaking about little errors, I don't know if again it was a ride error, I think more of a mechanical error. Garside Motorsport have dropped down to 9th position on the 51. I mean, the 455 of No Arse Racing, they're on the same lap. Garside could be looking here at not even a top 15 at best. I mean, that is so heartbreaking to an extent because
it really is.
of how hard they've worked.
I think it's kind of probably going to be safe to assume at this point now that is a terminal issue for them. We know that all day they've been nursing this issue with the exhaust. It could be that power or something on that has finally gone pop. It's not working anymore. They're not getting any more power from it, and they've had to retire that bike. I hope that's not the case because these guys were so good all race long. They've been fighting second, third. They were second for a good couple of hours during this race. They fell down to fifth at one point, rebuilt themselves all the way back up to third, and then obviously now we've seen them tumble down. It's not what anyone else wants to see, is it?
It's not, no. And I think we were singing the praises of the riders, also the students earlier on, but I think that week off has turned into a bit of overtime, hasn't it?
Yeah, now they're going to end up getting the bike
getting that workshop,
getting repaired for next week, see if they can get their bike ready for the next round here. Because
they've dropped down to 10th position now, Garside. So it's good to see other teams like No Arse Racing kind of coming up and your Frank Snaps, but yeah, it's at the displeasure of the Garside boys. So unfortunately for Ryan and his team, it's not the best result, but I think they can take positives. Every single team on this grid can take positives from today, but when you've had the speed of them boys, you can take positives going forward for the rest of the year.
That is the 958 bike here now, which looks like it's been having some similar issues to what we've seen a lot of bikes on them here today. Struggles just keeping the bike running, keeping the reliability there. Let's go in. They've made some changes. It's going back out again now. So hopefully that isn't anything to be worried about. But as you can see, we're back in the pit lane, which means that we're going to hopefully be able to maybe get a little bit of footage of Garside, see what's happening, or also be told if there is no sign of them anywhere. So hopefully we can
Miniskirt have now actually just got that position, so
Garside
that's worse, isn't it?
Down to 11th place. They've been hit by No Arse Racing and Miniskirt on one lap have gone past them. So yeah, this is devastating for them. It's really not what you want to be seeing. These guys have been working so hard all day to fall down like this now, out of the top 10 after a podium position looked on with only an hour. It was an hour 20 I think left when this all kicked off. They've now fallen all the way down to nothing, but that is the beauty and also the horrors of endurance racing. It looked like after 10 hours in the top 3 they were going to finish there, and we sort of everyone was getting a bit complacent, a bit happy. This is where this race goes, this is how we finish here today. But very quickly it's become apparent that can go very wrong, and we were speaking to one of the blokes from Garside in here not too long ago, and he was the one that said 2 hours is a long time, there's a lot that can still go wrong. And I don't think he was hoping he would be the one having issues. I think he was hoping the bikes in front of him, RST for example, would be having the issues so that they could capitalise on it, but unfortunately it is them that has been hit by the issues, and they've now taken a tumble all the way down to 11th place. So first place then is Team RST. As always, they've been leading this race flawlessly, and it doesn't look like, touch wood, they've had any issues. Braden is back here now, he's coming back in. Let's just talk once again. We've mentioned them a few times. RST, the mastery there, they've had a great race, haven't they?
Just again, literally, I don't know if it's a bit strong to say words. Can't describe their kind of afternoon and well, not even afternoon, the morning, the evening and the afternoon as such. But no, it has gone flawless again. Barring that one slight error from Johnny, which I don't think was anything too untoward, and obviously he managed to pick the bike up. And if anything, I think Johnny he's won on the race as well, because he could have easily lost his head. He could have knocked the team morale down. He could have made another mistake, but instead I had a word with him in pits, and he just said he's gonna get back on the bike. He's gonna shake that bit of misfortune off and get his head down, and as you can see, it's exactly what they've done. They've been dominant from start to finish.
Well, by the sound of it, from what we're hearing from RST, they're not even saying it was Johnny's fault. It was the rain's fault.
It was the rain, exactly.
It dissolved the glue holding the foam to the seat, and as a result, he went with the foam and not with the bike. So maybe they're not even going to say error at all.
And exactly, if that's the case, just imagine that you sat on a seat, and on a motorbike especially, it's all about getting your bum off the seat and trying to turn. So if you're trying to get your bum off the seat and the seat comes with you, then it's very easy to make. So
be a little bit confused, that's for sure. And I'm sure Team RST will walk away from this saying that they're quite happy. We're quickly approaching the final hour of this race. We've had 11 hours of running here today, and the final hour feels like it's been a long time coming. We've got Braden, he's just stood up. He's whacking his coat on because guess what time it means? An hour left. He's going up to the pit lane. So
it's my walkabout time now.
So yeah, I had mine about an hour ago. It's not very nice. It's very dark. It's very cold out there. So I'll let you take the reins this time. I'll sit in here in the nice warm commentary box and enjoy myself a little bit.
Cool. Yeah, I'll go and try and get a bit of a bit of gossip on the low.
See if you can't find someone from Garside. Have a chat with them. Find out what's happened. If it's terminal, you know.
They're first on my hit list, Garside, and if not, I'll just try and grab someone I see. And
absolutely. I think we're going to have a few drive switches and people coming in for the last hour now. So there he goes. Headset down. He's leaving the commentary box. Off he goes, and hopefully we can catch up with him fairly soon in the pit lane, where we can hear all about what's happening out there. And I'm interested to hear about Garside, for people following and want to know where they are currently. They're still in 11th spot. They've got they had a nice little buffer to 12th place, which they've been sitting on for a while now. But Little Chopper Racing are coming through. They were only one lap down on them now, so you think 12th place will be a place to fall very soon. But very quickly, I want to talk about Fianna Engineering, because due to Garside's unforeseen troubles, they've managed to promote themselves up to 3rd spot. And I had a word with them when I was in the pit lane an hour ago. And I'm sure the feeling in the pit lane has changed considerably in this last hour. When I was down there, they were saying, "Oh yeah, it's not been great. We've had 6 offs. We've had an engine failure. We've run it dry on oil, and as a result, we've run out of lubricant. They've had to re-lubricate it and send it out again. So it's been quite a struggle for them today. But they kept going. They worked themselves back up to 5th place, and now they've managed to work their way all the way up past Bear and Rose Racing, up into 3rd place. So now they are 3rd place runners here, which is absolutely brilliant to see. So great nonetheless. Now I believe Braden is finding some space in the pit lane. We might be handing over to him sooner or later, which is great. So yes, we've got 20 seconds on the countdown now until we hit the final hour here at Freetech Endurance. If you have been with us since the start, thank you very much for sticking with us. You're very dedicated to the sport. That's what you love to see. If you've only joined now for the final hour, welcome, because this is where it's all going to kick off. Garside are the story of the last hour. They were running in a good 3rd spot, but they've had some problems. They've fallen down, and now they're finding themselves all the way down in 11th place, almost 12th now. It's really good for them. We haven't even seen them come out of the pits for a while, so hopefully we can get some more details on what's happening there. But it is Team RST still leading the pack, 17 laps ahead of everybody else. They've been absolutely unstoppable today. They've not put a foot wrong. They've been phenomenal. And his team, Mecklum, behind them, who are the only people that have challenged them today very early on, probably 6 hours ago now. They did take over for the top spot, but RSC very quickly took it back. And I'm getting word that the pit lane is almost ready for us. He's trying to find some people to have a chat to, trying to see who is about that he can have a talk to. Bray should be down there. He should be ready. And maybe he can have a quick chat with the people at Garside Motorsport. Fingers crossed. There he is. Braden, how you doing?
As you can see, I'm here on the pit lane. It's getting quite frantic. My coat's on, jacket's on, hat's on. It is cold out here, so yeah, full credit to these boys and girls who are still working their way around. We're literally getting on the last hour now. You see a few bikes preparing. The Red Rocket Racing, the 23 have just gone past me, so I'm going to go and try and get my eye in with a few riders who have just come off circuit. I don't really want to disturb the too many riders who are preparing to go out now, getting psyched up into the game. But yeah, I'm going to get my eye in now. Just going to let this bike pass. But wow, it's getting pretty hectic now, because you've got your front guys now, they're all wheeling the bikes down to the pit lane. Obviously, you can't start your engine until you get to the inflatable. There's the 995, and then you've got the Franks at the number 80 there. So we see the number 2 bike here, the leader of the RST. It looks like, I can't exactly see who's going to be jumping on that. It looks like it's going to be maybe Warren who's going to be jumping on that bike to go and do the final stint there. So that's going to be interesting to see how Warren maybe figures out this track conditions out there, and also the night time, the night vision, the visibility, the lack of visibility, should I say. So yeah, I'm going to quickly go and try and grab a few riders to see exactly what's going on out there. You can see the 43 has had a slight issue here. I'll pop my head in there. Excuse me, mate, can I get a quick word for the stream? Yeah. Go on, what's happening there with the bike? Is that your bike, 43?
It's not mine.
All right.
For the team.
All right, and what team is it?
Gled Shed.
All right, okay.
Number 43.
And now you're kind of finding it out there. You just kind of come off circuit.
It's horrible.
I know, we're in the commentary, but we're all nice and warm, but you don't get the full... On the TV, on the stream, we're looking at it, it don't look dark, it don't look really wet like that. Just the track conditions, how difficult is it?
It's the glare, like, as soon as you get a bit of light from one of the lights, you just can't see anything.
Have you had much running on this bike in the pad park? Have you done any races on this bike before, or is it new?
Not on that bike, no. We do race this one, but it was too slow getting the entry for our team.
Alright, okay.
And then the bloke who we're racing for didn't have a team, so we jumped on stupidly.
I guess it is difficult, but anyway, it's only an hour left. Position-wise, I think you guys are maybe down at the bottom, well, towards the back of the field, but again, anything could happen now. A top 20, I guess, will be a good result.
Yeah, we was running third in class, and then we've had about 8 crashes, so we was up there, so...
Yeah, you've got a pace, I'm sure, anyway, so...
It looks like we're going to finish anyway, so...
Best of luck in the last hour.
Yes, thank you.
So you heard it there, that's a Glade Shed Racing, and they're like a local motorcycle shop or a dealership, if I'm not mistaken. So that's definitely, it's a bit kind of annoying for them guys, I guess, but when you've got the opportunity to just get back out, he was just saying he's not really had a lot of running on that bike prior, so when you've got the opportunity to just get out there and get on the bike, it's something you want to do. And I'm going to get a quick word with this rider here, see if it's fingered. Excuse me, could I grab a quick word for the stream? How are you doing? What team is it you're riding for today?
It's called Bear and Rose Racing. Yeah, we're doing all right. Okay. We're cusping on third at the minute, so we're sending Adam out to see if he can bring us into third position. But it's been one of them days. We've only had touch wood, one crash, so it's not been so bad. But yeah, teams work well as we do, and it's hopefully we get on the podium. We're 15 seconds away, so we'll just wait and see how we go.
There's an hour left, but I've been in the commentary and I've been saying it's just you don't even get on the stream. You don't get how wet it is, how dark it is. It doesn't do any justice.
What it doesn't see as well is when the glare's on your visor, these lights aren't very good, and when you've got the glare coming behind, you can't see the apexes or anything else like that. Well, that's my excuse anyway, but I'm sticking.
When you're missing all apexes, I can't see.
Yeah. That's when everybody's watching it. I'll just use that as an excuse anyway, so it's not so bad. But no, it's been an enjoyable day. Being 45 years old, man, I'm a bit tired now, but we're all good.
I'm sure you've got some well-deserved beers after have a full-blown rest or something and have a chill out.
As a team, we'll just have a bit of a chill out and see what's happening and stuff like that. So yeah, it'll be good. It's good. I've enjoyed it. It's my first one, so like I say, we've done quite a lot. We've getting I only got 2 days' notice to get on the bike, figure it all out, and we're doing all right. We're doing good.
Yeah, definitely. It's a kind of a baptism of fire to jump on something like this and there's so much to get your head around, the wet condition, the bike, the nighttime riding, it's just everything at once.
Well, I'm normally used to sort of like a 750, an old-fashioned superbike. That's what class are racing. So coming here with something with less power, but saying that it's more technical to ride because you need to be in the right gear and the right corner and everything else like that. So the first session was a bit of a waste because obviously you're just clicking in gears that you're too low a gear or too high a gear or whatever. So, but we've got there in the end. So we've only got what we got now, about 50 odd minutes to go. Yeah, so that's good.
Well, appreciate the time and best of luck in the final hour. So you heard it there, literally. There's so many kind of ways and there's so many increments of this kind of racing. And you hear now people are just, quite a lot of the field are jumping on these bikes for the first time. And it's not a case of people doing a lot of wet weather testing. It's not a case of people doing a lot of nighttime testing. It's a case of maybe getting a call 2 days ago and saying, listen, we've got an entry here, we've got a spare ride here. Is this anything you want? So I'll have a quick word with these. How you doing, guys? Okay, so what team is it? What team is it you're a part of?
Team Mecklem.
Alright, okay, and how are you guys getting on? Are you finding
doing alright, yeah, we're second at the minute. We've struggled all day. Hudson sold us a rear tyre. We've had 3 crashes on it today. So last 2 hours we put a brand new rear tyre in and we're 5 seconds a lap quicker, yeah. It's done us
Well, at Team RST, people have been saying they've been pulling some little tricks, but I mean, it's been a class event. What's kind of your feedback from the full event? It's been a long day, but enjoyable, I guess.
Oh, yeah, it's brilliant. Love it. there's not many sports where you can get this much bike time. We absolutely love it. A team of 4 of us have travelled 2.5 hours to come and ride here. It's been absolutely brilliant.
Exactly. Well,
the rain.
Everyone's been saying that. Exactly. Rain, day, night. Everyone is just enjoying the time.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Cool. So shout out to Hudson. So yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on these guys in the final hour, and hopefully try and get a good result.
Yeah, should be all right. Cheers, man.
No worries, man. So yeah, you heard it there. And a lot of banter. It's a family feel. It's a really friendly paddock. You can kind of just get the vibe from that. I mean, like I just said, me and Tom, we're newbies in this paddock. It's kind of our first weekend documenting this championship. But yeah, what a proper family feel it is. And it really is. I'm going to try and get a quick word now with the 51 of Chloe Jones. Like, have a little debrief. Chloe, can I grab a quick word? We've been watching you on stream for about an hour it seems, quite a lot of camera time you've been getting. You've been looking really good on the bike. Just talk us through what's it like out there.
So it's one of my first times on it, so I wasn't really expecting anything, but it's pretty sketchy around here, but it's all good fun. Currently sitting P4, but I think we're like 30 seconds behind third, so we're hoping we can do that. So I'm going out for the last stint, so hopefully I can pull it home.
Okay, cool. And how old are you, Chloe?
17.
Alright, and I've been told you're racing the BSB support packages and stuff, so what is this? Is this a bit of kind of training, or you've just been, is it a family event or friends who have asked you to come down?
Yeah, so we wasn't even doing it, but like 2 days ago I got a call, asked if I wanted to do it, so we just come along just for a bit of fun, bit of training, just have a bit of fun. So yeah, I've done everything like that, so yeah, happy, very happy.
And when are you next out on your bike?
I'm not sure yet, but I think it's in a couple of weeks, but yeah, definitely be at Mallory, so.
Okay, cool. Well, one to watch as well in the future, not just in this paddock, Chloe Jones. So we've got about an hour left, so I wish you good luck in the remainder of the hour.
Thank you.
No worries, and there you have it, Chloe Jones. So again, great to see the variety of experience. Again, we've got riders who have shared the grid with Valentina Rossi. We've got riders who are jumping on the bike for the first time, and we've also got young 17-year-old girls who are making a name for themselves in not only this paddock but the BSB paddock. So yeah, a great paddock, a great grid, and a great 11.5 hours of racing near enough. So I'll probably hand you back over to Tom. Tom will maybe talk you through a bit more of the live timing, as I've got really no clue what's going out on track, but I'm sure it's heating up and getting quite physical and tasty out there. So yeah, back to you, Tom.
Thank you very much, Braden. Yes, absolutely. There is some great stuff happening on track. You've spoken to 2 members there of the Bear and Rose racing team who have been, and we've said it all race long, very consistent. They've held themselves very accountable. They've had some very good results. They've been in top 5 for most of the race so far, and they are indeed, as he said there, closing in on 3rd place. They want 3rd place before the end of the race. Some of the members of the team were saying there. Fianna Engineering currently hold that spot. They're only a lap down on them. So if they can keep improving, if they can keep trying, 49 minutes left before we wrap up this 12-hour stint. The clock for the first time today has got 0-0 on the left-hand side of it, which is a relief to see. Nevertheless, it means we're fast approaching the end of this race. So we're going to have to try and have a good look at what can happen there. But Bear and Rose Racing, they're now almost within a lap of Team Mecklem at the front, who are currently very confident in second plots. So let's see what they can do. And we've got a bike there with a rider who I think he came in a few laps ago, the 46, and they said they weren't going back out. It might be a different bike, I'm not sure. I think it's the 46 though. Maybe they're going to have maybe they just want to finish the race. They want to see the checker flag, so they've taken some time off. They've had a cup of tea, and they're coming back out nevertheless. Well, hopefully it's good to see. We are now on lap 573, or at least Team RST are right at the front of the field. They are absolutely flying at the front. They've been flying all race long, and you can't fault them for it. 573 laps that bike's done, and it's only had one little situation, one little off, and they've recovered very well from it. The gap from then to second place is 17 laps, and they've got a good almost 20-minute buffer there. So even if they did go off now, they'd still be pretty much okay to come out with another half an hour to go, and they'd be clear at the front. Don't worry if you are worried about what's going on track. You're not missing too much. In fact, I think more action is happening in the pit lane in front of you than it is out on track at the moment. There's a lot of riders taking it very easy out there at the moment. They don't want to be pushing too hard, because if they do have an off, if they have a spin, if anything happens to them, they are going to end up losing more positions than they could possibly gain just by finishing the race. So they're probably, I think a lot of people out on track right now just thinking, let's stick to it. let's get it going and be okay. The 145 then is in the pit lane. They're trying to get it started again. I think he's getting a pat on the back by his support group saying, all right, go on mate, get on, there's a push, get him going, get him out. They're going to push him round to the archway that we've seen before at the end of the pit lane, which is where they can start the engine. 22 of Fianna Racing now are in the bits, and they look a bit lost, and they are wheeling it in to the cow shed. As we've said, that is third place of Fianna Racing. Bear and Rose, we've been said, have been chasing them down. They want to make something of that. This is a pretty big pit stop for them, because Bear and Rose, we just spoke to two of their members, they are targeting them. They want to get it, and look at that, they've pulled it straight off the circuit. It's into the marquee by the van, and that doesn't look good. That's very unfortunate, and that is a third place, another third place finisher we could be seeing falling out this race. Garside were guaranteed pretty much that position until now. They've fallen away. They're down to 13th, and they're still not even out on the circuit. It's refuel. There's fuel going in there by the looks of it. Has it run out of fuel? Do they need one last fuel stop? It's weird. They've pulled it all the way. Oh, and it's spilling everywhere. All the way into there to be fueled. They've pulled it straight back out. It's a very quick fuel stop. They haven't got time to mess around. Fianna Engineering are on the same lap as them now. And Bear and Rose could be looking at a third place here. Fianna maybe not having enough fuel to make the end of this race, and they've had to come in to make a surprise stop, which I don't think anyone was expecting them to make, and that is it. Confirmed now. Bear and Rose have finished the lap, and they are up to third place. Fianna Engineering have lost a podium position with 46 minutes to go. It's going to be a bit of a crawl now for them to claw this back. I'm not sure what exactly timing's going to be as they come back out the pit lane now. This is, I think, Fianna leaving the line there. Yes, it is. Let's see what they cross the line and what the gap is we're looking at. Bear and Rose move up into third place. They'll be absolutely ecstatic at that, and it's a 2-minute deficit from that pit stop, which now puts them 28 seconds behind Bear and Rose Racing, and that is a huge deficit for them to claw back with 45 minutes to go. It could happen. I'm not ruling it out. This will be a lovely bit of drama right at the end of the race for us that we almost were not expecting. I don't know why. There's been some miscalculation. Something happened there that's not gone quite right, because they are now struggling to get it to the end on the fuel they had. They've had to come in, fill up the tank again, and go back out. And Bear and Rose, who I'm assuming have enough fuel to go to the end, have said, well, thank you very much, that's third place. I will take that very happily. Now, there they are on track now. That is the Fianna Engineering team, who will be absolutely gutted. A 3-minute lap last time round as they had to take that pit stop, so they will be absolutely gutted. But there they are, Bear and Rose Racing, the number 8. They've been, as I said, kind of just a very steady, smooth ride all the way round today, and they've not put a foot wrong. They've done what they had to do to get themselves to this position, and they've just kind of let everyone else make the mistakes around them and claw back the positions for that. Sometimes that is the best way you can do an endurance race, just simply, letting it ride and letting it go. And Braden's come back in. He doesn't even know what he's missed. Fianna Racing are no longer in third in this race. They've just had to come in, put some fuel in the car, and now that is our new third place leader. It is Bear and Rose at the front. They've gone into the bits, they've had to refuel the bike, and they're going out. So the number 8
what I did notice as well, Tom, just quickly, when they came in, it looked like, I didn't know if they had a problem. They had a bit of fairing damage, but I know they have been down a few times. It looked like they'd run it straight to the awning, like they had a problem, but then just started to fuel it up.
Yeah, it's just fuel, I think. That's what the issue was. I don't think they misinterpreted enough fuel for the last 45 minutes.
Wow.
And they thought
it looked like a rush job as well. The fuel were going everywhere.
It really was. So it's a bit of a nightmare for them. They are now down a lap to Bear and Rose Racing, which is far from where they will want to be in this race. It was, when they came out of the pit lane, 28 seconds. They had a bit of trouble getting out of the pit lane. So we're going to have to hopefully see if they can claw that back. 43 minutes they've got to make it back to the podium here. This is the last minute kind of drama they didn't want, but we did.
We wanted this.
That's exactly what we wanted. So Bear and Rose Racing now taking third position from Fianna Engineering. That is the story of the final hour by the looks of it. No, I think I'm not sure who's on the bike right now for number 8. You've spoken to 2 of them in the pit lane just then, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I've spoken to a few of the riders there. Who was really good to speak to was Chloe Jones. 17-year-old she is. That's frightening, the talent she has at such a young age. But and she was just saying again, like 2 days ago, she got a call. Bam, do you want to do this? Yeah, I'll come and do it. Jump on a bike, bit of training, and again, it's a mad achievement even to finish a race, coming in at late notice in conditions like this, night time. So yeah, big shout out to Chloe. She'll be on kind of a normal bike, I think, in the next few weeks. So everybody keep an eye out for her. But then also it was good to speak to a few riders. And again, I was asking about track conditions, weather conditions, and every single one had the same answer: this glare. And I don't think I didn't really think of that. But it's the glare of the lights. It's okay. Yeah, we can see everything. Some people have been saying the floodlights are quite low, so it's directly in vision, and the glare off certain kind of aspects of the circuit, that's what's kind of really bad. It's the light brightness, if you understand. So that's interesting to hear.
Now, Fianna Engineering, they want to be closing that deficit. Instead, they're doing the opposite. They've fallen back further away from Bear and Rose Racing. It was 28 seconds when they came out of the pit lane. It was 29 seconds last lap. It's now 30 seconds. So they are losing this deficit lap in, lap out. They're losing this deficit, and very quickly they're looking up the road and they're seeing third place fall away from them, and that's not what they're going to want to be looking at out there. Third place has been the position of the day. We've seen so many switches up, so many different people holding on to third place. Garside, obviously, it looked nailed on for them. They were going for it. Did you manage to see anyone? Are they completely packed up?
I couldn't see anybody I recognised who was in that team. Maybe trying to diagnose a problem, maybe trying to bury the head in shame, maybe already at the bar, I don't know.
It's tough to call, and yeah, it will be going for them. They are actually still pretty far up the order. They're in 14th place, and that's just kind of a bit of a brilliant, well done to them for making the bike so reliable and getting as far as they have. But no, it is falling away from them now. This is 22 then of Fianna Engineering. You can see them on your screen. They've been racing all the way back up. They fell down all the way. They were third. They fell down to fourth, and now they're going to be wanting to make a bit of a comeback and potentially try and grab that last third position.
And I think you hit the nail on the head. I think the position of the day has been third position. It's been that last final step on the podium, and it's still not done, and it's far from done. And it's interesting to see exactly your BJ Racing now coming through. Your Red Rocket Racing are dropping down. Your Team Daytona are putting in some competitive lap times. So I don't know, Tom. This top five is really not finished yet.
We've speculated, we've said it could be happening, and maybe now this is what we're seeing. Teams with reliability issues, Garside dropping out, potentially Fianna Engineering having issues now with the bike. They thought maybe a bit more fuel will do it for them, but perhaps that's not the case, and they are not getting faster. The gap is now to 33 seconds to Bear and Rose Racing ahead of them. They're not going in the right direction. They're falling back from third place. They're going to want to be climbing up to them. Red Rocket also falling back now. I think we're going to be starting seeing a few more riders slowly getting off the pace a little bit here, because they're realising we've got 40 minutes of this race left to go, and we've not really got the reliability or the performance to make it.
Exactly, and somebody who has been quite reliable, has been quite consistent, the riders at Oliver's Mount Racing. I mean, we've covered them quite a bit now in the last final hours. Tom, I've watched them come from 21st position, just slowly chip. The competitive times they're doing now, 1 minute 12s, again, it's just as quick as the guys at Frank Snap, it's just as quick as the guys at Miniskirt Racing. So they've got top 10 pace, Oliver's Mount Racing, putting in some great stints here. I mean, they're banging on the door for a top 12 finish.
And that's what everyone's going to be looking for out there. And the more teams that start struggling, the more teams that start falling back, like your Garsides, the more they're going to be licking their lips.
Yeah, exactly.
Top 10 finish could be on the cards. If, Red Rocket keep falling away, they haven't got the pace at the moment. In fact, I think Red Rocket might be in the pit lane as well, similar to what Garside are. We haven't got them on track from our timing screen, so I'm not sure if they're even on the track right now. So if teams like this keep falling away, keep dropping back, then, your teams like Oliver's Mount Racing are going to keep climbing that table, and hopefully they're going to maybe be looking up a top 10 finish for today.
Exactly, yeah. And just as I was making my way out to pit lane, I seen the 23 of Red Rocket Racing just making its way out. So they have just done a recent rider change. So if they are coming into the pits, I mean, they have got a blue line next to the thing. Oh no, they actually haven't got a blue line. So yeah. If Red Rocket are coming into the pits, then maybe that is a problem, because I've just seen them making a rider change recently. So yeah, on stream here you can see the 213 BJ Racing. They've had a great race, if you ask me. A lot of these riders, a lot of these teams have had great races when it matters. Okay, they didn't get off to the first second hours, but when it's getting down to the nitty gritty now, and when it's getting down to when it matters, no arse racing, they're in 9th position. You know what I mean? So
it's been, 12 hours is a very long time, and it's been an endurance. We've seen teams get up high, we've seen teams fall down low, we've seen them recover, do well, and make a mistake. And actually Fianna Engineering now doing similar lap times to the Bear and Rose race ahead of them. They've fallen back a fair bit of a way. They're now 33 seconds behind. Maybe now, though, they've got the confidence back in the bike.
Exactly.
They've got a bit more faith with the new, probably a bit more weight because they've had that fuel come in. They maybe need to relearn the circuit. They're getting back up there now, and they're going to look to close that gap. You hope so, at least. We think they're going to be coming back. Now we're going to cross the line and see what this gap is. If it increases, if it decreases, they're going to want it to come down. But instead, it's not changed. It's 6 seconds. 33 seconds currently. They lost 6 seconds on their last lap. Can they make an improvement there? You hope they might. They've completely lost the time. Where are they? On track there. So I think they're just coming towards the end of the lap, judged by the blue line on their name. 33 seconds is the deficit to third place they're trying to fix. They were 0.5 faster last time, not 6 seconds. Sorry, I'm reading BJ Racing's results there. I've got a lot of numbers in front of me in a lot of different places, and I've been doing this
for a long
time, so I'm getting a bit tired. So do bear with me as I try and make sense of what I'm reading. So Fiano Engineering should be coming to the end of the lap pretty soon. They have. It's another 4 tenths they've taken out of the of third place. It's still 33 seconds though, the deficit they need to be making up. So it's a long way for them to go still.
Yeah, exactly, and it's. Oh, I don't know. I mean, emotionally, as a commentator, it's pretty hard to watch. As a family, as friends, but as a rider, it's like you've got it, then you've not got it, then you've got it, then you. And for 4 of you as well, it can be so just it's
back and forth.
Emotional roller coaster. But again, what fun! I spoke to a few riders out there, and they were just saying, "Wow!" Like I don't know if you've seen that interview when I said someone was having a bit of banter with Hudson, saying about a rear tyre. But then I finished that interview off, and I just said, what has kind of today been like to you? And he says, yeah, from start to finish, I've had a smile on my face, and it's what it's all about. You don't really get this a lot in different championships and different sports, but again, we've been in this same room, me and you, just talking about this for 11 and a half hours.
Oh, yeah, well, exactly that. I mean, you say everyone's having a great time out there, nonetheless, no matter what the result.
Yeah.
Even a team like Garside Racing, who they will be gutted.
The Lancashire lad will be loving his life still now. He'll be buzzing.
But yeah, they'll be gutted because they wanted something out of this race. They were very close to the podium, but it looks like they've completely had to pull out now, which is so unfortunate. But I'm sure they still will be happy because they've had a good day. They've made it as far as they can, and they've just had some great racing, you know. Being on track wheel to wheel, this is what these guys live for. This is what they absolutely love doing. And they'd love a result at the end of it, but nonetheless, they've come here, they've done it today, and yeah, they've had a good time doing it.
Exactly, and I think we are going to be treated to such a battle there between the final podium spot. If you look at the 8 and the 22 now, they have been for a while. They're on the same lap, but it's not much. It's not much of a. Yeah, it's a 22. The 22 bike is actually 2 seconds a lap faster on that previous lap, so. I don't know, I'm not great at mathematics, but if they got enough time, can they windle that gap? Can Bear and Rose not make a mistake? I think that's what it might down to. Fiano Engineering can be as quick as they want if Bear and Rose keep on the black stuff.
Fiano Engineering have just come in, they've put a load of fuel back in that car. We don't know how much fuel Bear and Rose have got in that bike.
Exactly.
So what they might be looking at here now is they're going to be actually running a bit, having to reserve fuel as it gets to the end of the race. Whereas the other bike of Fiano Engineering, we know for a fact that they've dumped a load of fuel into that. They spilt it all over the bike as they were pouring it in, but
they were more on the rider's boots than were in tank.
But there is definitely a fair amount of fuel in that tank that is going to allow them to keep pushing towards the end of this race, and hopefully they can make a result from it.
Exactly, and I'm sure the guys will be buzzing. I mean, everyone will be buzzing with the results, kind of like I've alluded to today, but especially the 22 of Fiano Engineering. Anyone who gets on that final podium spot, I feel, would have had the race, because like we've said, that's been kind of the spot for grabs all race, and it's been the one where people have been swapping and changing. So it seems like Team RST have ran away with this race. It seems like Team Meclam have done what they've come from this race. But on that final podium spot, I don't know. It's 2 bikes here who can easily get on that podium.
Yeah, you do think any way could still happen here. This third spot, we said it already, it's been the position of the race. There's been about 4 different riders who have had that spot throughout the race, and we still don't quite know who's going to be holding it within half an hour at the end of the race. They've taken a second now out of themselves, Bone and Rose Racing. They've taken a second out of the last lap, whereas Fiano Engineering pretty much did exactly the same. That 0.001 was their delta. The gap is 29.5 seconds. It is coming down. They are catching at a good bit of pace. They just need to make sure they can get some clean air, get a good bit of running in, and obviously be careful they don't overdo it and end up on the grass losing it and completely ruining anything they could have, and even a shot at 4th place.
Exactly, and I've just quickly had a scanned through a few of the live stream chats. Like I've been telling you guys, I've been looking. 22 on screen there, but people asking where are Team Garside? Where are Team? I've seen the comment. Where's Big Tour Racing?
Yeah.
I mean, if you are just joining us, unfortunately, Big Tour Racing, it never really got off to the day they maybe anticipated. They had some issues from the start, and yeah, Big Tour Racing, they're down. I think they've been pulled out. They are really down the order in 46th position. They've only completed 280 laps. But yeah, if you are just joining us and you're wondering where Team Garside, maybe a fan favourite team. Tom, what happened with Team Garside?
Oh, they've had an absolute night, but they were set on for a podium with about an hour and 20 minutes to go. They were feeling pretty confident. Then suddenly we had a look at the timing screen and thought,
we didn't know what happened.
Hang on, House Piano Engineering got up to third, our Bear and Rose up to fourth, and now they've swapped around as well. But we watched them slowly fall down the rankings. Garside losing a lot of time. We sent you into the pit lane, didn't we, to have a look? I went up to the race control to ask what happened. They had no idea. You went down to the pit lane to see if you could find someone. Nobody there. It looks like pretty much it's race over. They've packed up. They've gone home.
They've gone
back to the caravan. Exactly. Yeah, they're not going to be coming out again. We don't. Anyway, if they do, I'll be extremely shocked because that looked like they've kind of said, right, that's the end of the race. They're still in P18. They're slowly falling their way down the order. They had a lot of advantage over the other bikes. I don't think they're going to come dead last because of that. It's a nice advantage they were able to build, but 18th with 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, and that's another quick question. I was just regarding about the smoke, but then also I've just again, no, it's not normal smoke because I've put my eye on the live stream again. There's been a comment, somebody has alluded to us doing our job better than us, saying 22 smoke. So yeah, so and we've just been informed here that there is a problem on that 22.
Well, we've had a look. This Viano Engineering bike, it came into the pits rather abruptly, didn't it? They pulled it in, they put it onto the jacks, and then just poured fuel in and sent it out again. Perhaps now there was a bit more of an issue than just fuel missing out, and are they slowing down? I'm not sure. It looks like they're still kind of closing the gap. They made 6 cents up on Bear and Rose Racing on that last lap. It looks like there are a few puffs of smoke every now and then, but
nothing will hamper them too much.
They're too worried about it. They have just put a load of new fuel in that bike, like we were saying. So it might be just a bit of oil or something that's getting burnt off in the exhaust there. Maybe they've had an issue with the engine that they've tried to fix by just dumping some fuel in and seeing what happens. There you go, smoke. It's mainly, by the looks of it, when they're coming down the gears, going round the corners in the low speed sections. That's where the smoke's really starting to pour out. So hopefully they do make it to the end of this race. We don't want to see another person fighting for third ending up with nothing here today, but smoke pouring out. Oh, look at that, it's a big puff there as they come through. There's also some spray, which isn't making it much better.
I mean, if the racing gods created a race and created the last half an hour, I'm on my edge of my seat. I've got another coffee brew in here now because I'm ready for some action, and this is becoming action filled.
This is what we're saying, third place has been the spot with all the drama, hasn't it, really? It's not been anywhere else. It's been for that last podium spot. They are still pushing. It doesn't look like he's too
he's not hanging back. He's on the wet stuff. He's banking
he's not slowing down. He's not looking at the bike concerned or anything like that. He's pushing it for everything it has got, and hopefully they do get it to the end, because this is going to be what's the gap now between them and Bear and Rose. It's hard. The gap has fallen back down. Actually, they have lost a bit of time. They're down to 30 seconds now, so they're still going quick, but not quite quick enough. It looks concerning, doesn't it? The smoke pouring out of the exhaust on that.
I did notice a lot of fairing damage, and then like you said, I kind of seen them coming abruptly. I thought, that's kind of internal damage, and they just seem to put fuel in. So unless that smoke, like you just kind of alluded to, is that smoke just it looks like it's really coming out of the exhaust. I was thinking maybe is it just burning on the exhaust once it's touching and creating smoke, but it's probably not. It's probably looking like a bit of a, I don't want to say serious, but
alternatively, we saw them spill a lot of fuel on that bike when they were fueling it up. Could that be some of the fuel that's been spilt on that bike sort of getting washed onto the very hot exhaust and then evaporating, or not evaporating, burning into smoke? It could be that there is nothing wrong with the engine. It's
I'll tell you what, he's cutting
excess fuel on the bike.
He's cutting his way through the pack. It's actually quite nice to watch this. The 22, the rider on that bike again. I'm not too sure who exactly it is in the team, but I think we've just watched him do a move there on every single corner on the inside, so definitely in a good flow of things here. So
yeah, he's absolutely not giving up. He knows that that he could potentially be looking at third spot, and okay, there's a lot of smoke as he comes into that corner now. This is concerning, but he doesn't see the rider there does not seem concerned at all. He's still going for it. He wants to try and get third place, and you can't blame them. Maybe he's just pushing it that hard that the engine, which has done how many laps now?
Exactly.
It's 563 laps now that Fianna Racing engine has done. He's pushing it hard. It's in the low speed corners. It looks like he's really getting some smoke coming out the back of it. It might just be the lower gears are a bit rusty after doing 500 odd laps and 11 and a half hours of racing.
Yeah, exactly. And the question now, do you just, when it's 27 minutes left, you've done 11 and a half hours, you're in a great position. If you ask me, you're in 4th position, you're in the top 5 position. Do you just ride it till it bangs? Do you just ride it till it does pop?
I think there's that may very well be the case. Hope it lasts half an hour. Do I think you can still come home in 4th spot? They'll be happy with that nonetheless. I was speaking to Fianna when we were down in the pit lane with about 2 hours to go, and they were saying in 5th